The Perfect Supreme Chapter 3771 to Chapter 3854. The Human King had awakened. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? What made me fearful earlier was merely that strand of death chi. Seeing this, Lin Ling also slowly pulled out the tyrannical song sword. When the mountain-like giant ape pounced at him, he slashed down from above. This sword strike contained the might of his 6 stanchions and 80% of his ancestral power. If Lin Ling's sword not long ago represented 1, then now it represented 6. Whoosh, with a single slash, the crimson ape was sliced in half, and it was killed before it could even get close to Lin Ling. Dawei. Everyone was stunned. They had never thought that the troublemaker would suddenly become so powerful. Good. I have to say, you've really surprised me. When others break through, their strength will double, but I'm afraid it's 10 times. However, do you really think you can escape from us? Let me tell you, this time, you won't be able to escape. The half-step martial god with a broken arm said coldly. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He was a half-step martial god and stood above everyone else. However, he had been humiliated by that junior again and again. His arm was broken, and he still couldn't take revenge. If he didn't kill that junior, he wouldn't be human. Lin Ling smiled and was just about to say something when his expression changed. That was because the giant ghost was telling him that things had gotten troublesome. Sorry, I don't have time to fight with you today. Let's fight next time. Little Kunlun, come back. Without further ado, Lin Ling fused his talent and summoned Little Kunlun. Then, he rushed back the way he came. You, bastard, run away again. The half-martial god realm expert almost vomited blood when he saw Lin Ling leaving as if he was a fool. If you're not convinced, you can try to catch me. Of course, I think that you'll also run away next. However, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted over from afar. Catch up with Lin Ling, not to mention the current Lin Ling, they might not even be able to catch up to the previous Lin Ling. However, what did Lin Ling mean when he said that they were going to escape as well? Rumble. At this moment, the wrath of an emperor permeated the air. Golden light shone resplendently, as if a king of men was enraged. It was as if the ancestors of mankind had awakened. The flame of the human king has awakened. How could this be? How could this be? It's over, it's over. My flame of the human king. Shut up. That brat was transcending his tribulation here. Unless the human monarch's flame is a pig, how could it possibly wake up? This person has done a lot of harm. The various experts were both alarmed and furious. Speaking of Lin Ling, all of them began to curse angrily. That fellow was indeed a troublemaker, Wang, but at this time a golden ripple spread out in all directions with the ruins as the center. Everywhere it passed, everything turned golden. Then, it turned into nothingness and merged into the light, terrifying. It was as if there was nothing in the world that could resist the golden light. No, it should be golden flames. The various experts were stunned. Then, their bodies turned into golden flames and surged forward, finally disappearing without a trace, dead. In a face-to-face confrontation, they were completely annihilated. Only 2 of them managed to escape. Fortunately, the 2 of them reacted quickly. When the ruins had just begun to shake, they had immediately retreated. Otherwise, their outcome would have been the same. They hid in a distant place and looked ahead in disbelief. Only 2 words came out of their mouths: it's over, it's over. It's over. They knew that the young master's plan, which had been prepared for many years, had been completely destroyed. The deathly aura under the ground had probably also been destroyed. The awakened human monarch's flame was indeed terrifying. Scram. Go. Then, they sensed a consciousness in their minds. It was the human monarch's flame. At that moment, they hurriedly ran away, leaving this place of trouble. Wang, the formless voice was still spreading out, as if telling everyone that anyone who approached the ruins would be killed without mercy, and this was also the might of the human monarch. What happened? Why has the human monarch's flame awakened? You guys can't do anything right. The 2 of them ran all the way, but they met someone along the way. It was Tianjing. At that moment, he had also sensed the changes in the human monarch's flame. He was so angry that his face was distorted. It's not our fault. It's that kid from before. The 2 of them said sullenly. Him again? I asked the 4 of you to kill him. In the end, not only did you not succeed, he ruined our plans. Furthermore, all of you are dead, leaving only the two of you? Tianjing was stunned. He, who had always been calm, was now enraged. That martial ancestor Jr. was simply a troublemaker. At that moment, he did not know how to explain this to the young master. He's really a troublemaker. He dragged so many people down with him even before he died. He even caused our efforts to be in vain. Did you know that the young master had prepared for 100 years to steal the deathly aura? When the deathly aura finally approached the human monarch's flame, he did not manage to steal anything. Then, 100 years of hard work was all for naught. Tianjing clenched his fists and trembled continuously. Senior brother Tianjing, this is not what we wanted. Furthermore, that kid is not dead. He escaped again. One of them said with a bitter smile. What? Tianjing felt as if his heart had been cut by a knife. It was very painful. Furthermore, he successfully broke through. If it were not for the calamity caused by his breakthrough, the human monarch's flame would never have awakened. The other person said. Hearing this, Tianjing felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed twice. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Go and kill him. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Tianjing could not hold it in any longer. If it were not for the fact that he had to return to report to the young master, he would definitely have personally taken action. All right. The two of them did not need Tianjing's reminder. They could not wait to kill Lin Ling as soon as possible. Bastard! Tianjing cursed angrily. Then, he flew into the distance. After a while, he finally arrived at a land of dead silence. This place was filled with ghosts, drifting everywhere. Moreover, there were elites entering and exiting from time to time. However, upon closer inspection, they were all extremely young. Of course, their strength was not weak. They were the top elites of the Divine Three Halls of the 36 academies. However, Tianjing did not stop. Finally, he landed in front of a tombstone. He looked deeply at the tombstone, and then slowly said, Young master, we have failed. The tombstone was silent. After a while, the soil rolled, and an ancient and smelly coffin was pushed out of the soil. Pong, the lid of the coffin was opened, and a tall figure walked out. This person was dressed in a long gray robe. His long hair flowed freely, and his hands were clasped behind his back. Although he did not speak, there was a strong sense of majesty about him. Senior brother Tianjing, you guys are really useless. After walking out, this person said coldly. This person looked to be about the same age as Tianjing. Obviously, he was also a student of the academy. However, he was able to summon so many elites. This also showed how powerful he was. If you were not a member of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance, I would have already planted a goo poison in your body. The man said again. The angry Lin Ling, that young man's name was Wanyan Bupa. Not only was he extremely strong, but he was also the young master of the place of eternal slumber. His father was the second strongest cultivator in the place of eternal slumber. The place of eternal rest was one of the vicious 10 of the 9 states. Thus, he was also one of the leaders of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Everyone else had to give him face. This time, the Heaven-Crushing Alliance had taken control of the demonic primordial forest with the help of Wanyan Bupo's father. They had used the roiling aura of death to plunder the cultivation resources of the various tribes, and they had almost even stolen the human king's flame. However, at the critical moment, Lin Ling had ruined their plans. Without a doubt, the Heaven-Crushing Alliance would definitely kill Lin Ling. As for Tianjing, she roughly explained what had happened. However, just as he finished speaking, Wanyan Bupo also opened his mouth. I already knew. I even know who that person is. Who is it? Speaking of that person, Tianjing's eyes were filled with killing intent. His name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling? Perhaps you haven't heard of this name before, because he's not a member of the Divine Three Halls. He's a newcomer. However, I'm sure you've heard of the Transcendence Tower, the E-Garden, and the emergence of a student from the Blizzard Academy. It's him? Heaven Crystal finally reacted. Although Lin Ling already had a bit of fame in the 36th college, the strongest experts of the 3rd hall rarely returned to the college, so they only had a rough idea. Bastard, it's actually him. Is he courting death? Heaven Crystal clearly did not care about Lin Ling at all. Don't underestimate him. Firstly, he broke my death goo and blocked my supervision. It's not bad to have this ability. Secondly, this person was known as the Immortal in the 9 prefectures. It was a miracle that he didn't die time and time again. Third, this person defeated Duan Wuhan. It is said that his talent is not much weaker than Duan Wuhan's. Wanyan Bupo said coldly. Humph, that's because you haven't met me yet. Sky Crystal could not accept this. Really? Given another 100 years, do you have the confidence to defeat Duan Wuhan? Wanyan Bupo retorted. Tianjing didn't dare to answer. Duan Wuhan had awakened the Duan family's #1 bloodline. Although his current realm was low, his potential couldn't be underestimated. 100 years later, he still didn't have the confidence to defeat Duan Wuhan. Moreover, this lad is very cunning. After spoiling our plan, I think he has already left the demon forest. Wanyan Bupo said coldly. Although his words were simple, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, he couldn't swallow the fact that Lin Ling had ruined his plans. If there's a chance, kill him, including all his family and friends. I want to put goo worms in them. Wanyan Bupo said word by word, then walked back to the coffin. He also knew that not long ago at the Kaiyuan River, Lin Ling had killed several experts from the land of eternal slumber. One of them was the Blood Silkworm King, an expert that the land of eternal slumber had focused on nurturing. You're just Lin Ling. Trash who doesn't even have a ranking on the divine list. Tianjing also left, but the killing intent in his eyes didn't diminish. He knew that Wanyan Bupo was an expert ranked 300th on the divine list. How could Lin Ling be a match for Wanyan Bupo? Unfortunately, Lin Ling had escaped from their heaven-crushing alliance. Otherwise, if Lin Ling was still in the demon forest, they would make Lin Ling know how to write the word death. At this moment, Lin Ling was running madly along the forest. He was extremely excited. According to the giant ghost, he only needed to prepare a few materials, and he would be able to refine the human king's flame. This was a talent that wasn't much weaker than the dragon god's bloodline. In fact, it was slightly stronger. If he could successfully refine it, wouldn't Lin Ling's strength increase greatly? He returned to the place where he had barbecued meat, and prepared to take away the platinum evil spirit. When he arrived, Lin Ling immediately discovered that there was a pool of platinum mud on the ground. Moreover, it was quietly merging. Tianjing is really powerful. Even the god of assassins couldn't defeat the platinum evil spirit, but he could. Lin Ling couldn't help but become serious. The experts of the 3 divine hall's strongest circle were indeed very powerful. The experts that martial god Wen Tian had summoned were so, and so were the experts that he saw today. His green Buddhist flames are just the perfect counter to the platinum evil spirit. Yes. However, the giant ghost beside him spoke. Lin Ling also agreed with this point. Although the platinum evil spirit didn't have any intelligence, it was still a martial god. How could it be defeated so easily? However, Lin Ling still had a feeling that the top experts on the divine list stairway to heaven would definitely have defeated martial gods when they were at the half-step martial god realm. There was always someone better than you. Although the martial god realm was very powerful, there were always exceptions. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up as he silently waited for the platinum evil spirit to revive. He immediately rushed forward. There was a forest in front of him, but it was silent. When Lin Ling entered it, his eyes suddenly shuddered. He saw a large number of people kneeling on the ground, their faces facing the same direction. However, they were all dead. Boom! Lin Ling's heart instantly exploded. This group of people was Hua Huan and the others. They must have been killed by Tianjing. Bastard! For some reason, Lin Ling's heart was filled with anger. Although Hua Huan and Lin Ling had met by chance, Lin Ling had a good impression of him, especially when he knew that Lin Ling's barbecued meat was delicious. He had even told Lin Ling, "Master, please make the meat delicious." This guy was a glutton. However, Hua Huan didn't get to eat the best meal. It's because of me. Lin Ling said word by word, his voice turning hoarse. He felt that the wind beside his ears was a little harsh at this moment, as if a knife had landed on his heart. He also felt that the sunlight in the sky was a little blinding at this moment, as if a sword had landed on his heart. that was because Huan reminded him of the stone gods. They were simple and kind and only wanted to live here forever. However, humans invaded their home for their own benefits and casually slaughtered their lives. If Huan wasn't by his side, Tianjing might not have killed him. Therefore, Lin Ling knew that Tianjing was venting his anger on Huan. It's not your fault. Even without you, they would still kill the fire gods if they wanted to. Beside him, the giant ghost suddenly said. However, Lin Ling shook his head and looked deeply at the group of kneeling people. From their faces, Lin Ling saw pain. They must have been burned by the green flames before they died. However, they persevered. They knew that they were going to die, so they all knelt in the direction of the ruins. That was because they also wanted to return to their hometown. Bang! Lin Ling's fist suddenly clenched. A murderous aura emanated from his body. Lin Ling, don't be rash. You've already obtained the human monarch's flame. Leaving this place is still the priority. Moreover, aren't you looking for people? If you waste time here, you might miss out on those people. Punch after punch. Me. I can't do it. However, Lin Ling spoke in a hoarse voice. You can say that I'm stupid or impulsive, but that's how I, Lin Ling, am. Even though I've only met Huan once, I've already treated him as a friend. I'm responsible for their deaths. I want to avenge them and bring them back. If Anuere knew about this, she would agree with me. If I ran away because of this, she would look down on me even more. Lin Ling angrily shouted the last sentence. His eyes were blood red, his straight body was filled with murderous intent. Seeing this, the giant ghost trembled slightly and stopped trying to persuade him. It couldn't understand why Lin Ling would choose to stay in the demon forest to fight for several people he didn't even know. This sounded simple, but the people Lin Ling was facing were all very powerful. It was possible that Lin Ling would die in the demon forest. However, it believed that Lin Ling had definitely thought of all this. The reason why he continued to fight was because he was Lin Ling. Without saying a word, Lin Ling piled up the people on the ground. Then, a big fire spread out and cremated everyone. Lin Ling kept their ashes. He promised that he would personally bring them back to their hometown. However, just as he finished packing the ashes, two voices suddenly rang out behind him. Hee hee, it was really easy for me to find you. Run, why aren't you running anymore? Is it painful to see those people from the fire god race die? The more painful it is, the better. Let me tell you, it was us who killed them. Not only the fire god tribe, but also the wood god and the stone god tribe. Hee hee, I heard that the queen of the wood god clan is very beautiful. Moreover, the entire wood god clan is full of beauties. We will destroy their forest and make the queen lose her power. After that, we will have fun with her. The sound of footsteps rang out at the same time. The two people who had been chasing Lin Ling had appeared. One of them was a half-martial god with a broken arm, while the other was a martial progenitor. At this moment, they were laughing very proudly, very proudly. This was because they had finally seen Lin Ling's angry expression. What? You don't like it? I'm going to say that the beauties of the wood god tribe are all wearing very revealing clothing. My heart is racing just looking at them. Our heaven-crushing alliance is planning to build a base here and use them as slaves. There's also the Stone God clan. They're very good at building houses and forging weapons. Let them be slaves. As for the Fire God clan, they'll just burn the fire. Ha ha ha. The more the two of them talked, the more satisfied they became. It was as if they had vented all their frustrations from not long ago. However, they didn't see that Lin Ling was putting the ashes into the cups one by one. His movements were neither fast nor slow, steady and powerful. However, his eyes were filled with dense killing intent. There was actually an illusion of a wisp of golden flame, as if it was the flame of the human monarch. The two of them were completely unaware that they were already dead. At this moment, they had jumped into Lin Ling's eyes. If he didn't kill them, Lin Ling would also let Huan and the others down. No wonder the Wood God tribe always says that humans are greedy and shameless. Now, I understand a little. There are always some vermin among us humans. Finally, Lin Ling stood up. His body started to turn pitch black. The forest suddenly became oppressive. The two of them suddenly felt their hearts palpitate. They didn't know why, but they had a premonition that something ominous was about to happen. However, the two of them were still confident. They instantly laughed and said, "Ha, you're talking about yourself, aren't you?" However, as soon as they finished speaking, a frightening gust of wind erupted. Lin Ling appeared in front of the person who had spoken. He was tall and mighty, like a demonic god. Pong, he threw a punch. It was fast, incredibly fast. The power of that punch had reached an unprecedented limit. Ka, ka, ka. The person who had spoken arrogantly earlier had his teeth smashed and his body flew out. However, as he was sent flying, he saw Lin Ling chasing after him with his hands behind his back. Bang, his heart exploded. He immediately gathered all his realm force and attacked Lin Ling. However, he was only a peak martial progenitor. Currently, he was no match for Lin Ling. Lin Ling threw a punch forward. Following a bang, the bones of the person's right arm were shattered. They were all shattered, causing him to cry from the pain. "You! How are you so powerful?" He let out a furious roar and yelled at the other half-martial god realm expert, "Save me!" Peng, while speaking, his left arm was shattered by Lin Ling's punch. Pain, unbearable pain. He wanted to resist and attack, but he couldn't see Lin Ling's figure at all. As for his attack, it couldn't harm Lin Ling at all. Peng, his left leg was shattered, causing the bones to shrink to the size of a grain of rice. Following this, his chest was shattered, his neck, his head, his entire body was in extreme pain, as if countless ants were biting him. Most terrifyingly, he was still alive and suffering from the pain. He finally knew the price he had to pay for mocking those who had died, for mocking Lin Ling. He was extremely regretful. Meanwhile, the half-martial god realm expert was startled too. He had been chasing after Lin Ling, but he couldn't catch up to him. He could only watch his ally being tortured as his bones were shattered and he screamed in pain. It was as if he was screaming in his heart. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He finally knew how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling had not made his move previously. "Go on, why did you stop? Aren't you going to destroy the Wood God tribe? Don't you want the Stone God tribe to be your slaves?" Lin Ling continued to punch the man like a sandbag. In the end, the man's body exploded and only his soul was left. Most terrifyingly, his soul was still alive even though his body was destroyed. However, would he let him go just because his soul was left? Based on what they had done to the demonic forest, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to vent his anger if he didn't destroy his soul. Pong, Lin Ling wrapped his fist with his soul power and punched the man's soul. "Mercy, stop hitting me!" The man's soul was screaming in pain. Pong. However, he only received one punch, 2 punches, 3 punches in return. He had experienced Lin Ling's wrath. He could only say that he was extremely unlucky to have met Lin Ling at this time. Pung pung pung. In the end, the man's soul exploded. He didn't explode with one punch, but slowly. This was more terrifying than the torture in the underworld. Not far away, the half-martial god realm expert who had lost his arm immediately ran away with a pale face. Pong. However, he had only taken a few steps when he collided with a wall and was sent flying. He took a closer look and saw that it was the Platinum Evil Spirit. At this moment, he was scared, panicked, terrified, and even regretted his actions. He shouldn't have come here. He shouldn't have chased after Lin Ling. There was no way he could escape now. Humans aren't all dirty. As for those vermin, I, Lin Ling, will surely clean them up if I see them. He was scared to death. "Don't come over, don't come over." That expert was clearly having a mental breakdown. First, he was trapped. Secondly, he had seen another person being tortured to death with his own eyes. How could he not be afraid? Even though Lin Ling was immortal, in his heart, Lin Ling was like a demon. Rumble. He crazily attacked Lin Ling, causing dust to fly everywhere. However, before the dust could settle, the devil-like figure walked out once again. Its entire body was pitch black, and its limbs were like dragon claws. Behind it were countless jellyfish tentacles, as if it had come from the underworld. To that expert, this was a nightmare. Bang, he once again unleashed a powerful attack. This time, he was finally going all out, and all shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling's shoulders shook and he stopped in his tracks. Looking carefully, a huge bloody hole appeared on Lin Ling's shoulder, but what was surprising was that there was no blood flowing out. Furthermore, he was recovering quickly. Lin Ling took another step forward. "You." That person's body trembled. Even though he was the attacker, he was the one panicking. In fact, he was getting more and more panicked. "Get away from me." He attacked again. however, it could not stop Lin Ling's footsteps at all. Two more evil spirits appeared behind Lin Ling. They were the black gold evil spirits. In the open space, Lin Ling was like the king of evil spirits, leading the three evil spirits to encircle this expert step by step. Ah! That expert suddenly roared and then stopped moving. He wasn't even breathing, he was actually scared to death. Not far away, the giant ghost's eyes flickered. A half-step martial god had been scared to death. This was indeed ironic. If this news were to spread to the 36 academies, no one would believe it. Lin Ling glanced at him and shook his head. Then, he left with the evil spirit. However, his eyes were also looking into the distance, and the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. I don't care who you are, but you are unlucky to have offended me. A cold voice drifted out from the ancient forest. Perhaps even the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance didn't expect that they would provoke an evil spirit. In the following days, Lin Ling hid in the demonic essence forest and continuously stabilized his cultivation base. At the same time, he started to slaughter the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. At this moment, in the east of the Fire God tribe's relic, a dozen people from the Fire God tribe were moving forward cautiously. However, they were unlucky, and they encountered members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Suddenly, several figures blocked their path. The leader of the group was a half-step to martial god. At this moment, he was looking at the group with a smile. His eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. Fire God tribe, well done. We asked you to cooperate with us, yet you've ruined the efforts of our Heaven-Crushing Alliance over the years. Tell me, how should we deal with you? These experts were not weak. Some of them were standing on large trees, while others were leaning against huge rocks. They looked calm and relaxed, but they were like a storm hidden under the calm sea, and these dozen over Fire God clans people clearly sneaked out quietly. Their goal this time was to contact the Gold God tribe and the Water God tribe to fight against this mysterious evil spirit alliance. However, they were discovered. Moreover, they had violated the treaty between the evil spirits and the Fire God Alliance. One had to know that the evil spirits had appeared here a long, long time ago. They had once said that as long as the Fire God tribe did not leave the surrounding area, they would not attack them. In the beginning, the Fire God tribe had also agreed to this treaty. However, as time passed, they realized that something was wrong. Especially after the awakening of the human king's flame, this feeling of uneasiness became even stronger. This was because the evil spirit's goal seemed to be to destroy their homeland. Thus, they planned to inform the other tribes to fight against the enemy together. Lord, A burly middle-aged man bowed and said. This person had a head of fiery red hair that was like raging flames. There were also dazzling flames at the joints of his body. It looked like he had a high status in the Fire God tribe. No need to explain. I know you guys went to the Gold God tribe, and they didn't agree to your request, right? However, the young man in the lead sneered. His words caused the hearts of all the members of the Fire God tribe to tremble. They had actually been discovered? In reality, you guys don't know. All of your actions are being controlled by Lord Evil Spirits. You want to betray us? I have to say, this is a very foolish action. The young man in the lead said with a smile. The members of the Fire God tribe knew that things were troublesome. The treaty had been violated, and coupled with the matter of the human king's flame, this evil spirit alliance was probably going to kill them. Honorable human king, your fortune is boundless. You used fire to save the world. This humble subject is willing to serve you forever. I hope you will bestow me with power and expel all the evil spirits. Sigh. At this moment, the person in the lead suddenly murmured to himself. A mysterious power surged out from his body. However, the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance smiled. Someone slashed out with his sword and cut off the man's arm. That prayer was also interrupted. Obviously, the Heaven-Crushing Alliance also knew that the members of the Fire God tribe were also somewhat capable. Especially when their prayers were successful, they could create a powerful fire element power out of thin air. It was said that this power came from the human king's flame. It was also said that the members of the Fire God tribe were all transformed by the human king's flame. Now, however, their prayers had been interrupted. Final struggle. The members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance didn't waste any more words. They immediately attacked. However, at this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps traveled over from the forest. It was as if a few giants were walking over, everyone frowned. Then, the trees parted, and a few burly figures appeared. They were all wearing large cloaks, and it was as if they were evil spirits. In front of the three evil spirits was a young man wearing a blue and white robe. It was as if he were the owner of the evil spirits. There was a cold smile on his face, and he looked calmly at the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Merely a smile was enough to make the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance feel that something was wrong. The members of the Fire God tribe were the same. "Who are you?" the young man in the lead suddenly asked. "I'm very interested in your alliance. I wonder if you guys know this person?" "Yes." However, the newcomer didn't answer the question. Instead, he used his realm essence to draw a portrait. "It's senior brother Tianjing." Looking at the portrait, someone exclaimed in surprise. "Looks like I've found the right person." "Very good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 people in total." The young man suddenly nodded, causing the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance to be puzzled. What did this person mean? However, the young man's next sentence made them completely understand. "Leave one person alive, and kill the rest." This sentence was like the judgment of death. The members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance were stunned. Then, they started to sneer coldly. "Kill them all? Did this person know what he was doing?" The elite in the lead was just about to speak. Pung, however, a boom instantly traveled over from beside him. Blood gushed into the air, and the head of an elite beside him was instantly crushed. A ghost-rearing fellow, what a fast speed! They actually couldn't detect it, what a powerful force! Killing a peak martial ancestor was as easy as flipping his hand. At this moment, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. This scene was simply too terrifying. Bang! However, the horror did not end there. Next to him, another person's chest was pierced through. Following that, two malevolent spirits whose bodies looked like black metal began to crazily snatch that person's food. At this moment, everyone finally understood what the blue-robed young man meant. "Split up." Without any hesitation, the half-step martial god realm expert roared furiously and was the first to flee from here. However, the golden-white evil spirit was the first to chase after him. This scared him so much that his snot was about to spurt out. With his strength, he naturally noticed how terrifying this evil spirit was. In a short period of time, the empty space had fallen silent. The Heaven-Crushing Alliance, which had been insufferably arrogant just a moment ago, was now fleeing like a pack of stray dogs. The blue-robed young man sneered and suddenly disappeared on the spot. He also chased after one of them. Only the people of the Fire God tribe were left stunned on the spot. What had happened just now was like a dream. On the other side, in a dense forest, a figure shot forward in a frenzy. His face was pale and his forehead was full of sweat, dripping to the ground like raindrops. As for his feet, ice appeared, allowing him to glide forward. His speed was incomparably fast. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the innate ability he had used disappeared. He appeared beside a large tree, panting heavily. "I've finally escaped." "Who is that ghost-rearing fellow?" he said with lingering fear. "A guy who raises ghosts?" But at this moment, the trees behind him rustled, and a tall figure appeared in front of him. "They've caught up?" That person's jaw almost dropped to the ground. His pupils constricted, and without wasting any more words, he immediately tried to escape. However, as soon as he moved, countless wraith jellyfish wrapped around him, accompanied by numerous flying swords. In just a few breaths of time, this person was defeated. "Who is the leader of your Heaven-Crushing Alliance?" The newcomer was none other than Lin Ling. He stepped forward and said coldly, "Also, what is your goal?" "Oh, let me go, I'll talk. That person was being crazily bitten by the wraith jellyfish. With his strength against Lin Ling, he was obviously unable to withstand a single blow. "It's Wanyan Shiji. He is the second leader of the 9 prefectures Vicious 10, a corpse king. He went to the Ancient Origin mountain range. The one in the Ancient Origin forest is his son, Wanyan Bupo, an expert of the E-Garden's E-generation." E-Garden? Enemies really do meet on a narrow road. Moreover, the place of eternal rest was an ancient power with dense evil energy. The dignified E-Garden actually wanted this kind of student? However, what kind of strength did he have? Senior, he is a half-step martial god and possesses an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Currently, although his strength had greatly improved and he could defeat half-step martial gods, they were all grade 6 talents. Moreover, the most powerful half-step martial god he had seen was Tianjing. This guy was a grade 7 talent, but they had never fought before. However, Wanyan Bupo was slightly stronger than Sky Crystal. Then what is your purpose? Lin Ling asked again. Devouring the entire ancient origin forest with Death Ji in exchange for power, greatly increasing Wanyan Shiji's strength. In exchange, we can also obtain large amounts of rewards, such as the Wood God tribe's myriad spirit water, the Fire God tribe's human king flame, and so on. That's really generous, thank you. Lin Ling finally knew the heaven-crushing alliance's goal. However, these people were really despicable. They were willing to sacrifice the entire ancient origin forest for him. I've already told you, you should let me go. Seeing Lin Ling nod, that person begged for mercy. If it was in the past, I would have let you go. Unfortunately, now, you can only die. Remember, I'm Lin Ling from the Wind Snow Academy. Let me remind you one last time, I didn't promise to let you go. Lin Ling said sarcastically, turned around and left. You lied to me. That person's body trembled and he roared angrily. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already left. Instead, the endless evil spirits and jellyfish swallowed him, turning him into a dried corpse. Obviously, the evil spirits had encountered evil spirits, but the evil spirits seemed to be even more ferocious. At this moment, the people of the Fire God tribe were still in a daze. However, at this moment, the forest parted, and then a burly figure walked out. He was holding a thigh in his hand, as if he was eating a spicy strip. Most importantly, he had a smile on his face, which gave people a very strange feeling. Seeing this, a woman of the Fire God tribe screamed in fright. Shwa, shwa. However, at this moment, footsteps were heard again. Next, 2 evil spirits entered their sight, and they were actually fighting over the head. This. All the people of the Fire God tribe turned pale with fright. It's those evil spirits from before. This. Someone recognized the person who had died in the hands of the evil spirits through his clothes. This gave the people of the Fire God tribe a fright. The arrogant evil spirits from before were all dead now. No, it should have been eaten by someone. This result was undoubtedly beyond everyone's imagination. Because in the eyes of the Fire God tribe, those evil spirits were omnipotent. Eat, eat, eat. Eat. At this moment, the white evil spirit suddenly looked over, causing the people of the Fire God tribe to tremble. Don't come over. Retreat. They all quietly retreated, but the 3 evil spirits had already surrounded them from 3 angles. Have no choice but to be rude. Save. At this moment, a voice that was like a life-saving straw finally sounded. A young man in a blue and white robe quietly appeared and walked over step by step. Hero. Save. Benefactor. Save. Seeing this scene, the people of the Fire God tribe almost knelt down. In fact, these evil spirits were too terrifying. If it wasn't for this guy who raised these evil spirits, they didn't know what the outcome would be. After the blue-robed young man appeared, the 3 evil spirits stopped in their tracks and were extremely obedient. For the people of the Fire God clan, this scene was even more magical. Sir, thank you for saving our lives. Save. The middle-aged man in the lead immediately bowed to Lin Ling, but when he looked up, he saw that there was another evil spirit beside Lin Ling, but its figure was smaller, only the size of a fist. Of course, although this evil spirit was small, its expression was still ferocious. It's not that I saved them. It's just that I have a grudge with them. By the way, do you know Huan? Yes. Lin Ling walked over with a smile and asked. Yes, what about him? What? The middle-aged man in the lead suddenly said. Lin Ling did not say anything. Instead, he took out a large number of bone ash cups and gently placed them on the ground. This is? Seeing this, everyone's heart trembled, and they looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling also nodded, confirming their thoughts. Huaner. Everyone guessed something, and the middle-aged man in the lead directly knelt down, tears flowing out of his eyes. This made Lin Ling realize that this middle-aged man might be Huan's father. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi translation subduing the fire god tribe. However, the middle-aged man raised his head after crying for a while, and said, "This isn't your fault. It's those evil spirits' fault." It was clear that the middle-aged man was already used to this. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling sighed softly in his mind. "Are you interested in forming an alliance to eradicate the heaven-crushing alliance?" "Yes." The middle-aged man roared instinctively. His son had been killed, so how could he not want to seek revenge? "Yes." The others also raised their heads in anger. They had been oppressed by the heaven-crushing alliance for so many years, so how could they not want to resist? "Sir, my name is Huaba, and I'm Huahuan's father. We all want to resist the evil spirits, but the fire god tribe alone isn't enough. Moreover, our tribe leader is currently injured, and without him, we're even less able to resist the evil spirits." However, the middle-aged man quickly calmed down, and spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly, and said, "Those aren't evil spirits. They're an alliance formed by powerful beings, and their goal is to destroy the entire demonic forest." He revealed the information he knew, and everyone's expressions changed drastically. It was clear that they didn't know about this either. "I know that your tribe leader is indeed unable to resist the heaven-crushing alliance by himself, but what if the three tribes form an alliance?" Lin Ling suggested after allowing them to digest this information. This was because he had already formed this plan after learning about the heaven-crushing alliance. "Could it be that you're talking about the Wood God tribe and the Stone God tribe? There's no way they'll ally with us. The Wood God tribe is arrogant, and the Stone God tribe is stubborn. They don't walk the same path as us, and we haven't discussed matters together for 10,000 years. The middle-aged man said with a shake of his head. "Just because they didn't before doesn't mean they won't in the future. How can we know if we don't try anything?" However, Lin Ling spoke with determination. His words caused the members of the Fire God tribe to falter. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so stubborn. "Now, take me to see your tribe leader," Lin Ling said. "All right." Originally, meeting the patriarch of the Fire God race was a major event and humans were not qualified to go. However, Lin Ling brought back the ashes of Fire Huan, so they all chose to believe in Lin Ling. Lin Ling's plan was also very simple. He wanted to ally with the three tribes to oppose the heaven-crushing alliance. In reality, the current heaven-crushing alliance wasn't worthy of his fear. What he was wary of was Wanyan Bupo's father, Wanyan Shiji. This ancient elite was the second most powerful being in the resting ground of heroic spirits. He was most likely a top-tier elite among martial gods, therefore, if not for allying with the three great races, Lin Ling could not resist at all. As he followed the group, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The giant ghost had warned him that the Death Chi had appeared again. Clearly, it was here to supervise him, or perhaps, it was here to supervise the people from the Fire God tribe. "Hee, my name is Lin Ling. Because you killed a guy called Huahuan, it won't be long before I come to kill you. If you have the guts, don't run." Lin Ling instantly stopped in his tracks and sneered at the sky. Then, the steps of wisdom appeared and locked onto the wisp of Death Chi. Then, he had the evil ghost jellyfish devour it. Lin Ling knew that Wanyan Bupo must have heard what he said. "What?" In the ancient coffin, Wanyan Bupo's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling, it was Lin Ling, he didn't leave, and it seemed like he was declaring war on him. Moreover, he said that he had killed a guy called Huahuan, so he wanted to take revenge. Anger. Wanyan Bupo was undoubtedly enraged. This was because Lin Ling had ruined his plans. He hadn't even found Lin Ling for revenge, but Lin Ling had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door. How dare a junior of the martial ancestor realm act so arrogantly? At one point, Wanyan Bupo even thought that Lin Ling was bluffing. In fact, he had already escaped from the demonic forest. At that moment, Lin Ling was following the people from the Fire God tribe. He could guess that Wanyan Bupo didn't believe him. However, the latter had underestimated Lin Ling. After a long time, an ancient volcano appeared in front of him. The volcano was constantly erupting, and the scorching heat was blowing in their faces. Magma was pouring down like rain. What was surprising was that the Fire God tribe actually lived at the bottom of the volcano. The temperature was so high that there were no plants around. It was as if they were in purgatory. When they returned, Huaba and the others relaxed and smiled. "It's finally not that cold." "Cold?" Lin Ling was speechless. Sir, do you need help? At that moment, a lady behind Huaba looked at Lin Ling and asked. She was afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to withstand the temperature. Let's forget about this temperature. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled faintly. His divine devil body wasn't afraid of this temperature at all. Even if he entered the volcano, he wouldn't care. Huaba, why did you bring a human here? At that moment, a large number of people rushed out of the volcano. All of them had fiery red hair, and their auras were extremely fierce. An old man with a walking stick frowned as he looked at Huaba and the others. Elder, he's not a bad person. He's here to discuss something with the patriarch. Huaba immediately said. This is the place where the fire god tribe lives. How can we allow outsiders to come and go as they wish? Human, get lost. However, the old man stubbornly shook his head. Huaba quickly explained the purpose of Lin Ling's visit. What? After hearing Huaba's words, everyone's expression changed. Is he crazy? This human dares to attack the evil spirits? Huaba, have you lost your mind? Although your son is dead and I'm very sorry about this matter, you can't be impulsive. This will harm our entire fire god tribe. Moreover, he's just a kid who's still wet behind the ears. Do you think he can fight against the evil spirits? The old man was so angry that he started to laugh. After reprimanding Huaba, he pointed his walking stick at Lin Ling and shouted angrily, Human, seeing that you brought back Huahuan's ashes, I'll let you leave. You can deceive Huahuan, but you can't deceive me. Deceive? Lin Ling smiled. Moreover, this old man was calling him wet behind the ears, a hint of anger silently rose in his heart. Apart from his personal vendetta against the heaven-crushing alliance, he also wanted to help the other tribes, however, his good intentions were struck by lightning. Old man, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Ling couldn't help but shout. Moreover, he also pointed at the old man. The old man faltered, and the veins on his forehead bulged in anger. You can be stubborn, you can be foolish, but it won't be long before your fire god tribe is annihilated because of you. At that time, I'd like to see who's deceiving who and who's still wet behind the ears. Lin Ling said with a cold smile. You. The old man was a person of virtue and prestige. When had he ever been scolded by a human like this? He was just about to speak, but Lin Ling was faster than him. How many people have died in your tribe? How long have you been suppressed? I'm sure you know better than me. However, you can only hide in the volcano. Do you have any backbone? Do you have any courage? Are you still men? Worship, everyone was furious at first, but they were also rendered speechless by Lin Ling's words. Had their fire god tribe lost a lot of people? Had they been oppressed for a short period of time, they should have had a happy home, but now, they could only be forced to live in the volcano and were not allowed to come out. How could the old man not know this? However, he was scolded by Lin Ling. He could not take this lying down. The old man was about to say his seniority. However, Lin Ling blocked his mouth again. Don't you and I. Let me ask you, the human king's flame has been awakened. Where are you? Your totems are being violated, and you are actually indifferent? Also, the demon forest is about to be destroyed. Why are you still hiding in this broken mountain? Are you waiting for death? Lin Ling's last sentence was like thunder, everyone's body trembled, and their eyes turned red. The old man was so angry that his face was distorted. What qualifications do you have to talk about us? Men, capture him. First elder. Yes. However, everyone frowned and did not act blindly without thinking. Although they were not on the same path as humans, they could not deny that Lin Ling was right, therefore, they did not want to kill that young man. Kill him. If the patriarch is not here, I will be the patriarch of the fire god tribe. Yes. When the first elder saw that no one listened to him, he felt that his position was being challenged. The most important thing was that the person who challenged him was actually a brat who was still wet behind the ears. He didn't believe that the fire god race would listen to him more or that humans' words more. However, there were exceptions to everything. The fire god tribe might not listen to the human. Because the roar in Lin Ling's heart was getting stronger and stronger. He simply controlled the evil ghost jellyfish to float out with a strand of hair-sized flame in its mouth. The moment this flame came out, an invisible pressure spread out, everyone from the fire god tribe was stunned, and the next moment, they all knelt down. The scene was incomparably spectacular, even that huge volcano seemed to have stopped spewing lava at this moment. The world was silent, because that wisp of flame was a totem, the totem of the fire god race. This was also the legend of their fire god race for thousands of years. Let him come to me now, I will come to him myself. At this moment, a solemn voice suddenly roared from within the volcano. A moment later, a bulky middle-aged man walked out with a few people supporting him. The middle-aged man had an extraordinary aura. He was also a martial god realm expert. His hair was a meter long, reaching the ground. However, it was quite dim at the moment, and the fire path runes on his body were actually more numerous than the others. Patriarch. Seeing this, everyone shouted loudly. The Great Elder's entire body was trembling as he respectfully shouted. Then he loudly said, Patriarch, don't be fooled. He is a fake, definitely a fake. However, the clan leader didn't say anything. He walked in front of the Great Elder and looked down at him, causing the Great Elder's expression to become one of terror. In reality, how could the Great Elder not know that the flames that Lin Ling controlled were real? This was because he could also sense the might that was radiating from Lin Ling's body. It was as if his ancestor had arrived. He was only unwilling to admit it because he couldn't swallow his pride. However, being looked at like this by the clan leader, he finally calmed down. Then, he knelt on the ground and crawled toward Lin Ling. Lord Totem, please spare my life. I was blind to not recognize Mount Tai. As he knelt, he kowtowed. There was no trace of his previous domineering attitude. Meanwhile, Lin Ling stood silently like a guardian. When the Great Elder crawled in front of him, he stepped on the Great Elder's shoulder and forced him to the ground. Despicable wretch. A disdainful voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth. He, Lin Ling, had done his best to eradicate the heaven-crushing alliance, yet this old geezer had opposed him time and time again. Moreover, if what this old geezer said was right and reasonable, then he, Lin Ling, would be convinced, but King Hell, this old geezer was just spouting nonsense. To put it bluntly, he still couldn't swallow his pride. Being stepped on by Lin Ling, the Great Elder's whole body started to tremble. How could he dare to resist? He lay on the ground, not daring to utter a single word. Totem. At this moment, the clan leader also knelt down, and spoke respectfully. Clan leader of the Fire God tribe, do you know your sins? However, Lin Ling shouted in a dignified voice. His voice also caused the clan leader's whole body to tremble. He continued to kowtow. I know my sins, I know my sins. He didn't know where Lin Ling came from, but Lin Ling possessed the flame of the human monarch, so how could he not be respectful? Moreover, he suddenly guessed that the flame of the human monarch had awakened some time ago. Could it be that the flame of the human monarch had transformed into this young man? The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. Of course, the others were also letting their imaginations run wild. In the end, they also thought so. Therefore, they kowtowed even harder. Totem, the fire god tribe failed to protect you and woke you up. The clan leader kowtowed 3 more times before speaking in a trembling voice. Lin Ling was stunned at first, then he knew that these people were overthinking. However, since he wanted to borrow the power of the fire god tribe, he had to admit it. The evil aura is going to destroy the entire demonic forest, but you all are hiding in the volcano. Are you all digging your own graves in advance? Lin Ling said coldly. The fire god tribe knows our sins, the fire god tribe knows our sins. The clan leader kowtowed even harder. Seeing this, Lin Ling also knew when to stop. He said indifferently, forget it. I'm here today because I plan to summon the 3 tribes to fight against the evil spirit alliance together. Is it possible? The clan leader raised his head in disbelief. Summon the 3 tribes? The 3 tribes hadn't been in contact for 10,000 years. What do you think? Lin Ling suddenly asked. The clan leader immediately nodded. If the totem is here, it's definitely possible, definitely possible. It was obvious that he was extremely convinced by Lin Ling. If Lin Ling asked him to die, he wouldn't even frown. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Lin Ling finally nodded. He then took a step forward and said, "Okay, that's about it. Now, let me take a look at your injuries." "Yes." Hearing this, the clan leader forced a smile and said, "I've been injured for many years. I was injured by an evil spirit. The one who attacked me was the strongest evil spirit. So, after so many years, I've gotten used to it." However, just as he finished speaking, a large number of evil spirit jellyfish floated out of Lin Ling's body. "Don't resist," Lin Ling said indifferently. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Lord Totem had an evil spirit on him? However, they quickly comforted themselves. Lord Totem was omnipotent. It wasn't difficult for him to imitate an evil spirit. The clan leader was also in a daze, but he didn't dare to resist. He just smiled and said, "Lord Totem is thoughtful. However, this death aura is wrapped around my fire heart, so it's very difficult to get rid of it, unless..." Before he finished speaking, evil spirit jellyfish swam out one by one, carrying with them wisps of death aura. This made the clan leader feel as if he had been struck by lightning. There was only one sentence in his heart. Lord Totem is omnipotent. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. He unleashed his full power. How could he know that this deathly aura was exactly the same as the deathly aura under the trees of the Wood God tribe? In fact, it was even weaker than the deathly aura under the forest. The Fire God tribe couldn't do anything about it, but Lin Ling could. "Give it a try," Lin Ling said calmly. The tribe leader immediately sensed his surroundings and discovered that the deathly aura around his fire heart had completely disappeared. He couldn't help but roar at the sky. After being trapped by the deathly aura for so long, he was finally free. No one had experienced this feeling before, and they had no idea how torturous it was, because every night, the deathly aura would stir and devour everything in his body. That kind of pain was the most terrifying torment in the world. "Thank you, Lord Totem." Then, the clan leader kowtowed to Lin Ling again, and the ground cracked from the kowtow. "Wait for my command." Lin Ling smiled. He didn't expect to subdue the Fire God tribe so easily. "Farewell, Lord Totem." Seeing Lin Ling leave, everyone from the Fire God tribe kowtowed again. He was the first human to receive such a grand gesture. Only after Lin Ling left did the Fire God tribe erupt into an uproar. Everyone was overjoyed. "This is great, Lord Totem has come to save us." "Lord Totem, I actually saw Lord Totem with my own eyes." "Huaba, good job, you actually found Lord Totem." After a series of excited conversations, everyone looked at Huaba, and this made him blush. That was because he wasn't the one who found Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling was actually Lord Totem. This caused him to be confused. He only thought of Lord Totem in his mind. Wasn't he the guy who raised ghosts? After Lin Ling left the Fire God tribe, he immediately headed toward the Stone God tribe. Previously, he had questioned the members of the Heaven Crushing Alliance, and he had a rough idea of the Heaven Crushing Alliance's strength. That was why he wanted to gather the three tribes to work together. The most difficult Fire God tribe had been dealt with, and the remaining Stone God tribe and Wood God tribe were much simpler, especially the Wood God tribe. He probably only needed to say a few words. And if the members of the Heaven Crushing Alliance knew that Lin Ling didn't leave, and instead gathered the three tribes, they would probably explode with anger. That was because Lin Ling not only destroyed their efforts, but he also planned to uproot them. He was practically like a hornet's nest, and there would be endless trouble after being poked. Night fell unknowingly. Lin Ling walked quickly along the forest, but at this time, footsteps came from the dense forest in front of him, and there were also sounds of complacent conversation. "Lin Ling, Lin, Lin Ling, Lin Lin Ling, a warning, Lin Ling, Lin, Lin." Hee, this time, the young master is completely enraged. He's going to attack the Wood God clan. Not long ago, the Death Chi in the Wood God clan's underground was destroyed by someone. Therefore, the young master wants to punish the Wood God clan as an example to others. I've heard that there are many beauties in the Wood God tribe, especially their queen. However, she's not weak, so they only need to wait for the Wood God tribe to engulf the entire forest, and the queen won't be able to fight back. Even senior brother Tianjing can defeat her. Tianjing and Big Ghost have been mobilized this time. Big Ghost is the most lecherous, and those beauties of the Wood God tribe are going to suffer. They were actually members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Moreover, they were going to attack the Wood God tribe. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Most importantly, he had heard that one of them was Tianjing. Tianjing had killed Huan, and this was a thorn in Lin Ling's heart. He had to avenge this. His gaze was like a wolf's as he stared ahead. Through the broken leaves, Lin Ling stared at the group of people. He was also assessing their strength. This time, there were 6 half-step martial gods, and 12 peak stage martial progenitors. This was a formidable opponent. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ling had broken through, he wouldn't have dared to face them head-on. However, since he had broken through, then he might as well test his strength. However, don't be too careless. I've heard that a vermin has come to the demonic forest, and it seems like many people have died at his hands. I've also heard about it, but according to senior brother Tianjing, this person seems to have escaped. No matter what, it's not wrong to be cautious. According to my understanding, this person's name is Lin Ling, and he can kill peak stage martial progenitors. Lin Ling? I've never heard of him before. The group of people advanced along the forest. However, they were powerful, and it was as if they could communicate with heaven and earth. Soon, they also sensed that something was wrong. Who's there? Someone asked in a low voice. What was terrifying was that there were a large number of eyes floating around this person, and further away, there were a large number of ears. I'm the Lin Ling you're all talking about. However, the person who had just arrived walked out openly. In everyone's eyes, the trees parted, and under the dim night sky, a blue-robed young man walked out with a large sword on his back. Lin Ling, you're still here? Seeing this, the crowd halted in their tracks, as their faces were filled with disbelief. Although it was their first time seeing Lin Ling, they had assumed that Lin Ling would have escaped from the forest. Mid-stage martial progenitor realm? Following this, an expert said with a hoarse voice. The reason being that Lin Ling was slowly drawing out his sword without concealing his cultivation. You can call me Lin Ling, or you can call me Chou Lang, the Wolf of Vengeance. Lin Ling drew out his sword and said with a hollow laugh while pointing it at the crowd. Mid-stage martial progenitor realm? Vengeance? Are you kidding me? Vengeance my ass. The experts were startled before they burst out laughing. However, their smiles were extremely cold. Bang. However, Lin Ling also made his move. He went all out. He was facing a few half-martial god realm experts, and quite a number of peak martial progenitors. It was obviously going to be a fierce battle. If Lin Ling did not want to test his limits, he would not even take part in the battle. It was also the reason why the crowd assumed that Lin Ling was out of his mind. It was already impressive for an intermediate martial progenitor to defeat a half-martial god, let alone fighting against a sea of cultivators. A terrifying force swept across the place, as if it was going to destroy the heavens and earth. The area within 10,000 li had turned into a forbidden area. Even 1,000 years later, the place would be completely barren. It was destined to be a sleepless night. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, countless inherited underworld swords flew out, forming a total of 9,999 swords. On top of that, the progenitor force had reached 90%, according to the rumors. When the 9,999 flying swords were fully activated, they would form the strongest underworld sword, which contained a hint of godly force. As such, martial god Qilin treated the swords as precious treasures. Following the swords were countless demonic jellyfish. He's no ordinary intermediate martial progenitor. His talent is most likely above the 8th grade. Lin Ling, I remember now. He's Lin Ling from the Snow Wind Institute, the first person to reach the 9th floor of the Ethereal Tower. He even defeated Duan Wuhing from the Duan clan. I heard from some senior brothers that his talents can be stacked. The Wood God clan was in danger. After a long time, the mighty momentum gradually calmed down. At dawn, everything returned to tranquility, as if nothing had happened. Only the thick smell of blood quietly drifted out. At this moment, thousands of miles away, huge black wolves quietly appeared. They were obviously attracted by the fresh blood. These were primordial devil wolves, the most terrifying demonic beasts in the primordial devil forest. However, just as they were about to take the risk and enter the forbidden area, suddenly, a figure slowly walked out from the rubble in front of them. This person carried a big sword on his back and wore a red robe. His face was full of fatigue and there were even many wounds on his body. Some of the wounds were even dripping with blood, but they were quickly recovering. However, it was not because of the red robe, but because the robe was dyed red with blood. It's daybreak. The man suddenly stopped in his tracks and smiled faintly. With just one sentence, the surrounding demonic elemental wolves began to tremble. They even forgot to run away and lay on the ground, not daring to move an inch. They felt that this person was simply a god of death. After that person, 3 more tall figures appeared, and a large number of dragon demons slowly walked past those beasts and finally disappeared into the distance. None of the primal devil wolves dared to move. They finally dared to move when the sound in the distance had completely disappeared. A wild wolf was rather bold. It mustered up its courage and quietly probed into the open space. Immediately, it saw that the place was filled with blood and rotten flesh, as if it was a calamity of the world. The most frightening thing was that all kinds of forces were still spreading in the open space, making this wild wolf feel as if it had come to the remains of the most intense battle in the post-God era. Bang! The primordial devil wolf remained motionless. It was scared to death. At this moment, by a small stream, Lin Ling changed his clothes and took a bath. Then, he slowly got up and sat down cross-legged. Looking at the bloody holes on his body, he shook his head helplessly. After a night of battle, he had completely killed all the experts in the forest. This allowed Lin Ling to confirm that as long as his opponent was not a grade 7 genius, he would be able to kill any half-martial god realm cultivator. From this, it could be seen just how much power the heavenly dragon bone had brought him. In a one-on-one battle, Lin Ling was confident that he could kill a half-step to martial god with a 7th grade ultimate wild body. Oh right, giant ghost, how do I refine the human monarch's flame? After resting for a while, Lin Ling looked to the side and said. Fruit of good, fruit of fortune, fruit of fate, these 3 fruits are enough. Because these fruits have received the blessings of the gods of heaven and earth, they are items of great fortune. With their protection, you can refine the human king's flame. The giant ghost said. Hearing that, Lin Ling was a little excited. The flame path had accompanied him since he was young. He was truly reluctant to give it up. It was just that the space-time divine steel had always been sufficient, so he hadn't looked for a more powerful flame seed. And now, he had obtained the human king's first flame. Lin Ling's flame Dao could also continue to be passed down. You want to kill Sky Crystal? The giant ghost asked. Lin Ling immediately nodded his head. A 7th grade ultimate wild body, in addition to the fact that his cultivation is much higher than yours. If you want to kill him, you will need to use your full strength. Therefore, you should heal your injuries first. The giant ghost reminded him. Lin Ling was aware of this too. He immediately took out a large number of treasures and began to heal his injuries. These treasures were taken from the experts. Many of them were extremely rare. Of course, the one that allowed Lin Ling to recover rapidly was the 10,000 spirits water. At the same time, Lin Ling checked his cultivation and discovered that his 4th-level martial progenitor realm had stabilized. The energy that he obtained from devouring the experts with the help of the malevolent spirit jellyfish would definitely not be weak. The warm-up battle is over. Xiao Kunlun, giant ghost, the real battle is about to begin. Lin Ling smiled and closed his eyes slightly. He exclaimed in his heart. The trip to the demonic forest had greatly improved his strength. His confidence in the battle 3 years later was undoubtedly greater. Of course, the battle last night seemed simple. In fact, Lin Ling had suffered a few fatal blows. Most importantly, Lin Ling was in a rush and had wanted to kill them all in one night. Otherwise, if Lin Ling had defeated them one by one, he would not have suffered such serious injuries. While Lin Ling was recovering, on the other side, the soil under the ancient tombstone continued to rumble as a coffin appeared. Following this, a figure slowly walked out from it. It was Wanyan Bupo. However, his expression was extremely unpleasant. This was because he had wanted to supervise Lin Ling, but had failed once again. Lin Ling was the only person in the demonic forest who was not under his supervision. On the other hand, he was ranked 30th on the stairway of the divine list. Lin Ling was only ranked 400th. There was such a big gap between them, but Lin Ling was not under his control. He could not figure it out at all. Young master, bad news. Senior Brother Li and the rest who went to the Wood God tribe last night are all dead. At that instant, an expert suddenly rushed over and said with a bow. What? There are many half-step to martial gods among them. They are ranked 400th on the divine ranking and below, and they are all dead. Wanyan Bupo's already unpleasant expression was now filled with murderous intent. They are all dead. There is not even a blade of grass growing within a 10,000-mile radius. That expert said solemnly. It is Lin Ling. It is definitely Lin Ling. Wanyan Bupo frowned and suddenly thought of something. When the expert heard this, he was shocked. He then frowned and said, "This is impossible. Although Lin Ling defeated Duan Wuhan, it was only a short time ago. He should not have such strength in such a short period of time. Moreover, we have checked and found that all of them were killed on the spot. It was only one night. It is impossible for Lin Ling to do it alone." Wanyan Bupo placed his hands behind his back and looked coldly into the distance. He said, "Don't forget that Lin Ling defeated Duan Wuhan. He has a set of mysterious super skills that can superimpose his talents. This is the reason why he is challenging the world god's 3 halls. However, this is too unreal. It is also because Lin Ling has broken through during this period of time." What? When the expert heard Wanyan Bupo's analysis, his heart trembled violently. This demonic genius who is more powerful than Duan Wuhan is really terrifying. He has broken through in such a short period of time, and his combat strength can even kill a half-step to martial god. Inform Sky Crystal and Big Ghost to be careful, especially Big Ghost. He likes beauties, so don't go alone. It's best if he goes with Sky Crystal. As long as we capture Her Majesty, the wood gods will be under our control. Wanyan Bupo knew that the bigger picture was more important. They had to deal with the wood god tribe first. However, Degue has already disappeared. Only senior brother Tianjing brought his men to the wood god tribe. Senior brother Degue said that the death chi has already spread to the roots of the forest. He does not need to do anything to the queen. Tianjing alone can take care of her. That is why he disappeared. Bastard, this guy must have gone to play with women. He can't do anything right. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Demonic Essence Wolf. He had a feeling that something was about to happen to Big Ghost. This was because if Big Ghost and Tianjing worked together, they wouldn't even be afraid of martial gods. However, if they separated, it would be hard to say. Go and tell Tianjing that there's been a change in the situation. Tell him to come back immediately. Wanyan Bupo issued an order. He had a feeling that things were becoming more and more troublesome. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he had to plan everything carefully. After all, the 3 tribes of the demonic forest couldn't be underestimated. It was just that they weren't united. Moreover, all the tribe leaders had been controlled by the aura of death, and their strength had been greatly reduced. Moreover, this aura of death had been left behind by his father, so how could the tribe leaders resist it? However, his father had told him before going to the ancient Yuan mountain range that he couldn't allow the 3 tribes to work together, otherwise, all their efforts would be for naught. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling was already heading toward the wood god tribe at this moment. This was because he knew that the heaven-crushing alliance was about to attack the wood god tribe. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh as he walked along the path he had come from. He was now going back on the same path. However, Lin Ling wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't destroy the heaven-crushing alliance. Moreover, he knew that Tianjing had appeared in the wood god tribe this time. Thus, he was going to take revenge. He was full of confidence in his revenge. After walking for a whole day, the scent of the wood god tribe finally appeared ahead. However, compared to last time, the wood god tribe was much quieter this time. As he continued forward, he suddenly heard whispers in front of him. This time, His Majesty has asked us to find the stone god tribe. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. That's right, the evil spirits are invading. The aura of death that disappeared not long ago has reappeared. Moreover, it's even stronger than before. His Majesty has said that if we can't invite the stone god tribe, a great calamity will befall our wood god tribe. Sigh, the stone god tribe is a bunch of stubborn old geezers. How can it be so easy to invite them? These voices were somewhat familiar, and Lin Ling's eyes involuntarily lit up. He immediately parted the branches in front of him, and saw a clearing. There were more than a dozen people in the open space. Some of them were holding bows and arrows while others were holding short swords. They were the people of the Wood God clan. The reason why Lin Ling sought them out was because he wanted to know more about the Wood God clan. It's you. The appearance of Lin Ling had undoubtedly caused the expressions of those people to change slightly. After that, their expressions gradually became disdainful, because they all knew Lin Ling. More importantly, they had the protector of the Wood God clan, the Grand Elder, and even Xianxia. Why are you here? Didn't you leave the demon forest? After recovering from her shock, the Great Elder smiled and spoke. Her attitude towards Lin Ling was clearly not as overbearing as before, because on that day, Her Majesty the Queen had personally come to see Lin Ling off. This made her realize that Lin Ling was definitely not simple. However, the young man was very unhappy. He was originally a protector, but because of Lin Ling, he had been stripped of his status. If it wasn't for the urgency of this matter, his status as a protector would have been stripped, and all of this was because of Lin Ling. He couldn't understand how a mere human could be valued by Her Majesty the Queen. Of course, Xianxia also thought the same. She didn't even want to take another look at Lin Ling. Lin Ling naturally noticed their expressions. However, he didn't have time to pay attention to these small fries. Grand Elder, what happened to the Wood God clan? Lin Ling asked. In reply to my lord, nothing happened to the Wood God clan. Everything is fine for now, the Grand Elder immediately replied with a smile. This also caused Lin Ling to relax. It seemed that the heaven-crushing alliance hadn't made a move against the Wood God alliance yet. He was just about to ask again, but at this moment, Xianxia had already spoken. What does the Wood God clan's matter have to do with you? Also, even if something really happened to the Wood God clan, what can you do to help? Don't think that I don't know the strength of you humans. You're only a martial progenitor. You don't even have a half-step martial god. You overestimate yourself. Her words were sharp and harsh. Not only her, but the others also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Xianxia, don't be rude. However, the Grand Elder shouted angrily at them. Her Majesty the Queen had already treated Lin Ling as a guest, but these people thought that the Wood God clan was arrogant and actually looked down on Lin Ling. If you don't want to say it, then I won't say it. Xianxia was obviously very afraid of the Grand Elder, so she pursed her lips. However, she suddenly looked at the Guardian and said with a smile, the Guardian is still the most powerful. Last time, you killed a human peak martial progenitor with a single arrow. Clean and crisp, a fatal arrow. What, a single arrow? If you say that the Guardian defeated a peak martial progenitor, we would believe it. However, to kill a peak martial progenitor with a single arrow, that's not very possible. The others were instantly shocked. Because of Her Majesty's order, this matter hasn't been announced. However, you can ask the Guardian. Xianxia instantly smiled proudly. There was a hint of admiration in her eyes as she looked at the young man. Of course, she also secretly glanced at Lin Ling. Her eyes were filled with mockery. This kid's strength was very ordinary, and not only that, but his temper was also very bad. Since you've said it, then I'll admit it. That's indeed the case. At that instant, the Guardian calmly nodded his head. Buzz buzz, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As they had said, defeating a peak martial progenitor was not too shocking. However, killing a peak martial progenitor with a single arrow was absolutely shocking. Following this, they uttered sounds of admiration. However, their loud voices had no doubt interrupted Lin Ling's inquiry, causing Lin Ling to shake his head helplessly. If it weren't for the Grand Elder and the Queen, he would have scolded them. After all, the calamity of the Wood God tribe was approaching, yet they still had the mood to talk about other things. As he was about to inquire further, the howls of wolves could be heard coming from ahead. Demonic elemental wolves. These were the strongest beasts in the demonic forest, capable of posing a threat to the other tribes. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Most importantly, the number of these demonic elemental wolves could reach over 100,000 at a time. The previous guardian of the Wood God tribe had been killed by these wolves. As there were too many of them, even a half-martial god would have to dodge them. Whoosh! At that instant, the guardian fired an arrow forward, which penetrated countless trees with a menacing aura. However, to everyone's surprise, after the arrow was fired, the howls of the wolves disappeared as if they had all left. It was obvious that the demonic elemental wolves were intimidated by the arrow. As expected of the Guardian, Xianxia immediately let out an excited smile. The others wore looks of admiration as well. They knew that if it were not for the threat of the arrow, the demonic elemental wolves would have arrived and wreaked havoc. If the demonic elemental wolves had seen blood, they would have gone even crazier, resulting in a calamity. Luckily, the guardian had stopped them from doing so. The Wolf King had retreated after seeing the extraordinary power of the arrow. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations the person who will kill you. However, Xianxia didn't think so much. She said sarcastically, some people still want to protect the Wood God tribe. Hee, if it weren't for the guardian's arrow, he would have become a piece of meat in the mouth of a wolf. Although she didn't mention names, everyone knew that she was talking about Lin Ling. Instantly, many people laughed mockingly, as if Lin Ling had taken advantage of them. Forget it, it's nothing. Anyway, he's Her Majesty's guest, so let's protect him. The protector spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, as if he was rewarding Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to say anything. Only he knew that the primal demon wolves weren't scared away by the arrow. The real reason was the platinum evil spirit. Moreover, Lin Ling remembered correctly that when he killed the elites of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance a few days ago, he also saw a large pack of wolves. However, when the wolves saw him, they could only kneel and tremble. Those wolves seemed to be the primal demon wolves. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to explain such a thing. However, his silence was naturally seen as a guilty conscience by Xianxia, and she laughed even more proudly. Lin Ling asked the Great Elder again, then why did you lead the Wood God tribe this time? The Great Elder didn't want to say at first, but she felt that since Lin Ling was valued by Her Majesty, he should be trustworthy. Immediately, she said, under Her Majesty's orders, we went to find the Stone God and discuss the matter of an alliance. After all, Her Majesty thinks that the primal demon forest will definitely become a land of death if we don't form an alliance now that a calamity has arrived. Indeed. Lin Ling nodded. Then, he said, Her Majesty is indeed thoughtful. Currently, I've already contacted the Fire God tribe. As long as I ask, they'll agree to the alliance. As for the Stone God tribe, although I haven't gone, I'm confident that I can persuade them. When the time comes, we can also fight against the evil spirits. Hearing this, the Great Elder's eyes narrowed. Xianxia, the guardian, and the others couldn't help but laugh loudly. This human was too good at bragging. He actually said that the Fire God race would agree to the alliance. Could it be that he thought of himself as a god? Lord Guardian, I don't understand why Her Majesty likes this human. Humans are greedy and hypocritical. They have been bragging from the beginning and are still bragging now. Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Madam Xianxia, now that you mention it, I just remembered that some people do often brag. They can't stop bragging the first time we meet them. They don't respect our elders at all. The others immediately recalled their first encounter with Lin Ling. Then, they laughed even louder. The guardian kept shaking his head. There was only a sympathetic light in his eyes, as if he was sympathizing with Lin Ling. All of you, shut up. At this moment, the first elder could no longer stand it and shouted angrily. Great Elder, we are only speaking the truth. Hearing this, Xianxia felt extremely wronged. This time, the Great Elder couldn't help but stand up. Although she also thought that Lin Ling was bragging, Xianxia and the others weren't giving Lin Ling any face at all. Haha, I've finally found you. Little Xianxia, I'm here. However, at this moment, a loud roar suddenly sounded. Then, the earth rumbled and the trees in front of them collapsed. Dust was tumbling and a strong murderous aura covered the sky. Among them, there were endless howls of wolves. The primordial demon wolves were back. Everyone stood up with a solemn expression and their pupils were trembling. Bang bang bang, the surrounding trees all collapsed. Following that, countless pitch-black, 2-meter-tall primal demon wolves appeared and surrounded the group. Roar roar roar, the number of primordial demon wolves was endless. They all lowered their front legs and drooled from their cold teeth as they growled. Of course, this was secondary. The most important thing was that among the wolves, a burly man with long hair and a valiant figure rode on the primordial demon wolf king and walked out of the pack of wolves. Seeing that person, Xianxia's face changed because she knew that man. He was from the wicked spirits and had come to the Wood God clan before. He was also eyeing her covetously. Of course, she was not the only one who was shocked. In fact, everyone in the Wood God clan was shocked. Even the Lord Guardian, who had previously intimidated the pack of wolves with his arrow, was trembling at this moment. this was because there were too many primordial demon wolves. If he was surrounded by primordial demon wolves, even he was not confident that he could escape alive, not to mention, there was a powerful wicked spirit there. That wicked spirit was a half-step to the martial god realm. He was no match for him at all. Most importantly, this wicked spirit could summon primordial demon wolves. What a terrifying technique. Little Xianxia, I've come especially for you. Our Lord Wicked Spirit has arranged a task for me. However, I can't forget about you. I searched the entire Wood God clan but couldn't find you. So, I came especially for you. The valiant man stared at Xianxia from head to toe. His gaze seemed to see through her entire body. Xianxia immediately felt a chill run down her spine. Only she knew what would happen if she fell into the man's hands. It was said that the man had killed 3 primordial demon elephants in one night. If she fell into the man's hands, she would rather die. Lord Guardian. At this moment, she no longer had her previous arrogance. She was like a girl who was about to be bullied. The only thing she could rely on was the Lord Guardian. However, the Lord Guardian was even more afraid than she was. However, because of his position as the Lord Guardian, he braced himself and said, "Wicked spirit, you're so daring. Be careful that you'll be punished by the gods." He spoke without any confidence. His voice was even trembling. Scram. The valiant man sneered disdainfully. A powerful aura surged out like a wave. Thud thud thud. The Lord Guardian took 3 steps back. His handsome face was pale with fright. Oh woo, almost at the same time, all the primordial demon wolves howled. Their bestial instincts soared into the sky. Bang. These howls scared the Lord Guardian so much that he fell to the ground. The smell of urine wafted out from his pants. Was this really the Lord Guardian who had intimidated the pack of wolves with a single arrow? Everyone felt that this was unreal. Their hearts were like dead ashes. Xianxia sat weakly on the ground. It was as if the mental pillar in her heart had collapsed. Tears flowed out of her eyes. Those were tears of helplessness. Haha, little beauty, you're my woman. I'll take good care of you even if you run to the ends of the earth. Looking at Xianxia's appearance, the valiant man's bestial instincts were aroused. He could not help but laugh. However, before his laughter died down, a puzzled voice suddenly rang out in the quiet space. You're the Great Ghost? The Great Ghost with Tianjing. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He had been looking for Tianjing and the Great Ghost because these two were the strongest experts of the Wood God clan. I'm the Great Ghost. Who are you? The Great Ghost sneered and looked for the person who had spoken. I'm the one who's going to kill you. After being acknowledged, Lin Ling finally revealed his killing intent and leaped out. Awoo. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Imagination and Reality. Lord Lin Ling. The Grand Elder shouted worriedly. Lin Ling dared to provoke the primordial demon wolves. Was he courting death? Get lost. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to the Grand Elder's warning. His voice reverberated in the air. Woo woo woo. All the wolves knelt down at the sound. It was a shocking sight. Boom, everyone was shocked. Even the primordial demon wolves were bowing down to him. The Grand Ghost frowned and a divine artifact appeared in his hand. It was a 3rd-grade divine artifact, the sea-splitting axe. Eat my axe. The Grand Ghost leaped up and his strength erupted. He appeared in the sky like a blazing sun. However, Lin Ling was even faster. Combining his talents, his dragon claws sliced through the ancestral power of the divine axe and reached the big ghost in the blink of an eye. Then, like a pair of pliers, his claws grabbed onto the big ghost's neck, fast, extremely fast. It was the speed of 1,500 worlds. His strength was ferocious. It was the strength of 10,000 worlds. After grabbing the Grand Ghost's neck, the Grand Ghost could not resist at all. The two of them turned into shooting stars and slammed into the ground. Boom, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The trees in the distance collapsed like building blocks. The earth churned like waves, stretching out for thousands of miles. Then, a huge crater appeared. Looking carefully, the thing lying in the crater was none other than the big ghost. Dust was rolling around the pit. The man who looked like a demon god was none other than Lin Ling. Ah! This scene undoubtedly caused all the members of the Wood God clan to drop their jaws. This Lin Ling, he actually defeated the evil spirit. The evil spirit was a half-step to martial god realm expert. Moreover, he could summon the primordial demon wolves. Even the guardians were frightened to the point of sitting on the ground and wetting their pants. However, that was not the end of it. The primordial demon wolves, who had been too intimidated to move, turned red. "Give me your flesh and blood." Inside the pit, Big Ghost was undoubtedly in an extremely miserable state, but he also let out a hysterical cry. Countless red lights floated out like ribbons and landed on the bodies of the Devil Essence wolves. Next, the Devil Essence wolves howled in pain. Their flesh and blood melted, and under the binding of the ribbons, they rushed into the deep pit, densely packed. It was a ghastly sight. This frightened the Wood God clan. They clearly knew that the Great Ghost had absorbed the Devil Essence wolf, so its strength would definitely increase greatly. "Brat, you're the first one to hurt me. Repent. Be surprised. You finally know what kind of existence you provoked." Within the deep pit, countless pieces of flesh and blood were rolling about, as if they were a pile of meat paste. "Lord Lin Ling, leave quickly." The first elder knew they were in trouble. After all, the evil spirit was a half-step martial god. As for the Wood God race's protector, his legs went soft. He pointed forward and was speechless. This was because he saw with his own eyes that a terrifying lump of meat was growing. It was emitting a soul-stirring power. This scared him so much that he didn't even have the strength to run away. This talent is not bad. However, in front of the huge mountain of meat, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at it with a smile in his eyes. The Great Ghost's talent was similar to the technique he had seen in the Rainbow World. It was absorbing the flesh and blood of demonic beasts to increase its strength. If it was in the past, Lin Ling would have been surprised by this talent. However, he was used to it now. He even felt that the Great Ghost's talent was slightly weaker than the experts in the Rainbow World. "It seems like I have to merge with the evil spirit jellyfish," Lin Ling muttered to himself. However, he shook his head. Instead, the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. Then, he jumped up, held the sword with both hands, and stabbed it into the mountain of meat on the ground. The power of 10,000 realms erupted, the fusion of the 6 great Danshan's realms. 80% of the ancestral power was stimulated. This sword had truly come from the era of the deities. The Wood God clan's people's eyes were trembling. In their eyes, it was as if the most ancient deities had descended, holding a sword to drive away the evil spirit. Today, the surprise that Lin Ling brought them was too strong. However, was that all? Rumble, a deafening sound could be heard. The wriggling mountain of meat was shattered by the impact of the sword. Following this, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, the mountain of meat exploded and scattered across the ground. Everyone was stunned. The first elder's mouth opened wider, the protector's mouth opened wider, and everyone's mouth opened wider too. Was this the human they thought was a hypocritical and shameless human? Was this the Lin Ling they had looked down on? The powerful evil spirit was killed in a single blow. When facing a half-step martial god, they were so scared that they did not even have the strength to run away. How is he so powerful? Of course, the one who was most surprised was none other than Xianxia. She looked ahead blankly and saw the blue-robed youth walking towards her with a sword in hand. His long hair and clean robes were constantly magnified in her heart. Tears suddenly flowed out of her eyes. There were even more tears than before, and they kept dripping onto the ground. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. She had thousands of words to say, but all she could think of was this one sentence. Previously, she had thought the protectors had frightened the wolves with their arrows. However, when the wolves arrived, the protectors were so scared that they lay on the ground. On the contrary, when Lin Ling appeared, the wolves bowed their heads. Previously, she had thought the protectors were the pride of the wood gods. However, when the evil spirits arrived, the protectors were so scared that they wet themselves. However, Lin Ling had killed the evil spirit with a single blow. The gap between her imagination and reality was too big. This reminded her of the first time she had met Lin Ling, when they had kidnapped Lin Ling with arrows. It turned out that Lin Ling had not attacked them seriously at that time. It seems like Tianjing and the others have taken action. Let's go back immediately. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was walking back, did not know what the crowd was thinking and did not have time to ponder over their thoughts. Okay. The first elder suppressed the shock in his heart and nodded immediately. If her previous reverence for Lin Ling came from Her Majesty the Queen, then now, this reverence came from her heart. Thank you. The protector stood up with a guilty look on his face and lowered his head as he spoke. He did not have the courage to look at Lin Ling, especially when he thought of how he had wanted to reward Lin Ling, only to be saved by Lin Ling. The guilt in his heart turned into shame. Lin Ling nodded. To be honest, he did not care about what had happened before. Me. At this moment, Xianxia also spoke. She looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of adoration. Let's go back. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't say anything and walked forward with large strides. Looking at Lin Ling's slender back, Xianxia's pretty face became gloomy. She finally knew why Lin Ling did not refute her before. It turned out that it was a kind of disdain. It was also because the two of them seemed to be from different worlds. Wrong. It's too late to make up for it now. At this moment, the first elder walked past her and said lightly. These words made Xianxia even more depressed. However, the first elder said, but now, it's not too late. You can make up for it. Go back, Her Majesty needs us. Okay. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations like a demon, like a god, descending from the sky. At that moment, Lin Ling was running toward the Wood God clan. He knew that since Big Ghost was here, Tianjing must be here too, he just did not know how many of them there were. If there were many experts like Tianjing, the battle would be troublesome. As for Big Ghost, his talent had reached grade 7. However, unlike Tianjing, Big Ghost's talent was not strong. His limit was grade 8, Lin Ling had fought several half-step martial god realm experts and was familiar with his strength. Hence, he knew from the beginning that he could kill Big Ghost. At that moment, the beautiful home of the Wood God clan was destroyed. Smoke billowed and the ancient trees collapsed. Their vitality was exhausted and they continued to wither. Looking around, a large number of experts were laughing and wreaking havoc. The Wood God clan is King beautiful. It's like a palace. Hee hee, if the young lord did not allow us to attack the Wood God clan, I would have ransacked this place. Now, I finally got what I wanted. Hee. Senior brother you, what are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes? Hee. You don't know about this. The beauties of the Wood God clan were born from the Wood Spirit. Not only are they beautiful, but if you do that with them, you can also prolong your life. Hee, I think senior brother Tianjing is already prepared to do that. Hee. If that's the case, I'll take off my clothes too. Hee. The entire Wood God clan could only be described as a catastrophe. Although the Wood God clan had more people, their strength was related to plants. If the plants around them withered, their strength would be reduced by half. Hence, although there were fewer experts in these academies, they easily controlled the situation. The forest, it's all withered. Hee. As for the highest palace, the queen looked into the distance with a pained heart. There was no longer any vitality there. It was dead and she could hear the forest crying, because the forest had withered, her strength was greatly reduced. Now, even a half-step martial god realm expert could be arrogant in front of her. Not far away, several figures were looking at Her Majesty with admiration, especially, many of them stared at the queen's slender white legs and licked their lips. Some of them stared at the queen's jade feet and swallowed their saliva. Very beautiful and very pure, according to legend, the queen of the Wood God clan was a manifestation of the wood spirit of heaven and earth. She was one of the most flawless beings in the world. When they thought of their dirty hands touching Her Majesty the Queen, they felt a burst of excitement. The more impatient ones even started to take off their clothes. These experts all had firm hearts of martial arts and wouldn't be easily shaken. However, it also depended on who the other party was. They naturally wouldn't take a fancy to ordinary flowers, but Her Majesty the Queen was a different story. Wow, Monk Xianxia, you're also taking off your clothes? Aren't you a Buddhist? Cough, everything is for martial arts, everything is for truth. Shameless. It's all because of the power in the queen's body. What was even more exaggerated was that even the bald monk was tempted. However, the queen ignored the pack of wolves and continued to look into the distance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with heartache. That's enough. At this moment, Tianjing, who had been silent, suddenly said coldly. Her words made everyone's expression change. They didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Some even started to put their clothes back on. Of course, there were also some who were unwilling and secretly resentful. These experts looked down on the other women of the Wood God clan, but they naturally couldn't bear to miss out on Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen isn't a human. She's a manifestation of the snow maple tree. She's pure and flawless. How dare you treat her like this? At this moment, Tianjing looked at the crowd coldly. Everyone was terrified and didn't dare to speak. However, Heavenly Crystal Peak's words that took a turn in the situation caused everyone to be stunned again. Even if you want to do it, it's not impossible. However, I must be the first. After Tianjing said coldly, she immediately took off her clothes. What a joke. Her Majesty the Queen had a pure wood spirit chi in her body. It was rare in the world. How could he miss out on it? If he absorbed it, even if he was seriously injured in a battle in the future, he would be able to recover quickly. He had been tempted by this for a long time. He even wanted to attack Her Majesty the Queen for a long time. However, the young master didn't allow him to. Hearing his words, the surrounding people were stunned. Then, they burst into laughter. Then, one after another, they took off their clothes. Senior Tianjing, hurry up. After you're done, it'll be our turn. Shut up. Shut up. How can Senior Brother Sky Crystal be a 3-second man? That's right. You're right, haha, I was wrong. Haha. In their hearts, Her Majesty the Queen was not only a peerless beauty, but also a treasure of heaven and earth. At this moment, Her Majesty the Queen finally turned her head to look at the crowd. In the depths of her eyes, there was a burst of anger. She had heard these people's words. She even knew that many humans had coveted her body. They were greedy and shameless. All humans were like this. If there was one, perhaps only the god's emissary was clean and flawless. If she wanted to give her body, it would be to this god. These filthy ants didn't even have the right to touch her. With the wood spirit chi in my body, I should be able to save these plant lives. Yes. She slowly walked forward barefooted. Her beautiful eyes were also looking into the distance. She wanted all the withered trees to regain their vitality. Although this was only a temporary measure and might even cause her death, she was willing to sacrifice herself because everything was worth it. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly became filled with a murderous aura. A figure actually faced the terrifying thunderstorm and shot over like a meteor. That figure was like a demon, but also like a god. It had a murderous aura, but also a supreme Buddha god aura. This shocked everyone, and they looked at the sky in disbelief. Rumble, the calamitous thunderstorm in the sky continued to fall as if it wanted to destroy that murderous aura. However, that murderous aura also had a masculine Buddha god aura. It was like a heavenly dragon protecting it, and it actually blocked the thunderstorm in the sky. This shocking scene caused all the battles of the wood gods to come to an end. They all looked up at the sky. That terrifying figure was getting closer and closer. Finally, it appeared above the palace and then crashed down like a meteor. Boom, the huge leaf that supported the palace shook violently, and the beautiful palace in the distance collapsed. As for Tianjing and the others, they were smashed by the meteor. 2 of them actually died and were smashed into meat patties. In just a moment, the figure that crashed down slowly stood up. A dazzling sword light appeared. When everyone reacted, that person had disappeared again. What a fast speed. It's above 1,000 worlds. Everyone, be careful. Watch out. Tianjing's expression changed drastically, and he anxiously reminded everyone. Unfortunately, it was a little too late. The sword light flashed. An expert was still quickly putting on his clothes. Then, he touched his neck and pointed in front of him in disbelief. Plop, he fell on his back. The sword of death flashed again. Why do I see my legs? Oh my god, am I killed? Another expert's upper body slid down, and he also exclaimed. The terrifying thing was that the cut was as smooth as a mirror, and there was no blood at all. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A hero saving a damsel in distress. Who is this person? What a ruthless sword. The others reacted, unleashing their talents one after another, fighting with their lives on the line. However, they could not catch up to Lin Ling's speed was too fast. Someone's talent was turtle shell divination, wanting to divine Lin Ling's whereabouts. I see him. A moment later, this person shouted angrily, full of confidence. Unfortunately, sword light flashed, and the previous sentence was also the last sentence of his life. Because he was killed by a sword, and even the turtle shell behind him was cut apart. Attack with full force. Everyone knew that things were troublesome, however, facing their attacks, Lin Ling turned a blind eye. Powerful ancestral power arrived. Lin Ling destroyed it with a sword. Playing with ancestral power, he had as much as 80%. What was there to be afraid of? The powerful power of talent arrived, and Lin Ling destroyed it with a single slash of his sword, playing with talent. He had surpassed rank 10, what was there to be afraid of? Powerful realm energy arrived, and destroyed it with a sword again, playing with realm energy? He had 6 stanchions and 10,000 realm energy fused, what was there to be afraid of? In the end, every time Lin Ling took a step forward, a life would fall, killing a person in 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. Under the tree, powerhouses rushed up one after another, but in the end, they were scared of being killed, and no one dared to go up. The huge leaf platform was dyed red with blood. It's Lin Ling, it's definitely Lin Ling. His speed is too fast, we can't catch him at all. Tianjing looked at his allies dying one after another, and his eyes turned red. In fact, in his eyes, the dead powerhouses were all his junior brothers, and many of them were in the same class, friends who had fought for their lives. These people also treated him as a big brother, therefore, he was also responsible for them, but now, they were all dead. Die, great Buddha flame! He roared, green flames rolling all over his body, and a Buddha formed by green flames rushed out. His ancestral power had reached as much as 70%, however, his innate talents were also on display. The Green Flame Buddhist kingdom had the spirit of if I don't go to hell, who will? This was a talent that could force others to commit suicide. Therefore, there was evil in Buddhism. It could also be said that it was a stubborn and twisted Buddhism. Most importantly, he did not attack Lin Ling. Instead, he attacked the queen. This was besieging way to rescue Zhao. It had to be said that this person's scheming was indeed impressive. When the queen saw the ancient Buddha arrive, she was actually affected. A feeling of despair rose in her heart. It was as if she wanted to die with the forest, therefore, she also gave up resisting. However, a voice was struggling in the depths of her heart. However, at the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared and forcefully lifted her up before disappearing on the spot. Rumble, the huge Buddha immediately passed by where she had been standing and disappeared into the distance. When she looked up at the sky again, Lin Ling appeared there, hugging the queen. At that moment, the queen finally came to her senses. The thought of seeking death disappeared, but when she realized that Lin Ling was hugging her, she blushed instantly. She was the first queen of the wood gods. When had she ever been hugged by anyone? Moreover, she was being hugged by a handsome man, an emissary of the gods. Her delicate body was pressed against Lin Ling's body. She could feel the temperature of Lin Ling's body. This made her breathing heavy. She did not dare to look at Lin Ling and buried her little face in Lin Ling's chest. However, Lin Ling felt it more strongly than her. That was because he was not wearing any clothes after fusing with the innate talents. Moreover, the queen was wearing very little, therefore, Lin Ling could clearly feel that the queen's 2 lumps of softness were pressed against him. They were slightly deformed. Lord Emissary, let me down. Finally, the queen said softly. Her voice was like the buzz of a mosquito. That was because she also felt that the softness on her body was deformed. It was very uncomfortable. All right. Lin Ling nodded solemnly, as if he was not someone who would take advantage of others. However, he was a man after all. With a beauty in his arms, it would be a lie to say that he did not feel anything. Therefore, he unexpectedly pinched the queen's perky buttocks. Then, he was stunned. Did he actually do such a stupid thing? In fact, he was also captivated by the queen's beauty. Of course, this was also temporary. Compared to other men, she was much better. There's a trace of death aura there. Therefore, I removed it for you. Lin Ling hurriedly explained. In fact, this was an excuse. The queen's face was flushed red. She was full of feminine charm and actually nodded. She actually believed Lin Ling's words. Just like that, Lin Ling hugged the queen and descended from the sky. From afar, they looked like an immortal couple. The people of the wood gods were all dazzled. In fact, Lin Ling's appearance was too ferocious. With dragon claws on his body, his entire body was pitch black. Coupled with his handsome face, he looked like a demon god. Looking at the queen again, she was beautiful and flawless. She formed a sharp contrast with Lin Ling, one was righteous, one was evil. They were like a beast paired with a beauty. Of course, this was also a handsome beast. Good. Someone said excitedly. It was the Grand Elder. Next, the protectors and the others also spoke up one after another. This caused even more people of the wood gods to start cheering. Looking at the people of the heaven-crushing alliance, they all looked as disgusted as if they had swallowed flies. F***ck, who was this guy? He actually beat them to it. After Lin Ling landed, he was somewhat reluctant to let go of the queen. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that there were too many people watching, he really wouldn't have let go. Leave these filthy and shameless humans to me. Yes. Then, he also spoke coldly. His words completely provoked the people of the heaven-crushing alliance. They were filthy. You, Lin Ling, weren't any better, right? You were practically taking advantage of the situation. However, in the queen's heart, Lin Ling was clearly pure and flawless. She immediately nodded and said, "Go, leave the people under the tree to us." Yes. Okay. Yes. Lin Ling immediately leaped up. At this moment, at the edge of the treetop, Tianjing had personally witnessed the scene just now, and he was fuming with anger. Previously, he had attacked the queen because he wanted to use this opportunity to distract Lin Ling. In the end, he had instead given Lin Ling a chance to save the damsel in distress. Now, by the looks of it, the flawless queen was clearly a little moved by Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling was so shameless. He actually had the nerve to call them filthy and shameless humans. Fury. It was as if the most precious thing in Tianjing's life had been snatched away. He was so angry that he wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Ling. However, at this moment, Lin Ling had already arrived, and he slowly descended on the tree leaves. A dense murderous aura also quietly spread out. The two of them looked at each other, killing intent in their eyes. If they didn't kill the other, they wouldn't be human. Whoosh, the ancient forest suddenly became oppressive. At the bottom of the tree, no one was fighting. They all looked up at the sky, knowing that the battle at the treetop would decide everything today. The people of the Wood God tribe all clenched their fists. They knew that they had misunderstood Lin Ling. And now, in this great calamity of the Wood God tribe, the only person who could save them was that mysterious man. As for the people of the heaven-crushing alliance, their eyes were narrowed, and cold smiles tugged at the corners of their lips. Great Buddha! Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to still be here. Finally, a voice broke the tranquil atmosphere. It was Sky Crystal. What was surprising was that he had regained his composure, as if everything was under his control. I have to say that you're really gutsy. You destroyed our efforts in the Fire God tribe, yet you didn't run away. Don't you know that this matter has already angered the young master? Even if I spare you this time, in the 9 prefectures, in the final world, young master will kill you. Tianjing said again. These words caused the expressions of the members of the heaven-crushing alliance to change drastically. They finally knew who Lin Ling was. That guy was actually the one who destroyed the foundation of the Fire God clan. They could be said to hate this person to the bone. They originally thought that this person would have fled, but in the end, he didn't flee. Instead, he came to ruin their plans. As expected of a jinx, compared to their anger, the people of the Wood God clan were greatly shocked. They looked at Lin Ling with even more admiration. Lin Ling was like an emissary sent down by the heavens to save them. At that moment, Lin Ling smiled. Just as he was about to speak, Tianjing interrupted Lin Ling and said again, I have to say that you are really stupid. Don't you know how many more years you can live after running away? If he came back, wouldn't he be courting death? In fact, if it wasn't for the young master forbidding me from touching you, I would have chased you down long ago. The young master once said that you have an agreement with the disciple of a certain great character in the final world. That's why I let you off so easily. Lin Ling suddenly sneered. That agreement should be the battle between him and Longyang. He didn't expect that this battle would be known by so many people. He was just about to speak, but Heaven Crystal interrupted Lin Ling a second time. Early stage martial progenitor realm, combining your talent with an unknown martial art. I have to say, I'm quite curious about your martial art. Why don't you tell me where it came from? Being interrupted repeatedly, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He felt that something was wrong. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Are you done nagging? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're actually afraid of me, aren't you? Lin Ling smiled and finally said calmly. Hearing this, Tianjing's eyes quietly changed, but she smiled and said, scared? What a joke. If I'm not wrong, you should be waiting for another person. I didn't expect that the once arrogant you would be afraid today. Lin Ling gave tit for tat. Nonsense. But Heaven Crystal was like a cat that had its tail stepped on. I'm talking nonsense? Lin Ling shook his head in disdain. You should be waiting for someone called Big Ghost, right? Because you only have the confidence to defeat me if the two of you work together. What? Tianjing's expression changed drastically because Lin Ling was right. He was indeed somewhat afraid of Lin Ling, because Lin Ling's speed was too fast. However, he didn't expect Lin Ling to know his thoughts. However, since he was seen through, Tianjing might as well admit it. Yes, I'm indeed stalling for time. According to my estimation, Big Ghost will be here soon. His talent is definitely beyond your imagination. When the two of us work together, you won't be able to escape. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. He didn't intend to waste any more time and merged his talents again, but at the same time, he said, his talent allows him to devour the flesh and blood of monsters to increase his overall strength, right? As soon as he said that, Tianjing was thunderstruck again. However, you don't have to wait anymore because he's already dead. He was killed by me. Lin Ling said word by word. His words were like 3 consecutive thunderbolts, blasting Tianjing 3 steps back. However, at this time, Lin Ling had already made his move. The tyrannical song sword appeared, and this time, he also merged the devil jellyfish's talent. One should know that when he defeated Big Ghost, he did not merge the devil jellyfish. He felt that the merging of the 3 talents was enough. However, facing Tianjing, it was not enough because Tianjing's cultivation level and talent were extraordinary. Rumble. A suffocating aura spread out from Lin Ling's body, and Lin Ling immediately attacked. The sword was majestic. Tianjing also knew that Big Ghost would not come again. This meant that he would have to face Lin Ling alone, therefore, he also went all out. A battle between the peak of the half-step to martial god realm had officially begun. At the bottom of the tree, countless people clenched their fists and cheered for their respective flags. Looking at the battle at the top of the tree, Tianjing saw Lin Ling charging at him. He knew that he couldn't catch up with Lin Ling's speed, so he decided to stay put. Great Buddha! He roared, and his body grew in size, turning into a huge and fat Buddha. This Buddha had a benevolent face, and his ears were very long, like 2 pendants. He was 100 meters tall, and he said in a Buddhist voice, "Merciful Buddha." Endless green flames appeared behind his head, and they bloomed like Buddha's light. This talent began to affect his opponent, making him put down his knife and become a Buddha. When the green flames surged toward Lin Ling also had a strange feeling, as if he was going to give up his life and save the world. This kind of Buddha was somewhat twisted. There was nothing wrong with saving the world, but why did he have to kill people? Could he not become a Buddha if he did not die? Get lost. The heavenly dragon protection light appeared in Lin Ling's body, and he also unleashed the Buddha's power to resist the evil Buddha intent. What? Tianjing's expression changed slightly. He did not expect Lin Ling to possess pure Buddha's power, but he sneered, "Lin Ling, is that all you've got?" His talent was not only the Buddha's power, but he also possessed the fire Tao, great Buddha flames. Following that, waves of green flames seemed to be formless and colorless as they poured into Lin Ling's body, and actually wanted to purify Lin Ling. This green flame was extremely extraordinary, making Lin Ling's mind raise an image. Dipankara. This seemed to be the Buddha Dipankara's wisp of flame. However, after this wisp of flame invaded, it encountered the hair-sized flame in Lin Ling's dantian. And it was instantly extinguished. Flame of the human monarch. Clearly, when the Dipankara great Buddha flames encountered the human monarch's flame, its level could not compare at all. How could a tiny little lamp's flame compare to the world's first flame? In terms of saving all living beings, the great Buddha flames could not compare at all. Because after the human monarch's flame was born, who knew how many people it had saved? You're not afraid of my great Buddha flames? That benevolent face of the great Buddha actually revealed a ferocious look at this moment. However, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of him and slashed down with his sword with all his might. Great Buddha Ten Dharma. Seeing this, the Great Buddha roared, and his huge palms were like two palm leaf fans as they slammed together. A rumbling sound rang out, and the earth quaked and the mountains shook, as if gods had collided, only to see that the huge Buddha's palm actually clamped down on Lin Ling's sword. When the two palms collided with the large sword, a terrifying shock wave also swept out in all directions. In the distance, the withered trees began to fall down in large patches. Looking at the battle at the top of the tree, the scene was incomparably spectacular, as if it was a battle between a devil and a Buddha. Lin Ling slashed down with his sword, but it was blocked by the Great Buddha's palms. Lin Ling, is that all you've got? The Great Buddha once again revealed a sneer, and it was even more like a devil Buddha. Is that so? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Subduing the Wood Gods. He had already fused his four great talents, the realm-swallowing beast, the double dragon god, and the devil jellyfish. In terms of level, he had already reached the 14th grade, his defense, attack, and speed were all at their peak. In addition to the fusion of the 6 stanchions and the tyrannical song sword, but such a terrifying sword was still blocked. So weak. I haven't even used my full strength and you can't hurt me. What if I use my full strength? Tianjing said disdainfully again. You think you're the only one who hasn't used your full strength? Lin Ling raised his head. His long hair was dancing wildly. He had decided that it was time to use another trump card. Currently, he still had the calamity-destroying Sun Bao, the Step of Wisdom, and Mini Kunlun. These methods were not to be underestimated. So, Lin Ling wanted to see how long Tianjing could block it. Calamity-destroying Sun. Lin Ling immediately shouted. But before he could finish, there was a cracking sound in front of him. The gigantic Buddha was still sneering, but his smile had quietly frozen. His palms, which were like palms, were cracked, and so were his plump body. Boom, finally, it exploded. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Then, he smiled bitterly. Tianjing was defeated, and completely turned into ashes. Obviously, he couldn't block the last sword at all. Originally, Lin Ling had wanted to use his final trump card. Unfortunately, Tianjing did not have the qualifications to see that trump card. Ironically, Tianjing said that he hadn't used his full strength. Obviously, he was just trying to show off. Shaking his head, Lin Ling put away his sword and stood up. His body started to return to normal. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He sneered and said, I forgot to tell you. I'm here for the fire illusion. If Tianjing was still alive, he would feel wronged, because Lin Ling wanted to kill him for a person he met by chance. Lunatic. At this moment, everyone was looking at the blue-robed young man on the top of the tree. The people of the wood gods were laughing excitedly. But as they laughed, tears flowed out of their eyes. Dead, everything was over. Senior brother Tianjing is dead. Heavens! Run! As for the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance, they started to panic. Following this, they started to flee in all directions. However, outside the forest, 3 evil spirits were waiting for them and began to devour them in a frenzy. Of course, there were still many of them, so many of them managed to escape. Lin Ling paid no attention to this because he knew that there would be a time to catch them all in one fell swoop. Lord Envoy. Looking at the awe-inspiring Lin Ling, the Queen of the Wood Gods was the first to kneel. Next, everyone knelt down. At this moment, they were willing to submit to Lin Ling. He was the first human to make the wood gods submit to him, because in their hearts, Lin Ling was arranged by the heavens to save them. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He didn't care about these people's worship. Suddenly, he looked at the ancient forest in the distance and released countless evil spirit jellyfish. These evil spirit jellyfish rushed into the ground and began to devour the deathly aura in a frenzy. This caused the originally lifeless forest to gradually regain its vitality. It had to be said that although there was a lot of deathly aura this time, Lin Ling could still sense that compared to the last time, the deathly aura this time lacked a kind of dominance. The resistance wasn't fierce at all. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and understood. The deathly aura last time probably came from the powerful cultivator in the land of eternal rest, Wanyan Shiji. This time, it came from Wanyan Bupo. Wanyan Bupo's strength naturally couldn't compare to his father's. We've won today's battle. Next, Lin Ling looked at everyone, and his voice boomed out like thunder. everyone fell silent. However, the battle isn't over. Those evil spirits came from outside, but they want to destroy your home and do whatever they want here. Do you want to see your home destroyed? Do you want to see your family and friends die in their hands? Do you think the wood gods are livestock that can be slaughtered by others? Lin Ling's words ignited the fighting spirit in everyone's hearts. No one wanted to be oppressed, no one wanted to live happily here forever. Lord Messenger, what do you think we should do? We'll follow you. Her Majesty the Queen looked at Lin Ling with admiration and shouted. Unite the three races, destroy the evil spirits, and take back our home. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said calmly. Take back our home. Take back our home. Everyone shouted excitedly. They had always lacked a true leader, and they also lacked a belief and a totem. However, Lin Ling appeared and became their totem. This was because Lin Ling was their Lord Messenger. Lin Ling revealed a smile when he saw everyone nodding. He wasn't surprised by this scene at all. Now that the wood gods and fire gods had agreed, only the stone gods were left. Lord Messenger, you've worked hard. At this time, the queen flew up and bowed slightly to Lin Ling. However, her face was a little flushed. Apparently, she was thinking about what happened before. Lin Ling was the same. He felt his body heating up. The queen was too charming. He couldn't help but lower his head quietly. However, what entered his eyes was the queen's bare feet. Those bare feet could be called exquisite works of art. This made Lin Ling's body even hotter. He didn't dare to look anymore and immediately looked up. Unfortunately, what he saw when he looked up was too much for Lin Ling. Alright, there's no time to lose. I'll go to the stone gods now. Not daring to stay any longer, Lin Ling left with a red face. Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, the queen's face turned even redder. She whispered, Lord Messenger, I still have some death aura on me. I wonder when you can help me get rid of it. Lin Ling hurriedly flew even faster. This was because he knew that if he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back. Moreover, he also knew that with the death aura in the forest being expelled, the queen's strength was actually stronger than his. How could there be any death aura on her body? Obviously, that was a hint. Meanwhile, while Lin Ling was heading to the fire gods, the remaining members of the heaven-crushing alliance had all fled back. Someone told them everything that had happened. A cold voice immediately sounded from the tombstone on the ground. You're saying that it's Lin Ling again? Whoosh! The earth rumbled as Wanyan Bupo walked out coldly. This time, he couldn't hold back anymore. Lin Ling had destroyed the death aura they had left in the fire gods. Now, he had even saved the wood gods and killed Tianjing and the others. Was he going to confront them head-on? One had to realize that if it weren't for the fact that he had given face to martial god Wendian and Lin Ling, he would have already killed him. It was precisely because he knew that if he killed Lin Ling, he would be ruining the battle between Lin Ling and Lonyang. Thus, he had allowed Lin Ling to live for another 3 years. After that battle ended, he would make his move. Young master, what should we do now? Lin Ling is already riding on our heads. Are we going to let him do whatever he wants? Just a few pots of wine was enough. Kill him, don't show any mercy. Wanyan Bupo finally made up his mind. He then entered the coffin again. Wait until my talent increases. If Lin Ling is still in the demon forest, I'll kill him myself. Hearing his words, everyone laughed. Wanyan Bupo's talent was extremely terrifying. He was ranked in the top 300 on the divine list Stairway to Heaven. That was because he had an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. This time, he had been cultivating in the demon forest for a long time. He had already accumulated a lot of energy needed to break through his innate talent. If he reached the 9th stage, the demonic forest would definitely move for him. However, at this moment, Lin Ling clearly knew that the final battle was coming. However, since he had chosen to stay, he would definitely massacre the heaven-crushing alliance. He didn't care about Wanyan Bupo or Wanyan Epics. He only knew that this place of eternal rest dared to provoke him. Lin Ling. After arriving at the stone city and seeing the bustling city, Lin Ling felt a bit helpless. He never thought that this would be the safest place among the 3 clans. This was because the Stone God tribe had simple and honest personalities, and they didn't know how to change sides. If the heaven-crushing alliance dared to provoke them, they would definitely fight to the death. thus, the heaven-crushing alliance was also very smart. They planned to deal with the other two tribes first before making a move against the heaven-crushing alliance. After smoothly entering the city, Lin Ling first found Gu Yudong, and this guy was not difficult to find. He was still in the same restaurant. "Hey, Lin Ling, you're back." When Gu Yudong saw Lin Ling, he was extremely surprised. Lin Ling immediately threw out a jug of wine. The moment this jug of wine appeared, Gu Yudong was undoubtedly overjoyed. Of course, Lin Ling didn't waste any time and directly stated his intentions. "What? You want to see our patriarch?" Gu Yudong was very surprised by Lin Ling's idea, but he also said with difficulty, "Our patriarch is very fierce, and extremely difficult to talk to. Moreover, the patriarch's surroundings are heavily guarded, and all of them are stronger than you. I'm afraid you won't be able to get close to him." "What is their strength?" Lin Ling frowned. Although he had the talent of the world-swallowing beast, he still needed to use it in front of the leader to convince the rock god race. In human terms, they are all half-step to martial god realm experts. Gu Yudong said immediately. Lin Ling sucked in a cold breath. He hadn't thought that the stone god tribe would be the most powerful of the three tribes. However, he soon realized that this wasn't because the stone god tribe was the most powerful of the three tribes. Instead, it was because the powerful techniques of the other two tribes were easily countered by the heaven-crushing alliance. For example, the wood god clan's strength came from the forest, but as long as the forest was destroyed, the strength of the wood god clan would be greatly reduced. As for the fire god race, they were flames. Their totem, the human king flame, had always been in a deep slumber. As for the stone god tribe, they were naturally born with great strength. Coupled with their ability to forge weapons, their combat prowess wouldn't be easily defeated by the heaven-crushing alliance. "Let's give it a try." But since he was already here, how could Lin Ling back off so easily? "Let me say this first. If I fail and get thrown out of here, don't blame me." Gu Yudong pondered for a moment, and then nodded. He was quite a loyal person. In order to help Lin Ling, he actually really brought Lin Ling to see the leader of the stone god tribe. The tribe leader lived in a strange fortress. It was strange because it was very short, only about 1.5 meters tall. However, it was also very grand, and it occupied a vast area. Moreover, there were many dwarves in the surroundings, and they were all extremely powerful. They didn't look tall, but Lin Ling felt like they were giants. Moreover, when they saw Lin Ling, the members of the stone god tribe all shouted in a dignified manner, "Human!" A powerful aura soared into the sky, giving Lin Ling a fright. This was because he discovered that these people weren't much weaker than Tianjing. More importantly, there were so many of them. "You're not allowed to come near here." Another dignified voice sounded. The members of the stone god tribe were holding axes and hammers, and they walked over like dwarves. Although the stone god tribe didn't really hate humans, this was the place where their tribe leader lived, so they naturally wouldn't allow humans to come near so easily. He's here to see the tribe leader." Gu Yudong hurriedly opened his mouth and performed a warrior's salute. "See the tribe leader?" The guards all laughed. It was a sneer. Could a human meet the tribe leader so easily? This was obviously impossible. "I'll give you a breath's time. Scram, otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." Finally, a stone god dwarf with a white beard said coldly. This person's strength also gave Lin Ling a sense of pressure, letting Lin Ling know that if he wanted to see the tribe leader, he was afraid that a fierce battle would be inevitable. As for Gu Yudong, he had already guessed it. If Lin Ling wasn't his good friend, he wouldn't even bring Lin Ling here because he knew that Lin Ling had no hope of seeing the tribe leader. "Eh? What a fragrant wine. Gu Yudong, where did you get this wine? Why is it so fragrant? I've never smelled it before." However, at this moment, the white-bearded dwarf suddenly frowned and said in surprise. "That wine was given to Gu Yudong by Lin Ling." Gu Yudong suddenly froze and threw the wine jug in his hand over. After the white-bearded dwarf caught it, he took a big gulp and suddenly became overjoyed. Good wine, it's stronger than what we brewed. Let me try a sip." Scram. Scram, I haven't drunk enough yet. Scram. Don't fight, one person each. Scram. Next, something happened that made Lin Ling stunned. These dwarf-like guards actually crazily snatched the wine and even fought. This made Lin Ling look at Gu Yidong but found that Gu Yidong was used to it and showed a painful look. Obviously, he was also reluctant to part with the wine. This scene undoubtedly made Lin Ling stunned for a long time. In the end, Lin Ling finally had to speak. Actually, this wine was given to Gu Yidong by me, and I still have a lot. Scram. As soon as he said that, everyone stopped fighting and stared at Lin Ling with wide eyes and beards. Next, the leading white-bearded dwarf ran over, but although he was short, his weight could not be underestimated. He actually made the ground shake, and footprints were left on the hard stones on the ground. This momentum was very terrifying, like a giant from the era of gods. Lin Ling quietly became dignified, ready to burst out with all his strength. However, the white-bearded dwarf stopped in front of Lin Ling and immediately said, "Friend, that wine, do you still have it? Please, give me a jug too." "Gu Yadu, you're too smart." Next, the others also ran over and politely asked for wine to drink. It felt like children surrounding Lin Ling and asking for candy. Of course, if you could throw away their thick beards, they were indeed like children. Lin Ling was a person who liked wine. For this experience, he had already prepared a lot of wine, so he immediately took it out. Good wine, good wine. Everyone laughed heartily as they gulped down mouthfuls of wine from the jugs in their hands. It was a joyous scene. Subdue the Stone God clan. This brother, did you want to see the patriarch before? No problem, I'll go find him for you. After the white-bearded dwarf drank a few mouthfuls, he looked at Lin Ling with a smile. His way of addressing Lin Ling had changed. Before, he called him friend, but now he called him brother. Lin Ling could not help but roll his eyes. He thought that there would be a great battle. In the end, who would have thought that a few pots of wine would finish off these powerhouses? Not long after, a red-bearded dwarf also ran out. His footsteps were earth-shattering. This must be the tribe leader. His strength was also at the martial god realm, and his aura was extremely domineering. Wine. Haven't I tasted it before? Come on, come on. He shouted as he ran. In the end, Lin Ling also threw a jug of wine over, and immediately gained the patriarch's friendship. This clan leader who was addicted to alcohol even declared that Lin Ling would always be a guest of the Stone God clan, and he could even marry any woman of the Stone God clan. Regarding this, Lin Ling immediately declined. The truth was that the Stone God race's woman was short and fat. She was simply not something that Lin Ling could handle. To tell you the truth. Following that, Lin Ling also revealed the purpose of his visit, but when this was brought up, everyone immediately fell silent. They obviously knew about the evil spirits and knew that the leader of the evil spirits was an extremely powerful existence. It was just that he had left. Lin Ling had expected their fear. He hesitated for a moment before finally saying, "In truth, I am a realm-swallowing beast." After he finished speaking, he immediately displayed the talent of the realm-swallowing beast. However, Lin Ling was not so sure. Although the totem of the Stone God race was the realm-swallowing beast, it was still the realm-swallowing beast. But the world-swallowing beast had swallowed countless Stone God race elders, so Lin Ling could not guarantee that the Stone God race would approve of him. They might even kill him to avenge the ancestors. However, after he revealed the body of the realm-swallowing beast, things had gone much smoother than he had imagined. Everyone from the Stone God clan knelt down, raised their hands to the sky and kowtowed. "Swallow, don't swallow me, don't swallow me." Looking at their expressions, it was not reverence, but fear. This kind of fear came from the bottom of his heart, as if it came from the Stone God clan's millions of years of history. When Lin Ling saw that everyone was kneeling, he was speechless for a while. He raised his hand and wanted everyone to stand up. "Don't swallow me." However, when he saw Lin Ling wave his hand, the patriarch immediately retreated like a mouse that had encountered a cat. Lin Ling did not know that in their childhood memories, Devour was a great enemy that they could never surpass. Their ancestors had taught them that if they met Devour, they could only submit to it. Only then would they not be exterminated. That was why they had such a huge reaction. Of course, the giant ghost had once told Lin Ling that the reason why Devour didn't continue to swallow the Stone God clan was that these dwarves were really not tasty. This was not the reason why they had submitted to Devour. Things had progressed so smoothly that even Lin Ling felt that it was very surreal. Thus, he asked tentatively, "Then, what about the matter I mentioned before?" Yes, we'll go immediately." The patriarch did not even dare to raise his head, and he immediately agreed. When he saw his reaction, Lin Ling was finally certain that the Stone God clan had also agreed to his summons. Right now, all three clans had agreed to his summons. If these ancient clans joined forces, they would be extremely terrifying. Then, it was time to set off for the headquarters of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. That night, Lin Ling settled down in the Stone God clan. Then, he used the evil ghost jellyfish to arrange his time. The next day, Lin Ling set off toward the headquarters of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. As for the three clans behind him, they also followed behind him in a grand manner. The demonic forest was clearly going to be completely shaken today. A great battle that had been suppressed for 100 years had finally begun. However, the headquarters of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance was still deathly silent. However, the elites here had also rarely left during this period of time. This was mainly because the god of slaughter, Lin Ling, had appeared in the forest. If they went out, they would be easily killed. Thus, they were all in a state of panic, and most of them chose to hide. In fact, some of the more cowardly ones had already quietly left the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. This was because, in the end, they were still students of the academy. They were not fugitives. They had only stayed because they had heard that there was something to be gained here. Young master, more and more people are leaving. A large number of elites stood in front of the tombstone, and they all wore grave expressions as they spoke. These people were clearly the true backbone of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance, and they would not easily leave the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. The ground was still deathly silent, and it was as if a dead person was really buried here. However, a low voice soon sounded, "I'm currently in seclusion. If anyone tries to escape, I'll kill them without mercy." Understood. Everyone nodded. However, one of the elites said coldly, "Young master, if this continues, the prestige of our Heaven-Crushing Alliance will be completely destroyed. This is because everyone is hiding here, and they don't dare to leave. You guys are truly a bunch of trash." Although Lin Ling is powerful, he's still a single person. There are so many of you, and you're all afraid of him? Moreover, many of you are ranked around 420 on the heavenly stairway of the immortal rankings. Beneath the ground, the voice became furious. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. However, someone finally braced himself and said, "Everyone says that using numbers to overwhelm Lin Ling is completely useless. Moreover, Lin Ling has even killed senior brother Tianjing. Some people say that he's already a half-step martial god." This time, it was Wanyan Bupo's turn to fall silent. In reality, how could he not be aware of this? However, what could he do? Was he supposed to allow Lin Ling to wreak havoc on their alliance? If his father returned, how was he supposed to explain himself? One should know that his father had spent hundreds of years building the foundations of this place. Lin Ling has just defeated Duan Wuhan. We all know Duan Wuhan's strength. He's not even ranked 420 on the heavenly stairway of the divine rankings. However, in such a short period of time, this guy's strength has increased tremendously. If this continues, Lin Ling might be able to win the battle in less than 3 years. Wanyan Bupo finally spoke in a serious tone. Hearing this, everyone fell silent once again. However, they felt a sense of fear in their hearts. Lin Ling's growth potential was too terrifying. When others grew stronger, their strength would double. However, Lin Ling's strength seemed to have increased by a few times. He was able to defeat a half-step martial god when he was at the middle stage of the martial ancestor realm. What would happen when he reached the half-step martial god realm? His talent stacking skill is too overpowered. Wanyan Bupo suddenly said. That's right. I've heard that he has a few great talents and their ranks are not very high. However, this guy can stack them together. I really don't know how he did it. Moreover, I've heard that his talents clash with each other. There's the ghost element and the Buddha element. However, he can combine these powers together. Young master, why don't we do it? A person was coming. Shut up. However, an angry roar came from the ground. Lin Ling's talent overlay is powerful, but it can't exert the power of the talent at all. It can only rely on the level of the talent to crush the opponent. When I reach the 9th grade talent, I can crush him with one finger. His words were filled with boundless confidence. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Following that, they began to laugh. This was because a ninth-grade ultimate Desala body was indeed very rare. If the young master successfully advanced, defeating Lin Ling would not be difficult at all. Furthermore, even if I have an 8th grade ultimate Desala body, I still have the confidence to defeat him. Wanyan Bupo added. But at this moment, someone suddenly rushed over crazily, shouting as he ran, "Oh no, Lin Ling is coming." As he spoke, he panicked and fell to the ground with a plop, eating a mouthful of dirt. "Lin Ling, you're here? Who gave him the guts?" Everyone was stunned. It was undeniable that Lin Ling was indeed powerful, but this was their base. Disregarding everything else, Lin Ling alone wouldn't be able to stop all of them if they joined hands. Who did he come with? Beneath the ground, Wanyan Bupo let out a sinister voice. What we saw was the same person. However, his strength is extremely powerful. Peak martial ancestors are unable to stop him at all. Furthermore, his Jiayuan seems to be endless. Even after unleashing all kinds of killing moves, he is still not exhausted. The man said anxiously as he lay on the ground and spat out the dirt in his mouth. Alone, everyone's eyes narrowed. Is this guy stupid? He dares to come to our base alone. Is there something wrong with his head because of anger? Following that, the experts all laughed coldly. It's good that he's here. I originally wanted to look for him in the demon forest, which would take a lot of effort. I didn't expect that he would take the initiative to come to me. Well, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Beneath the ground, a terrifying aura of death spread out and turned into a ferocious ghost head in front of the tombstone. Pass down my command. All members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance, return and capture Lin Ling. Don't let him escape. I'll come out of seclusion immediately and kill him. The ghost head let out a cold shout, causing everyone to smile malevolently. Rumble, however, with a loud boom, a large number of figures were sent flying like kites, smashing into the ground. Some died on the spot, while others spat out large mouthfuls of blood. There's no need to capture him, I'll do it myself. When everyone looked over, a figure was already slowly walking over from the ancient land of dead silence. The dead spirits in the surroundings tried to get close, but they were all swept away by this person, and wherever he passed, he would rub it against the ground. This also caused all of the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance to gather around the tomb. Their eyes were filled with wariness as they gazed at the newcomers. Lin Ling, who was ranked 430th on the divine ranking, was here. He was here to challenge Wanyan Bupa, who was ranked 300th on the god list. This crappy place is really hard to find. His footsteps finally stopped, and the youth looked at everyone with a cold smile. Lin Ling, I didn't think that you're Lin Ling. A piece of trash like you dares to challenge martial god Wen Tian? What a fool's dream. However, in the battle 3 years later, you won't be able to escape death. Since that's the case, why don't you die here first? It's better than embarrassing yourself 3 years later. The sinister ghost head on the tombstone sneered coldly. Hearing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile. At this moment, more and more elites had gathered around. Everyone had returned, they were all glaring at Lin Ling, their bodies emitting a strong murderous aura. This was because to a cultivator, there was nothing more than friend and foe. Once it was related to benefits, then they were enemies. Lin Ling, who had obviously destroyed their interests, was their great enemy. You're bold, young master. Let's kill him. Young master. Lin Ling, I know you're powerful, but you're still too naive. Didn't the world teach you that? If you want to become stronger, you won't be able to do it alone. You must have connections and support, unless you have the strength to dominate everything. Stop talking nonsense with him, kill him. Kill him. The cultivators finally unleashed their murderous intents, unleashing their talents. The world is bustling, and everyone comes for benefits. The world is bustling, and everyone goes for benefits. This was the reason why they wanted to kill Lin Ling. Apart from that, there was another important reason, which was jealousy. Lin Ling, who was only a descendant, had rapidly risen from the 400th rank of the god ranking, which was enough to threaten their position. How could they not be jealous? Although they had been cultivating for a long time, they were only a bunch of young cultivators. None of them would want someone to ride on their head and make them envious. Therefore, if someone was doing that, they would kill him if they had the chance, and now, it was their chance. There were many of them, some of whom were at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, and many of whom were half-step martial gods. However, their talents were all below the 7th grade. However, having a large number of people was also a terrifying thing. It was even to the extent that they felt that even martial gods might perish here. Upon seeing the elites of the heaven-crushing alliance move into action, the ghost head floating above the tombstone chuckled coldly, and said, "Lin Ling, although I really want to attack you myself, I'm not like the others. Sometimes, I believe in using the simplest method to deal with someone. Thus, don't expect me to fight you one-on-one." Lin Ling nodded when he heard this. He had a feeling that Wanyan Bupa must have other reasons for not attacking. Moreover, Wanyan Bupa was able to make the cultivators of the final world follow him, which meant that he had the guts to do great things. At least, he wouldn't choose to fight him alone out of anger. It was obvious that he cared about the big picture. "Before I die, I'd like to remind you that Longyang is very powerful. Not long ago, more than 20 academies participated in the Battle of the Three Divine Halls. She obtained a good ranking. You won't be able to compete with her," Wanyan Bupa said. "Thank you for the reminder." Lin Ling nodded again. A flagon of wine appeared in his hand. He took a sip and said, "I have to say that I agree with your thoughts. In the final world, if you want to become stronger, you can't do it alone. You have to have connections and support. Unless you have the strength to dominate everything. So, you've realized this before you die?" Wanyan Bupa suddenly laughed. Lin Ling shook his head when he heard this. He finally looked up at the sky. In the sky, the ancient trees still blocked the sun, causing the place to be as gloomy as before. However, this time, there were changes in the giant ancient trees. They had awakened one by one, as if they were ancient tree giants. Rumble, the ground rumbled as if the rocks that had been buried for thousands of years had come to life. Then, the earth was dug up and they slowly crawled out. Most importantly, there were so many of them that they covered the entire mountain. A 10,000-year-old corpse. From afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The expressions of all the powerhouses who had attacked Lin Ling changed drastically. In their eyes, countless stone giants were crawling out of the ground, and a large number of ancient tree giants were reviving in the surroundings. Meteorites were crashing down from the sky, and when they landed on the ground, they merged into magma giants. This was like the horn of war for the ancient races. At this moment, everyone's bodies began to tremble. However, as the rumbling continued, a faint voice suddenly drifted out. "You said that I comprehended this before I died?" "No, what I want to say is that I'm not alone." The voice came from Lin Ling, causing Wanyan Bupa's soul to tremble. This sudden turn of events made him realize that he had no choice but to take action. His seclusion had been disrupted. Rumble, mud rolled and the grave exploded. A figure rushed out from the coffin and landed heavily on the ground. It was Wanyan Bupa. However, he was clearly in a bad mood as he roared, "Kill him." Previously, he was at the most critical moment of his breakthrough. However, he was interrupted. How could he be in a good mood? It could be said that all his previous efforts had been wasted. Meanwhile, the members of the heaven-crushing alliance were all in shock. This was because countless giants were striding toward them from the ground before them. Among them, the blue-robed youth stood unmoving like a god of war. It was as if he was the master who had opened the gates of the ancient giants. "Why are you still standing there like idiots? Don't tell me you think they'll let us go." Seeing that everyone was stunned, Wanyan Bupa shouted again. Everyone came to their senses and knew that it was either you die or I live. They once again unleashed their full strength, forming a scene of surging spiritual chi, charging towards Lin Ling. However, just as they moved, the giants in front of them also moved. After the Wood God clan regained their vitality, their battle prowess also recovered. A fist formed by trees glided along the ground like a siege chariot. Everywhere it passed, not only did it destroy everyone's attacks, but it also swept everyone away like fried beans. Bang bang bang. Next, behind the stone giants, several stout members of the stone god race appeared. They were like thousands of galloping horses, but as they ran, their bodies grew taller and taller until they became small giants. They held axes and hammers that were more than 5 meters long in their hands and fiercely charged over, swinging left and right. He shattered all kinds of powerful attacks and sent the members of the heaven-crushing alliance flying. The scene was simply one-sided. The heaven-crushing alliance, which had dominated the demonic forest for 100 years, had been reduced to such a sorry state. Wanyan Bupo was clearly stunned by this. He also remembered what his father had said, "Don't let the three races form an alliance." The thing that his father feared the most had finally happened. How could this be? The wood gods had been deprived of their most powerful means, the fire god race had no leader, the stone god clan stood aloof from worldly affairs, but why did they join forces today? No need to guess, it's me. Amidst the chaotic battle ahead, Lin Ling walked over with a smile and said faintly, "It's you." Wanyan Bupo's eyes instantly turned toward Lin Ling, and the majestic scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared in his eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. It was Lin Ling. It was all Lin Ling's fault. He had no enmity with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had destroyed their efforts and even wanted to uproot them. What a bully! Of course, this was only his wishful thinking. Lin Ling had passed through the demonic forest, and he had no enmity with the heaven-crushing alliance. Wasn't he also going to kill Lin Ling? The difference was that he had failed, and Lin Ling had instead come knocking on his door. "You piece of trash, you piece of trash, you think you can battle Longyang? You have no idea how powerful the most powerful circle of the Divine Three Halls is. Trash, I'll definitely kill you, definitely." Corpse aura surged out of Wanyan Bupo's body like a tidal wave, and everyone near him was swept away. Following that, his core members suddenly screamed in pain, and their bodies started to distort. "Ah, young master, no. Ah." Their voices and bodies were constantly changing, and finally, they turned into corpses. Furthermore, from the corpse aura, they were probably 10,000-year-old corpses. At the same time, Wanyan Bupo was also changing, and his body was distorting. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, and the corners of his mouth curled up. "Kill me? You just said the same thing, but I'm still fine." "Ah. You will know." "Ah." Wanyan Bupo's voice also became hoarse, and it sounded like metal scraping against the ground. At the same time, a stinky corpse aura floated out of his body, and his skin peeled off and started to rot. He didn't look like a human, nor a ghost. This was a 100,000-year-old corpse, terrifying. This caused Lin Ling's eyes to burn with the flames of battle. A 100,000-year-old corpse. This was an ancestor-level corpse. Even Lin Ling and Li Xiaoya's generation didn't have a 100,000-year-old history. It looked like this Wanyan Bupo found an old corpse from somewhere, and then planted a giant parasite in his body, completely controlling this old corpse. Furthermore, this was an 8th grade talent, and was indeed extraordinary. Looking at the others, they were pitiful. They followed Wanyan Bupo, and were unknowingly planted with parasites, and became old corpses, ending up in a state that didn't look like a human, nor a ghost. As for the surroundings, they were all under the control of the giants of the various races. The people of the heaven-crushing alliance were either dead, injured, or fleeing. It looked like the roots of the demon forest had been dug up. In the end, only Wanyan Bupo and the old corpses beside him were left. "Lord Envoy, we'll help you." "Queen." At this moment, the queen's voice came from behind. She also knew that Wanyan Bupo's strength was not weak. "No need, leave this guy to me. I also want to see how powerful an 8th grade ultimate desolate body is, because he's an expert ranked in the top 300 of the god list. If I can't even defeat him, how can I defeat heaven-seeking martial god's disciple 3 years later?" "Yes." Lin Ling smiled and refused. Within his body, his 6 stanchions spun wildly, and the enormous realm essence was like a torrential river, providing Lin Ling with enormous strength. Lin Ling's skin also quietly turned black, and his dragon claws slowly grew. The realm-swallowing beast and twin dragon innate skills appeared. At the same time, countless tentacles appeared behind him, bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, like a petal-like wing. Facing a 100,000-year-old corpse, Lin Ling obviously didn't hold back, and erupted with his strongest attack. Looking at Wanyan Bupo, his back was hunched, and pieces of flesh continuously fell from his body, smelling extremely rotten. However, the wisps of death chi on his body gave off an extremely strong pressure. Wanyan Bupo staggered towards Lin Ling, as if he would collapse at any moment. Clash! Wow! All of a sudden, they opened their mouths and spat out a green putrid gas that shot towards Lin Ling like a water column. Clang! Lin Ling raised his sword to block. When the water column hit Lin Ling's greatsword, it immediately sputtered and landed on the ground, corroding the earth. Even when it landed on Lin Ling's body, it was corroding him. This made Lin Ling's expression turn grave. His godly devil body was extremely powerful, but it was still corroded. This also showed how terrifying the corpse chi was. He had to deal with those old corpses first. Otherwise, if he was disturbed while fighting with Wanyan Bupo, it would be extremely disadvantageous to Lin Ling. Gathering all the energy in his body, Lin Ling stomped on the ground and pounced towards the old corpses at a terrifying speed. Soon after, his sharp sword ruthlessly slashed down. This first strike was obviously very smooth. One of the old corpses was split into two by Lin Ling. Corpse chi soared into the sky and completely exploded. However, just as Lin Ling was about to slash at the second old corpse, Lin Ling was shocked to see that although these old corpses seemed to be staggering, they were actually extremely fast when they moved, reaching the speed of 1,000 worlds. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's speed was 1,500 realm speed. Therefore, after Lin Ling recovered from his shock, he took a step forward and slashed out again, successfully killing the second old corpse. There were still 3 left. Clang. At this moment, a sense of danger came over him. Lin Ling instinctively used his tyrannical song to block behind him. Just as he finished his movement, a claw appeared on his greatsword. It was Wanyan Bupo. You are not the only one who possesses 1,500 realm speed. Although he did not manage to sneak an attack on Lin Ling, Wanyan Bupo still let out a sinister laugh. Lin Ling's heart instantly turned heavy. Although he knew that Wanyan Bupo would definitely die, he had to admit that a half-step martial god with an 8th grade ultimate desolate body was indeed very strong. One had to know that he was currently a 14th grade talent. However, when facing Wanyan Bupo, he did not feel the pleasure of crushing him. Therefore, this was definitely a strong opponent. You want to kill my soldiers, have you asked me? Wanyan Bupo spoke again. Haha, I indeed haven't asked. Then let me ask you now, can I kill your soldiers? Lin Ling maintained his posture with his sword behind him and said indifferently. No. Wanyan Bupo immediately replied. His voice was dignified, as if he said no, it meant no. Let's see if I can't. A smile appeared on Lin Ling's face, and his figure instantly disappeared from the spot. When the 3 old corpses sensed that Lin Ling was going to kill them, they jumped up and down and flew into the distance. Obviously, they wouldn't allow Lin Ling to do as he wished. Even though they wouldn't be able to affect the outcome of the battle even if they didn't die, they knew that this was the first time their young master and Lin Ling were clashing. So, they couldn't allow their young master to lose and weaken his momentum. Eat, eat, eat. However, before the 3 old corpses could run very far, 3 enormous shadows pounced on them from the sky. Like an eagle stalking a hare, they pressed the 3 old corpses down to the ground and began to tear at them crazily. The 3 old corpses looked like they were eating barbecued meat, and they were none other than the 3 evil spirits. You! Wanyan Bupo was infuriated. He did not expect Lin Ling to have such a thing, and it was so crazy. Little did he know that even though his 3 old corpses were outstanding half-martial gods, the white golden demon spirit and the black golden demon spirit were both half-martial gods, thus they had no reason to be afraid. Lin Ling, I did not expect you to use such despicable means. Wanyan Bupo said in a low voice. Ho ho, I am not like the others. Sometimes, I believe in using the simplest method to kill someone. Therefore, I will not attack unless necessary. If I can kill someone with my sword, I will not use my mouth. If I am too lazy to attack, I will ask my bodyguards to do it. Lin Ling replied calmly. This was what Wanyan Bupo had said not long ago. Lin Ling was returning the favor to him. Bang! Hearing this, Wanyan Bupo did not waste any more time. He moved his claws and pounced on Lin Ling. The angle of his attack was extremely tricky. Not only was it fast, but it was also targeting Lin Ling's elixir field. Apparently, he knew that the elixir field was the source of Lin Ling's strength. When Lin Ling saw how tricky Wanyan Bupo's attack was, he immediately stepped back. He drew a semicircle in the air with his tyrannical song and slashed it down in front of him. As soon as the sword slashed down, Wanyan Bupo's claws arrived. His speed was extremely fast. If Lin Ling did not react quickly enough, he would have been hit. This was also the first time Lin Ling had fought against an expert whose speed was comparable to his. Rumble, the sword and the claws clashed and the sound of metal clashing could be heard for a long time. However, Lin Ling's sword did not manage to cut off Wanyan Bupo's claws. It only left a sword mark on them. Being ranked in the top 300 on the divine ranking stairway was indeed a well-deserved reputation. Lin Ling's battle intent surged. He knew that if he could defeat Wanyan Bupo, it would mean that he had entered a new circle on the divine ranking stairway. To be honest, when Wendian martial god had summoned the group of experts, Lin Ling had also felt the pressure. He knew that there would always be someone stronger than him. However, he had a strong character since young. The more pressure he was under, the stronger his resistance would be. Therefore, he had been working hard to enter that powerful circle. Just as Lin Ling was thinking about it, Wanyan Bupo had arrived once again. His claws brought along a cold wind as they swept out and across. One had to admit that after he had turned into an old corpse, not only was his speed terrifying, even his strength was terrifying. Clang, Lin Ling raised his sword to block the attack. His dragon claws immediately felt numb. Wanyan Bupo probably had the strength of 10,000 worlds. Your talent overlay is just as I thought. You can't unleash the full power of your talent overlay. You're just relying on your level to suppress me. Wanyan Bupo continued to swing his claws. Through the collision, he had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. He had to admit that Lin Ling was indeed very strong. If he had reached the half-step martial god realm, he knew that he wouldn't be his opponent, because Lin Ling's strongest trump card was the final world's most terrifying King's Path. The so-called King's Path was strong in defense, fast in speed and fierce in attack. It was the most direct and fierce martial path. However, this kind of martial path was also the most difficult to cultivate. It required great perseverance and great luck to cultivate it successfully. Therefore, most people didn't walk the King's Path. Instead, they used their talent to assist them. For example, they used ice to freeze their enemies. For example, they used ghost element to be famous for being strange and so on. When the two of them fought, it was dazzling. In a breath's time, they had exchanged 3,000 moves. From this, one could see how terrifying they were. In the distance, the experts of various races were shocked, but they didn't make a move. As for Wanyan Bupo, after the continuous exchanges, he gradually understood Lin Ling's pattern. His eyes flickered with a cold light. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. He quickly became aggressive and his claws clawed out. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin 8th grade talent, Tai Sui. Lin Ling had also used up a lot of his Jia Yuan under Wanyan Bupo's torrential attacks. Although his Dan Tian had an endless supply of Jia Yuan, that was only relative. If the opponent was slightly stronger than him, the rate of depletion would be even faster. It was just that there were very few people who could make him deplete his Jia Yuan. Lin Ling tensed up as he watched the claws coming at him. His eyes were filled with seriousness as he held his sword with both hands and slashed at the claws. Clang, if a powerhouse who was slightly weaker than Lin Ling faced this slash, they would definitely be split into two. However, against a 100,000-year-old corpse, this slash was clearly not enough to kill it. A 100,000-year-old corpse that had not been destroyed for a long time was no longer under Huan Yu's control. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing could be heard as Wanyan Bupo's claws grabbed Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. His lips curled into a sinister smile. At this moment, Lin Ling frowned as an uneasy thought arose in his mind. However, a powerful force came and pressed down the tyrannical song sword in his hand. This time, without the tyrannical song sword in front of him, Lin Ling's chest was exposed. However, Wanyan Bupo's claws were also pressing down on his sword. Even if his weakness was exposed, Lin Ling would not be affected. However, how could a 100,000-year-old corpse not have a trump card? Corpse Fragrance Konjac. A beautiful flower bloomed on Wanyan Bupo's rotten chest. The flower was as big as a millstone, but it grew rapidly. Its petals were formed from withered claws as it pounced on Lin Ling's chest. Not good. Lin Ling retreated quickly, but it was too late. The flower was like a spinning top as it spun wildly around Lin Ling's chest, causing flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. It looked like it was going to kill Lin Ling. It was obvious that Wanyan Bupo had been preparing this killer move since the beginning. His goal was to kill Lin Ling in one hit. However, at the critical moment, black vines rushed out of Lin Ling's left arm and wrapped around it, forcibly stopping the spinning claw flower. Wanyan Bupo narrowed his eyes. This Lin Ling really had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. After all, he'd once relied on this natural talent to kill a martial god. Even though that martial god's natural talent wasn't great, it was still a proud accomplishment that couldn't be erased. With the corpse fragrance konjac being blocked, Wanyan Bupo decided to stop while he was ahead. However, he also took advantage of the moment when Lin Ling was injured to forcefully pull with his claws. Like a kite, it flew out in an arc and smashed into the ground. Clang! Tyrannical Song's sword left his hand. Seeing this, Lin Ling rushed over anxiously. However, Wanyan Bupo sneered and appeared in front of the tyrant Song's sword even faster than Lin Ling. He then said ferociously, "Without a sword, how are you going to stop me? How are you going to attack?" Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the sword beside his feet. However, when he was halfway through pulling it out, a terrifying murderous aura rushed out from the sword, causing Wanyan Bupo's expression to change drastically. Subconsciously, he quickly let go of the sword. This sword was so strange. It had such a strong murderous aura, he really didn't know how Lin Ling controlled it. Of course, not only was Wanyan Bupo shocked, but he was also furious. It was as if he had been played by Lin Ling. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have pulled out the sword. Who said that I can't attack without a sword? Clang! However, at this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Wanyan Bupo's body trembled as he turned around. The first thing he saw was Lin Ling stretching out his left arm. Countless vines rushed out and wrapped around him. Oh no! Clang! Wanyan Bupo knew that he was in trouble. Lin Ling smiled coldly and said with a hint of madness, "Next, it's my turn. Go." Lin Ling clenched his dragon claw and activated all of his realm essence. He combined it with his physical strength and punched out like a storm. Bang! 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 All of the punches landed on Wanyan Bupo's chest, causing his flesh and blood to splatter everywhere. Corpse chi rose to the sky. He had never expected that Lin Ling would be so fierce without a sword. He even suspected that Lin Ling had purposely thrown away his sword to lure him into a trap. After all, they were on par with each other in terms of strength. Whoever exposed a flaw first would affect the entire battle. Lin Ling was indeed cunning. Enough! Enough! After being punched tens of thousands of times by Lin Ling, Wanyan Bupo finally exploded with a towering corpse chi and broke out of Little Kunlun's restraints. This showed how terrifying his talent was. Little Kunlun specialized in sealing talents. However, against 100,000 years old corpse, the sealing time was obviously much shorter. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. No wonder Wanyan Bupo was ranked 300 on the Divine Stairway. He was still alive after being punched tens of thousands of times by Lin Ling. If these attacks had landed on other half-step martial gods, they would have been smashed into meat paste by Lin Ling. This also showed how significant the effect of increasing one's talent by one grade was. Shaking his head, Lin Ling walked towards the tyrannical Song sword step by step. He pulled it out and put it back into the scabbard. "My sword is not that easy to take!" Exclamation point. In the distance, Wanyan Bupo was stunned. Green veins appeared on his forehead and they were wriggling like worms. It seemed that Lin Ling had purposely lured him into a trap. Moreover, Lin Ling had put away the sword. This meant that it did not matter whether Lin Ling had the sword or not. Wanyan Bupo had been so proud of himself. It turned out that it was just his wishful thinking. Very good. Lin Ling, I have underestimated you. However, don't be too proud. Let me tell you, with Wendian martial god's strength, he will be able to nurture Longyang to a new height in 3 years. You will not be able to compete with him. Wanyan Bupo's murderous intent grew stronger after being put in such a difficult position by a martial ancestor junior. Then, he sneered, "Your technique is indeed powerful and can stack talents. However, it has a huge flaw, which is that you can't unleash the full potential of your talent. Now, I'll show you the true power of an 8th grade talent." After he finished speaking, his flesh and bones fell as if they were being corroded. A pile of mud appeared on the ground. No, it should be a pile of rotten flesh. However, this pile of mud carried with it a sense of fatal danger. Furthermore, after the mud gathered, it began to wriggle slowly and turned into a giant silkworm. However, this silkworm looked disgusting, as if it had been buried in the ground for hundreds of thousands of years. It was extremely stinky. Taisui corpse silkworm. Suddenly, the flesh silkworm released an ancient voice. It actually became enormous, covering the heavens and covering the earth. It was completely condensed from meat paste. Taisui. The people from the other tribes were shocked. This was because Taisui was an extremely strange thing. It was not restricted by the universe and was hidden in the darkness of the universe. It was said that it was formed by the filthy chi of heaven and earth. Goo, that is a type of goo. Translator, trans and editor, trans and defeat. Goo, that's a type of goo. Suddenly, the leader of the Stone God tribe shouted, "Lord Totem, be careful." The Stone God tribe had been digging for stones all year round, so they knew what the Taisui fungus was. It was something that the ancients used to prolong life. However, although the Taisui fungus looked like meat, it was actually extremely dirty. Once it was invaded by foul energy, it would turn into a Taisui fungus. Could it be that Wanyan Bupo's talent is actually the Taisui fungus? The 100,000-year-old corpse was actually occupied by his talent. The leader of the Fire God tribe exclaimed. This meant that Wanyan Bupo was going to use Gu on Lin Ling. Everyone, don't move. He's mine. However, when everyone wanted to help Lin Ling rejected them. This battle was also a test for him. But now, he knew that it was time to give it his all. Of course, before going all out, Lin Ling also tested the power of this meat wall. However, once his time-space divine steel and dark sword were unleashed, they immediately lost their connection. Foul energy indeed had the power to contaminate all kinds of energy. Lin Ling's ordinary methods lost their effect in an instant. Looks like it's really extraordinary. However, Wanyan Bupo is right. Because of the stacking of talents, it is indeed difficult for me to display the true characteristics of each great talent. But do you think I only have one method? Do you think that my strength comes from the superposition of my innate skills? Lin Ling no longer hid his methods, and his soul power finally erupted. Step of wisdom. At this moment, the Taisui fungus in front of him became even bigger, and it drowned Lin Ling, its foul energy soaring to the sky. However, it did not know that this huge Taisui fungus had already been sealed in the parallel world by Lin Ling. Calamity-destroying Sunbow. A dragon bow roared, and the language of Buddha and God filled the air. Divine Majesty, sixth arrow, what is 5? 1. Suffering day and night, leading to a calamity. 2. One is full, many are full. 3. Sin weapon trident, eagle snake, wolf dog. 4. Dragon, God, sky, ghost. 5. If one falls into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6. Because they are continuous, they are called seamless. Seamless Tao. Everyone heard this ancient divine language. This also let them know that this power could restrain the foul energy, but it was too late, because the Taisui fungus had completely drowned Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling had been poisoned by a goo worm and would be completely controlled by Wanyan Bupo. It was even possible that Wanyan Bupo had taken over Lin Ling's body and become the next Lin Ling. Lord Envoy. Looking at the terrifying mountain of flesh in front of her, the queen could not help but cry out. Then, without hesitation, she wanted to save Lin Ling. Boom. However, at this moment, endless brilliance bloomed. The black and white arrows appeared out of thin air, pierced through the flesh, and shot into the distance, sprinkling down endless Buddhist light. Under this light, the mountain of flesh seemed to melt like ice, rumble. Then, a figure was sent flying. After rubbing pathetically on the ground a few times, he finally smashed into the distance, causing a large amount of dust to rise into the sky. The blue-robed man slowly walked out from the light that scattered down from the sky. The corners of his mouth were still curled into an arc as he muttered to himself, I don't only have the ability to stack my innate talent. Looking at the man, the people of the 3 tribes were all stunned. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. It was as if time had stopped. The previous scene lingered in everyone's minds. They realized that Lin Ling had actually defeated Wanyan Bupo. More importantly, Lin Ling was only at the intermediate stage of the martial ancestor realm. In the distance, many people of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance were also watching the battle. At this moment, their bodies were all trembling. Lin Ling, who was ranked 400 on the divine ranking, had actually defeated Wanyan Bupo, who was ranked 300. One had to know that the divine ranking and the stairway to heaven gathered the top elites of the world. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for a normal person to rank up. However, Lin Ling had crazily shot up to the 300th rank. If I remember correctly, he defeated Duan Wuhan not too long ago. That's right, it was not too long ago. Moreover, this guy wants to challenge martial god Wen Tian's disciple. Yeah, I always thought that he was overestimating himself. However, based on his current progress, even if martial god Wen Tian's disciple has endless cultivation resources, Lin Ling might still lose. The people discussed animatedly. Their hearts were like thunder. Lord Envoy, are you all right? The Empress rushed toward Lin Ling and took out a bottle of 10,000 spirit water. However, Lin Ling shook his head. I'm fine. It's just some minor injuries. In reality, he had won this battle with great difficulty. The injuries he had suffered were not light. However, his recovery ability was strong. Thus, as long as Wanyan Bupo was defeated, he would be fine. Of course, if Wanyan Bupo was stronger, it would be hard to say. Next, Lin Ling gently waved his hand and the dust in front of him was blown away. Then, Lin Ling strode forward. On the ground in front of him, there was a huge crater. Wanyan Bupo was lying there in a sorry state. His lower body was completely destroyed and he was constantly coughing up blood. When he saw Lin Ling walking over, his eyes were filled with shock. Lin Ling had defeated him. Previously, he had clearly wanted to devour Lin Ling. However, a mysterious force had suddenly appeared and sealed his strength. Then, it was the terrifying Buddha god's arrow. His talent and strength were completely powerless against that arrow. He had a feeling that it would not be difficult for that arrow to kill a martial god. He had never expected that Lin Ling from the third divine hall would have the strength to defeat someone from their circle. You've lost. Lin Ling stood in front of Wanyan Bupo and smiled faintly. Hearing this, Wanyan Bupo's eyes turned ferocious. Lin Ling, I admit that I have underestimated you. His voice was filled with resentment. In the future, I will definitely kill you and turn you into my venomous insect. He gritted his teeth as if he was making a blood oath. Lin Ling's face was still expressionless. He and Wanyan Bupo had been enemies for a long time. Either Lin Ling or Wanyan Bupo would die. Therefore, it was normal for Wanyan Bupo to be filled with resentment. I believe you. However, you no longer have the chance. Then, Lin Ling lifted his foot and stomped heavily on Wanyan Bupo. Bang! Wanyan Bupo's upper body was crushed by Lin Ling's stomp. He could not be more dead. Lin Ling's methods were overbearing and ruthless. However, he knew that if he was not ruthless, he and the demon forest would be the unlucky ones. When they saw that Lin Ling had won, everyone knelt down on one knee. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Lin Ling was like a messenger that God had arranged for them. He had appeared out of nowhere to save them. This is not over yet. I believe that the scarier guy is on his way. However, compared to everyone's excitement, Lin Ling looked at the sky and said. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Wanyan sure had arrived. Don't worry, as long as you're united, that powerful being will still be very wary of you. Yes. However, Lin Ling smiled lightly and sat down cross-legged on the ground. Everyone nodded and silently waited for that powerful being to arrive. After all, what would come would come. Thus, they had to face that powerful being head-on. Wow, look, there are so many treasures here. Yes. At this moment, a member of the Stone God tribe exclaimed excitedly. Then, a large number of dwarves rushed out with countless treasures. The person in the lead was actually Gu Adam, and those treasures were obviously the treasures collected by the Heaven-Crushing Alliance in these 100 years. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Lord Totem, these are all for you. Yes. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, those dwarfs threw all the treasures in front of Lin Ling. Moreover, Gu Adam said shyly, Lord Totem, can I exchange them for some wine? Yes. Lin Ling was instantly speechless. These guys really loved wine as if it was their life, because, if these treasures were placed in the final world, not to mention a few bottles of wine, it would probably be no problem to buy a few hundred wineries. This, Lord Totem, could it be that you think it's too little? Yes. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, all the members of the Stone God tribe said nervously. Think it's too little? What a joke. Lin Ling felt like he had profited too much. It's enough, it's enough. Take it, this is the wine you wanted. Lin Ling hurriedly threw out a large number of wine bottles. He only kept a few for himself and threw out the rest. Lord Totem, you're too good. Yes. The members of the Stone God tribe were all jumping up and down happily. Tribe leader, why are you stealing my wine? If you do it again, I'll tell Lord Totem. Yes. Don't, this is yours. We're good brothers, don't spoil our relationship over such a small matter. Yes. One had to admit that these members of the Stone God tribe were very simple and honest. Sometimes, they were very dignified, and sometimes, they were like children. Lord Envoy. Yes. The people of the Wood God race were obviously not interested in those treasures. On the contrary, all the women were looking at Lin Ling with worship. This made Lin Ling feel somewhat embarrassed. Don't look at me like that. I'm thin-skinned. Lin Ling sighed. If the members of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance were here, they would definitely be cursing and swearing in fury. Although Lin Ling wasn't a shameless person, his skin was definitely not thin. Lord Envoy, after this matter is over, I wonder what your plans are. Beside Lin Ling, Her Majesty the Queen used wood spirit energy to continuously heal Lin Ling. It had to be said that the feeling of treatment made Lin Ling very satisfied. I'm leaving, looking for my wife. While enjoying the treatment, Lin Ling also smiled casually. Hearing this, Her Majesty the Queen's face darkened, as did Saint Na and the others. Saint Na finally couldn't help but say, Lord Envoy, why don't you stay? We'll serve you. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly. It seemed like he was a little tempted. Seeing this, the eyes of Her Majesty the Queen and the others all lit up. However, soon after, Lin Ling also said firmly, sorry, I still have to look for my wife. I want to bring her home. Of course, he knew that if he stayed in the demonic forest, with his identity, he could have anything he wanted. Moreover, he would have countless beautiful women accompanying him every day. However, he had to make a promise first. No matter what kind of paradise this place was, or what kind of dragon's lair and tiger's den it was outside, he, Lin Ling, would still choose the dragon's lair and tiger's den in the end. Lord Envoy's wife should be a very happy woman. Hearing Lin Ling's determined voice, Her Majesty the Queen suddenly felt a little envious. Her beautiful face also became even dimmer. Meanwhile, Lin Ling could also sense her emotions. He rubbed his nose. At this time, it was naturally better to remain silent. Lin Ling, there's a fruit of kindness among these treasures. At this moment, the giant ghost suddenly said. Its gaze was also fixed on a wooden box among the treasures. Lin Ling was immediately overjoyed, fruit of kindness, fruit of fortune, and fruit of fate. With these three fruits, he could refine the flame of the human monarch. And if the flame of the human monarch was also fused into his talent, that kind of strength was simply unimaginable. Immediately, Lin Ling followed the giant ghost's instructions and found a wooden box. However, just as he was about to open it, the giant ghost floated away. At the same time, it said solemnly, fruit of kindness. If one does more evil than good, they will definitely be injured by the fruit of kindness. The giant ghost clearly had more evil tendencies. That was why it avoided it. It was afraid of the power of kindness. Doing more evil than good? Lin Ling pondered over the giant ghost's words. However, he hesitated. To be honest, he didn't seem to have done any good deeds in his life. It seemed that he had done quite a lot of evil deeds. This meant that he couldn't open the wooden box. He could not help but look at Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen was a wood spirit and was pure and flawless. She should be able to open the wooden box. Her Majesty the Queen seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking. She immediately smiled and said kindly, Lord Messenger, I can open it for you. However, I feel that Lord Messenger can actually open it yourself. That's because I believe in Lord Messenger. Lin Ling curled his lips. Even he didn't believe that he was a good person. However, he decided to give it a try. At most, he would suffer some injuries. Staring at the wooden box in his hand, he discovered that the wooden box looked very ordinary. However, Lin Ling knew that it was definitely made from a rare tree. Following that, Lin Ling gently opened it. However, what surprised Lin Ling was that the fruit lying in the wooden box looked very ordinary. It didn't even emit any light or power. If it was thrown into the market, Lin Ling would definitely think that it was an apple. As for the power of kindness, Lin Ling did not sense it at all. Looking at the people around him, they also did not feel anything. On the contrary, the giant ghost floated further and further away. As for the three-headed evil spirit in the distance, it let out a low growl. It seemed that it was very afraid of the fruit. This also made Lin Ling stunned. If the giant ghost and the others were afraid of the fruit, then the fruit did indeed have such power. Could it be that I'm more kind than evil? He remembered that he had killed countless people in this life. Perhaps you've saved even more people. Beside him, Her Majesty the Queen suddenly said playfully. Her limpid eyes were filled with curiosity towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head speechlessly. Then, he put away the wooden box. No matter what, it was enough that the fruit did not affect him. Just as he put away the wooden box, the aura of death finally surged over from afar. Looking over, the wind and clouds rolled and the aura of death filled the sky. More than a dozen ferocious dragon bones, carrying a huge bronze coffin, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wanyan Shijing, the second strongest leader of the place of eternal rest, had finally arrived. He's here. Everyone felt as if a great enemy was approaching, and their auras were completely released. At this moment, the entire demonic forest shook. Countless trees, mountains, and other things seemed to have come alive. They formed a powerful force field, blocking the arrival of the strong man. Bang, 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 the huge coffin kept hitting the sky. However, it was as if there was a membrane in the sky that blocked it. They arrived at the Guyuan mountain range. If Wanyan Bupo was 100,000 years old corpse, then this person must be a million-year-old corpse. He was definitely one of the best among the martial gods. Who is Lin Ling? A dignified voice drifted out from his mouth. Your father, me. Lin Ling also immediately stood up. In his heart, he was also surprised by the strength of that expert. However, he was also glad that the combined strength of the three great clans was actually able to block that person. Otherwise, he, Lin Ling, could only escape. Sure enough, if these three clans joined forces, the entire demon forest would be their world. 100 years ago, if it weren't for the fact that they weren't united, they would have been defeated by the Heaven-Crushing Alliance one by one. The Heaven-Crushing Alliance wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. Are you the Lin Ling who killed my son? The dignified man looked coldly at Lin Ling. He already knew everything through Wanyan Bupo. He hated Lin Ling, this junior, to the bone. This was because not only had Lin Ling destroyed his painstaking efforts, he had even uprooted his foundation. After all, this was a foundation that he had spent 100 years to establish. That's right, it's your father. If you have something to say, then say it. If not, then scram. Lin Ling didn't give him any face either. They were all mortal enemies, so there was no need to talk nonsense. Lin Ling, you've got guts. I'll remember you. If you have the ability, hide in the demon forest for the rest of your life. That Wanyan Epics clearly knew that he could not touch Lin Ling at the moment. Where I go is none of your business. If you don't like it, then come and kill me. Also, your son was crushed by my foot. If you don't like it, then come and kill me. Lin Ling laughed in an overbearing manner. Good job. Wanyan Meisher was so angry that he laughed. It had been a long time since he had seen such an arrogant junior. He once again attacked the sky, but there was still no effect. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. Suddenly, he remembered the fruit of good he received earlier and decided to give it a try. He opened the wooden box and took it out. Then, he opened it and an invisible wave immediately floated out. Fruit of good. Wanyan Shiji immediately felt uncomfortable. Although with his strength, he was not very afraid of the good fruit. However, that formless fluctuation made him feel uncomfortable. Keep stomping. If you have the ability, continue to stomp. If you have the ability, stomp for 3 days and 3 nights. Seeing that Wanyan Junhui was clearly afraid, Lin Ling immediately sneered. He didn't believe that if this continued, who would be able to outlast the other. When Wanyan Shi saw that even an ant was so arrogant, he was so angry that he exploded. However, he could not break through that barrier. Instead, he felt extremely uncomfortable staying here. If you have the ability, don't leave. If you scram, then you are my grandson. Lin Ling added insult to injury. Ah! Wanyan Epic roared. It was even more chaotic. The murderer of his son was right in front of him, yet he couldn't kill him. Instead, he had to watch the other party be arrogant. Remember, I will take revenge for what happened today. Not daring to stay any longer, Wanyan Shiji could only leave dejectedly. In the sky, the roiling aura of death started to recede. In the end, a clear blue sky appeared. The demonic forest that had been drowned by the aura of death for 100 years finally regained its tranquility. Everyone looked up at the sky, and an excited smile finally appeared on their faces. Of course, when they looked at the young man in the crowd, the reverence on their faces became even more pronounced. That young man was the totem of the demonic forest, their envoy. Even after millions of years, this ancient demonic forest would still be a legend. He was Lin Ling. 3 days later, at the edge of the demonic forest, a young man carrying a large sword and a sword lock was slowly advancing with a tall bodyguard, and he was Lin Ling. After dealing with the demonic forest, Lin Ling also left without stopping. To him, after destroying the heaven-crushing alliance, he had the face to tell Huan, "Brother, you can leave now. I will protect your home for you." As he advanced through the dense forest, Lin Ling was undoubtedly in a very good mood. This was because not only had his strength greatly increased, but he had also obtained a large number of treasures. Among them, the heaven-crushing alliance had left behind many treasures, and the 3 tribes had also gifted many treasures to Lin Ling. It could be said that the current Lin Ling could be considered half a tycoon. Moreover, for a very long time, Lin Ling would not lack the resources he needed to break through. Longyang has the full support of the new heavenly court, but I, Lin Ling, am not weak either. Right now, in the final world, the news of my battle with her seems to have spread like wildfire. Could it be that martial god Wen Tian is afraid that I will go back on my word, so he deliberately spread the news? Lin Ling said as he walked, but he immediately became certain. This was because martial god Wen Tian was also wary of Lin Ling's backer, so he spread the news to shut the mouths of those powerful beings. When Lin Ling lost, those powerful beings would not dare to help Lin Ling so easily. Regarding this, Lin Ling sneered coldly. Martial god Wen Tian was underestimating Lin Ling too much. Would he, Lin Ling, lose for sure? Next is the ancient Yuan mountain range. However, if you encounter that Wanyan Xianxia, with your strength, it will be very difficult to fight him. At this moment, the giant ghost beside him suddenly said. Lin Ling instantly nodded. Wanyan Xianxia was undoubtedly a powerful figure. If they encountered him, Lin Ling only had 50% confidence that he would be able to retreat. Looks like I have to quickly refine this human king's flame. After that, Lin Ling did not think too much about it. Although he was no match for Wanyan Meiji, if he really encountered him, he could just give up on the Platinum Evil Ghost and use the Platinum Evil Ghost to delay him and escape. That shouldn't be too difficult. The few of them chatted as they walked, and finally successfully walked out of the demonic forest. On top of a cliff, Lin Ling looked into the distance. There was an endless grassland there, and occasionally, there were a few mountains sitting there. They were ancient and grand, like giants overlooking the entire grassland. Lin Ling could not help but gasp. Judging from the surging aura, this should be the ancient Yuan mountain range. Looking at the sky again, there was light enveloping the earth as if there was a scorching sun. However, Lin Ling knew that this was the bottom of the Kaiyuan River. He could even imagine that the Kaiyuan River was actually a universal void, but it had failed to grow, so it had become a continent with an inner universe. Senior sister Yu big brother, the dragon tribe has not completed a single mission. I hope we can find the information we need in the ancient Yuan mountain range. Shaking his head, Lin Ling jumped down from the cliff. Not long after, the earth rumbled, and Lin Ling appeared on the grassland at the bottom of the cliff. Next, he set off on his journey again. A gust of fresh air rushed to his face, making Lin Ling feel relaxed and happy. He took out the map, checked the direction, and immediately continued to move forward. The vast grassland was full of green grass that was half a man's height. 2 figures, like lone rangers, slowly disappeared into the distance. After walking for 2 hours, suddenly, the sound of fighting came from afar, which made Lin Ling frown slightly. Without hesitation, he immediately ran in the direction of the sound. Under a grassy hill, more than 10 people were fighting. Their strength was sparse, and many of them were at the sage realm, and only 2 of them were at the martial ancestor realm. One of their own, beside her, a middle-aged man was treating her injuries. On the other side, those people were eyeing them covetously, laughing as they attacked. Hee hee, Li Hongwang, why don't I see you being arrogant? Where's your boss? Get him over here. Today, all of you will die here. I've said it before, your mind belongs to the Red Alliance. The person who attacked was not in a hurry to kill. It was as if he was toying with a mouse. On the other hand, the injured party was being supported by the early martial progenitor Realm Old Man. It was obvious that he would not be able to hold on for much longer. Young Master Tian, you're despicable. How dare you use poison? As for the middle-aged man who was healing people, he couldn't help but let out an angry roar. If it wasn't for the fact that he needed to expel the poison, he would have already charged forward. There's no need to talk about morality with trash like you from the Godslayer Alliance. That's because we've already given you guys a chance to scram. However, you guys went back on your word and refused to leave. In that case, why should we be gentlemen? On the other side, a fair-skinned young master said with a smile. He was riding on a person with a chain around his neck, just like a dog. However, everyone knew that this person was on the middle-aged man's side and was being treated like a dog. Young Master Tian, can you be any more shameless? We were the ones who found the mineral vein first, and a few people even died during the mining. You came and snatched it from us, and you didn't even give us anything. Now you have the nerve to say that we're treacherous? The middle-aged man's eyes turned red. I gave you face, but you don't want it. You actually think you're in the right to betray me? Capture them all and make them slaves, just like my dogs. Hearing this, young Master Bai Mian finally shouted coldly. The experts beside him unleashed their auras and attacked one after another. Li Hongwang, take them away. I can't stop so many people. Let one of them go. At this moment, the old man in charge of blocking them shouted anxiously. Divine Elder, I'm not leaving. When has our God-Slayer Alliance ever abandoned our brothers? Moreover, they came prepared. I'm afraid their escape route has been sealed. That middle-aged man gritted his teeth and swallowed it into his stomach. However, if Lin Ling was here, he would definitely recognize this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was none other than Li Hongwang, who had recommended Lin Ling to the God-Slaying Alliance, and his wife, Ho Yenru. Alas! Hearing this, the old man let out a long sigh. However, right at this moment, a fierce roar drifted over from afar. Its aura was vast and mighty, and it actually blew away all the grass on the grassland. Whoosh! Whoosh! Those grasses all flew up and floated in the sky like sharp arrows, shooting out with the person who came. Young Master Tian, can you be any more despicable? You've even ambushed an expert. Sensing the terrifying aura behind them, Li Hongwang and the others were enraged once again. They were all prepared to fight to the death. They didn't expect the Red Alliance to not only use poison, but also set up an ambush to block their escape route. They were trying to drive them to their deaths. Huh? However, the experts on the other side were stunned because they weren't the ones who had called them over. Junzi, is he from your academy? No, judging from his aura, he's very strong. I'm afraid he's an expert from the third hall. If he's an expert from the third hall, then he definitely has nothing to do with the God-Slayer Alliance. After all, only the two leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance are from the academy. They've been away for a long time, so it's impossible for them to come back. Therefore, he's one of us. Everyone started to analyze the situation and then burst into laughter. Some of them even took out wine and drank, waiting for the expert to kill Li Hongwang and the others. Wow, what a powerful move. The grasses have turned into arrows. It seems like he possesses a powerful ancestor's power. If he landed in the 10,000 realms, he could easily destroy a realm. Nonsense, how can we compare to a martial ancestor from the third hall? I reckon that this move will kill half of Li Hongwang and the others. More than half. I'm afraid they'll all die. They were even admiring the move. However, with the person who had come beyond their side, the answer was obviously no. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. Half of the people were killed in an instant. They could not even utter a cry of pain. Expert, you've killed the wrong people. We're on the same side. We're on the same side. The guy called Young Master Tian did not care about his own life. He pointed at the red cloth tied to his shoulder, which seemed to be the symbol of the Red Alliance. However, if the martial ancestor had not saved him at the last moment, he would have been killed by the arrows. This was because a new wave of grass arrows had arrived and killed another dozen people before finally disappearing. A figure in a blue and white robe descended from the sky, shocking the crowd. "Senior, you've killed the wrong people. We're on the same side," the martial ancestor standing beside young Master Tian said. His heart was filled with anger, but he did not dare to show it. That being said, he pointed at the red cloth tied to his shoulder as he spoke, indicating that he was from the Red Alliance. He even planned to reprimand the person after he admitted it. He had never seen such a stupid person who could not differentiate between friend and foe. As for whether the person was related to the God Extermination Alliance, he did not think it was possible. The God Extermination Alliance was famous in the 9 prefectures. However, they were well aware of how many experts they had. Although the God Extermination Alliance had martial ancestor experts, their talents were all below the 5th grade. They were as weak as dogs. They were not strong enough to face the alliance formed by the Ultimate World's experts. Whoosh. However, while that expert was still explaining, a sword slashed down. That martial ancestor expert was unable to say anything because his neck had been slashed open, his eyes were wide open. He even pointed at his right arm, indicating that he was from the Red Alliance. "Why did you kill him?" Plop, his head finally fell off. He died with his eyes wide open. At this moment, the people of the Red Alliance trembled. Young Master Tian's expression changed drastically as he looked at the person who had just arrived. He looked at him from head to toe, but he had never seen the blue-robed young man before. "He's so powerful. He killed Hichong Tian with a single slash. He was a middle-stage martial ancestor expert. Just now, he alone blocked Li Hongwang and me." As for the people of the God Extermination Alliance, the old man called Divine Elder said seriously. "He's an expert. I don't know if he's a friend or foe. Although he helped us, some experts are eccentric. They will attack us if they don't like us. Therefore, no one can guarantee that he won't kill us." Li Hongwang quietly transmitted his voice over, reminding everyone to be careful. They must not offend this powerhouse. Hearing this, the people of the God Extermination Alliance nodded solemnly. At this moment, the person who had just arrived slowly turned his head and looked at Li Hongwang. He was wearing a blue robe that was as clean as the clouds in the sky. He had delicate features and an excited smile appeared on his face. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. It was the 4th leader, Lin Ling. As for the Divine Elder and the rest, they had joined the God Slayer Alliance later, so they didn't recognize him. However, they were shocked by Li Hongwang's rude behavior. Was Li Hongwang stupid? How could he point at someone like that? Was he looking for death? However, this wasn't the end. Li Hongwang shouted even more agitatedly, F***CK. F***CK, Li Hongwang, you. F***CK. Seeing this, the Divine Elder and the rest's expressions changed. This guy actually dared to speak. Their hearts immediately turned to ashes. They were already prepared to welcome the expert's slaughter. However, what they expected didn't happen. Instead, the expert smiled. His smile was extremely beautiful. He said indifferently, "Yes, I'm here. What's going on?" It seems like this expert knows Li Hongwang. The Divine Elder and the rest were dumbfounded. Subordinate Li Hongwang greets leader Lin Ling. F***CK. Finally, Li Hongwang opened his mouth. He was so agitated that tears flowed out of his eyes. His words shocked the Divine Elder and the rest. However, a mythical name finally appeared in their minds. The 4th leader of the God Slayer Alliance, Lin Ling. As for this leader, those who had joined the God Slayer Alliance later had never seen him before. However, they had all heard of his name. The God-slaying formation, whose name shook the 9 prefectures. There were even many hot-blooded youths from the 9 prefectures who had come to follow the 4th leader, Lin Ling. And now, they finally saw this legendary figure. Plop, everyone knelt down on one knee. They were only curious and in awe of this legendary figure that they had only heard of but never seen. "Get up. F***CK. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward slowly. Then, he came to Li Hongwang's side and helped him up. He thumped the latter's chest and said, "Long time no see. F***CK. Haha. F***CK. Li Hongwang was a little agitated. Lin Ling was actually so familiar with him in front of the Divine Elder and the rest. This gave him a lot of face. He touched his nose and said, I heard that you went to the final world and I haven't seen you since. F***ck. Yes, I was delayed by something. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. After all, Li Hongwang was the first person who had recommended Lin Ling to the God Slayer Alliance. Thus, Lin Ling and Li Hongwang had a pretty good relationship. After that, Lin Ling looked at Ho Yanru. At this moment, Ho Yanru's eyes were slightly closed, and her face was pale. It was obvious that she had been poisoned. However, this bit of poison was really not enough for Lin Ling. He could even devour the death aura of the demon forest. What more, this poison, a devil ghost jellyfish floated out and appeared behind Ho Yanru and began to absorb the poison. A moment later, Ho Yanru opened her eyes. When she saw Lin Ling, she couldn't help but smile excitedly. When Li Hongwang saw that his wife had recovered, he laughed 3 times and immediately helped his wife up. As for the Divine Elder and the rest, they were all dumbfounded. The 4th leader was so powerful. Not only did he easily kill the members of the Red Alliance, but he also saved Ho Yanru. He was much more powerful than they had imagined. When they had first joined the God Slayer Alliance, they knew that Lin Ling wasn't strong at that time. However, they believed that Lin Ling would soar into the sky in one go. Indeed, reality didn't disappoint them. Lin Ling, what's your current cultivation level? Ho Yanru suddenly asked. 4th level martial ancestor. Lin Ling didn't hide anything from them. Sizzle. Ho Yanru and her husband sucked in a breath of cold air and said, I remember that your cultivation level was lower than ours. Now, we haven't reached the martial ancestor realm, but you've reached the 4th level martial ancestor realm. You're just as abnormal as Sakura and the rest. Hearing this, Lin Ling became excited and asked, Is my big brother here? He's here, he's here. Your big brother, Wangu Wuji, and the rest are all here. Li Hongwang was the first to speak. His body suddenly trembled because if Sakura and the others knew that Lin Ling had come, who knows how excited they would be. One had to know that he had often heard Disher Tian's nagging and the latter missed his second brother very much. That's great. Lin Ling licked his lips. He had finally found his big brother and the rest. Hey, are you guys done talking? However, a voice interrupted Lin Ling and the rest's conversation. The guy called Young Master Tian pointed at Lin Ling and spoke. The members of the God Slayer Alliance were stunned. Was this guy deaf? Didn't he hear that the 4th leader of the God Slayer Alliance was here, or was he an idiot, or did he think that the God Slayer Alliance was weak and didn't have any experts? No matter what, Li Hongwang and the rest knew that the members of the Red Alliance were out of luck. Among the 4 leaders, the one with the most guts was Lin Ling. Since you're not one of us, you're an enemy. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and become my slave, and I'll spare your life. Young Master Tian pointed at Lin Ling and spoke arrogantly. Become your slave? Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. A guy in the sage realm actually dared to speak like this? That's right. Let me tell you, we're members of the Red Alliance. Behind us are the experts of the final world. If you don't become my leader, humph. Young Master Tian snorted coldly twice. Lin Ling nodded his head and said, Sure. If you want me to become your slave, you can ask it. If it agrees, I'll become your slave. After speaking, Lin Ling's heart shook. Soon after, a figure flew out from the distant forest. It was like a small giant as it charged towards young Master Tian and the rest. It was the platinum evil spirit. Lin Ling didn't even look at it. Instead, he asked Li Hongwang and the rest about Sakura and the rest. As for young Master Tian's side, after a few people died, he finally knew what kind of terrifying existence he had provoked. Oh my god, what is this thing? It actually eats people. It's so scary. It's looking at me and laughing. It's going to eat me. No, I don't want to be eaten like a spicy strip. Spare me. Young Master Tian and the rest all knelt down and ran towards Lin Ling. Li Hongwang and the rest witnessed this scene with their own eyes and were obviously frightened. They never expected that Lin Ling would bring such a powerful bodyguard. You don't want me to be your slave anymore? However, Lin Ling didn't even look at them. No, ancestor. Hurry up and save me. It's pulling my leg. Young Master Tian screamed the loudest. He was so scared that his snot was flowing out as he crawled towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered. He didn't kill young Master Tian because he had a lot of things that he wanted to know from him. Be my dog. Lin Ling said indifferently. Ah? I've always been the one riding the slaves. Young Master Tian opened his mouth wide. Remember, it's to be a dog. You're not qualified to be my slave. However, I don't like to force people. Do you want to be a spicy strip or a dog? It's up to you. Lin Ling snorted in disdain. Be a dog, be a dog. Sans, Li Hongwang and the others were stunned. As long as the members of the God Slayer Alliance were captured by young Master Tian, their fate would be to become dogs and be ridden by young Master Tian. But now, Lin Ling had returned the favor by turning them into dogs. Li Hongwang and the others immediately felt relieved. The others want to make spicy strips? Or do you want to be a dog? Let me remind you that I need as many dogs as there are people here. The extra dogs will be killed. Lin Ling opened his mouth again. The faces of the Red Alliance members changed drastically. They hurriedly crawled over, fighting to be first. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to be Lin Ling's dogs. How shameful. Even dogs want to sit on it. Li Hongwang felt as if he had released half of the pent-up anger he had suffered all these years. He strode forward and ruthlessly kicked young Master Tian's butt. Young Master Tian, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? You're just a male dog. F***ck, you dared to poison my wife. When we get back, I'll castrate you. After saying that, he kicked young Master Tian's butt hard. Young Master Tian held in pain, but he didn't dare to resist. Each person chooses a dog. Let's go and meet my big brother. Lin Ling looked into the distance and couldn't help but touch his nose. He and Sakura hadn't seen each other for many years. I wonder what level Big Brother has reached now. As for the Divine Elder and the others, they were all dumbfounded. After meeting the fourth leader of the God Slayer Alliance today, he really lived up to his reputation. After a long time, numerous ancient mountains appeared before them. Numerous walls that towered into the clouds stood before the mountains, and there were numerous houses within the walls. It seemed like a small fortress. Staring into the distance, Lin Ling sensed boundary power on those walls. Come to think of it, although those walls couldn't block the attacks of the strong, they had the function of warning. On a closer look, there was a huge moat outside the walls, separating the fortress from the outside world. If one did not leave the door open, it would be very difficult to sneak into the fortress. As for flying in, it was not impossible, but the result would be seen clearly by the people in the fortress. Lin Ling, we're here. At this moment, Li Hongwang said with a smile. This fortress has been here for a few years. I didn't expect Big Brother to take care of it so well. Lin Ling could not help but nod. That's right. When we first came here, there was only grass and many snakes. Later, with everyone's hard work, we slowly opened up the wasteland and gradually made it suitable for living. Look at the 2 mountains around us. They're also ours. These 3 mountains are 3 huge mineral veins that specialize in producing emperor crystals. We were just about to leave when we discovered this vein, so we set up camp here. After all, no one wanted to miss out on so many emperor crystals. Li Hongwang continued. Emperor crystal was a necessary item for cultivation, so no one would miss it. It was no wonder that Sakura and the others had been staying here all this time. Lin Ling was probably more aware of the importance of imperial crystals than anyone else. Presently, he possessed quite a few imperial crystals and various treasures, but Lin Ling was clearly aware that they were only sufficient for him to break through once. The ancient forest has a lot of mineral veins. Looks like it's true. In this ancient prairie, there are probably many powerful forces that have occupied numerous mineral veins. Lin Ling also looked into the distance. He now knew why so many people had stayed in the ancient mountains. That's right. This is a place to make a fortune. Of course, it's also a place to die in a foreign land. Many prospectors have gathered in this prairie, so it's also very chaotic. Li Hongwang sighed. If it weren't for the unity of the God Slayer Alliance, they would have died in a foreign land by themselves. While they were talking, suddenly, the sound of a bronze bell came from the huge fortress in front of them. It was loud and clear, and it spread for thousands of miles. Obviously, Lin Ling and the others had touched some taboo, which caused the fortress to be on alert. Li Hongwang suddenly slapped his forehead. Damn, I forgot to turn off those enchantments. As the people of the fortress, they naturally had a way to enter and exit. It was just that he had been chatting with Lin Ling and had forgotten to do so. Looking at the fortress again, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. All the workers and the experts of the God Slayer Alliance had stopped their work and rushed to the wall, forming a sharp aura. In the middle of the wall, two figures were like the leaders of a group of dragons, indifferently looking into the distance. They touched the enchantment taboo. It should be an enemy. I just don't know which alliance they are from. Could it be the Red Alliance? Not could it be, it's the Red Alliance. Do you see those people riding on people? Isn't that young Master Tian's style? Damn, this young Master Tian is not strong, but he is arrogant. If it weren't for the Red Alliance, I would have already taught him a lesson. How dare he bully us? The two of them continued to talk, and the more they talked, the angrier they became. One of them stopped talking nonsense and jumped out, forming a rolling force in midair. Finally, it turned into a palm and slammed toward the person who came. Meng Lu, don't kill him. Otherwise, the Red Alliance will find an excuse to attack us again. On the wall, the other person also reminded him. Okay. The person who attacked replied, getting closer and closer to Lin Ling and the others. What the hell? Li Hongwang and the others narrowed their eyes. Wasn't that guy Meng Lu? Why did he suddenly go crazy and attack them? Hey, Meng Lu, it's us. Li Hongwang hurriedly shouted. It's you? Meng Lu, who was in midair, was stunned. He couldn't help but curse, what the hell are you doing? How dare you copy young Master Tian and ride people? As he said that, he realized that his attack was getting closer and closer to Li Hongwang and the others. Oh no, hurry up and dodge. I can't stop in time. He couldn't help but shout anxiously. Damn. Li Hongwang and the others cursed and immediately prepared to scatter. However, at this moment, Lin Ling smiled and leaped into the sky like a meteor. His fist was also thrown out in a clean and efficient manner. Who is this guy? On the other side, Meng Lu couldn't help but open his mouth wide. In his opinion, was that person looking for death. He naturally knew the strength of the experts in the God Slayer Alliance. There were very few people who could block his palm, so he didn't think that person was his opponent. However, things were beyond his imagination, and also beyond the imagination of the people in Shan Fortress. In the sky, Lin Ling's fist collided. That huge palm was mixed with billowing realm essence, but it was blocked by the fist. The fist and palm were frantically burning, causing a gust of wind and making the grass in the prairie surge like waves. But as time passed, the palm filled with realm essence finally began to dissipate. Meng Lu's palm was obviously easily broken by Lin Ling. An expert. On the other side, Meng Lu's eyes lit up. As for the people in Shan Fortress, their faces were also solemn. The man standing at the highest point of the city wall stared at the newcomer. His face was solemn at first, but it gradually turned into disbelief and finally into surprise. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Brothers Reunited. Second brother. The man finally roared. His body trembled with excitement and tears flowed out of his eyes. This caused everyone to be stunned. However, Meng Lu, who was in the sky, was also stunned. Then, he laughed crazily. Lin Ling, is that you? Yes, I'm here. In the sky, the young man in the blue robe smiled as if he was a king looking down on everyone. Haha. Meng Lu laughed loudly and immediately rushed toward Lin Ling. Before he got close, he opened his arms wide and hugged Lin Ling. What are you doing here? After hugging Lin Ling, Meng Lu laughed happily and excitedly, because he and Lin Ling had both come from Qing province. The years of battle, the brotherhood they shared, was something that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Meng Lu, King, get out of my way. However, behind Meng Lu, a figure shot out like a cannonball and suddenly knocked Meng Lu. Then, he occupied Meng Lu's position and suddenly hugged Lin Ling. Ha ha ha, second brother, you're here. I'm not dreaming, am I? The person who came was Sakura, In the distance, Meng Lu flew back with a gloomy face. Sakura, do you have to be so excited? Next, the three of them floated in the sky and looked at each other. Then, they laughed at the same time. The three brothers had come from Qingzhou. Now, each of them was an independent figure. In Qingzhou, or even Jiuzhou, they were extremely strong, especially Lin Ling. He had made a name for himself in the final world. We're finally reunited. Li Hongwang, Ho Yenru, and the others looked at Lin Ling and laughed. They laughed so happily that their eyes were moist, although they already knew that Sakura and the rest would be very excited about Lin Ling's arrival, but knowing was one thing. After seeing it with their own eyes, they were undoubtedly excited. Who is this? On the contrary, countless people on Champetruse's side were surprised. In their impression, Sakura was an arrogant and unruly person. He was indifferent to life and death and would fight if he didn't accept it. He gave off an extremely dignified feeling, especially after the arrival of the people from the other alliances. The pressure on Shan Fortress increased greatly, causing Disher Tian's face to be black all the time. Therefore, this was the first time many people saw Disher Tian laughing so heartily. It's Lin Ling. It's Lin Ling. However, the elders of the God Slayer Alliance recognized Lin Ling, and all of them burst into laughter. Who is Lin Ling? Some people were doubtful. Little Melon, you've just joined the God Slayer Alliance not long ago. Naturally, you don't know Lin Ling's name. Let me tell you, Lord Lin Ling is the leader who made the God Slayer Alliance famous throughout the 9 prefectures. He's also the 4th leader of our God Slayer Alliance. His status is even higher than Sakura and the others. Lin Ling? I've heard of him. Is he Lin Ling? Wow, I've finally met the 4th leader of the God Slayer Alliance. However, he looks very amiable. He's not as ferocious as Lord Sakura. Hehe, that's only for our own people. Enemies? In the rumors of the 9 prefectures, Lin Ling is the most troublesome and hateful person in our God Slayer Alliance. Sounds of discussion could be heard from the fortress. Second brother, come. After Sakura talked with Lin Ling and the others, he immediately flew toward Shan Fortress with Lin Ling. After a while, the three of them stood on the city wall and looked down at the people below. Lin Ling saw that there were about 1,000 people in Shan Fortress. Their overall strength wasn't very strong. There were about 100 people in the martial ancestor realm, but their talents were very ordinary. Of course, compared to the God Slayer Alliance, there were many more martial ancestor realm experts. As for the others, most of them were in the Sage realm. This made Lin Ling feel very strange. How could a Sage realm expert enter the Kaiyuan River? How could Lin Ling not know? He had seen many experts in the final world, so he felt that the people here were very weak. However, the Kaiyuan River was in the universal void. Not only did people from the final world come here, but many people from the 9 prefectures also came. However, the arrival of martial artists from the 9 prefectures meant that the danger was greater. Why are you in a daze? Quickly greet the leader. Sakura couldn't help but roar when he saw the people blinking. The people immediately knelt down on one knee and shouted in unison, "Greetings to leader Lin Ling." It could be seen that many of the newcomers were unfamiliar with the leader they were meeting for the first time. On the contrary, Sakura had been leading them all this time and had left a majestic shadow in their hearts. Rise. Lin Ling didn't mind and smiled. Although many of them were unfamiliar faces, they were still members of the God Slayer Alliance. Therefore, he also treated them as his own people. After hearing Lin Ling's words, the people stood up. Come, second brother. Sakura then led Lin Ling forward. At the foot of the huge mountain, there was a row of houses. Although they were simple and crude, they were extremely clean. At the foot of the huge mountain, there were several mines. Miners were coming in and out one after another. Their strength wasn't strong, and judging from their clothes, they didn't seem to be members of the God Slayer Alliance. After a rough glance, Lin Ling followed Sakura into a large hall. This was obviously a meeting hall. Men, bring some wine and dishes. After entering, Sakura immediately said majestically. Yes, my lord. Immediately, a sound came from outside and Sakura directly sat down. Sitting with a golden blade, he displayed even more power. Seeing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but tease, "Big brother, you're becoming more and more majestic." Sigh, do you think I want to? It's all young Monster Master and Majin Tianzi's fault. They said that everyone would leave together, but they left halfway, leaving us with half of the God Slayer Alliance. As we were walking, we came across this mineral vein. At that time, we couldn't leave or stay. In the end, we made up our minds and set up camp here to mine. However, mining mineral veins is easier said than done. We have to protect them, face the demon snakes, and face the bandits outside. It's like being a father and a mother. When someone came in with wine and shouted, Sakura took a sip and said helplessly, "So, it's better to be alone. When I was with you, I was free and unrestrained. If I didn't like the look of it, I would do it. If I couldn't win, I would run. I didn't have to drag my family down like now." Yes. Sigh. Manglu also sighed softly. Lin Ling immediately saw that it was extremely difficult for Big Brother and the others to mine. However, they couldn't bear to give up the Emperor Crystal Mine, so they had to bite the bullet. Moreover, young Monster Master and the others probably didn't know about this. Otherwise, they would have come back to help. Let's not talk about this. Come, let's drink. Next, Sakura poured Lin Ling a full cup of wine and asked Lin Ling how he had spent all these years. Lin Ling also cut to the chase. Haha, second brother, you've reached the level 4 martial ancestor realm. The final world? I heard that young Monster Master and the others left the Kaiyuan River in a hurry because they were afraid that they would be late. Sparring, Lin Ling looked at Disher Tian's calm eyes. He immediately knew that although Disher Tian had lost some freedom over the years, his temperament had become more stable. He knew how to prioritize the overall situation. This experience was undoubtedly good for his big brother. One must know that Disher Tian's temperament was similar to Lin Ling's. They were both indifferent to life and death. If they were unhappy, they would do it. However, although Lin Ling was impulsive, he wouldn't lose his mind. He might seem reckless in many things, but he was actually meticulous. Disher Tian, on the other hand, was completely one-track minded. Grandpa, Yu, and the rest are all right. Yes. After drinking a few cups with Lin Ling, Sakura said with a smile. But after he finished speaking, he immediately became speechless again. I think this question was asked in vain. Of course not. Of course you're asking for nothing. Among us, Lin Ling is the most capable. With Lin Ling watching them from the outside, how could anything happen to them? Manglu immediately said. In Manglu's heart, Lin Ling's ability was superb. Many storms and waves were blocked by Lin Ling alone. Therefore, he believed that as long as Lin Ling was there, the others would definitely be fine. Sometimes, he was also curious about Lin Ling. Because Lin Ling looked very ordinary, but he could always do things that they couldn't do. Lin Ling naturally nodded. Yu, Grandpa, and the rest were definitely fine. If something happened to them, wouldn't Lin Ling fight with all his might? Next, he also told them about his encounter with young Demon Master and the rest. It's good that they're fine. However, this final world is really scary. With young Demon Master and the rest's strength, they can't survive. Through the conversation with Lin Ling, Disher Tian and the rest were more or less familiar with the final world. In fact, there are many experts from the final world in this ancient Yuan mountain range. For example, the Red Alliance. Lin Ling said. They are also from the final world? Both of them were surprised. I only know that there are a lot of strong people in this alliance, but I didn't expect them to be from the final world. However, this Guyuan mountain range is very big, and there are a lot of mineral veins. Our place is just a small mineral vein, so there aren't many strong people. However, when we first came here, we went to another place and saw a lot of strong people there. I think they are the strong people of the final world. No wonder they can occupy those bigger mineral veins. Dreamflow also nodded. Fortunately, we're just a small mine. Otherwise, if a big faction took a fancy to us, I'm afraid we would have to leave immediately. In fact, this batch of ore veins was not small. It was enough to cultivate many experts. It was just that the ore veins in other places were even larger. By the way, I came to the Kaiyuan River this time to look for senior sister Yuer. You've been here for many years. Have you heard any news about her? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Disher Tian and Dreamflow looked at each other. then shook their heads and said, "This place is too big, and there are a lot of strong people. If Inuer is here, she will definitely be in the area where the strong people are. However, we have never been close to that area. However, we can buy information and ask from others." "That's good." Lin Ling nodded. "But it doesn't matter. As long as she is in the ancient Yuan mountain range, I will definitely find her." Then he said, "Have you heard of the dragon race?" Disher Tian and the rest shook their heads again. This made Lin Ling feel a little helpless. It seemed like it was harder to find Inuer and send a letter than he had imagined. At this moment, an excited voice came from outside the hall. "Lin Ling, you're here." Then, two figures rushed into the hall. They were Wangu Wuji and Ye Shui. Wangu Wuji was a friend that Lin Ling had made in the Flame State. After the quarrel with the Wangu family, he had followed Lin Ling and was able to get along well with Lin Ling. Hence, they had a good relationship. As for Ye Shui, she was the leader of the God Extermination Alliance and she was also the disciple of Miao Shen. When the two of them saw Lin Ling, they laughed excitedly without any suspense. Lin Ling looked at them happily. After a short conversation, they sat down and started to eat and drink. "Haha, Lin Ling, why are you here?" Wangu Wuji was clearly still excited. After all, he had stayed in the Flame State. After following Lin Ling, he had realized that the outside world was much more interesting and vast. Hence, he was still grateful to Lin Ling for bringing him out of the Flame State. Lin Ling immediately told Wangu Wuji the reason for his visit. He wanted to let Wangu Wuji and the rest know that Lin Ling had come to the Kaiyuan River to look for someone. "Don't worry, Yuer will definitely find her," Wangu Wuji comforted. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and asked, "Have you reached the martial ancestor realm?" Lin Ling didn't reply. Instead, he asked, "Didn't you reach the martial ancestor realm as well?" Lin Ling had admitted that he had indeed reached the martial progenitor realm. "I wonder how strong you are." "Hee, Lin Ling, why don't you have a spar with me?" Wangu Wuji asked excitedly. As soon as Wangu Wuji said that, everyone's battle intent surged. Since they had come out to explore the world together, they naturally wanted to see how strong they had become. Lin Ling could sense that they were all at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of them at all. However, Lin Ling was more interested in their relationship. He smiled and nodded his head, "All right." "Ha ha ha, second brother, although they are polite to you on the surface, they want to surpass you in their hearts. However, don't worry, I am here. Let's see how arrogant they can be." When Sakura saw Lin Ling nodding his head, he became excited. Then, everyone walked out of the hall. When the people outside heard that the leaders were going to spar with each other, they stopped what they were doing and became excited. Although the fortress wasn't big, it was like a sparrow. It had all the internal organs. Some people were in charge of mining, some were in charge of guarding, and some were in charge of daily life. It was like a small city. Soon, a huge martial stage was built in the fortress. The martial stage was made of hard slag and it could withstand the attacks of a martial ancestor realm expert. In order to prevent others from getting hurt, Yi Shui had even set up a large number of barriers. Of course, from Lin Ling's point of view, if he were to use his full strength, those barriers would be like paper. "I will go first." The first person to leap up was Wangu Wuji. "Wuji, Wuji." Cheers rang out from all around. It was obvious that Wangu Wuji held a high position in everyone's hearts. However, this was normal. After all, they had found 3 mines and Wangu Wuji was guarding one of them. "Wuji, who are you going to challenge?" An elder asked curiously, making everyone reveal smiles. They were incomparably expectant. Wangu Wuji's gaze landed on Lin Ling and the others before it landed on Lin Ling. "It is Lord Lin Ling." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Fight Lin Ling. Of course, those were the thoughts of the newcomers and the miners. To the older generation, Lin Ling's reputation was much higher than young Master Yao and the others. "Sakura, come up." However, Wangu Wuji's gaze quickly shifted to Indra. "Ah, it's not Lord Lin Ling? What's going on?" Everyone's jaws dropped. "Hee, Lin Ling came here in a hurry and he hasn't even rested properly. If I beat him, it would be unfair." Wangu Wuji chuckled. "Tisk, you're just bullying the weak and fearing the strong." However, Sakura didn't buy it. He knew that Wangu Wuji didn't have the confidence to challenge Lin Ling. Even though they had obtained great opportunities in the Kaiyuan River, they still didn't have the confidence to fight against Lin Ling. It was because Lin Ling was too important in their hearts. Wangu Wuji's face turned red when he heard Sakura's words. He then said, "Sakura, do you dare to fight me or not? If you don't, just admit defeat. I won't make things difficult for you since we're brothers." "Haha, if you want to be beaten up, I'll accompany you." Sakura instantly laughed out loud. He leaped up and landed heavily on the martial stage. "Wangu Wuji, have we not fought enough? We all know what we're capable of." "Hehe, old emperor, you're right. Within 500 moves, we'll be evenly matched. Within 1,000 moves, only heaven knows who will win. You'll be defeated after 3,000 moves." Boom, the two of them unleashed their auras. Both of them were at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. It was obvious that they didn't lack the resources to raise their cultivation realms, therefore, they were competing with their talent, foundation, and combat experience. Bang! Bang, bang! The battle between the two of them was extremely exciting. Wangu Wuji's fighting style was like a demon. His claws were indestructible and it was hard to defend against them. Looking at Sakura again, the moment his innate talent was unleashed, he actually transformed into a black skeleton. It was as if he was cast from an unknown rock and had the strength to pull up mountains and rivers. Wangu Wuji's talent has reached the 5th rank. Moreover, he comes from the Wangu clan and his bloodline seems to have been stimulated. Lin Ling watched the battle between the two with a smile on his face. Wangu Wuji was the same as Duan Wuhan. Both of them were geniuses from the #1 family in the Divine Continent. Therefore, Wangu Wuji's foundation wasn't weak at all. Furthermore, due to the invisible pressure of the Kaiyuan River, Wangu Wuji's strength had risen much faster than when he was in his family. Looking at Sakura again, the smile on the corner of Lin Ling's mouth became even thicker. Because Sakura's talent had already reached the 6th grade. In the 36 academies, he was also one of the experts of Shinsan Hall. His strength was probably not much weaker than young Master Yao and the others. Looks like the Kaiyuan River is also a land of miracles. After all, it had only been a few years since he had separated from Lin Ling. Hehe, Sakura's current strength is indeed not weak. Because he is guarding this mine, ordinary people don't dare to invade. That's because there are headhunters and demonic snakes in the grassland. If cultivators don't form an alliance, there's a high chance that they will die. Sigh. Menglu suddenly spoke up. That's right. It isn't easy for Big Brother to hold the entire mine. However, your strength has also increased by quite a bit. Sigh. Lin Ling nodded his head and smiled. After hearing Lin Ling's words, Menglu smiled faintly. However, his heart was filled with joy. To be praised and acknowledged by Lin Ling, he was even happier than eating a bee. Amazing. As expected of the leader. Sigh. The battle is getting more and more intense. If it wasn't for Leader Yeshua's barrier, the mountain fortress would have been destroyed long ago. Sigh. The onlookers said with admiration. Their faces were full of excitement. Admit defeat, admit defeat. After 3,000 moves, a voice finally rang out. Wangu Wuji had admitted defeat. Lost. Wangu Wuji has lost. Laughter rang out from the crowd. They weren't surprised by the outcome, because Sakura Shirtian and the others often exchanged pointers. They all knew that Sakura Shirtian was stronger than them by a bit. You're too shameless. The amount of world energy you consume is not comparable to mine. Hence, I lost in a battle of attrition. Wangu Wuji, who had walked down from the battle stage, was clearly depressed. Sakura was like a tortoise shell that couldn't be broken. Furthermore, the amount of world energy he consumed was less than Wangu Wuji's. Hence, after a long time, Wangu Wuji was defeated. Haha, a loss is a loss. What nonsense are you spouting? Sakura was clearly in a good mood. He laughed as he walked. After Sakura landed, it was Menglu's turn to go on stage. He wasn't pretentious and leaped onto the martial stage in one step. Looking at Menglu, who was in high spirits, everyone was filled with anticipation. Sakura and the others were the same. Meng Lu's talent had reached the 6th grade and he was at the peak of the martial ancestor realm. Who would they challenge this time? Meng Lu licked his lips and looked around excitedly. Finally, his gaze landed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, why don't you play with me? Wah, it's finally Lord Lin Ling's turn. Everyone had been looking forward to this battle for a long time. That was because Indra and Wangu Wuji had already stepped up, and Meng Lu was too embarrassed to challenge them. In that case, he only had two choices. One was Yi Shui, and the other was Lin Ling. Since Meng Lu was too embarrassed to bully a girl, he naturally chose Lin Ling. What a gutsy fellow. Sakura and Wangu Wuji laughed when they saw Meng Lu's reaction. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling shook his head. Let's play then. Then, he leaped up and landed lightly on the fighting ring. Lord Lin Ling, go for it. Lord Meng Lu, you have to defeat Lord Lin Ling. I'm your loyal fan. The atmosphere became even more heated. Many people licked their lips as their blood boiled. To them, being able to witness a battle between martial ancestor realm experts was the only way they could live their lives in vain. When they returned to their hometowns in the future, they could boast about it. Lin Ling, you and I both came from the Azure State. Hee, let me see how much your strength has improved over the years. I hope you won't embarrass the Azure State. Meng Lu's hair fluttered in the wind. An ancient demonic god's tomb appeared behind him. It was dark and gloomy as if it was telling an ancient story. At the same time, countless maple leaves fell quietly. At that moment, Meng Lu's aura changed. He was no longer carefree. Instead, he became gloomy and cold like the god of the underworld. His aura was similar to Sakura's. They were both gloomy and cold as if they came from the underworld. The difference was that one was moving while the other was still. Meng Lu was still. Lin Ling smiled when he sensed the surging realm energy. He immediately activated his realm energy and summoned the time and space divine steel. The martial stage instantly shook, especially those who saw Lin Ling's strength for the first time. Each and every one of them was shocked. It seemed that Lin Ling's title as the fourth leader was not just for show. Boom, in the next moment, the two figures approached each other and collided. This was close combat. Dreamflow's innate talent, pop. Pop, under the exchange of blows between the two of them, the solid martial stage turned into dust and drifted in the air. It was extremely dazzling. As the crowd watched the powerful clash between the two, their jaws dropped. Their eyes were filled with excitement. They hoped that one day in the future, they would also be so strong that countless martial artists would look up to them. This was especially true for some of the younger generation. They clenched their fists tightly as if they were the main character of the battle that everyone was watching. These two leaders have been through thousands of battles. They've walked more than you've eaten salt. So, if you want to reach their level, the only thing you can do is to work hard. An old man didn't forget to give pointers to the juniors. Of course, his eyes were still fixed on the battle platform, and there was only reverence in them. Lin Ling's strength has improved so quickly. His cultivation has always been the lowest among us, but he has now reached the intermediate martial progenitor realm. Wangu Wuji said solemnly. That's right. Furthermore, Lin Ling's talent hasn't fallen behind either. His space-time divine steel has reached the 5th grade. It seems like he's had a lot of fortunate encounters in the final world. However, he's still a 4th grade martial progenitor, while Meng Lu has reached the 6th grade martial progenitor realm. Furthermore, Meng Lu's talent has reached the 6th grade martial progenitor realm. Not to mention, Meng Lu's talent has reached the 6th grade martial progenitor realm, and he even casually mentioned that he's not far away from reaching the 7th grade. From this point of view, Lin Ling will have a hard time defeating Meng Lu. At the side, Ye Shui also spoke. She sighed in her heart. In the past, Lin Ling was considered the weakest in the God-Slayer alliance. He had only shocked the God-Slayer alliance with his God-Slayer array. However, in a short period of time, Lin Ling had also grown. His progress was almost catching up to young Master Yao and the others. What she didn't know was that in the final world, Lin Ling had already surpassed the young Demon Lord and the others. Then who do you think will win this battle? All of a sudden, Sakura laughed. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Shui and the others fell silent. Moreover, their voices weren't soft, so the people in the surroundings heard them as well. All of them were extremely suspicious. After all, according to Leader Overnight Snow, Sir Lin Ling's chances of winning shouldn't be very high. According to common sense, Meng Lu seems to be more powerful. However, Meng Lu is too arrogant. I'd like to see him suffer more. Wangu Wuji pursed his lips, as though he was unhappy that he hadn't been able to see Meng Lu humiliate himself. Normally speaking, that would be the case. However, my second brother has never taken the conventional path, thus it shouldn't be too difficult for him to defeat an 8th-layer martial progenitor with his cultivation of the 4th-layer martial progenitor realm. Besides, my second brother has always had a lot of trump cards up his sleeves. What we're seeing now is only the tip of the iceberg. At this moment, Sakura narrowed his eyes and said, as for Meng Lu, I'm afraid he's already gone all out. Bang bang bang, on the stage, the battle between the two became more and more intense. The entire fortress was shaking. Meng Lu's speed was very fast, reaching the speed of 800 worlds. Most importantly, his figure was extremely strange. His fists seemed to come out of nowhere and his strength was extremely ferocious. Lin Ling seemed to be in a defensive state, but his space-time divine steel was equally strange. It was shapeless and colorless. It fell from the sky and caused Meng Lu to suffer. Although the space-time divine steel wasn't enough to injure Meng Lu, it obviously affected him. That was not all. What made Meng Lu speechless was that Lin Ling's eyes seemed to have learned some kind of special ability. When he looked at Meng Lu, his eyes were filled with ferocity, causing Meng Lu to be distracted several times. This undoubtedly affected his condition once again. The god has awakened and the demon has been destroyed. Meng Lu knew that if the battle continued, it would be disadvantageous for him, so he attacked aggressively. Following his voice, the stage suddenly changed and completely turned into a god and demon's tomb. Countless Meng Lu floated around like a god and demon that had awakened from the tomb. His white hair fluttered as he floated toward Lin Ling. This guy actually used this move. Sakura and the rest narrowed their eyes. They had clearly faced this move before and suffered a lot. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. He glided over on the ground and slashed out with his sword, directly cutting a figure in front of him in half. However, he also immediately discovered that it was fake. Moreover, Lin Ling sensed that the rich ancestral power was about 60% or so. It seemed that Meng Lu's martial Dao foundation had also greatly improved. Hehe, Lin Ling, you've been caught by me. Almost at the same time, countless Meng Lu suddenly appeared around Lin Ling. They held tombstones in their hands and smashed down fiercely at Lin Ling. This smash was like heaven and earth collapsing. Probably not many peak martial ancestors could block it. So powerful. Everyone sensed the terrifying realm essence fluctuations and sucked in a cold breath. I knew it. The most terrifying part of this move is that tombstone. Yeah, that guy's moves have always been strange. It's impossible to guard against them. Most importantly, he has used 8 tombstones this time. Previously, when he used 6 tombstones, we were almost defeated. This shows that he is indeed going all out against Lin Ling. The eyes of Sakura and the rest flickered as they stared at the platform, as if they were afraid of missing out on anything. However, Lin Ling, who was surrounded, reacted quickly. He lowered his body and the tyrannical song sword appeared on his back. Almost at the same time, the 8 tombstones smashed down fiercely with a terrifying aura and a mysterious melody, landing on the giant sword on Lin Ling's back. Bang! 8 tombstones suppressing the celestial demon. This was a secret skill of the Tomb Guardian tribe. It was used to suppress the resurrected celestial demon back into the tomb, therefore, it was also known as the soul-suppressing melody, with Lin Ling as the center. A terrifying wave of air gushed out from all directions. Within the mountain fortress, countless people were blown down. However, they did not want to miss a single scene and continued to stare intently at the martial stage. Nice! At this moment, Sakura shouted excitedly, his voice woke everyone up. Only now did they see that Lin Ling's giant sword was behind him. His entire body was bent over, but the 8 tombstones were all blocked by the sword. Lin Ling, I'm going all out. Don't hold back. Haha. That Meng Lu laughed and his heart became even more solemn. He remembered that when Sakura took this move of his for the first time, he was suppressed to the point of lying on the ground. However, Lin Ling reacted and even blocked it. Haha, I'm the one who said this to you. Don't hold back against me. Haha. Lin Ling held his sword and smiled faintly. It's not over yet. Next, you have to be careful. Haha. Meng Lu's aura rose as he suddenly shouted, raise the coffins. Haha. Following his shout, 8 tombstones rose up and arranged into a strange formation in the sky as they slowly rotated. This move undoubtedly shocked Sakura and the rest because they had never seen this move before. They also did not expect that there would be a follow-up move after the 8 tombstones. Look, Lin Ling's sword! Exclamation point. Seal, the 8 tombstones were still slowly rotating, but at the center of the tombstones, a huge sword was floating there, like a sealed demon god. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He looked at his hand and found that he was still holding the tyrannical song sword. Of course, under his gaze, the sword slowly disappeared and finally disappeared. Looking up again, Lin Ling found that the tyrannical song sword had been sealed in the sky. This surprised Lin Ling. Dreamflow actually had such a trick up his sleeve. Lin Ling's soul force had increased greatly, and he had a tacit understanding with the tyrannical song sword. For Meng Lu to steal his sword without anyone noticing was already extremely extraordinary. Haha, Lin Ling, I didn't waste these years in the Kaiyuan River. Seeing the tyrannical song sword disappear, Meng Lu smiled excitedly and no longer hid his strength. He raised his hands to the sky, a mysterious force field appeared, as if a world was born, covering the entire martial platform. This guy used his killer move? When the mysterious force field appeared, the expressions of Sakura and the others changed greatly, because when they sparred in the past, Meng Lu would never use this move, and also because this was the ultimate skill that Meng Lu relied on to become famous, soul extraction. Lin Ling had fought with Meng Lu in the past, so he naturally knew how terrifying this move was. As long as one touched Meng Lu, their soul would immediately be extracted. It was extremely strange. At that time, Lin Ling had punched Meng Lu's cheek, causing him to lose consciousness. Only then did he break the soul extraction move. Lin Ling had guessed that Meng Lu's only flaw was his cheek, but so many years had passed, and Meng Lu must have made up for this flaw, or even made this move stronger. Retreat. Before he could figure out the other party's method, Lin Ling retreated, bang. But just as he retreated 100 meters, Lin Ling felt that he had hit a hard wall. But when he looked back, there was only darkness behind him, and there was no wall. This must be the power of Meng Lu's talent. He had sealed himself in a space like the tomb of gods and demons. Meng Lu was a member of the Tomb Guardian clan. His talent was indeed terrifying, and he wasn't any weaker than Wanyan Bupo. Wanyan Bupo had cultivated for a longer time, so he was only stronger than Meng Lu. But in the future, Meng Lu would definitely reach Wanyan Bupo's height. Lin Ling, I seem to win. Almost at the same time, a voice drifted in front of him. It was Dreamflow's voice, which made Lin Ling feel that something was wrong. Just as he was about to leave, he found that an invisible barrier had appeared in front of him. There were barriers on his left, right, top, and bottom. Snowy Maple World Sealing Coffin. Mang G. Lin Ling, on the other hand, seemed to be sealed in a coffin. Everything was just like what Wanyan Bupo had said before. In the final world, not everyone cultivated the King Dao. Others used their talents to assist them in battle. And these strange talents, if they couldn't be deciphered, their power would still be shocking. Soul extraction. Meng Lu appeared in front of the coffin, and his hand reached out to grab it. Rumble. At that moment, a thunderous boom rang out. Then, a terrifying amount of energy was pulled out from the coffin like a torrential river. Not only did it shake the fortress, but it also shook the grassland nearby. Meng Lu, he isn't trying to extract Lin Ling's soul. He's trying to extract Lin Ling's energy. Wang Guwuji said solemnly. He was also shocked by Meng Lu's methods. That was because Meng Lu had never used such a killing move when he sparred with them. Of course, all of them had their own killing moves, and they wouldn't use them when sparring. After all, it was a spar between brothers, and not a life and death battle. But now, Meng Lu was treating the spar as a life and death battle. Meng Lu, you're too shameless. Wang Guwuji couldn't help but curse when he thought of this. After all, he had been hoping that Meng Lu would be humiliated. However, Sakura and Yi Shui didn't say anything. Instead, they looked at Meng Lu's methods in shock. That was because the amount of energy that Meng Lu had extracted was too terrifying. In fact, even Meng Lu was shocked. Although he knew that Lin Ling was extraordinary, he didn't expect Lin Ling's energy to be so dense. How was this the energy of a level 4 martial ancestor? It was comparable to the energy of a level 8 martial ancestor. Destroy. A large amount of energy appeared in his hand. Meng Lu raised his hand high and slammed it down. Rumble, using his innate talent, he suppressed the power of the realm essence. After he clenched his fist, the realm essence exploded. However, to everyone's surprise, the explosion of the energy wasn't very powerful. That was because the energy of the energy had been transmitted to his demonic god's tomb. Without the energy of the energy or the sword, Lin Ling's fate was obvious. The surroundings gradually quieted down. Following that, many people roared, "Lord Dream Flow, you're mighty, mighty." They could tell that Meng Lu had won. Although they weren't surprised by this scene, they still felt that Meng Lu was stronger than Lord Lin Ling. After witnessing it with their own eyes, they were still excited. "Hee, I've won." Meng Lu rubbed his nose and smiled. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was more excited than anyone else. Naturally, he didn't have any hostility towards Lin Ling. However, he had always regarded Lin Ling as the first opponent he had to surpass in his life. He even swore that if he couldn't surpass Lin Ling, he wouldn't return to the Tomb Guardian tribe to cultivate. One had to know that if he returned to the Tomb Guardian tribe, his strength would increase even faster. However, for the sake of his stubborn martial heart, he didn't return. He wanted to defeat Lin Ling with his own hands. After so many years, the knot in his heart had finally been untied. If this fellow hadn't relied on unexpected means, he definitely wouldn't have won. It's an unfair victory. Wangu Wuji was a little jealous when he saw the excited Meng Lu. However, Yeshua shook her head and said, "Wuji, don't spoil our relationship. Regardless of whether Lin Ling or Meng Lu loses, we are still on the same side." Moreover, even though Meng Lu won unfairly, victory or defeat is the most important thing in a battle between cultivators. Perhaps when Lin Ling fights Meng Lu next time, he will be on guard and might win that battle. However, it's undeniable that he has lost. "I know what you mean. In fact, I just don't like Meng Lu. I don't want him to be stronger than me," Wangu Wuji said with a shrug. Sakura, who had been silent all this while, slowly opened his mouth and said, "Regardless of whether you are a brother or an enemy, you should fight with your full strength. Therefore, Meng Lu is right. However, I'm curious. Is that all my brother has? The Red Alliance is looking for trouble." Well, Lin Ling does have a lot of tricks up his sleeves, but all of them are based on his realm essence. Wangu Wuji's eyes flickered and he quickly looked at the sealed Lin Ling. On the martial stage, Meng Lu was still excited, but he felt that something was amiss. Everything was going too smoothly. It was so smooth that he felt it was unreal. Was it not over yet? In fact, it was not over yet. Boom. The coffin barrier in front of them rumbled. It felt as if a giant was about to break out of the coffin. Boom. Another rumble sounded, shocking everyone. Rumble. Finally, under the third punch, the coffin barrier was destroyed. Then, a figure shot towards Meng Lu like a shooting star. "Meng Lu, you stole my sword and exhausted my realm essence. I have to admit that you're very powerful, but you seem to have forgotten that I, Lin Ling, am not only powerful with my realm essence." Lin Ling appeared in front of Meng Lu in an instant, and his shoulder was like a divine bull's horn as he slammed into Meng Lu. This collision could easily destroy 10,000 worlds. Cracks appeared in the void. Meng Lu's face changed drastically, and he crossed his arms. A barrier appeared on his arms. Boom. However, after the collision, cracks appeared on the barrier, and Meng Lu was sent flying. Everyone was shocked. Sakura and the others had their mouths agape. Although they felt that Lin Ling would not lose so easily, they only knew how terrifying Lin Ling was after witnessing it with their own eyes. "You bastard!" Meng Lu roared because he realized that Lin Ling was even more ferocious without his realm essence. In fact, he knew that Lin Ling had physical strength, but he did not think that it was comparable to his realm essence. But now, Lin Ling showed him that realm essence was not the only thing. Sometimes, physical strength was more powerful than realm essence. "Good, haha, Lin Ling, I'm afraid you've reached the power of 8,000 worlds." Following that, Dream Flow forcibly stopped the momentum from flying backward. He gathered all the strength in his body and prepared to clash head-on with Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's physical strength was terrifying, he believed that the power of 8,000 worlds should not be enough to defeat him. Sorry, Meng Lu. You're going to lose in 3 punches because I'm starting to get serious. Lin Ling's speed suddenly skyrocketed, as if he was galloping in the river of time. A fist appeared, the void exploded, the grassland in the distance also exploded, and countless green grasses soared into the sky. Dreamflow was forced back 3 steps by the punch, but when the second punch came, Meng Lu realized that this wasn't a human's fist, but a monster's fist. It had probably reached the power of 9,000 worlds. Thud thud thud, he was also retreating madly in the sky, but the third punch arrived. The power of 10,000 worlds erupted. Boom, a wave of chi was blasted out in the sky, as if it was a road that extended to the horizon, and within that wave of chi, Dreamflow was sent flying backward. After retreating several steps, he finally came to a stop and looked at Lin Ling in shock. Lin Ling was also looking at him in shock. Dreamflow was not defeated, and he was not weak. Plop, but just as he thought that, Dreamflow knelt down on one knee and admitted defeat. F***ck, are you trying to kill me? I'm not fighting anymore, I'm not fighting anymore. Stop. When his voice drifted out, Shan Fortress was silent, everyone's eyes were trembling. The fourth leader, Lin Ling, truly lived up to his reputation. As for Sakura and the rest, the corners of their eyes were twitching. Their strength had increased greatly in the Kaiyuan River, but Lin Ling did not fall behind outside. Not only did he not get overtaken by them, but he seemed to have become even more ferocious. I knew it. This guy is still the strongest among us. Dreamflow wants to defeat him? Dream on. He's simply unfathomable. After a moment of silence, Wanggu Wuji suddenly laughed bitterly. Next, Disher Tian also smiled bitterly, then Yi Shui also smiled bitterly. As for the newcomers of the God-Slayer Alliance, they finally witnessed Lin Ling's strength, and their admiration came from the bottom of their hearts. Lord Lin Ling is mighty. Soon after, cheers rang out like the waves of the sea. Meng Lu felt a sweetness in his throat and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, in order to avoid losing face, he forcefully swallowed it back down. After standing up, he waved his numb arm and said with a bitter smile, "Are you a monster? You're the one who asked me to use my full strength." Looking at Dreamflow, Lin Ling shook his head and laughed. He walked forward and helped Dreamflow up. He knew that Dreamflow had always wanted to surpass him, which was why he had been so fierce. But then again, if Dreamflow had not used his full strength, Lin Ling felt that this exchange was meaningless. Compared to that, I'm more concerned about whether you used your full strength earlier. I seem to have heard you say that it's time to use your full strength. Dreamflow suddenly asked curiously as Lin Ling supported him. Is this question very important? Lin Ling supported Dreamflow with one hand and touched his nose with the other. Of course. However, before Dreamflow could speak, Sakura and the rest spoke in unison. Second brother, we hope you can say that you've already used your full strength. That way, the blow to us won't be too big. Sakura even spoke on behalf of the crowd. Since that's the case, then it should be true. Hearing that, Lin Ling continued to touch his nose and said, "That's more like it." Dreamflow, Sakura, and the rest were obviously relaxed, because Lin Ling was so terrifying before. If he still did not use his full strength, then it would be too much of a blow to them, too perverted, and now, Lin Ling had finally used his full strength, which meant that they still had hope of catching up to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had also become more real. After Lin Ling's display of strength, there was no doubt that Shan Fortress had gained another pillar of support. Even Sakura was in a good mood and gave all the miners a day off. The entire Shan Fortress was celebrating Lin Ling's arrival. However, just as they were preparing for the feast, outside Shan Fortress, there was a roar that sounded like the sound of a cannon. "Sakura, get out here." A loud voice sounded, shocking the entire prairie. Everyone was drinking and eating. After hearing that voice, their faces changed greatly. "It's the Red Alliance." Dreamflow frowned as he looked at Sakura and said. Sakura nodded his head and then led everyone towards the wall. "Lin Ling, the Red Alliance is our enemy. They have always been eyeing our mineral vein. It's just that we've resisted with all our might, so they haven't made a move yet. However, they won't give up on this mineral vein, so they've been looking for trouble." Beside him, Ye Shui said to Lin Ling, "Be careful later. We've already fought with the Red Alliance several times, so we'll have a way to deal with them." As she spoke, she had already followed them. Lin Ling did the same. He had just arrived and did not know anything, so naturally, he was just observing. Lin Ling, everything is as you've said before. The Red Alliance is an organization of the final world's experts. I heard that the person behind them is a half-step to martial god realm expert. This kind of strength is terrifying. The leader of the miners, half-step to martial god realm, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. If the Red Alliance was that simple, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Then, he appeared on top of the city wall. He saw that in the distance, there were more than a dozen divine cannons on the grassland. They were constantly firing at the sky. Beside the divine cannons, there were almost 100 people standing there with cold smiles on their faces. Most of them were at the martial progenitor realm, and the strongest among them was at the peak of the martial progenitor realm. Sakura, get out here. The leader of the group was wearing a white robe with a red cloth tied around his shoulder. He pointed at Sans and shouted angrily. His name is Xianxia. He's from Yuzhou. He's a subordinate of a half-step to martial god from the Red Alliance. He's our old rival. Sakura once injured him, but he didn't kill him because he was afraid of the experts from the Red Alliance. Yi Shui said again. Xianxia, what do you mean by this? I've already said that if you want the mine, I won't give it to you. If you want my life, then come and get it. On the city wall, Sakura also shouted coldly. Bullshit. You captured our young master Tian and rode him like a dog. You broke the rules first. Now, hand over the mine. Xianxia let out another furious roar. He hated the God-Slayer Alliance to the core. If it wasn't for the fact that Sakura had the idea of perishing together with them and told them that if they tried to snatch the mine by force, Sakura would have blown it up. Otherwise, the Red Alliance would have already killed this group of people. This was because the Red Alliance had many members in the Great Prairie. The God-Slayer Alliance was no match for them. Young Master Tian? Hearing Xianxia's words, he also remembered the people that Lin Ling and the others used to ride. Young Master Tian, what do I know? Stop slandering me. It was naturally impossible for Sakura to admit it. You've seen my men. Let me tell you, if you don't hand him over today, don't blame us for flattening this place. Suppressing the three mountains also became aggressive. Hearing this, Sakura laughed instead. So powerful? If you don't come, then you're my son. I'll stand here and see how you're going to flatten me. Although the Red Alliance had a large number of people, and their martial artists were strong, it was obvious that the top masters were not here. Sakura didn't put him in his eyes from the beginning to the end. Come on, come on. Last time, you were beaten until you ate shit. This time, if I don't beat you until you eat a toilet, my surname isn't Wangu. Wangu Wuji laughed mockingly. Hearing these words, Xianxia's teeth started to chatter. Although he couldn't wait to kill Sakura and the rest, he also admitted in his heart that he really wasn't the latter's match in a one-on-one battle. Ha ha ha. However, when he thought of the purpose of his visit, he immediately laughed wildly. When he laughed, the people around him laughed as well. He looked incomparably arrogant. She placed her hands on her hips and almost made the clouds in the sky laugh. To the members of the God-Slayer Alliance, this look was very disgusting. However, they also knew that since this group of people was laughing so recklessly, they probably had some kind of confidence. Sakura, you want to continue mining? Hee hee, you don't even know the rules of mining. After Xianxian laughed heartily, he immediately flung his hair in a confident and unrestrained manner, which made Sakura and the others frown, feeling that something was even more wrong. Miners of the God-Slayer Alliance, listen up. Your leader has ordered you to withdraw from the mining area immediately. Next, Xianxian let out another angry roar. Sakura and the others' faces changed drastically when they heard this. It turned out that the Red Alliance wanted to snatch away their miners. If they didn't have any miners, they would have to mine for a few hundred years. As for the miners, they didn't belong to the God-Slayer Alliance. They were hired by the Miners Alliance. The strength of these miners was not strong, and they were led by several experts. However, they had the ability to mine. Therefore, in the prairie, although the status of miners was not very high, no one dared to treat them as slaves. In the fortress, all the miners were in a difficult position. In truth, although they were hired, they had developed feelings for the members of the God Slayer Alliance over the years. Moreover, the members of the God Slayer Alliance didn't treat them as miners but as friends and partners, therefore, they couldn't withdraw from the mining area. Have you forgotten your leader? At this moment, Xianxia shouted again. A country had its laws and a family had its rules. Naturally, the miners had their own rules too. They all obeyed the orders of a few leaders who were responsible for protecting them. They were also responsible for contacting the mines and taking some rewards from them, therefore, to the miners, the leaders were their parents. Moreover, they didn't want to break the rules of the Miners' Alliance and disobey the orders of their leaders. Xianxia, do you think you're the leader? At this moment, Sakura suddenly sneered. This was because he knew that the leaders of the Miners' Alliance were all big shots. Generally speaking, why would they care about these small mines, not to mention helping Xianxia? Ah, how did you know? It seems that you've seen through me. Hearing Sakura's words, Xianxia suddenly revealed a surprised expression. It was as if Sakura had seen through his scheme, however, his expression was too exaggerated and fake. Sure enough, he immediately laughed. Haha, I'm sorry. Although I'm not the leader of the Miners' Alliance, I'm here to speak for the leader. I know you won't believe me. Then, let me tell you who this leader is. He's from the Final World's Rainbow Academy. He's even an expert from Xianxia Hall. As soon as he finished speaking, Sakura and the others' expressions changed. An expert from the final world, this was obviously not someone they could provoke, however, Xianxia's words were still shocking. He's also a member of a large alliance. That's the extremely renowned Heaven-Crushing Alliance. I've heard that their backer is a martial god. Moreover, this elite is rumored to be the leader of one of the 10 evils of the 9 states. The members of the God-Slaying Alliance gasped. Of course, they'd heard of the 9 states' 10 evils. However, they'd never imagined that the person who appeared was a leader. Hee, are you afraid? Let me tell you, this lord is a half-step martial god. Seeing the God-Slaying Alliance fall silent, Xianxia roared proudly. However, the effect was obvious because the members of the God-Slaying Alliance all looked serious. This was also the Red Alliance's scheme. They were afraid that the God-Slaying Alliance would destroy the mine, so they didn't use force. Instead, they took back the miners. Without the miners, the God-Slaying Alliance could only leave with their tails between their legs. As for the leader of the Miners' Alliance, he had a very high status. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to invite him unless it was a large mine. However, the Red Alliance's mastermind happened to have met him once and asked for his help. Naturally, the mastermind would do him a favor. The miners over there have all returned. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Then, a tall figure walked out. This person looked very ordinary, but his eyes seemed as if he didn't care about anything. Moreover, he was very powerful. He was a half-step martial god. Nitpicking, to the God Extermination Alliance, other than the God Extermination Great Array, when had they ever come into contact with a martial god realm expert? Sir, we, the God Slayer Alliance, give you a commission. Moreover, we hired the miners through the headhunters. We didn't violate the Great Prairie's rules. At this moment, Sakura cupped his hands and said. Over the years, many unwritten rules had been formed in the Great Prairie. Miners were one kind of rule, and so was the headhunters. The so-called headhunters not only had the task of killing, but they also had the task of introducing people, finding people, and so on. They were like middlemen. Finding the miners through the headhunters and reaching an agreement was also a rule. Therefore, the God Slayer Alliance did not violate the Prairie's rules. Which headhunter clan? We, the Mining Union, did not receive this news. I believe that you have deliberately violated the rules by privately hiring miners and destroying the balance of our mining industry. Therefore, I advise you to leave the Guyuan Mountains immediately. Otherwise, don't blame the Mining Union for being impolite. That person said indifferently. Obviously, he was also deliberately nitpicking. Upon hearing this, the members of the God Slayer Alliance were enraged. That guy was deliberately targeting them. My lord, we have indeed invited the Headhunter clan. How about we have the Headhunter clan testify? Sakura once again cupped his hands and said with a smile. With his temperament, if he was alone, he would have already cursed it out loud, but now, he had no choice but to consider the big picture. Seeing Sakura's humble appearance, Xianxia laughed out loud. He supported his waist with one hand and pointed at Sakura with the other. Humph, you want to prove it? No need. An explanation is just a cover-up. However, our Red Alliance likes to leave some leeway when doing things. So, don't say that we didn't give you a chance. If all of you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, maybe we will let you go. Bullshit, you? Hearing this, Tian couldn't help but shout in anger. You mean to say that Lord Lu isn't qualified? Zhen Three Mountains suddenly smiled and directed the conflict to the expert beside him. I never said that. Sakura wanted nothing more than to kill that despicable Zhen Sanshan. This person was trying to drive a wedge between them and the God-Slayer Alliance, forcing them to their deaths. Most importantly, he was reprimanding them with the tone of an experienced person. Sure enough, Zhen Three Mountains snorted coldly again. I've said it before. Explaining is just covering up. A truly magnanimous person wouldn't even bother to explain. Anger, everyone's anger reached the sky. This guy, he was the one who said black and white, he was the one who said all the reasons. Lord Lu, I think we should give them a chance. If they all kneel down, how about we leave them some minors? Zhen Sanshan turned to look at Lord Lu and said. Of course, he seemed to be pleading on behalf of the God-Slayer Alliance, but in reality, he wanted to humiliate Sakura and the others to vent his anger. If Sakura and the others kowtowed and admitted their mistakes, at most, he would only spare 1 minor. Did you hear that? I don't know where you people came from, but you dare to question my qualifications. Now, kneel down and admit your wrongs. Lord Lu said coldly. The God-Slayer Alliance was very famous in the 9 prefectures, and it even had some fame in the final world. However, to someone like him, who was in the strongest circle of the Divine 3 Halls, it was completely unknown. We can't do that. Sakura was also furious. Hearing this, Lord Lu shook his head. I don't like to push people to their deaths. However, since you don't want to give face to me, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Wait. Just as he finished speaking, an old man's voice rang out. If we kowtow and admit our wrongs, will this lord leave the minors for us? Of course. Lord Lu nodded, but he said in his heart, just leave 1 minor. Lord D, why don't we give in and look at the big picture? Isn't the purpose of these people following us to become stronger? For the sake of imperial crystals, they also have families and sects behind them. They also want to bring some imperial crystals home so that their families can live a good life. The old man immediately advised Sakura. This old man obviously had a high status in the God-Slayer Alliance. Many people nodded at his suggestion because they had stayed in the Kaiyuan River for several years. If they returned empty-handed, wouldn't they have come in vain? Bullsh*T, oldly, can't you see that they are deliberately making things difficult for us? Sakura was extremely opposed to it. Moreover, many people agreed with his idea. They would rather not take the money than kowtow and admit their wrongs. Most of these people were from the older generation of the God-Slayer Alliance. However, if we refuse, we will return empty-handed. That lord is here on behalf of the Miners Alliance. If he says anything, all the miners in the Guyuan Mountains will not work for us. The old man said earnestly. Sakura gritted his teeth. It was obvious that he had seen this kind of thing many times in the Kaiyuan River. This also made her realize the importance of strength. Apart from that, one's background and connections were also the most important. Without a background and connections, the God-Slayer Alliance would be harassed everywhere. Are the 2 of you done talking? If you want to fight, do it at home. I'm not interested in listening to your nonsense. Now, I will ask you one question. Are you going to kneel or not? However, at the moment when the crowd was feeling vexed, Lord Lu spoke again. His words did not give them any face at all. Kneel, kneel. This time, more people in the God-Slayer Alliance admitted defeat. They no longer had the arrogance of the past in the 9 states. As for the older generation, they clenched their fists tightly. They had a stronger backbone and the past glory of the God-Slayer Alliance was engraved in their minds. Of course, those glory days had unknowingly been obliterated over the years. After all, the situation was stronger than the person. You want us to kneel? Just as they were arguing, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. That's right. Could it be that you are deaf? Lord Lu did not see the person who spoke and instead asked contemptuously. Whether I am deaf or not, I don't know. I only know that there is a surviving member who has escaped. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The voice drifted out from the city wall again. Sakura's eyes narrowed, and so did Meng Lu. The people of the God-Slayer Alliance also narrowed their eyes. They all turned their heads at the same time and looked at the person who spoke. It was Lin Ling. Although they did not know the meaning of Lin Ling's words, Lin Ling seemed to be calling Lord Lu a surviving member. As for the people of the Red Alliance, each of them had their mouths wide open. That guy's words had greatly offended Lord Lu. When did such a troublemaker come to the God-Slayer Alliance? Could it be that he had just arrived at the ancient Yuan mountain range and did not know the rules? In fact, the person who spoke had indeed just arrived at the ancient Yuan mountain range and did not know the rules here. How audacious of him to violate the rules and still dare to speak like that. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Senior. However, he didn't notice that Lord Lu was frowning as he looked at the newcomer. That face was too familiar. However, he couldn't remember where he had seen that face before. He only knew that the person seemed to be familiar and deadly. Lord Lu was deep in thought. He immediately let Xianxia know that Lord Lu was angry. He might even kill Sakura and the others. He shouted angrily, God-Slayer Alliance, you're courting death. Kneel before me. However, before he could finish speaking, Lord Lu's expression changed. He looked to the side and slapped Xianxia, sending him flying. Bang, Xianxia fell to the ground. He held his face and looked aggrieved. That was a vicious slap. Why did he hit him? Everyone's eyes widened. However, Lord Lu's body was trembling. He seemed to be hesitating whether he should run or not. In the end, he gritted his teeth and flew towards Shan Fortress. Sakura and the others immediately felt as if they were facing a great enemy. How could they fight against a half-step to martial god realm expert? Sakura was prepared to fight to the death. The others also quietly gathered their realm essence. However, Lord Lu floated in front of the city wall and frowned as he looked at the crowd. In fact, he was mostly looking at Lin Ling. That appearance, that robe, that sword. Wasn't that the guy who destroyed the heaven-crushing alliance? He was also there at that time. However, he wasn't a core member, so he watched from afar. However, that battle left a deep impression in his heart. That was because that was a guy who destroyed the alliance. Senior, Lu Fabing was blind. He didn't see you here. As he finished his last sentence, he smiled like a pug and bent down. He didn't even know Lin Ling's name. He only knew that this guy was really terrifying. Seeing this, the people of the God-Slayer Alliance were all petrified. The people of the Red Alliance were also petrified. Was he still a half-step martial god? Was he still the leader of the Miners' Alliance? Previously, he was insufferably arrogant and condescending. Why was he bowing to him now? Was this a joke? You're quite bold. You brought the Red Alliance here to settle the score with me. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. He didn't know who Lu Fabing was. However, upon hearing that Lu Fabing was from the Heaven-Crushing Alliance, he instantly lost all fear. He even guessed that this guy should be a survivor who had escaped. This was because when the Heaven-Crushing Alliance had been destroyed, there had been quite a few survivors who had managed to escape. Lin Ling's words were like a bolt from the blue to Lu Fabing, because he knew that the blue-robed young man was a god of slaughter as well, and killing half-step martial gods was as easy as chopping vegetables. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. He shouted anxiously, then rushed back to Xianxia's side. He grabbed Xianxia and slapped him hard. Is the Red Alliance courting death? How dare you attack the God-Slayer Alliance? I'll beat you up. I'll beat you up. In order to prove that he had nothing to do with the Red Alliance, Lu Fabing went all out. Xianxia's teeth were all knocked out. Compared to his previous arrogant attitude with his hands on his hips, it was a 180-degree change. He had never imagined that Lord Lu would slap him in the face for a fellow from the God-Slayer Alliance, and from the looks of it, that fellow was even weaker than Sakura and the others. Lord Lu, I'm from the Red Alliance. Xianxia said hurriedly, immediately bringing up his background. Don't mention the Red Alliance to me. Go back and tell that fellow from the Red Alliance that this has nothing to do with me, and my relationship with him has been severed. Also, I've already shown mercy by not killing you. You seem to be guarding a small mine, right? I'll take back all the miners in your mine. Lu Fabing grabbed Xianxia's collar and roared angrily. His saliva sprayed all over Xianxia's face, causing him to be dumbfounded. Then, he shouted unwillingly, "Lord Lu, don't." The Red Alliance had many members, and they were spread across the Great Prairie. Some of the small mines were guarded by some small leaders, and Xianxia was also guarding a small mine. However, if the miners were taken away, how could he mine? How could he report to the Red Alliance? Moreover, he was here to lead the way for Lord Lu, but now that he had failed to take back the miners, he didn't know how to report to the Red Alliance. However, Lu Fabing ignored him and flew back to the fortress. His forehead was full of cold sweat. He wondered if the killing god had calmed down. He knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat Xianxia. So, it wasn't that he hadn't thought of fleeing, but he gave up in the end. Because he'd heard that this god of slaughter was extremely swift. If Xianxia wanted to kill him, then he wouldn't be able to escape at all. "Senior, how are things now?" Lu Fabing came to the front of the fortress again and bowed. "You were very fierce to the God Slayer Alliance before this." Lin Ling put his hands behind his back and looked at him indifferently. "Senior, it was a misunderstanding. I really didn't know that the God Slayer Alliance was related to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to behave so atrociously here even if you gave me 100 guts. Moreover, I was framed by the Red Alliance." Lu Fabing said with a bitter smile, then gave himself a few hard slaps. Those few slaps had even knocked out his teeth. The people from the God Slayer Alliance were shocked. Sakura and the others opened their mouths wide. What was going on? He had almost chased away the people from the God Slayer Alliance and now he was slapping himself. Moreover, he knew Lin Ling. Moreover, he seemed to be afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was only at the middle stage martial ancestor realm. Even if Lin Ling was at the half-step martial god realm, Master Lu wouldn't be so afraid of him. Now, he was flattering him. It wasn't rare for a half-step martial god realm expert to be afraid of someone. However, flattery and bootlicking were rare. "Do you still want our miners?" At this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. "No, no. If you are still short of miners, I can transfer some over." Lu Fabing shook his head like a rattledrum. He then explained, "This has nothing to do with me. Before I came here, I didn't even know what the God Slayer Alliance was." "I know. This shouldn't have anything to do with you." Lin Ling immediately nodded. Lu Fabing was delighted by his words. However, Lin Ling spoke again, "There are countless mineral veins in the Guyuan mountain range. You are just the leader of the miners. I don't think you would personally come here for a small mine of the God Slayer Alliance. Therefore, you should have received some reward." Hearing this, Lu Fabing broke out in cold sweat. This. However, after being stared at by Lin Ling, he immediately revealed everything. "I gave you a lot of royal crystals, more than 5 billion. I also gave you a drop of all spirits water." The crowd gasped when they heard this. 5 billion imperial crystals, that was a huge sum. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations End it. The Red Alliance is really generous. Lin Ling sneered. 5 billion royal crystals, with Lin Ling's current net worth, it wasn't much. However, he knew that this amount of royal crystals was a lot for the God Slayer Alliance. Seeing Lin Ling's sneer, Lu Xiaobing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this God Slayer wants to kill me? I'll donate all of this money to the God Slayer Alliance. Lu Fabing slapped his chest and said. Everyone from the God Slayer Alliance opened their mouths wide in shock, because this Lord Lu's fear of Lin Ling had reached an extremely tragic level, which was why he had spat out the meat at the side of his mouth. In the distance, everyone from the Red Alliance opened their mouths wide, some of them even felt like they were dreaming. They slapped each other a few times until their teeth almost fell out. This proved that all of this was real. Giving all of this to the God Slayer Alliance? Isn't this making things difficult for you? Lin Ling said indifferently. Of course not. You flatter me. In fact, I'm half a member of the God Slayer Alliance. I'm very proud to be able to contribute to the God Slayer Alliance. Moreover, the miners treat the God Slayer Alliance as their home. This shows how caring and united the God Slayer Alliance is. Even I want to give up my position as the leader and become a miner. I wonder if the God Slayer Alliance will accept us. Lu Feibing slapped his chest and said. Everyone was stunned. Even Lin Ling was the same. They didn't expect that this insufferably arrogant Lord Lu actually had such a talent for flattery. His flattery was practically flawless. Xianxia and the rest almost couldn't help but clap their hands. This flattery was really good. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. The anger in his heart disappeared. He looked at Lord Lu with a faint smile and said, "We're still short of some miners. I think Lord Lu will help us." "Alright, how many do you need?" "Senior, please tell us." "I want as many as you have," Lin Ling said. His words gave Sakura and the others a fright. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling was too arrogant and completely offended Lord Lu, which would ultimately lead to a life-and-death struggle. However, they were obviously overthinking things. When Lu Feibing saw Lin Ling nod his head, he was even happier than Lin Ling. He finally knew that this crazy killing god had retracted his killing intent. "I will do my best to draw everyone here." Lu Feibing immediately patted his chest and said. At this time, Lin Ling also walked out from the wall and walked towards Lu Feibing step by step. This undoubtedly gave Lu Feibing a fright. At some point, he almost wanted to turn around and run away. However, in the end, reason still prevailed over madness. He believed that Lin Ling shouldn't want to kill him. Meanwhile, Lin Ling also finally arrived in front of Lu Feibing. He stretched out his hand, causing Lu Feibing to tremble in fear. However, Lin Ling's hand landed on Lu Feibing's collar and helped him tidy it up. At the same time, he said, "Work hard. If you follow me, I won't treat you badly." When he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and a small bottle of water of all spirits floated out and landed in Lu Feibing's hand. This caused Lu Feibing's eyes to narrow. After examining it, he immediately knelt down in the air. As the leader of the miners, he actually didn't lack emperor crystals. However, the water of all spirits was a priceless treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the heaven-crushing alliance in the first place. After all, everything was for the sake of the water of all spirits. "Thank you, my lord," he said solemnly. After he finished speaking, he strode away. This also caused the fortress to fall silent. "My lord, speaking of which, wasn't this Lord Lu here to look for trouble? Why does it seem like he has become a member of the God-slaying alliance?" Meanwhile, Lin Ling walked back with a smile. The reason why he gave Lu Feibing a small bottle of water of all spirits was because Lu Feibing was a local tyrant. He wanted to find out the whereabouts of Anuer through him. When Lu Feibing left, Xianxia and the others were instantly terrified. Without another word, they scattered like birds and beasts. As for young Master Tian and the others who were treated like dogs in the fortress, they were still clamoring for the God-slaying alliance to let them go. However, when they saw this scene, their faces turned ashen, and they obediently returned to being dogs. Second brother, treating Lord Lu like this, would it be? After Lin Ling walked back, Sakura immediately asked worriedly. He didn't know why Lu Feibing was afraid of Lin Ling, but he guessed that the latter was in awe of Lin Ling's background. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. After all, one was a half-step martial god, while the other was a middle-stage martial ancestor. The gap between their strength was like heaven and earth. This kind of person is already smooth and slick. Therefore, sometimes we don't have to give him any face. On the contrary, the more humble we are, the more arrogant he will be. We have to suppress him a little so that he will obediently do things. Lin Ling said with a faint smile, "By the way, this Red Alliance keeps causing trouble. Why don't you destroy them?" This seemingly casual sentence shocked Sakura and the others once again. They didn't understand why Lin Ling was so arrogant. However, Sakura shook his head. The Red Alliance has spread over half of the Guyuan mountain range. They have many large and small mineral veins. It's easier said than done to destroy them. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. If there was only one Red Alliance, Lin Ling would immediately take action to eliminate any future worries. However, if there were too many of them, it would take too much time. Therefore, he decided to ignore them for the time being. Next, Lin Ling asked about the prairie's rules and walked down the wall with Sakura and the others. Looking at Lin Ling, the people of the God Slayer Alliance were all excited. they had long heard that among the 4 leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance, in terms of ability, Lin Ling was undoubtedly the leader. However, they weren't too sure about this. Now, however, they were sure. Previously, they were almost driven away. Even the Arch couldn't do anything about it. However, once Lord Lin Ling showed up, everything was easily resolved. Moreover, the God-Slayer Alliance had even earned 5 billion royal crystals. After chatting with Sakura as they walked, Sakura asked someone to tidy up a clean room and let Lin Ling in. "Second brother, I haven't seen you for many years. You are still unfathomable. However, I won't ask you anything. As long as you are safe and sound, this is the best gift for me." In front of the door, Sakura stopped and said to Lin Ling with a smile. He had long regarded Lin Ling as his own younger brother. Although this younger brother's ability was stronger than his, he was never jealous. In fact, he was happy and proud of this younger brother. "Big brother, you too." Lin Ling nodded with a smile. Since he started learning martial arts, he had already seen many deaths. Therefore, to have his family and friends by his side was the greatest gift from God to him. "Big brother, your talent has improved a lot. Previously, you were in the state of white bones. Now, you have become black bones. However, if you refine your bones, you will be able to advance another level." At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly laughed. This was because the giant ghost beside him was transmitting his voice to Lin Ling. It was also because the giant ghost was very familiar with Sakura's talent. "Helping big brother cultivate. It can still improve my talent? Hasn't my talent reached its limit?" Hearing this, Sakura was surprised. Lin Ling smiled. "Although your talent is not orthodox, it has great potential and there are many ways to develop it. Because you have a trace of the underworld's bloodline, similar to the dream flow, if this bloodline is stimulated, your future will be limitless." "That's great." Sakura was excited. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely treat it as a fart. But since it came from Lin Ling, it was a different story. Lin Ling immediately asked the giant ghost how to help Sakura's bones evolve again. The giant ghost immediately explained. It turned out that he wanted to improve Sakura's talent. After all, he wanted to refine Sakura like a divine tool. Ordinary flames were ineffective against Sakura's talent, but the human sovereign's flame could. "This human sovereign's flame, I can't control it." Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but secretly say. "You can, but you must continue to sacrifice the devil jellyfish and let it carry a trace of the human sovereign's flame. You only need to enter Sakura's body." The giant ghost transmitted his voice. Lin Ling immediately nodded. To be able to help Big Brother become stronger, he naturally wouldn't shirk his responsibility. At that moment, he told Big Brother his idea. Of course, this process was also dangerous. After all, Lin Ling didn't control the human sovereign's flame. He was only using the human sovereign's flame to refine it. Moreover, the process wouldn't be easy. Hearing this, Sakura laughed loudly. "Second brother, go ahead. Big brother won't die." "Oh right, will this kind of refining affect you?" "If it does, then Big Brother won't improve his talent." He obviously put Lin Ling first in his heart and thought for Lin Ling. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, if there was danger, he would be the first to block in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling's heart warmed and he immediately promised, "Don't worry, I won't be in danger." At that moment, both of them entered the room and sat down cross-legged. Lin Ling also began to control the devil jellyfish. Then, the human sovereign's flame appeared from his dantian and quickly entered Sakura's body. Then, it started to swim among the black bones. Ugh! Sakura's face suddenly changed and sweat dripped on his forehead. "Big brother, if you can't withstand it, just shout." Seeing this, Lin also said worriedly. "It's nothing, I'm just a bit, second brother." The Sakura forced a smile, but in reality, a piercing pain was coming from his bones at this moment, as if someone was scraping his bones with a knife. However, he endured it all because he didn't want to let Lin Ling down. Lin Ling also knew that there was no time to lose, so he poured more devil jellyfish into Sakura's body. Almost at the same time, the devil jellyfish that carried the flame of the human king was completely burned into nothingness. That strand of hair-sized flame also floated down. If it landed in Dishir Tian's body, it would be enough to burn him alive, but at that moment, another devil jellyfish appeared and carried the human sovereign's flame as it floated up again. This cycle repeated again and again. Fortunately, the devil jellyfish had some immunity to the human sovereign's flame during this period of time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to hold on for such a long time. After all, the devil jellyfish was originally of the ghost attribute and was naturally afraid of fire. Of course, the devil jellyfish also had a powerful characteristic, which was to absorb. This characteristic also allowed them to carry the human sovereign's flame for a short period of time. Alright, he must withdraw. The human king's flame has always restrained his talent. If he stays any longer, I'm afraid his bones will be burned to ashes. At that moment, the giant ghost suddenly spoke. The human sovereign's flame was the first flame of mankind. In the underworld, there weren't many people who dared to face it head-on, let alone Sakura, who hadn't completely evolved into the devil jellyfish's bone. After that, Lin Ling wiped the sweat from his forehead and stood up. As for Sakura, his lower body was already covered in sweat. At this moment, his breathing was calm, and strands of mysterious aura spread out from his body. If one looked carefully, there seemed to be a worm swimming under his skin, and it was swimming along his entire body. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. He knew that his brother's strength had increased a lot this time. As for what limit he reached in the end, it would depend on his luck. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't interrupt Sakura and left the house. He asked someone to prepare another house and then went in. Looking at the clean room, Lin Ling's heart relaxed. A sense of fatigue finally spread out from his body. Speaking of which, ever since he entered the Kaiyuan River, he hadn't rested for a long time. After the battle in the demonic forest, he had just arrived at Shan Fortress and immediately encountered the Red Alliance. For the next few days, he should have a good rest. That night, the prairie was quiet. Only the occasional sound of insects could be heard. Standing on the wall of Shan Fortress, there were stars in the distance. Those were the lights of fireflies. However, after the fireflies, there was only darkness. Shan Fortress was brightly lit. The moat outside of Shan Fortress wasn't actually there to stop humans from approaching, but to stop demon snakes. In the prairie, demon snakes were everywhere. Moreover, there were a lot of them. There were even some descendants from the era of gods. Someone once said that these snakes were mutated from the dragon clan. However, after countless years, these snakes weren't any weaker than the dragon clan. In the room, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. His eyebrows were slightly relaxed. His powerful soul power had naturally discovered the auras outside the fortress. They were ready to make a move. It was the demon snakes. If a human was alone in the prairie, unless he was very powerful, he would definitely encounter a mishap. However, Lin Ling also sensed that these demon snakes were intelligent and didn't dare to approach Shan Fortress recklessly. Therefore, Lin Ling began to cultivate. Currently, he was at the level 4 martial ancestor realm. However, the realm energy in his 6 stanchions was surging, stabilizing his cultivation. As for his other talents, except for the Great Nether Wind Dragon, all of them had reached the 4th grade: the Space-Time Divine Steel, the Heavenly Dragon's Bone, the Great Nether Wind Dragon, the Realm-Devouring Beast, and the Evil Spirit Tribulation Body. As for the other skills, the True Inheritance Dark Sword. If the 9,999 swords were activated, there was a chance that it would produce a wisp of divine energy. This was the sword's strongest skill, the tyrannical singing sword, the complete ancestor's force. Lin Ling had comprehended about 80% of it. Of course, the most powerful trump card was still the God Stairs. Especially the Stairs of Wisdom that had merged with the Illusion God world. Its power had increased significantly. It was also a soul-type martial skill. According to Lin Ling's estimation, he had comprehended about 20% of the Stairs of Wisdom. That being said, its power was extraordinary too. Lin Ling had yet to encounter anything that could resist the Stairs of Wisdom. However, the biggest disadvantage of the Stairs of Wisdom was that it didn't possess any offensive power. It could only be used as a seal. I've accumulated quite a number of monarch crystals. At this rate, I'm afraid I'll be able to reach the 5th layer martial progenitor realm in no time. Lu Feibing had arrived. Of course, Lin Ling had also used the all-spirit water to nurture little Kunlun. He realized that little Kunlun seemed to like this kind of spirit water very much. As it continued to absorb it, it actually changed. However, he did not know how little Kunlun would change this time. After all, this fellow could grow into a forest at any time. After cultivating until midnight, Lin Ling decided to rest. All these years, whenever he had free time, he would cultivate. It had become a habit. Tonight, he would have a good sleep, lying on the bed and looking at the dark sky through the window. Lin Ling also thought of Xianxia, that senior sister who had helped him when he was young. Later on, after his hard work, she became his wife in the end. He wondered how she was doing in the Kaiyuan River. With that thought, Lin Ling also quietly fell asleep. However, he also had a dream. In the dream, he seemed to have returned to his youth. In the Gu Yan sect, he was playing with Yu and Xianxia. Under the sunlight, he felt extremely comfortable. At that time, he was clearly a little naive and did not carry any great hatred or mission. After a day of playing, night fell. Just as Lin Ling wanted to take advantage of them, he was chased back to his residence by the two girls. Amidst the laughter, Lin Ling helplessly walked back to his residence. However, just as he was about to enter his room, he realized that there were whispers coming from not far away. This made the young Lin Ling walk towards the voice. In the forest not far from the wooden house, he saw a thin and weak girl about 16 years old. She was squatting on the ground and chatting with a little vine. Moreover, she was chatting happily and would occasionally let out gurgling sounds. As for the little vine, it also seemed to be very happy. It swayed its vine as if it was enjoying itself. "Little Kunlun?" Lin Ling instinctively shouted. For some reason, he was very familiar with that little vine. Ah! Seeing Lin Ling's arrival, the girl was obviously flustered. Without saying anything, she immediately ran into the depths of the forest. However, the moment she stood up, Lin Ling realized that the girl was very thin. Her body was dirty, and there were many wounds. Some of the wounds were oozing pus, and some were so deep that bones could be seen. Therefore, when the girl was running, she suddenly fell. However, she did not care about the injuries on her body and finally disappeared into the dark forest. Looking at the pitch-black forest, Lin Ling frowned. Although he didn't know who the girl was, it was extremely pitiful for her to hide in the forest all year round. "Little Kunlun, who is she?" Lin Ling couldn't help but look at the vines beneath his feet. The vine swayed, emitting the sound of Kunlun. Then, it climbed onto Lin Ling's shoulder like a snake. The vine was like a tongue, gently licking Lin Ling's face. "You bastard." Lin Ling couldn't help smiling. He didn't reject little Kunlun's intimate action, but he still asked, "Who is she?" However, little Kunlun still didn't answer. It just continued licking Lin Ling's face. As it continued to lick, Lin Ling finally couldn't hold it in any longer, because it was too itchy. When he gently patted off the vine on his face, he finally opened his eyes. A ray of warm sunlight shone down, making Lin Ling somewhat startled. Only then did he realize that last night was a dream. However, his cheeks were still itchy. When he turned his head to look, he realized that it was little Kunlun on his left arm. "You bastard, don't tell me you also had a dream last night." Lin Ling suddenly laughed helplessly. He jumped up from the bed and landed on the ground. When he moved his body, the sound of frying beans could be heard. Next, Lin Ling washed up and put on a clean set of clothes. At the same time, he glanced at the platinum evil spirit, who was like a bodyguard the entire night, and then walked out of the room. Outside the house, it was bustling. Early in the morning, people started to get busy. Some were mining, some were planting, and everyone had their own division of labor. Lord Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, many people greeted him. At present, they respected Lin Ling from the bottom of their hearts. "Good morning." Lin Ling nodded with a smile. He glanced around and asked, "Where are my big brother and the others?" "Lord Lin Ling, I heard that Lord D is in seclusion. Currently, Xianxia is guarding the mountain fortress. Lord Mang has gone to the mountain fortress on the left. As for Lord Wangu, he has gone to the mountain fortress on the right to guard it." Someone immediately replied with a smile. "My big brother is still in seclusion. It seems that his strength has increased a lot after this breakthrough." Lin Ling couldn't help but feel happy for Sakura. Sakura was currently a 6th grade talent, and he might be able to reach the 7th grade. He might even be able to step into the half-step martial god realm, a 7th grade half-step martial god realm. If it had happened not long ago, Lin Ling would have found it difficult to defeat him. This also meant that his combat strength was not weak. Meng Lu and Wangu Wuji, do they usually guard one mine each? Lin Ling asked casually as he followed an old man up the city wall and looked at the green prairie. Yes, and the mountain fortress in the center is guarded by Lord D. Moreover, the underground caves of the 3 mineral veins are also connected. If anything happens, we can retreat and attack, advance and defend. The old man explained. Lin Ling immediately knew that his big brother had put in a lot of effort in the mountain fortress. Usually, he would have resisted many attacks, but in the end, he was helpless against the Red Alliance. As for the Red Alliance, Lin Ling naturally wanted to eradicate it. After all, he wouldn't be staying in the mountain fortress for long. However, there were too many Red Alliance members. If he really wanted to eradicate them, it would take a lot of time. Therefore, Lin Ling did not take action. He was also waiting for the experts of the Red Alliance to come to him. Of course, during this process, he also asked the Headhunter tribe to help him look for a new heir. In fact, before Lu Feibing left yesterday, Lin Ling had secretly asked him for help. This was also the reason why Lin Ling did not touch him. "Senior, I'm coming, I'm coming." At the mention of Lu Feibing, an anxious shout could be heard from afar. Looking over, a large number of people were riding on horses in the prairie. There were about 200 of them. Their mounts were a little strange. They looked like horses, but they were very fat and strong. When they galloped on the prairie, they actually glided on the grass. Of course, they were also very fast. Not long after, the group arrived in front of the mountain fortress. The person leading them was Lu Feibing. When they saw the top power, they were obviously afraid. After all, he was a half-step to martial god. He could kill them at any time. "Put down the city gate." However, Lin Ling said with a smile. With Lin Ling's order, the people of the God Slayer Alliance immediately put down the city gate and placed it above the moat. Then, under Lu Feibing's lead, the people entered one after another. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations and Yuer's whereabouts. Lu Feibing looked up at Lin Ling on the city wall and pretended to wipe the sweat off his forehead. It was as if he had already worked very hard by bringing 200 miners with him. Lin Ling instantly smiled and walked down slowly. "I didn't expect you to keep your promise. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have been able to find you in this vast grassland. Moreover, I wouldn't have had the time to look for you. You're too kind. I'll definitely carry out Senior's orders." Lu Feibing patted his chest and said. In reality, the reason he was willing to come back was because Lin Ling had given him the water of all spirits. Otherwise, he would have fled as far as he could in the face of a murderous god like Lin Ling. "You're also a member of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Now that you know my whereabouts, don't you plan to tell that leader?" Lin Ling asked again. The leader he was referring to was Wanyan Shijing. If that guy knew that Lin Ling was here, he would probably come all the way here. "Don't worry, Senior. There are many alliances in the final world right now. After all, you also know that in the final world, unless your strength is heaven-defying, your background and connections are the key. That's why so many alliances have been formed. However, among the elites of the 3 divine halls of the final world, unless they're part of an alliance, many of them have joined several alliances. For example, I joined the Heaven-Crushing Alliance for the sake of obtaining the water of all spirits. After all, I'm not a member of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Even if there's a big benefit, it won't be mine. I'm only given a small benefit." Lu Feibing continued to explain. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder those people had fled so quickly when Wanyan Bupo was killed. As it turned out, they weren't united. To put it bluntly, it was more like an employment relationship. This also meant that Lu Feibing wouldn't inform Wanyan Shijing unless he and Lin Ling became mortal enemies. "Guards, take these miners away and treat them well." Lin Ling immediately waved his hand. Then, he led Lu Feibing forward. "Do you know the strength of the Red Alliance? How powerful is their leader?" "The Red Alliance is a big alliance. However, their leaders aren't weak either. They're all half-step martial gods, and there are 18 of them." Lu Feibing explained. Then, he glanced at Lin Ling. "Of course, to Senior, those leaders are just SOSO. According to my knowledge, those leaders aren't even ranked on the stairway to the divine rankings. Moreover, some of them aren't from the 3 halls of the Divine Alliance. However, they're not as powerful as you, Senior." Hearing this, Lin Ling asked again, is there a way to find them? This is very difficult because the Guyuan mountain range is very big. The Red Alliance is spread all over the place. They have occupied many small mines that the big forces don't want. Therefore, other than their core members, it is very difficult for others to know which mine the leader is in. As if he knew what Lin Ling was thinking, Lu Feibing continued, Senior, don't worry. Since the Red Alliance has failed this time, they might come looking for you personally. In fact, the 18 leaders aren't united. They can't wait to see a good show. If one of them dies, the other leaders will take his resources. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Everything was as he had expected. They just had to wait for the experts of the Red Alliance to come. By the way, how's the matter that I asked you to do? The two of them arrived at the meeting hall. Lin Ling sat down and poured a glass of wine for Lu Feibing. Lu Feibing was given a fright when he heard Lin Ling's name. He had asked around yesterday and found out that Lin Ling was a student of the Blizzard Academy. Not only was he the first person to reach the 9th level of the Ethereal Tower, but he had also defeated Duan Wuhan. It was said that his potential was even greater than the number 1 genius of the Duan clan. Moreover, he had even dared to challenge Marshal Godwintian's disciple. It was earth-shattering. Now, such a domineering person was pouring wine for him? This was too much for him to handle. I have already inquired about that matter. I heard that the immortal temple of the 9 continents Vicious 10 has indeed come to the ancient Yuan mountain range, and there. Sanctus has also come. Once, they clashed with a big power. That big power's backer is one of the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods, Unrestrained Sword Martial God. Unrestrained Sword Martial God? Yes. Yes, in the ancient Yuan mountain range, many large mines have extremely powerful backers. For example, the mines under the name of Martial God Wendian and the mines under the name of Unrestrained Sword Martial God. Because of this, they occupied the large mines. Yes. It seems that the waters of the Guyuan mountain range are really deep, and those martial gods have occupied the mineral veins. Over the years, the mineral veins have been able to provide an endless supply of cultivation resources, which has allowed their disciples' strength to continuously increase. Yes. Yes, Senior. Yes. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Lin Ling asked again, are you sure that the Holy Maiden of the Immortal Temple went to the ancient Dragon Wasteland? Yes. Although I'm not too sure, it's not far from the truth. I heard it from a few Headhunter clan members. After all, in the ancient primordial mountain range, no Headhunter clan member can see the Immortal Temple. That's why I guessed it. And after entering the ancient Dragon Desolate Land, many Headhunter clan members can enter that place. Lu Feibing immediately said. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Fortunately, he had a good relationship with Lu Feibing. This guy was indeed worthy of being called an experienced person. In just one night, he had already inquired about the information he needed. Otherwise, even if he searched the entire prairie, he might not be able to find any news about Anuer. Here is a bottle of 10,000 spirit water. This is your reward. Yes. Following that, Lin Ling placed a bottle of 10,000 spirit water on the table. This, Senior, you already gave me my reward yesterday. Yes. Lu Feibing was immediately overwhelmed by the favor. Take it. I, Lin Ling, never mistreat those who work for me. You can go back first. If there's any news, or if there's anything I need, I'll look for you again. Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Lu Feibing hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply to Lin Ling. He took the bottle of 10,000 spirit water and left. He was overjoyed because he had established a relationship with Lin Ling. One had to know that in the final world, although Lin Ling had many enemies, there were also many people who wanted to befriend Lin Ling. This was because many people guessed that Lin Ling's backer was as strong as a walnut. After Lu Feibing left, Lin Ling drank alone with a burning gaze. Currently, he had finally heard news about Anuer. Although she had disappeared into the desolate body, he had at least found a direction. Therefore, he only needed to wait for the matter of the fortress to be resolved before he could set off. After drinking a few more cups of wine, Lin Ling took out a few bottles of 10,000 spirit water and left one bottle for each of Dream Flow and the rest. Following that, he had nothing to do, so he decided to go to the mine to take a look. The girl in his dreams, of course, the more times it was washed, the higher the purity of the imperial crystal would be. Lord Lin Ling. When the miners saw Lin Ling, they immediately smiled and greeted him. Lin Ling also smiled and waved, then entered the mine. The interior of the mine was a little damp, but the surface area was much larger than Lin Ling had imagined. The entire solid mountain had been hollowed out. Everyone was digging into the ground, and the miners were very experienced. They knew which places produced the most ores. This was something that outsiders could not compare with. Even Lin Ling couldn't compare. Even though his soul power was powerful, he could only sense where there were royal crystals. However, if there were royal crystals in the vicinity, it would take him some time to search for them in detail. Moreover, Lin Ling's evil ghost jellyfish could also mine, but it was a little overkill. After all, the cost of hiring these miners was not that high. Tick-tock tick-tock, along the way, water began to drip from the mine. The depths of the mine were a little dark. My lord, that's the road to another mine. Very few people take that route. Seeing that Lin Ling was still moving forward, someone couldn't help but remind him with a smile. It's fine, I'm just looking around. Lin Ling nodded and walked along the huge mine. The mine was very big because it led to another fortress. Lin Ling also wanted to see Dream Flow and the others on the way. Little Kunlun. But at this moment, little Kunlun on his shoulder made a sound, and its vines pointed in a direction. It was a small branch of the big mine. There was also a small hole that could allow one person to go in and out, and there was a faint sound of human voices coming from inside. What are you doing? Why are you hiding here? Are you trying to cause trouble? Let me tell you, bastard, if I find out that you want to destroy the mine, we won't let you off. The voice was somewhat fierce, followed by the sound of punches and kicks. It sounded like the strength of the punches was not small. Stop fighting, stop fighting. I just want to mine some ores in exchange for some food. I haven't eaten for 3 days. A girl's pitiful voice sounded. Lin Ling immediately frowned. Could it be that the God Slayer Alliance's mineral veins also allowed them to bully the weak? He immediately strode over and saw that after turning the corner, a mine about 5 to 6 meters wide appeared. This mine was very gloomy and cold, and water dripped from the ceiling from time to time. 3 figures were surrounding a person, punching and kicking. What are you doing? Lin Ling immediately shouted angrily. The voice made the 3 people stop what they were doing. When they turned around and saw that it was Lin Ling, their expressions changed drastically. Among the 3, there was a thin and weak girl. Her clothes were tattered, and there were many wounds on her body. Some of them were even oozing pus, and some of them were so deep that bones could be seen. It's like this. She's a wild girl. We met her in the prairie and then she followed us. We pitied her, so we brought her along. However, we later found out that she's a jinx. Wherever she goes, she'll be met with misfortune. Once in the eastern mineral veins, it was because of her that the entire mine exploded and many people died. Yes, and someone pitied her and brought her along. In the end, that group of people were eaten by the demon snake in one night, but she was unharmed. To put it bluntly, she's a jinx. We were afraid that she would cause trouble, so we kept an eye on her. The 3 of them hurriedly said, looking aggrieved. Lin Ling frowned. Suddenly, he could understand their feelings. This was because the miners were not experts and believed in fate. How could they not be afraid of bringing an otaku with them? You guys can leave now. Lin Ling waved his hand and did not blame the 3 of them. The 3 of them hurriedly left, leaving only the girl in the mine. The girl was very afraid of Lin Ling and hid in a corner, trembling all over. I'm not a jinx. I didn't want to kill them. I don't know why it's like this. The girl explained in a trembling voice. Lin Ling did not speak. He glanced at the mine and asked, Have you been here all this time? Sir, I've been here all this time. The girl was afraid that Lin Ling would be angry and hit her again, so she hurriedly said. It's very cold here. Are you here at night? Lin Ling asked again, but the girl nodded. This made Lin Ling frown. This was because the other miners did not speak at night and lived in the fortress. However, this girl lived in the mine and wore such thin clothes. She probably had not seen the sun for a few years. Why didn't you leave with the miners? We provided. food and accommodation for free. Sir, they don't welcome me and chased me down. I can only exchange for food if I can dig a mine. The girl explained. Hearing this, Lin Ling's face turned cold. He walked forward step by step. Sensing this, the girl trembled even more. She covered her head with both hands, as if she was afraid of being hit by Lin Ling. However, what she was waiting for did not happen. Instead, a warm coat covered her body. This made the girl suddenly open her eyes in disbelief. However, there was a steamed bun and a pot of wine in front of her. This, sir. The girl was shocked. You haven't eaten for 3 days. Eat. Use the wine to warm your body. But don't drink too much. Lin Ling squatted beside the girl and said with a smile. He found that although the girl was dirty, she looked delicate and pretty. However, the girl did not dare to move. She was afraid that Lin Ling was playing with her because she had encountered such things many times. However, in the end, she could not hold back her hunger. She carefully picked up the steamed bun on the ground and ate it. She could be said to be wolfing down the food. After eating, she lowered her head and saw another steamed bun on the ground. This made her delicate body tremble. She suddenly grabbed the steamed bun and could not help but burst into tears. Her cries were very tragic. This was because when she was 1 year old, she caused the death of the entire village. Therefore, the village chased her out. Also, when she was 10 years old, she caused the death of the passerby who brought her along. Therefore, she was chased away. More importantly, until now, people would only beat her. No one had ever given her food. The entire cave was filled with the girl's cries. They drifted further and further away. Lin Ling looked at her quietly. He could understand her feelings. However, his heart suddenly trembled. Then, he turned his head and saw that little Kunlun was also looking at the girl. Its vines were swaying slightly as if it was greeting the girl. This confirmed Lin Ling's suspicions. The girl he met in his dream last night seemed to be the one in front of him. How strange. How did this girl enter his dream? No one is fighting with you. You don't have to eat so quickly. At that moment, Lin Ling smiled and said. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The girl held the steamed bun in one hand and continued to cry. However, she stood up and bowed to Lin Ling. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A cave within a cave. Eat it, don't be reluctant, I have more here. Lin Ling smiled when he saw the girl's reluctant look. Thank you, sir. The girl nodded, but she still did not eat the bun. Instead, she treasured it. Lin Ling saw that she was pitiful, so he casually asked her where her home was. However, the girl did not have any recollection of this because she was chased out when she was 1 year old. If it wasn't for her good luck that someone brought her up, she would have died a long time ago. However, the old granny who brought her up also passed away when she was 10 years old, leaving her all alone. Let's go, I'll take you away. Seeing the girl's pitiful past, Lin Ling also felt compassion. After all, with his strength, it was not difficult to find a safe place for the girl. Hearing this, the girl nodded gratefully, but she seemed to be afraid of something and immediately shook her head. This made Lin Ling ask, but the girl did not say anything and only shook her head vigorously. She has the power of the world will in her body, and it is this power that causes disaster to everyone who gets close to her. At this moment, the giant ghost beside him suddenly said in a low voice. World will? Lin Ling's expression changed. Although he was not familiar with this power, he knew that it was a power that even gods were afraid of. He never thought that a girl like her would have this kind of power in her body. And it is not as simple as just the world will, because there is also a mysterious aura in her body. Even I am seeing it for the first time. At this moment, the giant ghost added. No matter what she's hiding in her body, I will never leave her here alone. Lin Ling shook his head, and did not dwell on this matter. He walked forward, stroked the girl's head, and said with a smile, Are you afraid that you will bring bad luck to me? Don't worry, I, Lin Ling, have never believed in heresy since I was young. When those disasters encounter me, they will definitely be the ones to suffer. As soon as he said this, the girl raised her head, because she did not expect Lin Ling to know her thoughts. But they all say that I am a jinx. The girl whispered. Although she didn't want to admit it, she knew that strange things always happened around her, causing many people to die. In my eyes, you are not a jinx. Lin Ling laughed. Don't worry, if you're a jinx, then I'm a killing god. So, those disasters of yours won't be able to hurt me. From now on, you'll follow me because I'm also a warrior. But my cultivation has been too smooth, so I like to experience some twists and turns and encounter some disasters. Hearing those nonchalant words, how could the girl not know that Lin Ling was comforting her? Her eyes became moist again, and large drops of tears fell from time to time. But this time, she finally nodded and agreed. Lin Ling saw that the cave was gloomy and cold, so he planned to leave with the girl. However, just as he turned around, he noticed a different kind of chilly wind quietly blowing in the depths of the cave. This chilly wind was colder than the one in the cave, and most importantly, there was a hint of demonic aura in the wind. Lin Ling let the wind pass, and when the tail of the wind blew past him, he waved his right hand and caught the tail of the wind, then gently sniffed it. Then, he realized that the demonic aura in the wind in his hand was thicker. Is it a demon snake? Lin Ling frowned. Sir, this wind is blowing from that cave. However, the girl seemed to be familiar with that cave, and suddenly said with some fear. You've been there before? After a series of questions, Lin Ling's heart trembled. This girl was indeed pitiful, and humans could not tolerate her. She could only wander around by herself, and had been to so many dangerous places. Then, Lin Ling took out some natural treasures to treat the girl's injuries, washed her face, and let her change into clean clothes alone. After a while, Lin Ling walked back into the cave again, and his eyes lit up. After changing into clean clothes, although the girl was still thin and slender, she gave off a much better feeling, especially after her injuries were healed. Her entire body was extremely fair, and this kind of fair had a sickly paleness. This was also the effect of not being exposed to sunlight for many years. Of course, if it came from a man, it would be a little effeminate, but when it came from a girl, it gave off a lovely and moving feeling. What's your name? Lin Ling could not help but ask. I don't have a name. The girl lowered her head, as if she was still in awe of Lin Ling. You don't have a name. Lin Ling muttered to himself, then turned to look at little Kunlun and smiled. It was the one who brought me to you, and it's called Little Kunlun. How about I call you Little Kunlun? Okay. The girl nodded lightly, but her thin and weak body was quietly trembling. Because she actually had a name, she had lived for 16 years, but it was only now that she felt like a human. In the past, there was no lack of people who were so good to her, but used and deceived her. Although those people were all dead, they also let her know that no human liked her. But now, even if Lin Ling was using her and deceiving her, she was willing to die for Lin Ling, because to be cared for and trusted by others, she cherished this feeling very much. Sir, do you want to go into the cave? I know the way. Suddenly, little Kunlun looked up at Lin Ling. Lin Ling wanted to bring little Kunlun out of the cave first, but seeing that little Kunlun was fine, he immediately nodded. If you know the way, then let's go in and explore. Okay. The two of them immediately went into the cave. The cave entrance was not big, and Lin Ling had to bend down to crawl in. But after entering, the space inside was not small, and there were more than 10 caves. Lin Ling was a little confused. Big brother, come this way. There are many dead caves over there, and although the cave on the left is not, there are many bats, and those bats are very powerful. As for the one over there, there are many emperor crystals, but there are many demon snakes, so the emperor crystals are not easy to mine. Little Kunlun was very familiar with the caves. It seemed that she had searched all these caves over the years. Lin Ling could not help but be shocked. After all, with little Kunlun's strength, if she encountered the demon snakes, she would not be able to avoid being swallowed, but she was safe and sound. Could it be that the demon snakes sensed the will of the world in her body, so they did not dare to approach her, and the truth was indeed so. When they passed by a cave, Lin Ling's soul force sensed that there was a demon snake lying in the corner of the cave. However, the demon snake only flicked its tongue at Lin Ling, as if it did not see little Kunlun. Of course, Lin Ling released a little bit of his aura, and the demon snake was scared into running away. And as they continued forward, a cave entrance appeared in front of them, two people side by side. A large amount of water flowed down from the top of the cave, forming a scene like a water curtain cave. Lin Ling immediately urged his realm essence to form a light shield, and brought little Kunlun into the cave. Translator, Trans and Editor, Transenrealm Scorpion, Xiaoluan stayed in the cave for many years and had long adapted to the darkness. Her eyes could see very far. Lin Ling was so powerful that this little bit of darkness naturally couldn't stop him. What surprised him was that there was actually a huge ancient lake in front of him. This lake stretched for thousands of miles and the lake water was silent, giving people a strange feeling. Moreover, a strange wind was blowing in the surroundings, as if someone was whispering in his ear. "We're here. This is the largest cave under the 3 mines." Xiaoluan raised her head and looked at Lin Ling. "Thank you, Xiaoluan." Lin Ling replied. If it was not for Xiaoluan, he would have to go through a lot of trouble to find this cave. In the ancient lake, there is a huge scorpion with 6 tails. It is very powerful. However, there is also a strange tree. That tree has no leaves or flowers, only a fruit. Xiaoluan said as if she had been there before. In fact, she had indeed been there before. Fruit? Lin Ling frowned and quickly took out the box containing the fruit of good. However, he hesitated whether to open it or not. After all, Xiaoluan had the will of the world. The fruit of good might hurt her, however, Lin Ling was overthinking. When he gently opened the wooden box, Xiaoluan was not affected at all. Instead, she said with surprise, "This fruit is very similar to the one in the ancient lake. However, it is a little different." When she said this, Lin Ling was somewhat expectant. Because if he wanted to refine the flame of the human king, he needed the blessings of the gods. Among them, he needed the fruit of good, fruit of fortune and fruit of fate. These heavenly treasures were extremely rare and only appeared in the era of the gods. It was impossible to find them in the 9 states. Furthermore, the Kaiyuan River was a secret realm that coexisted with the universe. It was not impossible for such fruits to appear, therefore, regardless of whether the fruit in front of him was what he needed, he decided to give it a try. "Xiaoluan, you stay here. I will go and take a look," Lin Ling said. However, Xiaoluan shook her head and insisted on following Lin Ling. She seemed to be afraid that something would happen to Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. With his strength, if something really happened, then Xiaoluan wouldn't be able to help him. However, Lin Ling did not want to waste time. He was confident that he was not weak. Therefore, he got little Kunlun to protect little Luan while Lin Ling carried little Luan and floated into the distance. After flying through the air, Lin Ling realized that this underground lake was not small at all. It could even be called a small ocean, and in the lake, there seemed to be no life. However, right at this moment, a fatal attack suddenly emerged from the bottom of the lake. It was like a lightning dragon emerging from the sea and its speed had reached 1,800 world speed. Lin Ling's expression instantly changed. His fusion talent was only 1,500 sector speed, however, at the critical moment, little Kunlun immediately made a move. It turned into a huge ancient forest in midair. Countless vines poured out and bought some time for Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately fused his talent and the tyrannical song sword appeared. He controlled the true inheritance dark sword and shot it out, ding ding dang dang. In the darkness, the countless vines wrapped around the object and immediately released countless sparks. However, the object was unscathed after being attacked by the true inheritance dark sword. So hard? Lin Ling's pupils shrank. Then, he did not believe in heresy and activated the true inheritance dark sword again. This time, it turned into more than 6,000 swords. Moreover, under the constant attack, the ancestral power reached 70%, each sword had 70% ancestral power. It was not weak at all. Of course, the ancestral power of the true inheritance dark sword was still weaker than the tyrannical song sword, ding ding dang dang. However, it still did not have much effect. Seeing this, Lin Ling took a deep breath. The power of his 6 stanchions surged out continuously and appeared on the tyrannical song sword. He immediately turned into a shooting star and shot forward. The most overbearing sword appeared among the countless flying swords and slashed toward the darkness. However, in the darkness, the deadly object sensed that Lin Ling's attack was extraordinary. It immediately wanted to avoid it. However, countless vines wrapped around it. Lin Ling naturally would not miss such a good opportunity. His sword finally arrived. Clang, a deafening sound was heard. The lake water exploded and poured down like a storm. A sword mark finally appeared on the pitch-black object that was struck by Lin Ling's sword, and it was slowly splitting open. however, it only cracked open. That's too powerful. I'm afraid that not many half-step to martial gods can withstand my full-strength attack. Lin Ling was shocked. Big brother, let's go quickly. That thing has woken up. At this moment, Xiaoluan anxiously reminded him. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked again because he had seen that the black and hard object was only a tail. A tail was already so terrifying. What if the main body came out? It seemed that he had to bring the platinum evil spirit here. Lin Ling had already decided to retreat. He shouted angrily, "Little Kunlun, let's go. Go." After saying this, he immediately rushed back the way he had come. Behind him, the tail that had been slashed with a sword mark swept up crazily and finally crushed all the vines. However, little Kunlun had already wrapped around Lin Ling's shoulder and quickly left with Lin Ling rumble. In the ancient lake, a huge whirlpool appeared and the lake water flowed backward. Then, a pair of stone mill-like eyes slowly rose from the surface of the water. That's the realm scorpion. After the giant ghost saw it clearly, it immediately said solemnly. Very powerful. Where did this realm scorpion come from? Lin Ling asked as he rushed back the way he had come. The giant ghost looked back and immediately said indifferently, "This is the divine embryo that follows the Buddha god." Once, the Buddha god preached and a scorpion heard the Tao and became a god. Later, because it was hiding under the Buddha god's praying mat, it accidentally pinned the Buddha god and was finally punished to the god realm. Of course, these are all legends. In fact, no one knows where the realm scorpion came from. However, its strength is not weak. Its every move carries the power of universal Tao. Lin Ling, let's leave quickly. This realm scorpion has been sleeping for a long time and has just woken up, so its reaction is a little slow. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave. Hearing the giant ghost's words, Lin Ling pushed his speed to the limit and finally rushed into the cave. After entering the cave, Lin Ling did not stop and madly rushed back the way he had come. After a long time, when he heard someone's voice in front of him, Lin Ling returned to his original form and slowly moved forward with little Luan. However, Lin Ling was still in shock about what had just happened. His current strength had greatly increased, but he was still helpless against a demonic beast. It made him feel extremely insignificant. Of course, Lin Ling really did not want to miss the fruit in the ancient lake, so he asked, "Giant ghost, what do you think is the strength of that thing?" "Yes. It should be in the martial god realm, and its strength is probably comparable to the 9 states martial gods." "Yes." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations exploring the ancient lake again. Lin Ling, this is still considered weak. A true 9-tailed world scorpion's strength is comparable to a god. As for that world scorpion, according to Xiaoluan, it's only 6-tailed. What makes me really curious is that there's something wrong with that world scorpion. According to the characteristics of scorpions, they usually don't take the initiative to provoke people, but if someone dares to offend them, they won't easily let the intruder go. Even if they have to chase the intruder out of the Kaiyuan River, they will kill the intruder. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Unless it's injured? Possible. Of course, there's another possibility, which is that when it evolves into 7-tailed, it needs to shed its skin and metamorphose, so it doesn't have time to pay attention to you. Other than that, there's only one last possibility, which is that it's about to give birth. Injury, metamorphosis, and giving birth. If it's giving birth, that's the best, because at this time, the world scorpion is the most timid, and only wants to protect its young and leave. This also means that you can get close to the center of the ancient lake. Giant ghost gasped. And if none of the 3 situations is true, then if I provoke it again, won't I be dead for sure? Moreover, even if it's giving birth, it's impossible to scare it away with my strength. Possible. Lin Ling said with a frown. How could the current him fight against the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions? That won't happen. If you attack with all your strength, with that crazy aura of yours, you can scare it away. After all, if it just gave birth to a young, it's afraid that the young will be injured, so it won't fight with all its strength and will choose to leave. Possible. After a good rest, bring Giant Ghost and the others to try your luck. Possible. Lin Ling immediately nodded. As they moved forward, many miners appeared in front of him. Lord. Possible. Those miners saluted, but when they saw Xiaoluan beside Lin Ling, their expressions changed greatly. Bane, Lord, that's the Bane. Possible. Bastard, who told you to come up, get lost. These miners were not strong, and they mined all year round, so they naturally believed in some things about fate, so they were extremely afraid and angry at the Bane. Shut up. Lin Ling frowned and immediately said in a dignified manner, from now on, she is my little handmaiden. Whoever speaks ill of her is the same as speaking ill of me. Ah? Everyone opened their mouths wide in disbelief. However, they obviously did not dare to disobey Lin Ling's order. They could only continue working in silence. Of course, they didn't dare to say anything on the surface, but they still looked at Xiaoluan with vigilance and disgust. In this regard, Lin Ling could also understand their feelings, but he could not change their minds, so he was too lazy to bother with them. After leaving the mine, the sun shone brightly outside. When the members of the God Slayer Alliance saw Lin Ling, they were shocked by Lin Ling's decision. This was because they had also heard of the matter of the daughter of the Star of Calamity. Regarding this matter, as martial artists, although they didn't believe in fate, they wouldn't be so bored as to touch upon such taboos. However, Lin Ling was worthy of being the leader. He didn't believe in this evil, of course, compared to the miners' disgust for Xiaoluan, their attitude was obviously much better. Prepare a clean room for her to live in. Also, her name is Xiaoluan, and from now on, she is my little handmaiden. Lin Ling looked at the members of the God Slayer Alliance and smiled. Then, he asked, where's my big brother? Has he come out of seclusion? Yes. The Arch hasn't succeeded in her breakthrough. However, Lord Dream and Lord Wangu have been here before, but when they saw that you weren't around, they immediately returned to their respective strongholds. They heard that Lord Lin Ling was going to pass through the mine to reach them, so they wanted to give you a surprise. They are already waiting for you at another stronghold. An old man said with a smile. Lin Ling was speechless. Those guys had probably waited in vain. Lin Ling didn't pay much attention to him and immediately went into his room. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the other two strongholds, Dream Flow and Sakura thought that Lin Ling would arrive at their strongholds from the mine. In the end, they waited until their beards turned white, but Lin Ling was still nowhere to be seen. This made them curse loudly. This stinking brat Lin Ling actually dared to stand them up. After Lin Ling entered his room, Xiaoluan followed him in. She seemed to have an extremely good relationship with little Kunlun, as they were constantly whispering to each other. However, after entering the room, she didn't dare to speak carelessly. Without waiting for Lin Ling to speak, she immediately began to tidy up the room. This, Xiaoluan, I'll do it myself. All right. Lin Ling had been training outside all year round, so he didn't care about these things at all. Moreover, he wasn't used to having a handmaiden serving him. Lord, I'm a handmaiden. This is what I should do. All right. However, Xiaoluan was extremely stubborn. It could be seen that she cherished everything she had, and was even very satisfied with her current life. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. However, he let Xiaoluan be. Then, he began to ponder about the battle tomorrow. There was no doubt that in that battle, he would have to go all out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to scare the realm scorpion away. As for Dream Flow and the others, Lin Ling didn't intend to inform them. Firstly, their strength wouldn't be of much help. Secondly, they had to guard the stronghold and didn't have the time. The premise of all this was that the night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Lin Ling heard a rustling sound. When he opened his eyes, he immediately found a figure already busy with work. She was holding a rag, wiping this and that, and occasionally chatting with the vines beside her. It had to be said that with this figure, the room was much cleaner than usual, and this thin and weak figure was naturally Xiaoluan. Even Lin Ling didn't expect that she would wake up so early and had already started working. Sir, you're awake. Noticing the voice behind her, Xiaoluan suddenly turned her head and said. However, when she saw Lin Ling, she was first stunned, then blushed and ran out while holding her small face. This made Lin Ling stunned. He didn't seem to have done anything. He couldn't help but look down, and his face suddenly turned red. This was because unknowingly, his pants had already propped up a tent. This was also a phenomenon that men would occasionally have in the morning. No wonder Xiaoluan ran so quickly. So that's why, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. After changing into clean clothes, he walked out of the room. Behind him, the platinum evil spirit wearing a large cloak followed him. Outside the room, Xiaoluan stood there with her head lowered. Her pale face revealed a rare blush, which made her look extremely cute. Lin Ling's bitter smile deepened. He didn't expect that his reputation would fail so miserably, however, he had seen many storms, so he changed the subject and said, Xiaoluan, you stay here. I'll go to the mine alone. Sir, don't leave me behind. Xiaoluan immediately raised her head, her eyes filled with stubbornness. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations go all out. Hearing that, Xiaoluan shook her head and said, Sir, I don't need your protection. I've been to that ancient lake several times, but I've always come out alive. Also, that fruit is very well hidden. Sir, you may not be able to find it. At the end, she was clearly anxious. At this time, the giant ghost also secretly transmitted its voice to Lin Ling. After hearing that, Lin Ling finally nodded. Indeed, Lin Ling was not familiar with the ancient lake, and Xiaoluan had been there many times. She might be able to help him at a critical moment. Immediately, Lin Ling led Xiaoluan into the mine. They walked along the path they came from, but when they reached the cave where they first met Xiaoluan yesterday, Lin Ling immediately realized that there was something strange about this place. It seemed to be different from yesterday. It's the effect of the aura. Beside him, the giant ghost also looked ahead and said, Sir, let's go this way. However, Xiaoluan was familiar with the path and went into one of the caves. Lin Ling clearly remembered that yesterday, he and Xiaoluan did not enter this cave. It seemed that Xiaoluan was indeed capable. Following Xiaoluan, they turned left and right. Not long after, the water curtain cave appeared again. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, his expression solemn. Right now, he was not sure if the world scorpion was giving birth. If it was not, with his sticky entanglement, the world scorpion would definitely kill him. Involuntarily, Lin Ling looked at the fist-sized evil spirit beside him. The giant ghost shook its head. Obviously, it was not too sure either. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Yes. Lin Ling took a deep breath and finally stepped in. He was not a wishy-washy person. Since he had chosen to come, then he would fight with all his might. Rushing through the water curtain cave, outside was the pitch-black ancient lake. Just like yesterday, the ancient lake was silent. Lin Ling did not hesitate. He let little Kunlun protect Xiaoluan, and then he led the platinum evil spirit forward. Of course, Lin Ling didn't forget to look at the giant ghost and ask, if I'm in danger, will you help me? Although the path of martial arts ultimately depended on the individual, he was currently facing Realm Scorpion, so it was normal for him to find more helpers. I actually don't have the strength. The giant ghost said fiercely. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He didn't know if the giant ghost was telling the truth or not, but from the looks of it, he could only rely on himself. Gulyalu, and as he spoke, bubbles appeared on the calm water surface. Then, a fatal killing intent arrived. It was a very fast speed, once again exceeding 1500 world speed. Seeing this, Lin Ling didn't dare to be negligent. He went all out and fused his talents. Clang, the energy from his 6 stanchions surged into the tyrant's song sword. Lin Ling did not even look in front of him as he viciously slashed down with his sword. What was shocking was that as soon as the sword slashed down, a huge scorpion tail arrived in front of him. Rather than a scorpion tail, it was more like a nimble ancient snake. Fortunately, although Lin Ling's speed was not as fast as the scorpion tail, he predicted the opponent's attack and slashed out in advance. However, the scorpion tail was extremely strong. After being slashed by Lin Ling's sword, it immediately knew that Lin Ling was the person from yesterday, so the tail retreated and swept over with a terrifying stench. If this sweep hit, no matter how strong Lin Ling's body was, he would definitely die on the spot. True, inheritance. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. With a low roar, countless swords rushed out from behind him like a swarm of locusts. Clang. Clang, however, the tail was so terrifying that it actually swept away all the true inheritance dark swords. However, the true inheritance dark swords were also like hyenas, madly rushing forward again. Using the true inheritance dark swords to delay, Lin Ling's tyrant song sword was also adjusted. He drew a semicircle with both hands and then raised it high. Then, without hesitation, he slashed down fiercely. This slash was obviously more powerful than before. It actually slashed the tail that had just rushed over into the ancient lake again. Even the hard black armor showed cracks. However, Lin Ling was not in a good condition. He was breathing heavily. Of course, during this time, he also activated the True Inheritance Dark Swords. They turned into a river of swords and swept across the ancient lake. Moreover, he also activated the Space-Time Divine Steel and other methods. Rumble, the tranquil ancient lake exploded and waves soared into the skies. This vast and mighty momentum finally awakened the taboo monster beneath the ancient lake. Whoosh, the ferocious whirlpool seemed to have sucked up all the water in the ancient lake, and its momentum was vast and mighty. Then, a pair of purple eyes quietly appeared under the lake water. The eyes coldly looked at Lin Ling, and there was a hint of human-like insidiousness in them. Obviously, it recognized Lin Ling. Behind the churning whirlpool, a couple of ancient snake-like figures finally charged out of the water. Those ancient snakes had their heads facing the sky and were slowly swaying. However, if one were to take a closer look, they were not ancient snakes. Instead, they were frightening tails. There were a total of 6 tails, and at the end of the tails, the most poisonous needles were emitting different colors. Obviously, the scorpion tails were poisonous. Moreover, previously, one tail had forced Lin Ling to go all out. Now that there were 6 tails, one could imagine how powerful it was. At this moment, even if a martial god realm expert was here, he would probably run away without hesitation. As the ancient lake continued to roll, the huge scorpion finally floated to the surface. The world scorpion was completely black, except for a pair of purple eyes. Its body was also extremely huge, like a small mountain. The most terrifying thing was that after it appeared, the surrounding cave began to melt. However, Lin Ling was not an ordinary person. He came here with a goal in mind. Whether the world scorpion was giving birth or transforming, Lin Ling would not give up until he saw the end of the world. He floated in the air, and a huge dragon bone bow appeared in his hand. The bow was golden and dazzling, and there were many exquisite patterns engraved on its surface. Countless Buddha light appeared, and the sound of Sanskrit was like a song. Calamity-destroying sun bow. This bow could threaten a martial god realm expert. Although it could not cause fatal damage to the world scorpion, it greatly shocked the world scorpion. It obviously did not expect that a mere weak human would have such power. However, it was not over yet. Lin Ling wanted to intimidate the world scorpion, so he would definitely have to go all out. Therefore, the god's steps were also activated by him, enveloping the world scorpion. The mysterious world instantly enveloped the world scorpion. However, it was obvious that the god steps had a much smaller impact on a behemoth like the world scorpion. However, it still shocked the world scorpion. That was because it also noticed the mystery of this power. It should not exist in this world. Buzz, at this moment, its purple eyes changed, and it stared at Lin Ling in the air. However, Lin Ling did not wait for it to make the first move, and had already attacked. What were 5? 1. Suffering day and night, to the point of calamity. 2. One is full, and many are full. 3. The sin weapon, trident, eagle, snake, wolf, and dog. 4. Dragon, god, sky, or ghost. 5. If one falls into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6. Connected together, so it was called seamless. The realm scorpion retreated. Sanskrit suddenly descended, spreading throughout the world. An arrow was shot. The dark cave suddenly lit up. Countless fragments of light appeared, as if the Buddha had descended upon the world. The dual black and white arrows scattered endless light, intertwining with each other, turning into a huge calamity-ending arrow, charging towards the realm scorpion in the ancient lake. At this moment, the realm scorpion's eyes changed. Its 6 tails also began to shake with a rhythm. However, the god stares had sealed away a lot of its powerful strength. This caused a trace of panic to appear in its sinister eyes. By the time it reacted, the huge arrow had already landed on its back, stabbing into its shell like an awl, as if it wanted to purify everything. And when this terrifying arrow was shot, the entire cave seemed to have collapsed. Countless emperor crystals were also swept away by the terrifying power, gradually turning into nothingness. As for the ground, the 3 strongholds also shook violently. Those miners were all shaken to the ground. Even rows of houses were collapsing. This also caused everyone to panic, thinking that some great calamity had happened. Fortunately, Although the ancient lake was entered from the mine, it was not actually under the three strongholds, otherwise, the three strongholds would not exist. Moreover, the ancient lake was also in an extremely deep place underground, therefore, the grassland was shaking, as if some great demon was about to rush out of the ground, and far away from the strongholds. A large grassland was also sinking. It was extremely terrifying. Looking at the ancient lake again, the lake water seemed to be about to overturn the bottom of the cave, shooting in all directions. After an unknown amount of time, it finally gradually calmed down. Whoosh, Lin Ling floated in the air, returning to his original form. He was breathing heavily as he looked down. This arrow had clearly consumed all of his power. Moreover, the steps of wisdom had also consumed all of his soul power. All that was left now was Jiayuan. That bastard, don't tell me it's dead. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His heart was extremely nervous. Gurgle. However, he had clearly underestimated the realm scorpion. The ancient lake below, waves were unceasing. A pair of cold purple eyes slowly floated up. It was the realm scorpion. This also caused Lin Ling's pupils to fiercely tremble. This was truly terrifying. He had been shot directly by him, yet he was still alive. Moreover, Lin Ling was also familiar with the temperament of scorpions. Under normal circumstances, they would not take the initiative to provoke others, but when others entered their territory, they would raise their tails and deal a fatal blow. Therefore, this meant that Lin Ling would have to face the frenzied attacks of the realm scorpions. Crash. As time passed, the enormous figure finally revealed itself completely. Upon closer inspection, the world scorpion was not completely unscathed after being shot by Lin Ling's arrow. On its hard shell, a huge swastika scar appeared. It was about a dozen meters wide and was a ghastly sight. However, it was still unable to pierce through the shell. If this beast was placed in the myriad worlds, it would definitely be a disaster. Lin Ling couldn't help but gasp, but he knew that there was no time to lose. So, he waved his right hand, and the platinum spirit appeared. After that, 2 black gold spirits appeared as well, and then an endless amount of dragon demons appeared. Kill! Then, Lin Ling roared. Deep in his eyes, his fighting spirit was boiling. Kill! The entire cave was vast and mighty, as if it was about to be overturned. Lin Ling seemed to be overbearing, but in fact, his heart was beating like a drum. Because if it was a life and death battle, then they would only end up with a complete annihilation. However, in the current situation, Lin Ling knew that he absolutely couldn't show weakness. Time froze at this moment. Gurgle. Finally, the realm scorpions moved, forming a wave that soared into the sky. Oh no! Shit! Lin Ling's eyes instantly became bloodshot. He knew that there was no way he could escape this calamity. Beside him, the giant spirit also bared its fangs. However, just as they thought that a life and death battle was about to arrive, the realm scorpions took a deep look at Lin Ling and finally dived into the bottom of the ancient lake. Gurgle. A large number of bubbles floated out and lasted for a long time. Finally, the entire ancient lake fell silent. Everyone floated in the air, silent and motionless. It was as if time had frozen. The only sound was the sound of water dripping onto the surface of the lake. However, there were water droplets dripping from the top of the cave, as well as Lin Ling's cold sweat. Clearly, Lin Ling was also scared out of his wits. It's gone. Yes. Yes, you won the bet. Yes. A moment later, 2 voices that sounded as if they had just survived a disaster finally floated out. Next, Lin Ling and the giant spirit, who were in the air, looked at each other, their eyes filled with excitement. The previous scene seemed simple, but in fact, Lin Ling had already walked on the edge of a knife several times. I can't help but admire you. At such a critical moment, you can still maintain your domineering demeanor. The giant spirit said again. Hearing that, Lin Ling's smile turned into a bitter smile. Say no more. I admire myself. Next, he roared at the sky, because there were only 2 outcomes for provoking the realm scorpion. 1. Complete annihilation. 2. The realm scorpion left. The realm scorpion from before was obviously intimidated by Lin Ling's crazy attacks. Coupled with Lin Ling's final frenzy, it finally chose to leave this madman, because it was indeed giving birth. For the safety of its cubs, it left. Motherhood was also the greatest kind of love. Even the realm scorpion was no exception. Therefore, as long as there was the slightest possibility of harming its cubs, it would choose to avoid it. Sir, the scorpion left. Behind, Xiaoluan carried little Kunlun and flew over. Hee, it left. Lin Ling suddenly smiled and looked at Xiaoluan. Because the ancient lake was very big, it would take him a lot of time to find the fruit. If Xiaoluan knew the whereabouts of the fruit, it would naturally save a lot of time. Moreover, Lin Ling was not sure if the fruit was what he needed. However, for the fruit to be valued by the realm scorpion, even if it was not what Lin Ling needed, it was definitely valuable. Follow me. Xiaoluan also knew that there was no time to lose and immediately started searching. After a long time, on the other side of the ancient lake, a mysterious bubble appeared. It was about 5 meters wide and was hidden at the bottom of the lake. In the huge bubble, there was a strange tree. It had no leaves, no flowers, only a fruit. Moreover, the fruit looked very ordinary, just like a pear. Lin Ling had never seen the fruit of fortune or the fruit of fate. Therefore, just as he was about to ask the giant ghost, he immediately realized that the giant ghost had quietly retreated. Looking at the platinum evil spirit and the others, they were also hiding far away. Lin Ling was stunned for a moment before he burst out laughing, because the fruits he needed were all things blessed by the gods. Now, even the giant ghost was afraid of those fruits. This meant that Lin Ling had found the real fruit. My luck has always been bad. Now it's finally good. Translator, trans and editor, trans and someone. Use the wooden box that holds the fruit of goodness to store it and use jade to pick it. Don't touch it or it will turn into nothingness. At this moment, the giant ghost's voice floated over from afar. Lin Ling immediately nodded and shot into the ancient lake. He also successfully entered the vacuum zone and stood in front of the strange little tree. Upon closer inspection, apart from the lack of leaves and flowers, the little tree was very ordinary. If not for someone's reminder, Lin Ling would have definitely thought it was a pear. When the fruit was just picked, it must not be touched by anything. It must be stored in a wooden box and could only be touched after 3 days. Therefore, Lin Ling also carefully picked it. When he was picking, the giant ghost and the others hid far away. In the end, they even left the ancient lake and came to the cave outside. On the ancient lake, only little Kunlun was waiting for Lin Ling with Xiaoluan. It's here. There was a huge fluctuation earlier. I hope it's not the realm scorpion. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the ancient lake. This caused Xiaoluan's expression to change instantly. The realm scorpion is not to be trifled with. Let's make it clear first. We'll help you this time. If you get any treasure here, we want a share. If there's only one treasure, then you must compensate with other treasures. Of course. The realm scorpion is stronger than an ordinary martial god. And this is just a 6-tailed one. If it's a 9-tailed one, I'm afraid even our Lord Carefree Sword wouldn't dare to provoke it. 6-tailed, hee. With us working together, it shouldn't be difficult. If it were any other time, it would be impossible. However, I asked the Fate Elder for help and found that something happened to the realm scorpion. Later, the Fate Elder told me that there are only 3 kinds of things happening to the realm scorpion. 1, it's injured. 2, it's molting. 3, it's giving birth. If it's the third, then the treasures here will belong to us. You're really well prepared. The voices chatted as they walked and gradually appeared by the ancient lake. There were about a dozen of them, and judging from their attire, they were divided into 3 camps. One camp had blonde hair, golden robes, and even their pupils were golden. Moreover, they looked somewhat different from humans. As for the other camp, they had blue hair. The men were handsome, and the women were otherworldly. It was as if they were born out of the mud without being stained. Moreover, they were also somewhat different from humans. On the other hand, there were 4 people in the other camp. They were all wearing the academy's robes. And it could be seen that they were not from the same academy. Their expressions, they were arrogant. There was powerful confidence. Their goal was the realm scorpion's treasure. However, when they saw the scene in front of them clearly, the confidence and calmness from before disappeared in an instant, because the ancient lake was the ancient lake. Not only did he not sense the aura of the realm scorpion, he instead saw a little girl floating in the air on a vine. This scene undoubtedly caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Scorpion. Yuquan Yufeng asked. Who are you? Someone from the blonde youth's side spoke. His name was Genie. He was one of the priests of the Golden God clan. He was also extremely powerful. Me. Being stared at by this group of experts, Xiaoluan immediately panicked. It seems that the realm scorpion has left. Seeing Xiaoluan's appearance, a beautiful woman in the group with long blue hair said faintly. She also looked at Xiaoluan. Tell me, how did the realm scorpion leave? Also, when did you enter here? Did you see anything? She was also a woman, but her voice was cold and even dignified. Xiaoluan's eyes were wet. He wanted to leave, but he did not dare to leave Lin Ling behind. For a moment, he did not know what to say. You lowly bitch, speak. Seeing that Xiaoluan was about to cry, a look of disgust appeared in the woman's eyes and she shouted. I don't know. Xiaoluan was frightened by the voice and could only reply timidly. It's really strange. The realm scorpion has indeed disappeared. Could it be that it knew we were coming, so it ran away in advance? The others looked around, but their expressions became more and more unsightly. It's fine if it ran away, but I'm afraid that it took away the treasures here. If that's the case, we've come here for nothing. The golden-haired young man said coldly. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the vine that Xiaoluan was riding. This lowly servant, he doesn't have any strength, but he can fly above the ancient lake. It seems like that vine is not simple. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Lil Kunlun. Suoquan from the human race also nodded. Moreover, if the realm scorpion did not take away the treasures here, it might have been stolen by this cockroach. Search her body. Hearing this, the beautiful woman immediately spoke. She was Princess Shui Wan, the eldest princess of the Water God clan. She's a woman after all. You go. However, Suoquan shook his head. No, she's too dirty. I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. Hearing this, Princess Shui Wan directly refused. Looking at Xiaoluan, there was only contempt in her beautiful eyes. Dirty slave, take off your clothes. The others also did not want to dirty their hands, so Genie also spoke coldly. They were like the children of God. At this moment, they were surrounding a beggar, wanting to see if there were any treasures on the beggar's body, and all of this seemed to be a matter of course to them. I don't have anything. Tears finally fell from Xiaoluan's eyes. It was as if she had returned to the time when she was despised by others. You're courting death. Seeing that Xiaoluan did not do as he said, a youth suddenly snorted. A sword appeared in his hand. Holding the long sword, he stabbed at Xiaoluan. This person was obviously impatient. Since the dirty girl did not take off her clothes, he would kill her. Of course, he also had his eyes on Lil Kunlun. He felt that it was extraordinary. If he could not obtain the treasures left behind by the realm scorpion and a mysterious plant, then this trip would not be in vain. Kunlun. Little Kunlun began to sway when it saw the sword flying towards it. It seemed to be a little angry. However, just as it was about to attack, a figure suddenly appeared in front of little Kunlun. He was dressed in blue robes and held a wooden box in one hand. His other hand gently reached out with 2 fingers at the same time. This action seemed slow, but when the sword was about to attack, it instantly caught the sword. Moreover, the sword did not move at all. What? The expression of the youth who had attacked changed instantly. Scram. The newcomer let out a low shout and twisted 2 fingers. Clang, the sword was twisted, and even the youth's arm was twisted. Then, with a crack, his right arm was completely dislocated. However, this was not the end. The mysterious person took a step forward and struck with his shoulder. Bang. Reprimand. When he landed in the middle of the group of people, he continued to spit out mouthfuls of blood, and his face became extremely pale. As for the group of arrogant people, they all narrowed their eyes because the young man who had attacked before was from the E-Garden. He was an expert of the E-generation and was ranked 402nd on the heavenly stairway of the gods. He was extremely powerful. However, he'd been defeated by the blue-robed young man in 2 moves. This meant that the person's strength was not simple. Sir, we are from the Unrestrained Sword Alliance. May I know who you are? Yu Quan said indifferently. The injured young man was from the same alliance as him. Now that he was injured, how could he not ask anything? However, he saw that the other party's strength was extraordinary, so he did not act rashly. This was not because he was afraid of the other party, but because he wanted to know the other party's background, because with such extraordinary strength, he should be someone from a powerful alliance. You don't have the right to know. The person who came was Lin Ling, and he replied coldly. He had never seen the group of people in front of him, but he could guess that they had come for the world scorpion. Moreover, Lin Ling could also sense that they were not weak. They were all at the half-step to martial god realm. Even the weakest talent was grade 7, and some were even grade 8, as for the golden-robed and blue-haired people, Lin Ling sensed that they were not humans. Therefore, he guessed that they were from the gold god race and the water god race. This was because he had seen the portraits of these two clans in the wood god clan, but overall, compared to the wood god clan, these two clans were slightly stronger. You. Seeing that Lin Ling did not give him face, Yu Quan was clearly enraged. But Lin Ling ignored him and asked Xiaoluan, "Did they do anything to you?" Xiaoluan immediately shook his head. No, as soon as they arrived, Milord appeared. Obviously, Xiaoluan didn't want to cause any trouble, so she hid the fact that the group of people had cursed at her. This also made Lin Ling nod his head and want to leave with Xiaoluan. Wait a moment. What is that wooden box in your hand? At this moment, Genie suddenly spoke. Previously, he had seen Lin Ling rush out from under the ancient lake. Could it be that Lin Ling had obtained the treasure left behind by the realm scorpion? We want to see that wooden box. If it's something ordinary, I'll let you go. Princess Shui Wan also spoke. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled. Holding Xiaoluan's hand, he turned around and left. Throughout the entire process, he didn't even look at them. What a joke, Lin Ling had risked his life to obtain the treasure in this wooden box. Did they think they could take a look just because they said so? Despicable human, stop right there. Seeing that Lin Ling was actually ignoring her, Princess Shui Wan immediately shouted. Lowly people will always be lowly people. They will only hang out with filthy people. There are too many filthy and ignorant people in this world. That's why the world is so turbid. Genie also spoke up. This was because he was also angry. In his opinion, he was a noble member of the Gold God clan. When ordinary humans saw him, they would have to kneel down and salute him. Apart from the top human experts, whom he would give some face to, others weren't even worthy of carrying his shoes. What a perfect match. I wanted to search that filthy girl's body, but she was too filthy, so I had her take off her clothes. If you hadn't come, humph, she would definitely have obediently taken off those filthy clothes. Princess Shui Wan said in a strange tone. Two filthy servants. Do you only know how to run away when you see us, the Gold God clan? The others also spoke one after another. At this moment, Lin Ling finally stopped. He ignored the lowly people they were talking about and looked at Xiaoluan instead. Is what they said true? Xiaoluan immediately lowered his head, not daring to look at Lin Ling. However, this also made Lin Ling instantly understand. Those guys actually wanted Xiaoluan to take off his clothes. Did Xiaoluan provoke them? Why were their demands so excessive? Did they not know that forcing a girl to take off her clothes was trampling on her dignity? A flame of anger burned in Lin Ling's heart. Holding Xiaoluan's hand, Lin Ling slowly turned around and couldn't help but mock. You bunch of trash, your mouths are really smelly. Could it be that you grew up eating shit? Shit. What kind of trash is the Gold God clan? Could it be that your ancestors were a bunch of lowly slaves, so in order to make you feel arrogant, you open your mouth and call others filthy? Unfortunately, slaves are still slaves. Lin Ling looked at Genie and said. Genie's pupils trembled fiercely, and the veins on his forehead bulged. One had to know that he had mocked Lin Ling because he was in a bad mood. After all, Lin Ling didn't give him any face. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would dare to resist? Hee, Priestess Genie, it seems that your Gold God clan isn't noble enough. However, seeing Genie being mocked, Princess Shui Wan seemed very happy. Although the Gold God clan and the Water God clan didn't have any great enmity, they were still fighting both openly and secretly. Now that the Gold God clan had lost face, the Water God clan was naturally happy. You aren't any better. You're a girl, but you have no manners. You open your mouth and call others filthy. It seems that you didn't have parents to discipline you. In my opinion, you can't even compare to my Xiaoluan. However, Lin Ling looked at Princess Shui Wan again. You're scolding me? You're saying that I, a noble princess, can't compare to her? Princess Shui Wan was stunned. Yes, I'm scolding you. Why are you pretending to be noble? Do you know what etiquette is? Do you know what it means to be a daughter of a noble family? Do you know what the 3 obediences and 4 virtues are? You're just a shrew. Lin Ling's voice was like thunder, and every word was like a gem. You. Princess Shui Wan's face turned ashen. Let's not talk about other things. Just take the 3 obedience and 4 virtues as an example. You don't understand them at all. Obey the father before marriage, obey the husband after marriage, and obey the son after the husband's death. These are the 3 virtues. If you're a shrew, cursing in public, you're a disgrace to your tribe. The 4 virtues refer to women's virtue, women's speech, women's appearance, and women's achievements. Everyone in the Water God clan was trembling with anger. Their princess was actually scolded like a shrew. On the contrary, Yu Quan and the others were secretly laughing. However, Lin Ling's spearhead quickly turned to him, and you guys, you're humans, but you're revering people from other clans. Which academy are you from? You're a disgrace to the final world. Could it be that you and your family are dogs? Shut up. Yu Quan was stunned, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Go give him a few slaps. I want to see his teeth fall out. Yu Quan finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. Don't worry. Even if you don't say it, I'll break his teeth. Let's see what else he can say. Genie sneered. His previous anger was completely suppressed by him. Since he was scolding so freely, then it was time to welcome his anger. Don't kill him. Leave him to me. I want to give him a few slaps too. It wasn't that he didn't dare, but that he didn't care. Genie immediately nodded heavily and walked out step by step. Boy, I don't know who you are, but I know that your mouth stinks. No matter how smelly it is, it can't compare to your cheap mouth. Lin Ling also sneered. In his heart, the flames of fury were still burning. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Yu Quan suddenly said in a strange tone, it seems that your golden god priest's reputation isn't that great. Even a human slave looks down on you. Hee, we don't care if they scold us in front of us, but the Golden God clan is being scolded as well. Isn't that treating the Golden God clan as a lowly existence? Behind Yu Quan, someone spoke up. All of them revealed ridiculing expressions because as far as they were concerned, the blue-robed young man was dead for sure. In fact, when Lin Ling walked out with the wooden box in his hand, this group of people had no intention of letting him go. It was just that before they made their move, they had said a few words. They had never thought that Lin Ling would dare to scold them so crazily. Voices rang out one after another, causing Genie's expression to darken once more. It was as if he had not won glory for the Golden God clan and had instead lost face. The Gold God clan could be looked down upon by the Water God clan, but they could never be looked down upon by humans. I'm going to give you 3 hard slaps. Of course, I'm going to include that filthy woman behind you. Genie licked his lips and said coldly. Hearing this, Lin Ling was taken aback. He immediately thought of Xiaoluan, and the anger in his heart exploded. He roared, filthy Golden God clan, are you done with your bullshit? His words were like arrows, shaking Genie's heart. He didn't waste any more words. A dazzling light appeared on the surface of his body. The entire cave instantly lit up, and in the blink of an eye, Genie vanished from where he stood. 1200 world speed erupted, a scorching hot palm slapped toward Lin Ling at a speed faster than light. If the slap were to land on the face of a martial progenitor, it would be enough to kill them instantly. However, Lin Ling also sneered. He stood straight like a pine tree and gently stretched out his right hand. Although the battle with the realm scorpion had consumed a lot of his physical strength recovered extremely quickly. Since he didn't consume any realm essence, he wasn't afraid of Genie. Bang, a muffled sound rang out. In the air, Genie wanted to slap Lin Ling's face, but she was stopped by Lin Ling. How lucky! Genie coldly snorted. Lucky? Lin Ling erupted with all his strength. His 6 dantians surged with world essence. His arm was like a heavenly blessing, ruthlessly pressing down on Genie's palm. This caused Genie's eyes to flash. She knew that she had underestimated this human. As expected of a barbarian, do you only know how to use brute force? Genie immediately said coldly. Almost at the same time, the light on his body became even more dazzling. At this time, a large amount of golden light shot towards him from the surrounding rocks, causing the light to reach its limit. So, when light reaches its limit, it's actually so terrifying. Sensing the dazzling light, Yuquan and the others' expressions changed slightly. Then, they all closed their eyes because the light was so dazzling that it could blind them. Moreover, other than their eyes, all their 5 senses were shocked by the golden light and disappeared without a trace. It felt as if they were in a white world. They couldn't see anything, hear any sound, or feel any airflow. At the same time, in the dazzling light, a palm seemed to be condensed from light. It slapped towards Lin Ling's face at an unimaginable speed. Can you block my golden light? Genie's voice accompanied it. He was clearly warning Lin Ling that he was going to attack. However, he also knew that the warning was useless. This human couldn't react at all. In fact, this was indeed the case. Genie clearly sensed that the palm had already landed on Lin Ling's face. In fact, he was already waiting for the crisp sound of the slap. However, Lin Ling, who was in front of him, suddenly disappeared after he swung his palm. Instead, a white palm slapped over fiercely beside him. Slap, a crisp sound rang out, causing all the dazzling light to disappear. Instead, Genie stood there in midair. His pupils were constantly twitching, and a palm print appeared on his face. Beside him, Lin Ling had one hand behind his back. The other hand was still in a slapping posture as he looked at him indifferently. Genie thought that his light was very powerful, but he didn't know that Lin Ling had secretly used the god steps to bring Genie into his own world and seal all his power. This also meant that not only was Lin Ling not afraid of the golden light, but he could even see Genie's every move. However, Lin Ling's slap wasn't heavy. It didn't even make Genie waver. However, what he hit was his dignity and the pride of the Gold God clan. You hit my face. Genie stroked his cheek as if he hadn't reacted yet. However, his pupils were already bloodshot. That's right. I did hit your face. Lin Ling stood beside Genie and said indifferently, I didn't care about you before, not because I didn't dare, but because I didn't care. However, you even dared to bully my people. If I didn't do anything, it wouldn't be because I didn't care. It would be because I didn't dare. As soon as he said this, Genie's pupils constricted. He stared at Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's expression remained unchanged. He said calmly, Gold God clan, are you very proud? But now, it seems that you've embarrassed yourself. Remember, so-called pride doesn't rely on your mouth, but on your fists. As soon as he said this, Lin Ling threw a punch. At that moment, the realm-swallowing beast, the double dragon talent, and the evil ghost jellyfish appeared behind him. Rumble, that punch was so powerful that it sent Genie flying. He smashed into the cave wall in the distance and finally fell into the ancient lake. At that moment, everyone frowned. Genie's strength was not weak. According to the human world's evaluation, he could definitely enter the top 300 on the divine list. However, he couldn't block that man's punch. Moreover, he was beaten so badly. Lin Ling's eyes moved and fell on Yuquan. Immediately, Yuquan's pupils trembled, and he took a step back subconsciously. In fact, you're the same. No matter what kind of person you are, which academy you're from, or which alliance you're from, in my eyes, you're just an ant. The reason why I ignored you before was also because I didn't care. Do you really think you're so arrogant? Lin Ling said calmly. His words were like a sword that pierced deeply into Yuquan's heart. His body was trembling. That was because he was an expert from the academy and a powerhouse on the divine list. However, he was being humiliated like this. You're courting death. However, at that moment, the ancient lake exploded, and Genie rushed out again. Obviously, he was angry. However, he was only halfway there when suddenly, a figure appeared like a ghost and slammed him into the cave wall. Then, a hand grabbed his neck and pinned him to the cave wall. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Their auras collided. With Genie's strength, how could he be a match for the golden white evil ghost at the martial ancestor realm? The golden white evil ghost even looked at him with a creepy smile as if he wanted to eat Genie. This made Genie's heart tremble and he did not dare to say a word. If you really want to die, I can satisfy your wish. You only need to say one more word. Now, you can try. Go. Lin Ling also looked at Genie indifferently. However, did Genie dare to say anything? Not at all. They had come here arrogantly to humiliate Xiao Luan and thought that they had extraordinary backgrounds. However, now, they were all suppressed by Lin Ling and did not dare to speak. It seems that you don't dare to say anything either. This means that your so-called nobility is actually a pile of shit. Go. Seeing that He did not dare to speak, Lin Ling withdrew his gaze and looked at Princess Shui Wan again. This time, everyone suddenly gritted their teeth. Lin Ling had humiliated Genie of the Gold God clan. Now, he was going to humiliate the princess of the Water God clan. Princess Shui Wan's face became extremely cold. In front of powerful strength, any nobility was indeed a pile of shit. Now that Lin Ling was looking directly at her, she obviously did not dare to speak rashly. Speak. However, Lin Ling questioned her. However, Princess Shui Wan still did not speak. She was so angry that her body trembled. She had never thought that the filthy woman would know a martial god realm expert. Moreover, the blue-robed young man was not weak either. In the end, she could only endure the humiliation. Remember, when you laugh at others for being filthy, you don't know that in other people's hearts, you are also a filthy woman and your heart is filthy. Lin Ling reprimanded her directly and looked at the crowd. You must have come for the World Scorpion. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that the World Scorpion has already left. Moreover, you think that you can intimidate the World Scorpion by joining forces. I have to say that you have a sharp tongue but your brains are idiots. Idiots? When these words came out, everyone trembled. Because they had a powerful background, when had they ever been scolded like this? It's all thanks to a senior at the martial god realm. Suddenly, Yu Quan spoke in a low voice. What he meant was that they had allowed Lin Ling to reprimand them because they were afraid of the martial god realm expert. They weren't afraid of Lin Ling at all. It seems that not only is your mouth cheap, your heart is even more cheap. Are you trying to goad me? Lin Ling also instantly looked at Yu Quan, causing the latter to open his mouth, but in the end, he did not dare to speak. However, at this moment, Lin Ling spoke again. However, even though I know that you're trying to goad me, I still like to fall for it. Come on, let's fight. Let me see what other skills you have besides your cheap mouth. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. Even though Lin Ling had defeated Genie earlier, they'd noticed that Genie had only underestimated her opponent for a moment. When Genie was about to use her full strength, the martial god had arrived. This meant that although the blue-robed young man was very powerful, it was not impossible for him to win. Moreover, Yu Quan wasn't weak. He was ranked in the top 300 on the Divine Stairway and was an expert from Miaoshan College's third hall. Miaoshan College was from the Miaoshan dynasty and was ranked second among the 36 colleges. It was ranked 1 point higher than the E-Garden. Brother Yu, although his strength isn't weak, it's probably just a facade. You're an expert ranked in the top 300, so you can definitely defeat him. The expert from the E-Garden whose arm had been broken by Lin Ling earlier spoke in a low voice. Yu Quan nodded, but he still didn't feel relieved, because his ranking and background were too strong. If he defeated Lin Ling, he would only be able to vent his anger, and no one would think that he was formidable. After all, Lin Ling was just a nobody. On the contrary, if he lost, it would bring humiliation to him, a humiliation as great as the heavens. If you dare, then you dare. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. You're so wishy-washy. What kind of cultivator are you? While he was hesitating, Lin Ling shouted again with an overbearing aura. Do you really want to fight me? Yu Quan's eyes turned cold as he said coldly. That's right. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Have you ever thought that if you lose, this might be the biggest decision you'll make in your life? Yu Quan said in a low voice. His tone was still arrogant, but it was filled with strong confidence as if he would definitely win. In fact, he believed that as long as he was on guard against Lin Ling, he would definitely win. He was at least 80% confident that he would win. Are all of you so-called experts, so-called people above others, so idiotic? If you dare to fight, then fight. If you don't dare to fight, then shut up. Does your babbling prove that you're noble and powerful? Lin Ling's voice also became low. Finally, Yu Quan stepped forward. The aura of a half-step to martial god burst out mightily. You're so arrogant. Haven't you thought about our background? Are we someone you can afford to offend? Yuquan's voice became louder as his terrifying aura surged. He had started to be aggressive. Lin Ling, since you're forcing me to fight, let's make Lin Ling regret his decision. Bang bang bang, the cave began to tremble. It seemed like Yuquan was stronger than Genie, however, that was not the case. It was just that Yuquan was more prepared. I've underestimated my opponent. The truth is, he's only an intermediate martial progenitor. At that instant, Genie was still being held back by the golden white demon, but she still spoke confidently. Everyone's eyes flickered upon hearing her words, including Yuquan's. His boundary force of the half-step to martial god realm surged toward Lin Ling like a giant wave, as if it were going to tear Lin Ling into pieces. However, Lin Ling did not back off. He even took a step forward amid the giant wave. You're so arrogant. Have you thought about the consequences? His aura was unleashed as he uttered the words. As the sound of Lin Ling's voice faded, a similarly terrifying amount of world essence erupted forth. It was like a blazing sun hanging high in the sky, illuminating the 9 heavens. These two auras collided madly, opposing each other with equal harshness. I, Yuquan, come from Yen State. 300 years ago, I came to the final world as a representative of Yen State. I was valued by the final world's Miaozhou Academy and became a student of the academy. I'm the most powerful person in Yen State. In 300 years, I've become a top expert in Xianxia Hall. I've even entered the divine list and become one of the top 300 deities. Yuquan did not back down and took another step forward. If his aura was like a giant wave before, then he was like a heavenly tribulation at that moment. His words caused the people from the Water God tribe and the Gold God tribe to tremble. They were not like the Wood God tribe, who hid in the demonic forest all year round and isolated themselves from the rest of the world. As they often interacted with humans, they knew what it meant to become one of the top 300 deities in the divine list in 300 years. Compared to Yuquan, the blue-robed young man had no right to be arrogant. Who do you think you are? I, Lin Ling, come from Qing Province. 10 years ago, I represented Qing Province in the final world and entered Snowwind Academy. In less than a year, I became an expert of Shen Second Hall. In less than 3 years, I became the #1 expert of Shen Third Hall. Lin Ling's voice was unprecedentedly firm. He wasn't afraid of the wind and rain. He wouldn't be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. In his mind, these people were the top experts of the Third Hall, but if he wasn't as strong as them, how could he talk about defeating Wen Tian martial god's disciple? A sharp aura gushed out from Lin Ling's body. It was like a sword that cut through all thorns and pierced the 9 heavens. This sharp aura caused everyone's pupils to constrict. In less than a year, he became an expert of Shen Second Hall. In less than 3 years, he became the #1 expert of Shen Third Hall. In less than 10 years, he defeated an expert of Shen Third Hall. This meant that after this guy called Lin Ling entered the final world, he didn't even need 10 years to reach the heavens. If Yuquan was a monster, then Lin Ling could be called a genius. Was there a need to compare 300 years to 10 years, especially the few humans? They were silent. Compared to Lin Ling, they were undoubtedly overshadowed. But they, who were as weak as ants, dared to show off in front of Lin Ling and even called him a lowly commoner. This was very ironic. Besides, the young man in blue clothes was so strong, but they hadn't heard of him before. Maybe he had risen to prominence later on, or maybe he was lying. After all, it was impossible for him to defeat a cultivator who was ranked 300th on the celestial stairway in 10 years. When he heard Lin Ling's words, Yuquan was clearly shaken. In addition to Lin Ling's sharp aura and surging Jia Yuan, Yuquan felt a sweetness in his throat as if he had suffered a heavy blow. This was something that Yuquan couldn't imagine. Because of his aura and cultivation, he wanted to suppress Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's aura was like a sword. Not only was he not suppressed, but he also felt a backlash, but he was indeed an expert of Shen Third Hall. He faced Lin Ling's sharp aura and took another step forward. There is a difference in the final world. Only those with ultimate desolate bodies are above the rest. And among ultimate desolate bodies, grade 5 and above are the best. As for me, I'm a grade 8 extreme thunderstorm fire leopard. I'm blessed by the heavens and have a god-bestowed body. Grade 8, grade 8. How can you compare with me? Rumble, just as Yuquan finished speaking, a divine leopard roared behind him. With just one roar, endless dense thunder swept in all directions. The rocks at the bottom of the cave instantly fell like rain, even passing through the thick ground and reaching the grassland above. Grade 8. Genie and Princess Muwan's eyes lit up. No wonder Yuquan's status was so high. His strength was not weak at all. A desolate was desolate. Third hall's heaven is desolate. Heaven is heaven is it desolate is heaven descend as you is desolate as you. Yuquan wanted to use his powerful talent to let Lin Ling know his inferiority. Lin Ling's long hair was blown up by the wind, but he smiled faintly. Grade 8, no wonder. Although Yuquan was also a grade 8 talent, Lin Ling could feel that Wanyan Bupo's talent was stronger. This meant that Wanyan Bupo's ranking on Shan Third Hall was higher. Talent is important, but it's not the only thing. Lin Ling's voice became hoarse. Endless black fog spread out and his talents started to fuse. Only trash would find excuses and refuse to admit the failure in front of them. No matter what you say, without talent, you can't open the door to the final world. Before an 8th grade talent, you are as dim as a firefly. Yuquan roared. Endless thunderstorm roared and finally arrived in front of Lin Ling, but at this moment, a dragon claw came from the void, domineering and destroying everything. The dragon claw suddenly clenched into a fist and punched towards the thunderstorm. Grade 8 talent is not enough to move me. Accompanied by a dragon-like roar, Princess Muwan and the rest's expression changed. What kind of aura was this? It gave people a feeling that it was not weaker than Yuquan's. Compared to Princess Muwan and the rest's shock, Yuquan's heart changed. This was because the terrifying punch gave him endless pressure. To be able to make him feel pressured, could this be the ultimate desolate body of a grade 9 talent, or even a grade 10 talent? This punch is too powerful. Subsequently, Yuquan felt dispirited. It was as though he faintly knew that he would not be able to receive this punch. Rumble. Sure enough, the moment the fist and palm collided, all of the dense lightning was smashed apart, spewing out in all directions. Yuquan's palm seemed like it was about to collapse. Retreat. Yuquan was terrified. Without any hesitation, he frantically retreated, but it was too late. Lin Ling's dragon fist followed up with an unstoppable force, like a dragon rushing out of the 9 prefectures. Bang! After the punch broke through the thunderstorm palm, it landed heavily on Yuquan's chest, sending him flying like a cannonball. He smashed into the opposite cave wall and finally landed on one knee on the ground. Everyone was silent as their pupils trembled. Yuquan had also lost. This mysterious youth, who was only at the mid-stage martial ancestor realm, was too powerful. If they were still doubting whether Lin Ling could achieve such a feat in 10 years, they were starting to believe it now. Talent is not the only key to opening the door to the final world. And in mid-air, Lin Ling, who had transformed into a monster, floated there as he looked at everyone indifferently. That glance made everyone lower their heads. It was as if Lin Ling's eyes were the extremely resplendent sun, forcing them to not look straight at him. In terms of Jia Yuan's aura, the mysterious youth had won. In terms of talent, the mysterious youth had won again. What right did Yuquan have to be arrogant in front of him? Furthermore, Yuquan had previously said that he had an 8th grade talent and was absolutely qualified to open the door to the final world. However, the mysterious youth's talent was of a higher grade than his, yet he had remained silent. Yet, Yuquan had been so complacent. Wasn't he overestimating himself? You've defeated me. At that moment, Yuquan raised his head as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Previously, he had thought that he was noble and insufferably arrogant. However, he could not even block a single attack from someone else. Now, his heart was filled with shame and he felt so ashamed that he could not show his face. Aren't you noble? Aren't you humiliating others? Now, it seems that you can't even block a single punch. Where did you get your confidence from? Don't tell me you're shameless? Lin Ling calmly looked at Yuquan as he spoke. Yuquan was speechless. Even Genie, who was being held back by the golden-white evil spirit in the distance, turned pale and could not refute. He had thought that he had underestimated his opponent. However, it now seemed that even if he used his full strength, he might not be a match for the young man. You all called me a lowly commoner. Now, it seems that you're nothing. A cloud-piercing arrow, what were they? From the looks of it, they were nothing. Don't think that just because you are from the Gold God tribe and the Water God tribe, you are very noble. In fact, you are just humans. If you want to humiliate others, you have to be prepared for the possibility of being humiliated by others. With that, Lin Ling turned and left. Everyone looked at the backs of those people and remained silent, even though they knew that Lin Ling had taken the realm scorpion's treasure. They did not dare to act rashly. This was because they might not even be a match for the blue-robed youth, let alone the martial god realm expert. When Lin Ling passed through the ancient lake and arrived at the water curtain cave, the giant ghost had been waiting for him for a long time. He looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said, "Why didn't you kill him?" "They are not weak," Lin Ling said with a sigh. His previous punch was considered his full strength. However, it had only injured Yu Quan. If it was anyone else, they would have been killed by him. This also meant that Lin Ling had to use his full strength to defeat a half-step martial god with an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. However, not long ago, he had used the great solar calamity destroying Bao and the step of wisdom. In the short term, it would be difficult for him to use these two moves again. Of course, one of the reasons why Lin Ling did not follow up with another attack was that he did not want to waste time here. They are just passers-by. Don't mind them. Lin Ling followed Xiaoluan in front of the cave and smiled casually. However, Xiaoluan was extremely touched. She knew that Lord Lin Ling had taken action because of her. In her life, this was the first time she had seen someone willing to stand up for her. Tears began to well up in her eyes. Unfortunately, Lin Ling, who was following behind her, did not see it. Instead, he asked the giant ghost, "What is this fruit?" "At present, according to my estimation, it should be the fruit of fate." The giant ghost said, "The fruit of fate is the fate of thousands of lives in the world. With this fruit, it is said that one can meet people they have known for thousands of lives. It can also inexplicably give birth to love and so on." Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. A fruit that had been blessed by the gods was really rare. Then wouldn't the owner of the fruit of fortune be blessed? Lin Ling suddenly asked. The giant ghost nodded. That's right. Good fortune is different from luck. Luck can be great or small, but no matter how great your fortune is, that's all there is to it. However, it can be much better than ordinary people. That's why mortals say that those who are blessed. Therefore, the person who has this fruit will have a better life than ordinary people. Hearing this, Lin Ling pursed his lips. This was because he realized that although these 3 fruits were very magical, they were actually more useful for ordinary people. Of course, with the 3 great fruits, he could also refine the human king's flame. Right now, he was only missing 1 fruit. However, this kind of fruit could only be found by chance. The next fruit seemed simple, but in reality, if he really wanted to find it, he was afraid that there would be a lot of twists and turns. Let's rest here. After that, Lin Ling suddenly suggested in a relatively clean cave. That was because he'd continuously executed the true inheritance, Dark Sword, and this caused his tacit understanding with this sword to become stronger and stronger. The true inheritance Dark Sword was Li Xiaoya's sword. It was incomparably powerful. However, after Lin Ling reincarnated, he had not been able to activate the full power of this sword. That was because this body was not Li Xiaoya's after all. Of course, compared to other people, Lin Ling's mastery of this sword was already very fast. For example, martial god Qilin had also been studying this sword because this sword could produce a strand of divine power. However, after many years, he had no results, while Lin Ling was temporarily comprehending. On the prairie, a large number of people were riding huge mounts, all of them heading in a certain direction. A cloud-piercing arrow, thousands of troops come to meet me. Leader. The person in the lead was riding a fiery bull. His eyes were looking at the vast prairie. This bull was 5 meters tall, and its nostrils were spitting fire. It was extraordinarily mighty. Whoosh, the arrow in his hand shot out, piercing through the clouds. In the sky, red petals bloomed and dyed the prairie's sky red. Of course, it was more like blood. As soon as the arrow was shot, the grassland began to tremble. Grass and leaves flew everywhere. Regardless of whether it was the people on the road or the people in the mines, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. There was a hint of madness in their eyes. These people were dressed in all kinds of strange clothes, but they all had one thing in common. That was a piece of red cloth tied to their arms. This was the Red Alliance. The arrow just now was the order to summon the Red Alliance's army. The Red Alliance's order was that those who saw the arrow had to gather as soon as possible, and this arrow also shot towards a certain direction in the sky, dyeing that part of the sky red. However, in the nearby mines, everyone's expression changed greatly. The owners of these mines came from different places. Overall, their strength was not very strong. However, they had to pay protection fees to these huge alliances to have the qualifications to mine. One of the alliances that had to pay protection fees was the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance had a large number of people. They covered more than half of the prairie. Of course, they only dared to act like a tyrant in front of ordinary people. Even so, it was a nightmare for the smaller mines. The Red Alliance is going to clear out the mines. This time, they gathered thousands of troops. It must be the leader's order. I wonder which mine is so unlucky. In the vicinity, there are only 4 Orvains that don't follow the rules. However, I heard that 2 of the Orvains have been forced to leave the Guyuan mountain range. One of the Orvains was completely annihilated, while the other Orvains suddenly got acquainted with a powerful backer at a critical moment. The Red Alliance also gave them face by only charging them a small protection fee and allowing them to mine. The last Orvain is the Godslayer Alliance's Orvain. It must be the Godslayer Alliance. Their leader is very arrogant. Not only did they not pay protection fees, they even occupied the mine and refused to leave. TSK, the Red Alliance even sent out the cloud-piercing arrow. This time, the Red Alliance's patience has reached its limit. The people in the smaller mines were all talking about it. As they were talking, a large number of strong people, either on foot or on their mounts, marched across the prairie. Wherever they passed, the people in the mines did not dare to speak. They even bowed their heads to welcome them. The group of people who walked past had red cloth wrapped around their arms. They were the Red Alliance. This time, the Red Alliance's movement shook the entire area. This was because the Red Alliance had sent out many strong people. Their numbers could be said to cover the entire mountain. This was also the Red Alliance's intention. As the local tyrant, if they wanted to be respected, they had to show a certain level of strength. The Red Alliance had arrived. This was because the Red Alliance had responded to them. This would greatly increase the prestige of their mines. Moreover, through some of the discussions, the people knew that the Red Alliance's target was indeed the Godslayer Alliance. This time, I'm afraid they have sent out a leader. Someone stood at a high vantage point and looked down. Immediately, he spoke solemnly. This was because the members of the Red Alliance were all heading in the same direction. That direction was the Godslayer Alliance. As for the Godslayer Alliance, everyone was puzzled because the sky above them had been dyed red with blood. Some of the miners who believed in evil were even more terrified. They no longer had the heart to mine. As for Xianxia and the other leaders, they were all gathered on the city wall and looking into the distance. What happened? Xianxia frowned and said. She had a bad premonition. Sir, that's the Red Alliance. A miner stammered. Upon hearing this, Dream Flow and the others' expressions immediately changed, but they were also puzzled. What exactly is the Red Alliance doing? However, they soon found out why the Red Alliance was here. This was because the green grass in front of them was wriggling in an orderly manner. However, after a short moment, the endless green grass collapsed. A large number of people began to appear in the distant horizon. They were actually charging towards the Godslayer Alliance in an encirclement. Moreover, as time passed, those people became clearer and clearer. There were more and more of them. It could be said that there was a sea of people. The Red Alliance is attacking us. In the stronghold, everyone's heart was beating wildly, and some of them even turned pale. A piercing cloud arrow. This is the order of the leader of the Red Alliance. Those miners obviously knew more than the Godslayer Alliance. Soon after, they started shouting in panic. Don't panic, don't panic. Meng Lu immediately shouted, but his expression was extremely solemn. The miners finally stopped shouting, but it was clear from their faces that they were still in a state of panic. Meng Lu and the others also looked into the distance and frowned. The Red Alliance had sent out so many people. Were they really going to wipe them all out? Where is Lord Linling? Meng Lu looked at Xianxia and said. Xianxia was the expert guarding the stronghold, so she should know where Linling was. Linling has entered the mine. As for Sakura, he is still in seclusion. Should we inform him? Yi Shui replied. Meng Lu immediately shook his head. Sakura was in seclusion, and it was obviously not suitable to disturb him at this time. As for Lin Ling, they were also helpless because the mines were connected in all directions. Wanting to find Lin Ling in a short period of time wasn't easy. Now that both of them were gone, it was up to them to block the Red Alliance's attack. After a long while, the experts of the Red Alliance arrived. The mountains were filled with people, and they were not weak at all. Their aura dispersed the clouds in the sky. Red Alliance! Red Alliance! Red Alliance! Soon after, orderly voices rang out, causing the prairie to continue to tremble. This was also their way of pressuring the God-Slayer Alliance. To put it bluntly, it was a show of strength, and that was indeed the case. All the miners were trembling, and even some of the newcomers of the God-Slayer Alliance were trembling. All right. However, at this time, the leader of the Red Alliance saw that the pressure was about to end, so he finally raised his hand. As soon as this hand gesture was made, the prairie, which had been filled with an imposing aura, suddenly became silent. Xianxia, you say it. The leader, who was riding on the blazing bull, said indifferently. God-Slayer Alliance, you don't follow the rules. From the crowd, a man immediately walked out excitedly. He was Xianxia. At this moment, when he saw the Red Alliance, he immediately laughed loudly. His gaze swept across everyone in the Red Alliance with contempt, mixed with a hint of pride. Everyone in the Red Alliance looked at him angrily because everyone guessed that this guy must have exaggerated in front of the Red Alliance. That was why the Red Alliance had sent their army here. Ha ha ha, your God-Slayer Alliance is doomed today. Xianxia finally couldn't help but laugh loudly. Xianxia, we, the Red Alliance, are reasonable people, so don't be rash. However, the leader next to him said indifferently. He knew that at this moment, in the distant horizon, there must be many people from the mine watching. Therefore, the Red Alliance had to create the illusion that they were just and impartial. The God-Slayer Alliance openly provoked the Red Alliance, captured a few people from the Red Alliance, and rode them like dogs. Xianxia didn't dare to disobey and immediately said in a dignified manner, among these people, one of them is called young Master Tian. Rode like a dog? Hearing this, many of the Red Alliance's people were unhappy. They had never seen such an arrogant guy in the Red Alliance. Nonsense, young Master Tian humiliated us first. We're just returning an eye for an eye. However, at this moment, an indignant voice floated out. It was Li Hongwang. I don't care about the conflict between you, but young Master Tian is a member of the Red Alliance. Let me ask you, did you kill them? If not, let them go. The leader immediately said coldly. His strength was at the peak of the martial ancestor realm, but his talent was not weak. He had reached the 7th rank. Dream on. Li Hongwang immediately snorted. Young Master Tian was a member of the God-Slayer Alliance, and the Red Alliance didn't stand up for him. Now that they were returning an eye for an eye, the Red Alliance thought that the God-Slayer Alliance was the one who started the trouble. However, at the side, Meng Lu suddenly said indifferently, let them go. He could see that the situation was beyond their control. If a conflict broke out, they wouldn't be afraid. However, no one could guarantee that the God-Slayer Alliance wouldn't die. Therefore, it would be best if there was no conflict. Haha, I, young Master Tian, am free. God-Slayer Alliance, I've said it before. If you dare to provoke me, you're dead meat. After a while, a door appeared in the moat. Young Master Tian and a few others swaggered out. Although their faces were bruised, they were undoubtedly arrogant. This was because they knew that the God-Slayer Alliance was going to suffer. Young Master Tian and his group are one of the reasons. Secondly, the God-Slayer Alliance violated the rules and secretly opened mines. All the mines in the prairie have joined forces to suppress them. Now, you only have one choice, and that is to get out of the Guyuan Mountains. At this time, Xianxia spoke of the God-Slayer Alliance's crimes as if they were his family's treasures. This crime was not light. It was tantamount to challenging the rules of the prairie. Therefore, Meng Lu had no choice but to speak. Your Excellency, we didn't secretly hire miners. Lord Lu can testify to this. Haha, I don't know who Lord Lu is. I only know that the Red Alliance didn't know that you hired miners, and you didn't report this to the Red Alliance. Therefore, you have violated the rules. After all, the Red Alliance is protecting the peace of one side, while you reap the benefits. Shouldn't you abide by the rules? The rules of the Great Prairie. These words infuriated the members of the God-Slayer Alliance so much that they started gnashing their teeth. First, if they wanted to hire miners, they only needed to ask for permission from the Mining Workers Union. It had nothing to do with the Red Alliance. Secondly, the Red Alliance would protect the safety of the region? What a joke! When they were mining the ore veins, the God-Slayer Alliance had to bear all the dangers they encountered. Not to mention other things, even the usual guards were taken care of by the God-Slayer Alliance. The Red Alliance was obviously using this as an excuse to nitpick. Meng Lu and Wangu Wuji's eyes turned red as they clenched their fists. Finally, Wangu Wuji snapped, "Bullshit." Boom, as soon as the curses were heard, countless people in the surroundings narrowed their eyes. Their killing intent surged as they all looked at the God-Slayer Alliance. That terrifying aura was like a raging storm, crashing into the God-Slaying Alliance until they were on the verge of collapse. If you want to fight, then let's fight. What's with the nonsense? Meng Lu could not hold it in any longer. He knew that the other party was deliberately looking for trouble, so no matter how humble they were, it was useless. Looks like you guys are stubborn. However, the leader of the Red Alliance didn't get angry. It was as if he already knew this would happen. He raised his hand high and ordered the experts around him to prepare for the final charge. To be honest, with so many experts charging at them, it would be difficult for the God-Slayer Alliance to escape the fate of total annihilation. This also made the mine owners who were watching from afar sigh. Sigh, is the arm harder than the leg? The God-Slayer Alliance is too stubborn. The Red Alliance has clearly wronged you. The God-Slayer Alliance had no choice but to accept the loss. If they resisted, they would have played right into the Red Alliance's hands. I'm afraid the Red Alliance has taken over the God-Slayer Alliance's mine. These people began to discuss animatedly. Wait. But at this moment, two figures slowly walked up the steps on the city wall, and these two people were Lin Ling and Sakura. Upon seeing the two of them, the members of the God-Slayer Alliance became excited. It was as if they had seen their backbone. Arrive. Lin Ling, Old Emperor. Meng Lu and the others were overjoyed. To be honest, although they were used to big scenes, it would be a lie to say that they did not panic when being surrounded by so many martial progenitors. Fortunately, Lin Ling and the others came out, and Lin Ling had just walked out of the mine when he saw Sakura. After the two of them knew what had happened, they immediately rushed over. However, when the two of them reached the top of the city wall, their expressions changed. Sakura's expression was solemn, knowing that today's confrontation was of great importance. On the other hand, Lin Ling was still relaxed. He was just surprised by the number of people in the Red Alliance. Soon after, Lin Ling looked at Sakura and nodded to him, meaning to let Sakura speak on behalf of the village. Sakura understood and looked at the leader of the Red Alliance. Leader, let's not beat around the bush. So, let's get straight to the point. What do you want to do? Sakura, who gave you the guts to speak to the leader like this? Seeing Sakura directly questioning him, Xianxia also shouted angrily. However, Sakura didn't even bother to look at him. Similarly, the guy called Young Master Tian also pointed at Lin Ling and said angrily, "He's the one who rode me like a dog. The Red Alliance wants to stand up for me." Their voices were filled with murderous intent. However, on top of the city wall, Lin Ling finally sneered and said, "Is the Red Alliance so unruly? This is a negotiation between our two alliances. How can a small soldier speak so rudely? What a joke. If a huge alliance doesn't have rules, how can you talk about the prairie's rules?" It had to be said that this sentence hit the nail on the head. The leader of the Red Alliance waved his hand and stopped Xianxia and the others from speaking. "My name is Chen Kuan. I'll get straight to the point. You must leave this mine. Also, you have violated the prairie's rules. So, your people must leave. Each of you must leave behind 1 billion royal crystals. Whoever doesn't have enough royal crystals will stay here forever." This was blatant extortion. Not only did they rob the God-Slayer Alliance's mine, but they also demanded a huge sum of money. T, aren't you going to rob them? This time, Sakura couldn't take it anymore. Did the Red Alliance think they were pushovers? That they could do whatever they wanted? This is the consequence of violating the prairie's rules. I can't help you. Chen Kuan was indeed a leader. He didn't get angry. Then, he raised his hand again. In fact, he made a move against the God Slayer Alliance to make an example out of them. He wanted to let those distant minds know that the Red Alliance was the only one who ruled the prairie. Rules? Haha, are there no other rules on the prairie apart from the path of slaughter? Just as Sakura and the rest were about to flare up, suddenly, Lin Ling also spoke up. This sentence was very calm, but it was like a downpour. It weakened the prairie's murderous intent. The newcomers and miners of the God Slayer Alliance had been feeling uneasy, afraid that a fierce battle would break out. However, when they heard Lin Ling's calm voice, they gradually calmed down. In fact, Lin Ling didn't want the two alliances to fight. He saw that the Red Alliance had too many people. If they really killed them, it would be a catastrophe, and he couldn't guarantee that no one from the God Slayer Alliance would die. When Chen Kuan heard this, he sneered. Just as he was about to start a war, Lin Ling spoke up again. A country has its own laws, a family has its own rules, and the Great Prairie has its own set of laws. According to what you said, we are breaking the rules of the Great Prairie by forcefully opening a mine. However, there are exceptions to everything. If I remember correctly, the Great Prairie has another way to snatch food from the tiger's mouth. That is, the Great Prairie sends out 3 people from each mine. 3 battles, 2 wins, and the final winner stays. Hearing this, the Red Alliance fell silent. Chen Kuan frowned. There was indeed such a rule. Could it be that the Red Alliance doesn't dare to fight? You should know that there are many minds watching. If you force a massacre, you'll be the one violating the prairie's rules. How will you convince the others in the future? Leader Chen, you'd better think about it. Lin Ling spoke again. Chen Kuan was furious. Who was this kid? He was even more difficult to deal with than Sakura. Yes, there is such a rule. Come on, we're not afraid of you. However, Xianxia suddenly roared. Clearly, he had absolute confidence in the Red Alliance. After he shouted, young Master Tian shouted as well. Then, more and more people in the Red Alliance shouted as well. The prairie has its own set of rules. This is also the rule of men. Do you think the Red Alliance is afraid of you? Come on, let the 3 of you fight. If you win, you can mine the mines. Those disdainful voices rose to the sky. Obviously, they had absolute confidence in the Red Alliance. 2 wins out of 3. On the other hand, Chen Kuan's expression was getting worse and worse. He didn't want things to turn out this way. However, he couldn't back down now. If he forced his way in, others would say that the Red Alliance was bullying the weak. Even though the Red Alliance was powerful, they only had control over a small portion of these mines. Alright, the Red Alliance has nothing to fear. Chen Kuan finally shouted coldly, let the 3 of you fight. As long as you win 2 rounds, you can stay. Chief Chen is indeed a straightforward person. Then, swear in the name of the prairie. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. Anger, Chen Kuan didn't expect Lin Ling to be so familiar with the rules of the Great Prairie. He had him completely under his control. How would he know that after Lin Ling arrived? He kept asking Sakura and Lu Feibing, so he naturally knew about this rule. Next, the 2 alliances swore blood oaths and sent out their strongest experts to fight. There were elders who burned sandalwood incense, offering sacrifices to heaven and earth. This was to worship the ancient Origin Mountain Range's deity, using this as a form of justice. In the Guyuan Mountain Range, not only did the miners believe in these things, even many martial artists believed in them. Of course, most of them were the weak. The strong didn't believe in anything. After the 3 incense sticks burned, the war between the 2 alliances began. Each side sent out 3 people. Furthermore, this was a battle between men, so outsiders were not allowed to interfere. Otherwise, they would be killed without mercy. Furthermore, if they were killed during the battle, they would be killed regardless of whether they lived or died, unless they admitted defeat. Lin Ling, the Red Alliance is very powerful. We cannot lose this battle. On the city wall, Yeshua and the other leaders began to discuss with grave expressions. Who would be sent out for the 3 matches was extremely crucial. Is there anyone among you? You're all useless. You're all dead meat. Seeing that the God-Slayer Alliance was nervously discussing the matter, the guardian of the three mountains immediately clamored proudly. However, the members of the God-Slayer Alliance didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, they looked at the leaders. Don't worry, we'll definitely win these 3 matches. Lin Ling looked at Yi Shui and the others and suddenly smiled. Yi Shui and the others were stunned. The leaders of the Red Alliance were extremely powerful and came from the final world. Where did Lin Ling get his confidence from? However, Lin Ling didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Sakura with a smile. Sakura was stunned for a moment. It seemed that he wasn't too confident in himself, but he still nodded in the end. First battle, Ancient Wuji. A moment later, the God Extermination Alliance sent out Wangu Wuji. The Red Alliance sent out a master from the final world. Their cultivation bases were similar, and their talents were also similar. However, it was clear that the ancestor power of the expert from the final world was stronger, reaching as much as 60%. After 100 exchanges, Wangu Wuji finally lost. Haha, you still have one more chance. As soon as Wangu Wuji was defeated, the entire Great Plains erupted into cheers. Xianxia and young Master Tian even danced with joy. Even Chen Kuan nodded his head. It seemed like he had overestimated the God Extermination Alliance. They weren't strong enough to defeat them. Lin Ling, I'm sorry, but I lost. When Wangu Wuji came back, his face was extremely ugly. It's not your fault. That expert isn't weak. He can fight with a half-step martial god. However, Lin Ling didn't mind. He smiled and took out a treasure for Wangu Wuji to heal him. God Extermination Alliance, you won't go back on your words when you lose, right? At that moment, Chen Kuan said, you were the one who proposed the challenge. You should know that if you go back on your words, you'll be committing a heinous crime. Moreover, you'll be provoking the mine god and will be killed by all the miners. Don't worry. Don't worry, I'm willing to accept my loss. However, we still have one more match before we lose. Lin Ling also smiled faintly. He was incomparably calm, causing Chen Kuan to frown. Even at this moment, that brat was still so confident. Chen Kuan was also puzzled. That kid looks unfamiliar, but even Sakura listens to him. How strange. Boss, don't be afraid of him. We fought with him before. He's only a middle-stage martial ancestor. Young Master Tian flattered Chen Kuan with a smile. Lil Tian, you've won my heart. Good, this information is good. I'll reward you when we get back. Chen Kuan was in a good mood when he heard this. He then asked another expert from the Red Alliance to fight. He looked at the God Extermination Alliance in disdain and said, it's the second match. Who are you going to send? Are you trying to stall for time? God Extermination Alliance, send someone up. After he said that, countless people in the prairie shouted. Their voices shook the heavens and the earth. Why are you in such a hurry? Are you waiting to lose? However, Lin Ling said calmly. For some reason, the people from the Red Alliance felt suffocated because the young man was too calm. There was no fear at all. Lin Ling, we still have one match left. You're not as good as us. At this moment, Yeshua looked at Lin Ling and said. However, Lin Ling shook his head. The God Extermination Alliance had sent someone out for the first match. The second match was the Red Alliance's turn. Therefore, Lin Ling looked at the expert from the mountain fortress. This person was also a peak martial ancestor. His talent was rank 6 and he was not young. He must be a veteran expert. To be honest, the Red Alliance was full of experts. Any random expert was stronger than the God Extermination Alliance. Moreover, this was only one of the leaders of the Red Alliance. It did not include the entire Red Alliance. There are 3 matches. Each person can only fight one match. Therefore, I won't fight. Meng Lu, you fight. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at Meng Lu. Me? Meng Lu was shocked. This was a crucial match. Logically speaking, Lin Ling should be the one to fight because Lin Ling was stronger than him. Taking a step back, even if Lin Ling didn't fight, it would still be Sakura. Go. Lin Ling said confidently, that guy is weaker than you. If you lose, you can go back to the Tomb Guardian clan. You'll only be a disgrace if you come back. F***ck, Lin Ling, don't look down on me. Just wait, I'll win. Meng Lu shouted angrily and jumped down. Seeing Meng Lu fight, Wanga Wuji said sadly, Lin Ling, I've lost face for you. This has nothing to do with you. The main thing is that in the first battle, they roughly guessed her strength, so they sent their strongest martial artist to fight. That old man is even stronger than Meng Lu by a bit. And in the second battle, they sent out their first person. In addition, the old man from before can no longer fight, so Meng Lu can win. Lin Ling comforted Wanga Wuji. Wanga Wuji nodded heavily. To be honest, Meng Lu had won the first match, but he had not. He could not bring himself to lose face. However, this thought no longer existed. Defeat him. Defeat him. Yan Feng, come on, come on. Come on. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Battle of Leaders, looking at the God Slayer Alliance, although they were also cheering, they could not compare to the other side in terms of numbers. Haha. Haha. When Chen Kuan saw this scene, he was undoubtedly very happy. Hee, boss, after they lose, each person will have to pay 1 billion royal crystals and the mine will be kept. The Red Alliance will make a fortune. Xianxia immediately began to flatter Chen Kuan. Chen Kuan was even more delighted. Don't worry, you will all be rewarded when we return. Haha. Boss is mighty. Haha. Xianxia held to the sky and laughed at young Master Tian. I think the second battle will end in half an hour. The God Slayer Alliance will be defeated within 100 moves. Haha. Not just half an hour. I think it won't even take 50 moves. If I lose, I will drink horse piss on the spot, and I will drink 3 horses. Haha. Young Master Tian held to the sky, but before he could finish his words, rumble, in front of the stronghold, there was a rumble. Then, a figure stood quietly on the ground, motionless. Upon closer inspection, he was actually dead. His soul had been destroyed. Haha, the God Slayer Alliance has won the second battle. Haha. On the other side, Meng Lu laughed excitedly. The Red Alliance members were so angry that their faces darkened. Everything was as Lin Ling had said. The second person was definitely not Meng Lu's match. What? Lost? Haha. Xianxia and young Master Tian were both dumbfounded. Young Master Tian almost slapped himself. He had said that he would drink horse piss if he lost. He hoped that no one had heard him. What kind of despicable method did he use? Poison? Or did someone secretly help him? Haha. Chen Kuan was furious. He jumped up from the Mad Bull and unleashed his 7th grade talent. Then, he grabbed at Meng Lu with his big hand. Obviously, things had gone beyond his imagination. He was very unhappy. If you attack, you will be violating the rules. That means the Red Alliance has lost. Haha. However, on the city wall, Lin Ling, with his hands behind his back, said slowly, sigh, the Red Alliance can't afford to lose. Haha. This sentence immediately intimidated Chen Kuan so much that he no longer dared to attack. He forcefully landed on the ground, his face ashen. As for the people of the prairie, they were no longer as arrogant as before. They were like ducks that had been grabbed by the neck. This weak God Slayer Alliance had actually won a match. This obviously made them feel very humiliated. Let your people fight the third battle. Chen Kuan suppressed his anger and bellowed. The third battle was undoubtedly the most crucial battle. Not only the God Slayer Alliance, but even the Red Alliance had quieted down. If they lost, it would be a great humiliation. Lin Ling, it's your turn now. On the city walls, everyone was looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was slightly stronger than Dream Flow, so it was very suitable for him to lead the final battle. However, Lin Ling still shook his head as he looked at Sakura. Big brother, this battle, I'll leave it to you. Ah? Sakura opened his mouth wide. Dream Flow and the others were the same. They were even a little dumbfounded. This was because the final battle was no joke. If they lost, they would suffer a great loss. Furthermore, they could not go back on their word because this was a battle that they had sworn to fight on the prairie. Therefore, in such a crucial battle, even the final battle, Lin Ling was still not going to fight. I believe you can do it. Although you might still be a little confused about yourself, you have to know that you are no longer the same person as before. However, Lin Ling continued to smile at Sakura. Sakura took a deep breath and finally nodded his head heavily. I'll fight this battle. He leaped down and attracted countless gazes. Sakura, peak martial ancestor, a grade 6 ultimate desolate body. He is also the leader of the mountain stronghold. He is finally going to fight. This is a battle of life and death. If he loses, the God Slayer Alliance will be in trouble. Far away in the prairie, more and more people from the mineral veins gathered to watch this earth-shattering battle. Since the leader is going to fight, I won't hold back in this battle. When it was time for the Red Alliance to fight, a sinister voice finally sounded. Chen Kuan was going to fight. When his voice drifted out, the prairie fell silent. Then, loud cheers rang out, Chen Kuan, one of the 18 leaders of the Red Alliance. To be able to become a leader, his strength was unquestionable. No one had expected him to be the strongest in the third battle. The God Slayer Alliance has lost. Seeing this, the people from the mineral veins sighed. As for the people from the God Slayer Alliance, their faces were ashen. This was because Sakura had fought with Chen Kuan before. However, he had been defeated by Chen Kuan. Otherwise, with Sakura's character, he would not have allowed the Red Alliance to defecate on him. Therefore, they knew that they had lost this battle. Lin Ling. Yi Shui and the rest looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to say something, but in the end, they only sighed. In front of the stronghold, Chen Kuan drifted down. He tilted his head and looked at Sakura calmly. Speaking of which, I think I've fought with you before. However, I'm not too sure. After all, I've defeated too many people in my life. Therefore, I hope it's just my imagination. Boss, you've indeed defeated Sakura. You even trampled him under your feet. Xianxia suddenly let out a loud roar, and then laughed out loud. Seeing this, the people from the Red Alliance also laughed. Their laughter echoed in the prairie. Cut the crap. Let's fight. However, Sakura was not affected at all. A long halberd appeared in his hand and he pointed it at Chen Kuan. I'll kill you in 3 moves. Chen Kuan did not waste any time and immediately attacked. The strength of the peak martial ancestor realm exploded. It was this strength that had beaten Sakura to the ground. Now, history was repeating itself. 3 moves. Meng Lu and the rest's faces dimmed. It was as if they were witnessing history repeating itself. Yi Shui ordered her men to pack up and prepare to pay. Don't worry. Big Brother will win. However, Lin Ling's eyes were like torches as he spoke calmly. His words caused Meng Lu and the rest to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling was that confident, they could not help but look down at the stronghold. Originally, they did not want to see Sakura's miserable state, so they were looking at Lin Ling. However, they could only endure the pain and look. Bang! 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 However, the result was that Sakura's momentum was heavy and his attacks were ferocious. He forced Chen Kuan to retreat. Moreover, a terrifying aura burst out as if it was an evil spirit from the underworld, black bones, black to the point of blinding. His fist and halberd carried a terrifying aura of destruction. 7th grade ultimate desolate body. Chen Kuan was no longer as confident as before. He spat out blood as he retreated. His subordinates widened their eyes. Chen Kuan, it's time to settle our grudges. Sakura shouted coldly. He was elated, that was because he had come out of seclusion. More importantly, Lin Ling had greatly increased his strength. The God Slayer Alliance won. Enough. But at this time, Chen Kuan finally erupted with terrifying boundary essence, half-step to martial god realm. In the past, the Sakura was not worthy enough for him to unleash his full strength. That was why the God Slayer Alliance thought that Chen Kuan was just a half-step martial god. Leader is mighty, leader is mighty. In the blink of an eye, the previously lifeless Red Alliance had once again overturned the grassland and roared into the sky. Rumble. Behind Chen Kuan, a mad bull appeared. It was as big as a mine, causing Chen Kuan's aura to become wild and unruly. Meng Lu and the others turned pale when they saw Chen Kuan's aura. Chen Kuan is a half-step martial god? Damn it, they were certain that no one in the God Slayer Alliance was a match for Chen Kuan. The show is just about to begin. Big brother, you've protected them for so many years. Now, it's time for you to show them what a leader is. However, among the crowd, not only was Lin Ling not worried, he instead spoke word by word. Because, he had already seen through Sakura's strength, and even saw through Chen Kuan's strength. To be honest, Chen Kuan was like an ant to him. That was why he didn't have the qualifications to let Lin Ling fight. Are you the only one who has reached the half-step martial god realm? Sure enough, Indra also erupted with a terrifying aura, shaking the entire mine. Behind him, a gigantic black-boned evil spirit appeared, and on those bones, there was a line of golden flames. This was the result of the burning of the human king's flame. It was as if he had been reborn. Boom, with a single step, he battled the heavens and the earth. He was invincible. What? Are you also a half-step martial god? Chen Kuan was stunned. Then, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. However, at this moment, an ancient giant arrived. Rolling fists mixed with the storm of the underworld suppressed him. Now that things had come to this, Chen Kuan no longer held back. He also erupted with his boundary essence, talent, and even ancestral power to resist Sakura's fist. Rumble. In just an instant, the two of them fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. The entire prairie was dead silent. No one had expected that the leader of the God Slayer Alliance's mountain stronghold would be so powerful. Pop. Pop. In the next moment, Chen Kuan was blasted away and smashed into the ground, spitting out blood. The blazing bull behind him also dimmed a lot. After he got up, he roared in disbelief, "Why is it like this? You and I have the same talent, the same cultivation realm, and my ancestral power has reached 70%. Why am I not your match? Too much nonsense." However, Sakura didn't care about these at all and poured out his storm-like attacks. Only he knew the reason. It was precisely the flame of the human king. Having experienced the tempering of the human king's flames, the hardness of the evil ghost's bones had long exceeded one's imagination. It was not an ordinary 7th-grade ultimate desolate body, and he was already this strong, so this made him have a feeling that his second brother, Lin Ling, was probably even stronger than him. The thought of defeating a half-step martial god when he was only a middle-stage martial ancestor was terrifying. Bang! The battle lasted for half an hour and in the end, everyone could only see with their mouths wide open that Sakura was stepping on Chen Kuan's back and leader Chen Kuan was in a sorry state. Like a dog. "Leader, we've lost." "Yes, we've lost. I even suspect that my eyes are playing tricks on me." However, why has leader Chen Kuan been beaten into a dog? In the silence, only Xianxia and the rest's incredulous voices could be heard. As for the Red Alliance, their faces were gloomy and their morale had plummeted. Although they had the advantage in numbers, the God Slayer Alliance had used the prairie's rules to defeat them. Therefore, what else could they say? If they didn't admit their loss and plan to use their numbers to defeat the God Slayer Alliance, it wasn't impossible. However, this would tarnish their reputation. In the future, the other minds wouldn't trust them. "I admit defeat." At this moment, Chen Kuan's voice was finally heard and it was filled with humiliation. Hearing this, the Red Alliance's elites immediately let out a long sigh. The truth had finally come to light. Now, they had no choice but to accept their loss. Haha! Sakura roared towards the sky like a giant. All the grievances he had suffered in guarding the mines for the past few years were all vented out. At this moment, he seemed to have returned to the arrogant and unruly Sakura of the past. Seeing this, Lin Ling also laughed for his elder brother. This was his real elder brother. "Red Alliance, scram!" Sakura roared and turned to leave. However, following his footsteps, the ground was filled with blood. This was because he wasn't completely unscathed. In fact, he was seriously injured. However, all this didn't matter because he had won. He won. Well done, Red Alliance. They've started this. In the future, if we don't accept the Red Alliance, we can also use the prairie's rules against them. Seeing Sakura's great victory, the leaders of the mines in the distance were all excited. Although they seemed to obey the Red Alliance, it was only on the surface. After all, no one wanted their hard-earned money to be swallowed by the Red Alliance. Go to hell. However, at this moment, Chen Kuan suddenly exploded. he had violated the rules of the battle. In his hands, a sharp horn suddenly appeared. There was a flame burning on the tip of the bull horn, making it look extremely extraordinary. Then, he charged towards Sakura at the speed of 800 kilometers. If an ordinary half-step to martial god was hit by his attack, he would die on the spot. As soon as he moved, the people of the God Slayer Alliance saw it. Meng Lu and the others immediately shouted, "Old Emperor, be careful." As soon as this voice fell, Sakura also noticed the change behind him. There seemed to be a world behind him, a kind of berserk world. He immediately reacted, but he was seriously injured. Moreover, his hasty resistance was of no use at all. However, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. A sword gently slashed out. Rumble. This sword seemed ordinary, but it was mixed with a terrifying power. It actually blocked Chen Kuan's horns, forming a terrifying storm that swept out in all directions. Everyone looked at the person who had suddenly appeared. Then, all of them gasped. That was because it was Lin Ling. "It's you." Even Chen Kuan could not believe it. He had thought that Lin Ling was a strategist who was in charge of strategizing for the God Slayer Alliance. He had not expected this young man to be so powerful. His desperate attack was able to kill a half-martial God realm cultivator. Lin Ling's sword seemed to have blocked the two horns. At this moment, he placed his other hand behind his back and said with a faint smile, "The Red Alliance has lost. According to the rules, you still attacked. This is against the Prairie's rules. You should know that my brother could have killed you before, but he did not want to violate the Prairie's rules. That's why he spared your life." Hearing this, Chen Kuan's eyes narrowed. Previously, he had lost so much that he couldn't wait to kill Disher Tian. However, he had forgotten that this occasion was obviously not suitable because not only was the Red Alliance watching this battle, there were also countless people from the mines watching. Lone Eagle. There's no need to explain. Any explanation is just a cover-up. Lin Ling was still smiling, but his eyes had turned icy cold. He knew that the fatal attack from before had contained 70% of his ancestral power. If he hadn't been there, no one in the God-slaying alliance would have been able to block it. This meant that his big brother would have died without a doubt, daring to ambush the people who tried to assassinate his elder brother. This was Lin Ling's reverse scale. Are you going to be torn apart by 5 horses, have your head blown up by a sword, or be crushed by my foot? I'll give you a chance to choose. Yes. Lin Ling's voice drifted out like the Grim Reaper of the prairie. It sent chills down everyone's spine. Chen Kuan raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. He could vaguely sense that Lin Ling wasn't weak. In addition, he was seriously injured. Therefore, he couldn't rely on himself. He needed someone else's help. Slap. At this moment, Lin Ling gently retracted his sword and patted Chen Kuan's cheek. Have you made your choice? Do you know who you're attacking? Chen Kuan's eyes turned cold. Hearing this, Lin Ling finally shook his head and retracted his sword. Next, he swung his palm. I know who I'm attacking. If I'm not mistaken, it should be one of the leaders of the Red Alliance. Slap. This slap carried a terrifying force and sent Chen Kuan flying as if he was swept away by a gust of wind. You're courting death. Chen Kuan quickly stood up, but his face was in a sorry state. His nose was broken and half his face was swollen. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and some of his teeth were even spat out. This made everyone's pupils tremble. This was one of the leaders of the Red Alliance, of course. As he roared furiously, he was also surprised in his heart because he was actually unable to raise the slightest strength to resist the slap from before. Men, kill everyone from the God Slayer Alliance. Kill them all. Then, Chen Kuan roared hysterically. However, Lin Ling was already in front of him. He raised his arm and slapped down from above. Rumble. Chen Kuan was smashed to the ground like a meteor falling from the sky. Seeing that momentum, everyone's faces turned pale. They could feel how terrifying the power was. We defeated you according to the rules of the Great Prairie. Now that you've lost, you want to go back on your words. Do you think you can convince others? If the prairie really allows you to do whatever you want, I think you won't be able to continue mining. You will definitely be punished by God. Lin Ling said faintly. His voice was calm, but it made the restless people gradually calm down. They looked at each other, but in the end they didn't dare to make a move. After all, the God Slayer Alliance had defeated the Red Alliance fair and square. They had also sworn an oath in the name of the Great Prairie. If the Red Alliance went back on their word, the Great Prairie would no longer tolerate them. If they wanted to continue mining, there would be a lot of twists and turns. This was especially true for the miners. They believed in heresy and attached great importance to these legends. Go. Kill. What are you standing there for? When Jin Sanshan saw that his leader was being humiliated, he immediately shouted angrily. Guard the 3 mountains. This is the rule of the entire prairie. However, an old man frowned and said. Yes, the Great Prairie will no longer tolerate those who break the rules. The others nodded. Although they were from the same alliance, there were too many people and they weren't united. Now that it concerned the rules of the Great Prairie, they didn't dare to act recklessly. You bunch of trash. You usually flatter people when you have nothing to do, but when there's a problem, you're all acting like cowards. Seeing that no one dared to move, Chen Kuan was so angry that his teeth fell out. Hearing this, the people of the Red Alliance hesitated. They wanted to attack a few times, but in the end, they didn't dare to. In the distance, the people from the various mines were also discussing. Their words were all about the Great Prairie's rules, which made the people of the Red Alliance even more fearful. Kid, you're quite strong, but the Red Alliance isn't that simple. I've already notified my second uncle. He's much stronger than you. No matter what the Great Prairie's rules are, in front of absolute power, everything is useless. On the ground, Chen Kuan suddenly said sinisterly. Since his subordinates weren't reliable, then it was up to his second uncle. His second uncle was also one of the 18 leaders of the Red Alliance. His position and status were even higher than his. It was because of his second uncle's support that he was able to stand firm in the Red Alliance. Hearing this, the faces of the people of the Red Alliance changed greatly, even the eyes of the people from the various mines trembled. Chen Kuan's second uncle was quite famous in the Great Prairie. His name was Heavenly Lone Eagle. He was greedy and cruel. Those who opposed him had already become the yellow soil of the Great Prairie. It was said that he came from the final world. Because he killed the son of a duke, he hid in the Guyuan Mountains. He hid there for 1,000 years until he finally stood firm in the Great Prairie. You're the leader of the Red Alliance? However, Lin Ling shook his head. There was a trace of contempt in his eyes. I thought you were a hero, but it turns out that you're just a lowly hooligan. You can't win, so you ask your seniors to help you. You're really a disgrace to the Red Alliance. Your subordinates are much more courageous than you. You, nonsense. Lin Ling's words were like a sword that humiliated Chen Kuan's heart. His prestige was greatly reduced. Bang, however, Lin Ling stepped on his face and stomped him back to the ground. He even rubbed his face fiercely. You stray dog, you don't need to talk nonsense. I'm doing things according to the rules of the Great Prairie. So, even if the leader of the Red Alliance came, I wouldn't be afraid. Hearing Lin Ling's words and being stepped on by Lin Ling, Chen Kuan felt even more humiliated. As one of the leaders of the Red Alliance, his face was stepped on in front of so many people. How could he face others in the future? This was a great humiliation. Looking at the people of the Red Alliance, they were all clenching their fists. They were angry at Lin Ling's arrogance, however, they still didn't dare to act rashly. He's dead. That's right. If Heavenly Lone Eagle comes, the leader of the God Slayer Alliance won't be able to fight against him. Although Sakura is also a half-step to martial god, Heavenly Lone Eagle is said to be invincible among half-step to martial gods. Some people couldn't help but speak with resentment. This was a battle between the leaders of the two alliances. Naturally, they were not qualified to participate. Moreover, this matter had escalated into a battle between the Red Alliance and the God Slayer Alliance. The 18 leaders of the Red Alliance wouldn't let this matter rest. Heavenly Lone Eagle? Meng Lu and the others frowned. They didn't expect that the despicable Chen Kuan would refuse to admit his loss, causing this matter to escalate. Although they hadn't seen Heavenly Lone Eagle before, they could roughly guess his strength. Sakura was the most powerful one, but he was also severely injured. If that expert came, how could the God Slayer Alliance stop him? Isn't there still Lin Ling? Yi Shui suddenly said as she looked at the people in the stronghold. Lu Feibing was here. in their opinion, Lin Ling was stronger than them, but he shouldn't be stronger than Sakura. After all, even though Lin Ling was stepping on Chen Kuan, that was because the latter was already injured. Taking a step back, even if Lin Ling's strength was comparable to Sakura's, with this strength, they still didn't think that he was Lone Eagle's opponent. Crash! Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, a loud eagle cry suddenly sounded from afar, shocking the entire prairie. Everyone cast their gazes over and saw a gigantic ancient eagle flying over from the horizon. This ancient eagle was so big that it blotted out the sun and moon as if it was scouting its own territory. Thinking about it, in the vast grassland, eagles were flying in the sky. Then, what were the eagles doing other than scouting the territory? Heavenly Lone Eagle is here. Someone couldn't help but solemnly speak, especially the people from the mines. They were even more alarmed. Lone Eagle, one of the 18 leaders of the Red Alliance. After that, many people looked at the God Slayer Alliance, knowing that they would not be able to escape this calamity. No matter how strong the members of the God Slayer Alliance were, how could they be a match for Lone Eagle? Even in this part of the sky, Lone Eagle could be considered a godlike existence. A strong gust of wind whistled over and gradually approached. It blew all the grass in the grassland and blocked the blazing sun in the sky. In the end, a silhouette slowly floated down from the back of an enormous ancient eagle. It was soundless and without ripples, but it gave off an even greater pressure. After the ancient eagle put down the person, it flew away in a grandiose manner. However, in front of the stronghold, a middle-aged man was already standing there. This man was clad in green robes and was somewhat skinny. However, his nose was very sharp and his face was very fleshy. From this, one could tell that this person was also an unkind person. His hands were clasped behind his back as he gloomily glanced at the God-slaying alliance before his gaze finally landed on Lin Ling. Are you the ones who touched my nephew? Release him immediately. The voice floated out of his mouth. What was surprising was that it wasn't loud, but rather calm, but it was precisely because of this that people felt terrified. Many people could sense a gloomy coldness from this person. Although his aura was restrained, it was obvious that he was several times stronger than Chen Kuan. For a moment, everyone immediately looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to know how Lin Ling would deal with such a huge monster. However, Lin Ling smiled, raised his foot high, and suddenly stomped down hard. Boom! Under his feet, Chen Kuan turned into minced meat. He didn't even have time to scream. The prairie instantly fell silent. Everyone's pupils violently trembled. Could it be that this Lin Ling was doing this on purpose? After all, Chen Kuan was still alive before Lone Eagle showed up. However, as soon as Lone Eagle showed up, Lin Ling stomped Chen Kuan to death in front of him. Moreover, this was trampling to death. Beating you to death is better than trampling you to death. The Lone Eagle did not expect Lin Ling to make such a move. At this moment, his previous cold and sinister aura disappeared in an instant, replaced by a ferocious and terrifying expression. Little bastard, you dare to kill my nephew? He roared, his voice sharp to the extreme. Didn't you see it? Do you want me to answer you again? Lin Ling also raised his head and retorted, your nephew violated the prairie's rules. What's the point of him being alive? As for you, if you dare to attack him, you'll also violate the prairie's rules. You'll definitely die. As Lin Ling's last words drifted out, a cold murderous aura filled the air. This caused Lone Eagle in the sky to be stunned, and he became even more furious. He hadn't even done anything, but that brat had already gained the upper hand. Subsequently, the Lone Eagle was so angry that he let out a loud and ear-piercing laugh. Very good, very good. I'm a half-step to martial god. I'd like to see how you're qualified to kill me. Now that his nephew was dead, he was not in a hurry to kill Lin Ling. He wanted to slowly torture Lin Ling and even kill everyone in the God Slayer Alliance in front of the Red Alliance. This was because he wanted to establish his dominance again. Lone Eagle, you're so arrogant. Aren't you afraid of retribution? However, at this moment, a calm voice suddenly rang out. It did not come from Lin Ling. Instead, it seemed to have come from afar. Who the F***ck do you think you are? Come out. The Lone Eagle immediately shouted angrily. He saw a figure rapidly approaching from afar. The Lone Eagle wanted to curse again, but his eyes instantly narrowed. Lu Feibing? The person who had just arrived was Lu Feibing, one of the leaders of the Mining Alliance. Although his status in the prairie was not very high, It was not to be underestimated in the eyes of these small alliances. This was because he controlled many minors. Offending him was equivalent to offending the minors. He could easily make things difficult for you. This time, the Red Alliance members were shocked. Then, they suddenly wondered if the God Slayer Alliance was so arrogant because they had Lu Feibing's support. Lu Feibing, this is a matter between the Red Alliance and the God Slayer Alliance. I hope you won't interfere. Moreover, I know that you urgently need the all-spirit water. Fortunately, I obtained a bottle not long ago. Lu Feibing could not be easily offended, so the Lone Eagle had to give him some face. Moreover, he did not believe that the Red Alliance could not compare to the God Slayer Alliance. Therefore, as long as the God Slayer Alliance was willing to pay, the Red Alliance would pay 10 times more. This was also why he dragged out his words when he mentioned the all-spirit water. He knew that this treasure was enough to tempt Lu Feibing. I can even give you 3 drops. Finally, the Lone Eagle said calmly. Then, he clasped his hands behind his back and waited for Lu Feibing's shocked voice. However, before Lu Feibing could speak, many people from the Red Alliance gasped. This was because they had all heard of the all-spirit water. They had heard that it came from the demonic forest and was very difficult to obtain. Get lost. Only 3 drops? Do you think I'm a beggar? However, Lu Feibing also spoke. His voice was filled with disdain. Let me tell you, if you dare to touch Master Lin today, I'll be the first to attack you. What? Everyone from the Red Alliance opened their mouths wide. The Lone Eagle was even more disgusted. He was like a housefly. Was it because Lu Feibing called that kid master? Was it because Lu Feibing despised his 3 drops of all-spirit water instead of kneeling down and thanking him? One had to know that a mere 3 drops was not something that could be bought with countless royal crystals. Do you know what 3 drops of all-spirit water represent? The Lone Eagle pointed at Lu Feibing as if to ask him if he was stupid. Cut the crap. I'll make it clear today. I'll support the God Slayer Alliance. Lu Feibing did not waste any more words. His attitude was firm. What did 3 drops of all-spirit water represent? What a joke. Master Lin Ling had given him a bottle, that old ghost had given him 3 drops as if it was a gift to him. He was too lazy to mock him. Fine, fine, fine. It seems like you're bent on going against me. Forget it. At worst, I won't recognize you as a friend. In my life, if you're not a friend, you'll be my enemy. You'll regret becoming my enemy. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Bribe. Given his strength, he had the confidence to do so. It seems like Firmament Eagle is about to break. However, the God Slayer Alliance can't stop Firmament Eagle with just Lu Feibing alone. Many people felt the same way. They knew that although they were all half-step to martial gods, there were differences in strength. Firmament Eagle was one of the best. Who else wants to help? Come out. Help. Firmament Eagle stepped out as if he wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop. The surging aura also came crashing down like an avalanche, causing an expert like Lu Feibing's expression to change slightly. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly leaped down from the stronghold and charged toward Firmament Eagle like a cannonball. In midair, a claw viciously swiped out. There was no talent or ancestors' power. It was just an ordinary claw. However, it carried the tyrannical aura of an evil spirit. Rumble. Firmament Eagle snorted and threw out a punch. His ancestor's power had reached 80% and his realm essence was vast. He wanted to kill the expert who had suddenly appeared. However, after the collision, his expression changed drastically. His opponent gave him the feeling that he was like a towering mountain that could not be broken. On the contrary, he flew backward and his feet rubbed against the ground for a few hundred meters. Are you a martial god? Then, he roared. His voice was sharp and it was filled with disbelief. At that moment, everyone's hearts exploded. There was a martial god in the God Slayer Alliance. Gosh, where did the God Slayer Alliance get their confidence from? They actually had such a powerful backer. Even Sakura and the others were rubbing their eyes fiercely because they had actually seen that expert before. That tall expert had actually been following behind Lin Ling, but he was wearing a large cloak and didn't speak, so they didn't ask too much. But now, he was actually a martial god realm expert? We've been hiding a great Buddha here. Meng Lu was so shocked that he stuttered. Yeah, I thought he was a block of wood. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Yi Shui also said in fear. Ha ha ha, my second brother is still the best. He actually managed to invite a martial god senior. However, we have neglected him during these past few days. Second brother is really too much. He actually didn't tell us about that senior's strength. Otherwise, we would have treated him with respect. Sakura first laughed out loud, then said worriedly. For the past few days, they hadn't paid any attention to the strong cultivator. If the strong cultivator was a little stingy, he might suddenly turn around and help the Red Alliance. Of course, they couldn't be blamed for this, and it was Lin Ling's fault. Because Lin Ling actually didn't tell them that it was a senior at the martial god realm, unfortunately, they did not know that it was a platinum evil spirit. If Lin Ling told it to go east, it would definitely not dare to go west. The martial god realm expert is doomed. Without a doubt, it was the Red Alliance's turn to panic. Even Lone Eagle felt that something was wrong. He was no match for the martial god realm expert at all. Moreover, there was Lu Feibing on the other side. Suddenly, he shouted, Senior, I am one of the leaders of the Red Alliance. If you are willing to help me, I am willing to give you 500 billion royal crystals. 500 billion royal crystals was a huge sum. It could be said that it was the entire harvest of the 5 mines. Therefore, after calling out the price, Lone Eagle noticed that the tall powerhouse paused for a moment. This made Lone Eagle's eyes light up with anticipation. The world was full of people who worked for profit. If Senior is not satisfied, I will give you 800 billion. Then, Blue Sky Eagle shouted again. However, to his surprise, after the strong cultivator paused for a moment, he did not respond. Instead, he walked towards him. 1 trillion. Lone Eagle finally said. He had to endure the pain. 1 trillion. He would have to spend a lot of money. However, if he could tempt the strong cultivator, it would be worth it. This time, the people of the God-Slayer Alliance panicked. They were afraid that the strong cultivator would suddenly betray them. Thus, they all looked at Lin Ling. However, they found that Lin Ling was drinking. He did not ask him to stay and did not care. Damn. Second brother is so arrogant. He did not even ask him to stay. Sakura was speechless. However, in his eyes, the strong cultivator was still walking forward as if he did not care at all. 3 trillion. Seeing this, Heavenly Lone Eagle raised the price by another point. This was already his entire fortune. He did not believe that this amount of money could not tempt the martial god realm expert. However, it finally worked. The strong cultivator finally stopped in front of him. He seemed to be tempted. Senior, not only will I give you 3 trillion, I will also give you all the mines under my name. Lone Eagle struck while the iron was hot. Then, he saw that the strong cultivator in front of him did not move. This made him laugh. He had finally succeeded. This meant that he had a friend in the martial god realm. Not to mention one of the leaders of the Red Alliance, he might even be able to unify the entire Red Alliance. Lone Eagle was so excited that he almost roared at the sky. What's your name? Suddenly, he looked at Lin Ling and asked. This surprised Lin Ling. That guy was still in the mood to ask for his name? My name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not hide anything. Lin Ling, right? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Lone Eagle put his hands behind his back and said calmly. This made Lin Ling even more confused. Thank me for what? Thank you for giving me the opportunity to unify the Red Alliance, and thank you for giving me a friend in the martial god realm. Ha ha ha, Lin Ling boy, you are still too naive. You don't know that everything in the world is for profit. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. What you can give, I can give him 10 times more. Sometimes, even enemies can become friends. Lone Eagle said word by word. It was as if he had turned the tables and turned defeat into victory. Sakura and the others obviously understood what he meant. Their faces turned pale. Although they wanted to stop all of this from happening, they did not have that much money at the end of the day. Moreover, if the strong cultivator was Lin Ling's family or friend, money might not be able to move him. However, Sakura knew that the strong cultivator was obviously not. Are you that confident? At this time, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He understood why Lone Eagle was so excited. You haven't been to the final world, right? You don't know that in that world, unless you have the strength to dominate everything, you still have to rely on your background and connections. What do you rely on for your background and connections? That is profit. Ha ha ha, you are too naive. Lone Eagle lectured Lin Ling with the attitude of an experienced person. The more he spoke, the happier he became. Is that so? Then let him try to kill me. Lin Ling suddenly laughed. That's what I meant. Strength represented everything, however, the platinum evil spirit did not answer. Instead, the smiling face under the cloak was drooling. Lone Eagle's spirits were lifted. Could it be that this senior had agreed? I'll give you 50 mineral veins. He finally roared and struck while the iron was hot. However, there was more and more saliva on the ground, but the expert didn't move at all. This made Lone Eagle a little confused. Speaking of which, because the strength of martial god realm experts was extremely high, most of them had eccentric personalities. However, this expert was too eccentric. He didn't feel like a respectable old monster, but more like an idiot, because you should at least reply. Even if you put on an act, it's still better than drooling. There's no need to guess. It's really an idiot. At this time, Lin Ling seemed to have guessed Lone Eagle's thoughts and slowly said, causing Lone Eagle's pupils to constrict. Lin Ling continued, because it doesn't have a mind of its own, and more importantly, it's more like a puppet. What? Lone Eagle's eyes almost fell to the ground. He actually talked to a puppet for half a day. It was like playing the lute to a cow. He wanted to laugh coldly and say that Lin Ling was lying to him because a martial god realm puppet was impossible. He had been practicing martial arts for many years, but he had never seen such a powerful puppet. You should have been to the final world, right? You don't know that anything is possible in that world. Alas, you're still too inexperienced. Fine, I'll let you see its true appearance. Lin Ling sighed and shook his head. With a thought, the platinum evil spirit slowly took off its cloak, revealing a pale face. However, that face was filled with a strange smile. It was a smile that made one's scalp tingle. In its huge mouth, there were a few sparse teeth, and a large amount of saliva flowed out. F***ck, what the hell is this? Lone Eagle was startled, but his pupils constricted because he could also see that this guy did not seem to have any intelligence. This meant that his previous words were indeed playing the lute to a cow. To think that he was so excited, thinking that he had found a powerful backer. Besides, it's also a glutton. Lin Ling spoke again. After saying that, the golden white evil spirit finally made its move. It made a strange sound. Eat, eat, eat. Then, he pounced on Firmament Eagle with lightning speed. He grabbed Firmament Eagle's arm, tore it off, and ate it like a spicy strip. Ah, my hand! At this moment, Lone Eagle finally knew what the platinum evil spirit was. Not only was he furious, he was even more embarrassed. As the leader of the Red Alliance, he had actually tried to bribe this monster like a fool. Had he lost his mind? In fact, you're the same as it. You don't have much intelligence. Just as Lone Eagle's heart was burning with rage, Lin Ling spoke, adding insult to injury. Eat, eat, eat. The platinum evil spirit stared at Heavenly Eagle and all the members of the Red Alliance. Oh my god, it's so scary. It actually eats people. Well, I think we should run away. He's definitely running away. How can we fight a martial god realm foodie? The legs of the members of the Red Alliance were trembling. The imposing manner of the army from before had completely disappeared. Little bastard, if you want to kill me, I'll bury you with me. At this moment, Firmament Eagle suddenly roared, and a huge ancient eagle flew down from the sky. Using the ancient eagle's entanglement, he also charged towards Lin Ling crazily. Obviously, he also knew that to catch bandits, one must first catch the leader. In midair, a dazzling light appeared on Firmament Eagle's body. It flowed like water and actually reached his right palm. His palm turned into a claw and quickly grabbed Lin Ling. This unforeseen event was undoubtedly a great shock to everyone. Everyone looked at the platinum evil spirit and suddenly found that this evil spirit had actually torn the huge ancient eagle apart. However, at this moment, it was obviously too late to help Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was already at the foot of the mountain stronghold, so there was no way for him to escape. Second brother. Brother. Lin Ling. Brother. The faces of Sakura and the others instantly changed and they screamed crazily. Even if I become a ghost, I want you to accompany me. Looking at Firmament Eagle again, he was indeed the leader. His speed had reached a speed of 1,000 worlds. This speed was at least in the top 400 on the God Roll's celestial stairway. Very few people could catch up to him. Unfortunately, he was facing Lin Ling. The tyrannical Song sword was slowly pulled out as a sword beam quietly bloomed from the sword hilt. As for Lin Ling, his eyes narrowed slightly as a murderous intent came from the depths of hell. In his eyes, Firmament Eagle was rapidly approaching. That claw contained 90% of the ancestral power. It was extremely powerful. However, Firmament Eagle's talent was very ordinary. He only had a 7th grade ultimate desolate body, and when Lin Ling looked at him, Firmament Eagle also looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were filled with deep hatred and hysteria. No matter who Lin Ling was or what his background was, if he didn't kill Lin Ling today, then he would die without a doubt. If he killed Lin Ling, then he would still have a chance to escape. After all, that puppet had lost its master, so it might not pursue him relentlessly. Kid, let me remind you before you die. No matter what kind of conspiracy, in reality, strength is everything. When the eagle claw arrived, it could crush 10,000 worlds. Swoosh, almost at the same time, a brilliant sword was slashed out. Surging murderous intent seemed to materialize around the sword, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was as if the sword was on fire. At that moment, Firmament Eagle's eyes narrowed. He had sensed something, at least 80% of the ancestral power. Furthermore, the fluctuation of the realm essence did not seem to belong to a mid-stage martial ancestor. Could it be? This kid was the strongest existence in the God Extermination Alliance. I agree with what you said about strength being everything. A voice drifted over as the sword was finally slashed out. Murderous intent and demonic aura wreaked havoc, as if endless darkness had drowned Firmament Eagle's claw and even assimilated it. However, in everyone's eyes, the strange thing was that this exchange of blows was actually very normal. They saw Firmament Eagle lunging at Lin Ling, and Lin Ling gently slashed out with his sword. Everything suddenly disappeared. On the other hand, Firmament Eagle stood motionless before Lin Ling like a wooden puppet, and Lin Ling slowly withdrew his sword. This scene undoubtedly caused the entire prairie to fall into a dead silence. Second brother. Sakura swallowed his saliva with difficulty. Although he knew that Lin Ling was definitely stronger than him, he still found it unbelievable that Lin Ling could kill Firmament Eagle. Perhaps, this was all fake. Go to hell, why are you so talkative? However, Lin Ling had already stepped forward. He placed his palm on Firmament Eagle's cheek and gently pushed. Bang! Firmament Eagle slowly fell to the ground. A sword mark appeared on his body, which separated after landing on the ground. He had been slashed into 2 halves. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but it gradually disappeared. The Red Alliance retreated. When the members of the Red Alliance saw Heaven's lone eagle die on the grassland, they shuddered. There was only fear in their eyes. That young man was so powerful. One had to know that Sakura had won 2 out of 3 battles. They already felt that he was powerful and that he was the pillar of the God-slaying alliance. However, after Heaven's lone eagle's arrival, they realized that the blue-robed young man was the true pillar. Who is he? I think he's also a leader. I heard the God-slaying alliance call him Lin Ling. Lin Ling? Could he be the legendary 4th leader of the God-slaying alliance? The members of the Red Alliance discussed with trembling voices. As for the members of the God-slaying alliance, they rubbed their eyes. It was as though they were still in a dream. Sakura and the others were especially shocked. They were now certain of Lin Ling's strength. Following that, they smiled bitterly. During the previous exchange, they had thought that Lin Ling was only slightly stronger than them. However, it seemed like it was only slightly stronger than them. Lin Ling, that brat, was indeed dishonest. Meng Lu and Wan Guwuji exchanged glances. They could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. This meant that the gap between them and Lin Ling was still as wide as ever. While the grassland was bustling with activity, Lin Ling's voice suddenly rang out. Now, is there anyone in the Red Alliance who is still unconvinced? Yes, we're convinced. The members of the Red Alliance looked at the evil spirit eating Heaven's lone eagle and then at the blue-robed young man. All of them knelt down on one knee. The only people left standing were Xianxia and young Master Tian. Their legs were trembling, and their pants were dripping with urine. Clearly, this result had far exceeded their expectations. However, Lin Ling didn't care about them. He knew that his big brother and the others would personally deal with the two of them. This time, we followed the rules of the grassland and defeated the leader of the Red Alliance. Now, can you all scram? Lin Ling asked once more. Sir, we'll retreat immediately. An old man from the Red Alliance said while kneeling. The God-slaying alliance will continue to mine this or vein. I hope that the Red Alliance will take care of it. How about it? Lin Ling's voice did not stop. Everyone raised their heads when they heard this. They suddenly realized that this was the reason why the young man didn't kill them. All right. Everyone nodded again. Indeed, Lin Ling didn't kill them because he knew that he would be leaving soon, while Big Brother and the others would still have to mine here. Moreover, they would have to face the difficulties of the various forces. So, if he had the help of this group of people, he would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Officers, stay behind. Everyone else, disperse. Lin Ling finally said. His voice seemed calm, but it was like he was the lord of the prairie. Everyone, disperse. An old man suddenly stood up and shouted loudly. The majestic crowd also began to leave along the prairie. This caused the people in the mines to be both excited and shocked. They were shocked because the leader of the God-Slayer Alliance was actually so powerful. They were excited because with the God-Slayer Alliance around, the Red Alliance wouldn't dare to act like a tyrant. A single cloud-piercing arrow, and a magnificent army came to meet me. It seems like I'm going to become a legend. The old man in charge of the mine sighed. The army had suppressed the border and annihilated the God-Slayer Alliance. However, in the end, the God-Slayer Alliance hadn't been annihilated. Instead, they had established endless prestige here. Such a matter would probably become a legend in the prairie. As expected of Lin Ling. Among everyone, only Lu Feibing knew Lin Ling's strength, so he wasn't surprised. However, he was still so shocked that the corners of his mouth were trembling. Congratulations, Lord Lin Ling. Then, Lu Feibing also walked toward Lin Ling Meng Lu and the others did the same, and each of them was smiling bitterly. Lin Ling couldn't help but shake his head. Why are you all looking at me like that? This was because Meng Lu and the others were looking at him strangely as if they were looking at a monster. Lin Ling, is this what you meant by a little stronger than us? This is still a little? Meng Lu was the most shocked because he had been defeated by Lin Ling last time. He thought that Lin Ling was just a little stronger than him and that he only needed to work a little harder to fulfill his wish, but now, it was **T. He is indeed a little stronger than me. Lin Ling rubbed his nose. Meng Lu was speechless when he heard that and almost cried. This wasn't just a little bit. Looking at the few leaders talking, the people of the God-Slayer Alliance were undoubtedly very excited. Their gazes fell on the blue-robed young man. Thousands of words could only be summed up into one sentence. This was their fourth leader, Lin Ling. Everyone returned to the hall in high spirits. The whole mine was bustling with noise and excitement. Now that the leader of the Red Alliance was dead, it meant that they could mine the mine at will. Moreover, no one could threaten them anymore. Giddy up, giddy up. Outside the hall, Li Hongwang and the others rode on young Master Tian and Xianxia, treating them like dogs. Young Master Tian, do you think you can escape? Be a good dog, and tomorrow, you'll go to the mine for me. Li Hongwang's voice was mixed with excitement. Sir, don't kick my butt anymore. I'll go tomorrow. Young Master Tian let out a sobbing voice. In the hall, Lin Ling and the others laughed when they heard the conversation. Sakura and the others laughed excitedly. Big brother, I estimate that I will leave in 3 days. After drinking a few cups of wine with Sakura and the others, Lin Ling suddenly said. Sakura and the others nodded when they heard that. They naturally knew the reason why Lin Ling came to Kaiyuan River. Although they were reluctant, they would not stop Lin Ling from looking for Inuer. Go, now that the Red Alliance has been dealt with, there shouldn't be anything happening to this mine. Once this mine is finished, we should probably leave. At that time, I'll go to the final world to find you. Sakura said with a smile. Okay. Lin Ling nodded and then looked at Lu Feibing. He was curious as to why Lu Feibing was here because he was not the one who called him here. Sir, I heard about the Immortal Temple. In the ancient Yuan Mountains, someone saw one of the elders of the Immortal Temple. Lu Feibing naturally did not come for no reason. He brought the news and handed over a map. This map was different from the one Lin Ling had. It was smaller and only a map of the ancient Yuan Mountains. However, it recorded the place where the elder saw it. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. After looking at it carefully, he quickly kept it, then, his eyes looked into the distance. He had obtained the fruit of fate in the mine. It was time to set off. Sir Lin Ling, there are a large number of huge mines in the depths of the ancient Yuan Mountains. There are also many top experts from various academies in the final world. You must be careful on your journey. Lu Feibing knew the destination of Lin Ling and immediately reminded him. That would solve all the problems in the back. Lin Ling was a little surprised. So, there are many experts from the strongest circle of the Xianxia Hall in the depths of the Guyuan Mountains? Yes, and they are entering the ancient dragon wasteland one after another. I heard that there is an academy's training mission there. Lu Feibing nodded. After hearing this, Lin Ling also knew that he was about to step into the strongest circle of the Third God Hall. He was about to compete with the strongest experts. Not only was Lin Ling not afraid, he was even looking forward to it, because if he couldn't even defeat those experts, then how could he defeat Longyang? Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's drink until we're drunk. As if sensing that Lin Ling was about to leave, Meng Lu and the others were a little disappointed, but they still forced a smile on their faces. Good. Lin Ling immediately raised his wine bowl. Everyone let go of all their thoughts and drank as they pleased. This went on until midnight, and the entire fortress gradually quieted down. While Lin Ling looked at the drunk Sakura and the others, he slowly left the hall. When they arrived at another hall, there were many experts sitting there. Although they were also eating and drinking, anyone could tell that they obviously didn't enjoy the taste of the food. They were the officers of the Red Alliance. When they saw Lin Ling walk into the hall, their expressions changed instantly. There's no need to be so surprised. I'm not trying to harm you by keeping you here. I just want to ask you some questions. Of course, if you're willing to join the Godslayer Alliance, I'll also welcome you. Lin Ling sat down, poured himself a glass of wine, and smiled faintly. I only have one question. Are you the fourth leader of the Godslayer Alliance, Lin Ling? One of the younger experts asked faintly. Don't tell me you want to fake my name, Lin Ling? Lin Ling asked. If you are, I'm willing to join the Godslayer Alliance. But what surprised Lin Ling was that this person didn't even think about it and immediately agreed. I've heard about you for a long time. You might not be famous in the final world, but you're quite famous in the 9 continents. I heard that you even killed martial god Qilin with the help of the God-slaying formation, creating the first legend. At first, the young man was very indifferent, but gradually, a smile appeared on his face, and he even looked a little excited. That's right. I'm from the North Territory. We're from the same hometown. You're representing the entire North Territory now. Another young man said with a smile. After drinking a mouthful of wine, he began to talk non-stop. I was just lucky. Lin Ling also smiled and clinked his wine glass with theirs. However, it was indeed a stroke of luck. The Godslayer Alliance had been able to set up the Godslayer Great Array back then because they had prepared sufficient materials. Moreover, many of the materials were very rare. Even if the Godslayer Alliance were to prepare again, they might not be able to gather all of them. In fact, the Godslayer Alliance didn't even know that they had such a precious treasure hidden in their warehouse. Moreover, part of the reason was due to martial god Qilin's carelessness. If it had been martial god Wen Tian, he might not have succeeded. This person was very cautious. Lord Lin Ling, I thought that legendary figures are very arrogant. I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to. Come, let me toast to you. Lord Lin Ling, my name is Lan Saiha. I'm also from the North Territory. I grew up listening to stories about you. I'm from the final world. However, I heard that the Godslayer Alliance had gathered a group of hot-blooded young men. Therefore, I joined them. The group quickly became familiar with Lin Ling. This group of experts was not weak. They were Chen Kuan's subordinates. Of course, they joined the Red Alliance not because of friendship, but because they were forced by the situation. they had joined the God Slayer Alliance not because they were forced by the situation, but because Lin Ling had allowed them to do as they pleased. They had only joined because of his reputation. Lin Ling's ultimate goal was to find out the whereabouts of the other leaders. This was the reason why he had kept this group of subordinates. The Red Alliance had 18 leaders. Although they were not on good terms with each other, no one could guarantee that the other leaders would not attack the God Slayer Alliance. By then, Lin Ling would have left. Their big brother and the others would not be able to stop the Red Alliance. However, under Lin Ling's questioning, these subordinates knew a thing or two. They even told him the whereabouts of a few of the leaders. As the Red Alliance had many mineral veins, most of the leaders did not live in one mineral vein all year round. Instead, they took turns living in different mineral veins. Alright, you guys can continue drinking. I'll come back tomorrow and drink with you guys to our heart's content. After chatting for a long time, Lin Ling bid his farewells and left as well. After he arrived outside, he looked at the pitch-black night sky and couldn't help but rub his forehead. At this moment, he was able to experience the feeling of being both a father and a mother that Sakura had. It's time to meet them. The night was quiet and the prairie was dotted with fireflies. However, under this peaceful prairie, demon snakes were surging. If a martial artist were to travel alone, it would be very easy for him to die in this seemingly peaceful place. At the bottom of a huge mine, a huge city sat there. It was brightly lit and bustling with noise and excitement. The miners, who had been busy the whole day, were drinking with the experts. Their voices were loud. In a magnificent palace in the city, it was also lively. If one were to look carefully, there were hundreds of people sitting inside. Moreover, their strength was not weak. My lord, Qianxia is dead. Firmament Eagle is also dead. Their subordinates have all scattered. This is the best time for us to absorb them. After drinking for a while, someone suddenly laughed. Haha, those two old fellows are finally dead. It's true that the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. However, who is so powerful to be able to kill them? A white-haired old man who was sitting in the leader's seat said with a laugh. It was obvious that he was in an extremely good mood. I know the person who killed them. I've also heard about it. A martial god realm expert has appeared over there. At this time, a woman's laughter was heard. She was a very charming woman. However, when people looked at her, they did not dare to blaspheme. Instead, there was a faint fear in their eyes. This was because this woman was also one of the 18 leaders of the Red Alliance. Her name was Hong Yang. Although she looked beautiful, she was actually a rose with thorns. Over the years, many experts had died at her hands. Oh, it sounds very extraordinary. I wonder who it is? Another burly man spoke. He seemed careless, but his eyes were bright. It was obvious that he was a person who was rough but meticulous. When they were talking, the others could only drink and did not dare to interrupt. This was because these three giants were the top leaders of the Red Alliance. They had formed an alliance and did not allow other leaders to easily devour their forces. The Guyuan mountain range was very big. The big figures had their own survival rules, and the small figures also had their own survival rules. Threats. His name is Lin Ling. He comes from the final world and is also the fourth leader of the God Slayer Alliance. The woman slowly said. Her words caused the hall to become silent. However, laughter soon rang out. Lin Ling? I've never heard of you before. Did you come from the final world? I think he's a nobody. After all, in the final world's major academies, we've only heard of the strongest experts in the third hall. The old man suddenly laughed loudly, relieving the pressure in the hall. That's right. However, what's with the martial god realm expert? Could it be a rumor? As for the burly man, he gave a crude laugh. I don't know if it's just a rumor, but I'm sure that Heavenly Lone Eagle and Qianxia were killed by him. Humph, it's good that he's dead. Lone Eagle thought that he was more senior and looked down on everyone. He even reached his hand into our territory. Now that he's dead, the mineral veins in his territory are all under our control. Tomorrow, we can go and collect the rent. White-browed Tiger King, are you thinking of monopolizing that territory? The three leaders drank their wine and seemed to be chatting with smiles, but their words were mixed with a hint of killing intent. I don't dare to take it all for myself. Let's split it equally. The old man in the lead said with a smile. He naturally knew that these two leaders were not weak. It would be very difficult to monopolize them. White-browed Tiger King, you're so straightforward. Hearing this, the other two leaders laughed. Splitting it equally? That's too troublesome. Why don't you give it all to me? But at this moment, a smiling voice suddenly sounded. Then, under countless surprised gazes, a blue-robed young man holding a wine jug walked in slowly with a tall bodyguard. Furthermore, he ignored the crowd and went straight to the highest seat and sat down. At this moment, a wisp of sharp killing intent silently suffused the air. Everyone frowned slightly. Killing intent surged as if they were facing a great enemy. An undetectable glint flashed across the eyes of the three leaders. This person was truly formidable. He had actually managed to come here without anyone noticing. However, for him to appear so brazenly, could it be that he was not afraid of death? Beauty, put away the needle in your hand. If you attack, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here forever. The blue-robed young man faintly smiled. His words caused the charming woman's expression to change, and she quietly withdrew her hand under the seat. Moreover, her heart was rumbling, because her scorpion-tail divine needle had been discovered. After all, her divine artifact was a grade 5 divine artifact, and it had once killed a martial god. It was formless and colorless, piercing through the void and killing people from a world away. Also, big black guy, you should take back the soul behind me. Otherwise. The blue-robed young man took a sip of wine and spoke again. This time, the burly man frowned and said indifferently, otherwise what? Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to resist eating it. After all, it's an extremely good nourishment. The blue-robed young man stopped drinking and said with a smile, revealing his white teeth. Although his words were arrogant, for some reason, they caused the man's heart to tremble. He controlled his soul and withdrew it back into his body. His mind continued to rumble. Who was this person? He had actually figured out their methods so clearly. Actually, I'm only here for one reason. You can devour the Lone Eagle's territory as you wish, but there's one place you can't touch. You can't touch the mineral veins near the Godslayer Alliance. After all, it's not easy for them. The blue-robed young man said with a smile, as if he was talking to a friend. What if we attack? The charming woman also took a sip of wine, then looked at the cup in her hand and said. Is that so? The blue-robed young man shrugged and said softly, then I'll have to kill all of you. Kill. Kill. As soon as these two words were spoken, a desolate killing intent rolled in the hall, causing the hearts of all the experts to tremble. They subconsciously raised the weapons in their hands as if they were about to face a life-and-death calamity. The hall was silent for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. No one spoke. Perhaps they were waiting for the leaders to speak. However, the three leaders didn't speak. Instead, they narrowed their eyes. All right, it's late. I should go home. I've gotten used to sleeping during this period. Tonight, I'll have a good sleep. After all, it won't be long before I return to those days of training and running around. At this time, the blue-robed young man suddenly laughed at himself. He held the wine pot and walked as he spoke. Behind him, the tall bodyguard didn't say a word from beginning to end. He followed him loyally. Everyone's eyes followed the two of them, but no one spoke. However, they all sensed that the atmosphere in the hall was about to explode. Just one word, no, just one word, a great battle would break out. However, the three leaders remained silent until the blue-robed young man reached the door. Finally, when the blue-robed young man was about to disappear, one of the leaders finally spoke. Your Excellency, you're in such a good mood to drink here from afar. May I know your name? The white-browed old man, who had been silent, finally spoke. Lin Ling. The figure at the door finally disappeared. However, a name lingered in the hall for a long time. This made everyone's heart tremble violently. The fourth leader of the God Extermination Alliance, Lin Ling. Silence and oppression spread. Even the sound of drinking could no longer be heard in the hall. White-browed old man, why did you let him go? Yes. Finally, a woman's voice drifted out. It was the charming woman. This was the question that everyone wanted to ask the most. Then why didn't you take action? However, the old man looked indifferently at the charming woman and said. His words made the charming woman frown. She fell silent, the old man's gaze swept across the hall. Following that, he said, the moment he entered the hall, he sealed me. That power looked like soul power, but it was different. Anyway, it was a power that I have never seen before. Yes. Boom, the moment the sentence was said, the hall seemed to explode, the charming woman and the burly man's pupils constricted. Among the three of them, the white-browed old man was the strongest. He was a half-step martial god with a 7th-grade ultimate desolate body and 80% ancestral power. However, such an expert had been sealed without anyone noticing. This meant that the moment the young man stepped into the hall, their lives were in someone else's hands. Pass down my order. No one is allowed to approach the God Extermination Alliance. Following that, the old man issued a solemn order. Pass down my order. No one from Red Scorpion is allowed to approach the God Extermination Alliance. No one from Onyx Soul is allowed to approach either. Tonight was clearly a sleepless night. The mysterious young man had left a deep impression in their hearts. A great battle between martial gods, 3 days later, in the mountain fortress of the God Slayer Alliance. In the house, Lin Ling tidied up a little. Then he looked at little Luan and said, "Do you really want to follow me? You should know that this trip will be very dangerous. I won't be able to take care of you at all. You might die on the way. You stay in the stronghold. I've already told Big Brother and the others to take good care of you. My lord, I am willing to follow you until death." Xiaoluan raised his head, his eyes filled with stubbornness. Lin Ling could only nod. He wanted to keep Xiaoluan here. After all, his future was not going to be easy. However, he also knew that Xiaoluan had been bullied since she was young. She did not trust others at all. So, if he let her stay here, it would not be long before she returned to those days of isolation. It was even possible that he would die in the mine if he was not careful. Since that's the case, I'll take him with me. When I return to the final world, I'll let Xiaoluan follow you and the others. If you're done packing, let's set off. Following that, Lin Ling pushed open the door and walked out. Outside the house, the sun was shining brightly. Everyone was standing there, densely packed and silent. They all knew that Lin Ling was leaving today, so they all came to send Lin Ling off. "Lord Lin Ling, have a drink before you leave." An old man walked out with moist eyes and handed Lin Ling a bowl of wine. Lin Ling was a little touched. As expected of the God Slayer Alliance, they were all on his side. He nodded heavily, took the bowl, and finished it in one gulp. Next, Sakura and the others walked over. Looking at Lin Ling, they didn't say much. Everyone pounded on Lin Ling's chest. "Lin Ling, don't die. We'll meet again in the final world. Alright, don't die either. Young Master Yao and the others are waiting for you in the final world." Lin Ling also smiled excitedly. With his back facing the crowd, he waved his hand and continued on his journey. His eyes were also a little moist, because these were all brothers who had gone through life and death together. Now that they were separated, it would be a lie to say that he had no emotions. A gentle breeze blew through the grassland, and the grass danced in the wind. It was like a green ocean. The blue-robed youth also gradually disappeared into the sea. This guy. Sakura and the rest were all standing on top of the wall as they looked into the distance, constantly suppressing the feeling of reluctance in their hearts. However, they also knew that an eagle could soar high in the sky. Lin Ling was an eagle, and only the sky was his battlefield. 3 days later, to the west of the prairie, 2 figures slowly walked along the prairie. Both of them were wearing large cloaks, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. According to Lu Feibing's map, the Immortal Temple Elder appeared in this area. However, along the way, the ore veins we saw were indeed more powerful than the previous. After walking for a long time, one of them removed the brim of his hat, revealing a handsome face. His eyes were also looking into the distance. He was none other than Lin Ling. In these 3 days, he had already passed through more than half of the ancient Yuan mountain range. He was getting closer and closer to the location that Lu Feibing had pointed out. Moreover, Lin Ling realized that he was getting closer and closer to the ancient dragon wasteland. There are only 2 of you?" When Lin Ling was looking around, the ground in front of him wriggled. Then, a huge demon snake appeared. On the demon snake stood a mysterious person who was also wearing a cloak. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling indifferently. Headhunter tribe? However, Lin Ling was used to it and smiled indifferently. It seems that you should have met other headhunter tribes. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so familiar with them. That person was obviously slightly surprised. That's right. Moreover, I've killed many of them. Lin Ling sneered. Real transmission. Countless flying swords appeared and shot towards the mysterious person at the speed of 1,000 worlds. The latter's expression changed instantly. Then, he frantically dived into the ground. You are Lin Ling. This person's methods were really powerful. After riding the demon snake and disappearing into the ground, he actually rushed forward crazily along the ground, trying to avoid Lin Ling. This was because he knew that he had kicked an iron plate. This lone warrior was not weak. He was Lin Ling, who was rumored to be in the various academies. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. However, in the sky, the flying swords shot towards the ground like locusts, crazily piercing through the ground. In the end, the ground fell silent. After all the flying swords disappeared, blood slowly seeped out of the grassland. Obviously, the headhunter tribe and the huge demon snake from before had died under the ground. Looking into the distance, Lin Ling had already continued on his way with the platinum demon. The headhunter tribe really does anything. Lin Ling's gaze was still looking forward as he said helplessly. This was because during this period of time, he had already encountered several groups of headhunter tribe. These headhunter tribe members had extraordinary strength and only had one goal, which was to kill passers-by. The headhunter tribe was the vermin of the grassland, but they were also guiding lights. Besides killing passers-by, you could also buy any information from them, including having them assassinate people. However, they could only be hired in large mineral veins. If you met them outside the grassland, you would only be killed. This was also the reason why Lin Ling did not show mercy. They actually recognized me. It seems that the headhunter tribe's ability to control information is very powerful. Lin Ling hurried along. At the same time, he glanced at Xiaoluan on the platinum demon's back. Because Xiaoluan could not bear this kind of hurrying, he had the platinum demon carry Xiaoluan. After a long time, Lin Ling's eyes finally lit up. He saw a huge mineral vein appear in front of him. It was also the largest mineral vein that Lin Ling had seen so far, and in front of the mineral vein was a huge city. Moreover, people came and went one after another. From afar, they looked like ants. We're here. Lin Ling glanced at the map and smiled gently. According to the map, the elder of the immortal temple was in this mineral vein. As long as he found that person, he would be able to find out the whereabouts of the immortal temple. Although Lu Feibing had said that the immortal temple was in the ancient dragon desolate land, the ancient dragon desolate land was very big. Lin Ling couldn't possibly search everywhere like a headless fly, therefore, it would be much simpler if he could find out the purpose of the immortal temple. After putting on his hat, Lin Ling headed towards the huge mineral vein. Thanks to Lu Feibing, Lin Ling also knew that this mineral vein belonged to the Unfettered Sword Alliance. Their backer was the Unfettered Sword Martial God. Therefore, the mineral vein was not sealed. Instead, it welcomed anyone to enter and leave. This also caused the city in front of the mineral vein to be very lively. Not only was mining a form of income, but the consumption of martialists in the city was also a good source of income. Hee hee. I heard that a Yuan Venerate martial god is coming. The previous conflict is indeed not over. There will be a good show to watch. The Unfettered Sword Martial God heard that a Yuan Venerate martial god was coming, so he has been waiting here for a long time. I wonder which of these two martial gods is more powerful. Many martialists were chatting on the road leading to the city. They all seemed very excited. Lin Ling was a little stunned. A battle between martial gods? Feng City. Brat, are you from the countryside? A Yuan Venerate martial god is also one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 provinces. Naturally, he wouldn't be afraid of the carefree sword martial god. Let me tell you, a battle between martial gods is not rare in the Guyuan mountain range. Not long ago, martial god Wendian also fought with another martial god here. However, although it's not a rare thing, it's still a battle between martial gods. Look, aren't these people here because of the fame? Those people looked at Lin Ling with disdain, treating him as a country bumpkin who had come to the Guyuan mountain range for the first time. They were even curious that Lin Ling had come here alone and not died. Thank you. Thank you. Lin Ling waved goodbye, the shock in his heart growing stronger. His luck seemed to be pretty good, to actually be able to see a battle between martial gods here. If he could watch, he would be able to benefit greatly. Ignoring the arrogant gazes of those people, Lin Ling also strode towards the Orvane. Before he even got close, two huge blood-red words appeared there, Feng City. Compared to the Orvanes he had seen along the way, the Orvane in front of him was indeed larger than he had imagined. Furthermore, there were many experts, like 100 flowers blooming. There were experts from the academy, old monsters, and even some martial artists from the 9 provinces. Of course, the status of martial artists from the 9 provinces was very low here. Looking up, the ancient city was also very tall. Platforms were built from hard purple ironwood. Miners were hanging huge wagons and slowly lowering them from the sky. The wagons were filled with ores. As for the Orvane, it was different. It was no longer a large hole in the ground. Even the mountainside had many mines, and a large number of miners were busy going in and out. Be careful. From time to time, huge ores would fall from the sky. However, the martial artists in the city were not weak. With a wave of their hands, they gently placed the ores on the ground. In short, Feng City was also an ancient city with an extremely unique character. After entering Feng City, the city was also packed with people, and bustling noises constantly floated out. Hee, I heard that martial god Wentian's disciple has arranged a battle with a student from the Snow Wind Academy. It can't be. Martial god Wentian's disciple is really powerful. Not long ago in the Great School competition, she got a pretty good ranking. How can the students of the Snow Wind Academy compare? There's simply no comparison. The Snow Wind Academy is not that powerful. They specialize in producing trash. I heard that in their Shinsan Hall, they don't even have a single top expert. There's no point in watching such a battle. Martial god Wen Tian must be trying to please the crowd by putting on this show. Lin Ling's eyes flashed when he heard the voice. He didn't care about those people looking down on him, but he was surprised that the news had spread here. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. There should be many people from the new heavenly court in the ancient Yuan mountain range, so the news spread very quickly. Lin Ling also continued forward and began searching for the headhunters. However, in the streets and alleys, all kinds of news continued to spread. I heard that there are academies training in the ancient dragon wasteland, and they are all top 10 academies. Other than the number 1 Sky Sword Academy, the other academies' top experts have all come. An old man who had a lot of mouth started to chatter. That's right, and they don't have to be students of the academy. As long as they have reached the martial ancestor realm, they can participate. Hero, is that training very powerful? Why are there so many people talking about this? Hero, these 2 words make me happy. Then I'll tell you a little. Because this training is issued by the 4 great gods, the Kurishin. It is said that the purpose is for the trial takers under his name, so other people can also participate. So that's how it is. Then I wonder what the specific situation is like. Can we also participate? How can we mortals know the thoughts of the gods? However, don't even think about it. The quota has already been limited. Even the entire ancient dragon wasteland has been sealed. Ordinary people can't enter because there are several god shops opened by the Kurishin inside. You can exchange for many treasures. So good, I'm so envious. The god shops of the 4 great gods, I'm afraid there are many rare heavenly and earthly treasures. After a while, many people's eyes turned red with envy, because those god shops were rarely seen in thousands of years. It seemed that the gods had indeed put in a lot of effort for their trial takers. God shops? Standing behind the noisy passers-by, Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. Kurishin? For great gods, and then the trial takers under his name. It seemed that this trial taker's mission was not simple, so others could also participate. However, what made Lin Ling unhappy was that the ancient dragon wasteland had been sealed. One had to know that that was his next destination. Look, that's the people from the Unrestrained Sword Alliance. They are in conflict with the Heaven-Seeking Alliance again. At this time, someone pointed to the front and said. On the street, 2 groups of people's auras clashed, causing the pressure on the street to increase by several times. Heaven-Seeking Alliance? Lin Ling followed the crowd and also went to watch. Moreover, he pulled an uncle in front of him and asked, "Senior, what is this heaven-seeking alliance?" That uncle had a thick beard. He looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Heaven-seeking alliance, to put it bluntly, is the elite alliance of the new heavenly court, the alliance of the new heavenly court's top experts, understand? Melon child, where did you come from? You don't even know this. I just came from outside, so I'm not too familiar with it. Lin Ling immediately smiled. No wonder, when you came from the periphery of the ancient Yuan mountain range, the alliances you saw were all small alliances. The alliances near the ancient dragon wasteland are the real experts. You should learn more and broaden your horizons. That uncle seemed to have been ignored by others. It was not easy for him to meet a humble junior. He immediately began to talk non-stop. The experts of those alliances, there are academy students and also some veteran experts, but the lowest cultivation level is at the half-step martial god realm. There are even martial god realm experts. These are the elites of the elites. Moreover, the two alliances are not the only powerful ones in this area. The Yuan Venerate Alliance is also very powerful. There is also the Duan Family Alliance. The Angel Alliance is also not to be underestimated. However, speaking of the Angel Alliance, TSK, all of them are beauties. If you want to join that alliance, you must first be beautiful, second be at the half-step martial god realm, and third be a strong backer. You only need to fulfill one of the three conditions. Sigh, it would be great if I were a woman. I could join that alliance of beauties and look at beauties every day. The more the uncle spoke, the more excited he became, his saliva spitting out. Lin Ling quietly took a step back and looked at the uncle. Seeing that his face was full of beard and that he had not washed his face for many days, Lin Ling could not help but shake his head secretly. This guy looked slovenly. He would probably be kicked out of the alliance of beauties as soon as he got close to it. Next, Lin Ling also stared at the street. At this moment, the two alliances were at daggers drawn, looking for the immortal temple elder. Other than that, some powerful old monsters who could not enter the stairway of the divine list were also not to be underestimated. No wonder Lu Fabing said that the depths of the ancient Yuan mountain range were not simple. It seemed that it was indeed not simple. Shaking his head, Lin Ling did not intend to stay any longer. He left quietly, but just as he arrived at the next street, a familiar coffin jumped into his sight. He saw several people carrying a bronze coffin, slowly walking down the street. Scram! Along the way, there were people blocking the way. The people carrying the coffins all shouted angrily. On the other hand, the passers-by who were being scolded were naturally displeased. Those who were allowed to appear here were all at the peak of the martial progenitor realm, and this was only the minimum requirement. There were even more half-martial gods. However, when they saw the bronze coffin, as long as they were walking on the streets, they immediately reacted. The heaven-crushing alliance, Wanyan Epic. I'm sorry. Those passers-by quickly bowed and then made way. They also knew that this was still Plentiful City, the territory of the unrestrained sword martial god. Otherwise, with just them blocking the way, it was possible for Wanyan Shurjiao to kill them. Humph. The person carrying the coffin snorted coldly and left coldly. The leader of the place of eternal rest? Why is he here? Shouldn't he be going to the ancient dragon desolate land? I heard that many of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils have also appeared there. He's looking for someone. That person has killed his son, and has also destroyed the heaven-crushing alliance. To be honest, the heaven-crushing alliance has most likely collapsed by now. Who could be so powerful as to actually disband the heaven-crushing alliance? However, that old monster is clearly in a fit of rage right now, so it's best that we don't get caught in the crossfire and get killed by him. Let's go. The passers-by stared at the disappearing bronze coffin and whispered to each other. Lin Ling's face under the brim of his hat immediately turned serious. Fengdu really had a lot of enemies. Wanyan Epic, Heaven-Seeking Alliance. There was also the Duan Clan's alliance. If these people knew that Lin Ling was here, they would definitely come looking for him. After pulling down the brim of his hat a bit, Lin Ling continued forward. Right now, he had to find that immortal temple elder as soon as possible and then leave this place. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared alone in a quiet street. A strange atmosphere pervaded the streets, and the Emperor Crystal appeared in Lin Ling's hand, burning it with his realm essence, forming a dense spirit energy that floated in all directions. Your Excellency, what's the matter? Finally, a cold voice drifted out. Find someone. However, Lin Ling was used to it, and he also let out a hoarse voice. This was because he knew that this street was the gathering place of the headhunters. If they wanted to know any news, or even if they wanted to entrust something, they could do it here. Even killing a person was not difficult as long as the reward was sufficient. Of course, this also depended on who he killed. For example, killing a martial god at the level of Wanyan epic, there probably weren't many headhunters who would dare to do so. Furthermore, even if there were, Lin Ling probably wouldn't be able to give the corresponding reward. Who are you looking for? Sounds once again drifted out from the silent street. However, Lin Ling knew that although there seemed to be no one here, there were probably no less than 100 headhunters gathered here. They were just hiding. An elder from the Immortal Temple, Lin Ling said indifferently. The street suddenly became quiet. The headhunters hidden everywhere were all sizing up Lin Ling, as if they wanted to know who Lin Ling was. However, Lin Ling's aura was restrained, and the Platinum Evil Spirit's cloak could also hide his aura. Unless Lin Ling made a move, they would not be able to guess Lin Ling's origin. Of course, they were not without gains. At least, they had noticed Xiaoluan on the back of the Platinum Evil Spirit. Release that little girl. A voice drifted out, seemingly somewhat fearful. This was also normal. As a headhunter, they had naturally offended many people, so they were also very cautious. Lin Ling nodded and let Xiaoluan climb down from the Platinum Evil Spirit. The headhunters were all quietly investigating Xiaoluan, but they gradually relaxed. So it's her. To Lin Ling's surprise, a headhunter actually knew Xiaoluan. It seemed that these headhunters were indeed powerful. The news of the entire Guyuan mountain range could not escape their hands. Suddenly, Lin Ling also thought of why Wanyan Shishir would appear here. It must be the news from the headhunters. Wanyan Shishir had bought this news from them and found Lin Ling's route. However, the headhunters only knew that he was coming this way, but they did not know the specific whereabouts of Lin Ling. The scourge of the prairie, to many miners, they hate that girl very much. At this moment, a low voice drifted out. Sir, don't ask too much about things that have nothing to do with you, and don't say too much. Be careful not to be headhunted. Lin Ling's voice also turned cold, causing the street to instantly fall silent. That elder is in Tianfeng restaurant. Finally, a voice drifted out, and at the same time, said, thank you for 10 billion royal crystals. The asking price was also extremely high. However, Lin Ling was not short of royal crystals now, so he placed the 10 billion royal crystals on the ground, and even took out another 10 billion royal crystals and threw them on the ground. He said indifferently, again, don't ask too much about things that have nothing to do with you, and don't say too much. He did not know if anyone had recognized him, but it was always right to be careful. He was not afraid of these headhunters, but he was afraid that they would spread the news. After saying this, Lin Ling did not say much and turned to leave. Sir, we don't know who you are, but someone is looking for this little girl. This is the news I know. Of course, this is only a rumor in our headhunter circle. No one can be sure if it's true or not. However, just as Lin Ling was about to leave, a voice drifted out, as if it was indebted to Lin Ling's 10 billion royal crystals tip. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned, but he walked further and further away. He was curious. Someone was looking for Xiaoluan? With Xiaoluan's strength, this should be impossible. However, this might just be a rumor. It had to be said that the headhunter's circle was strange. In the prairie, they killed anyone they saw and robbed treasures everywhere. However, in the big mines of Plentiful City, they were very well behaved and could give others the information they needed. Their existence was reasonable. No wonder they could survive in the prairie. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling asked passers-by and then went to Tianfeng restaurant. Tianfeng restaurant was not difficult to find. It was also one of the bigger restaurants in Plentiful City. Those martial artists who were tired from wandering outside would choose to have a good rest in this restaurant. Not long after, a simple wooden building began to appear in front of them. The wooden building was very tall, but it gave people a feeling of being patched up. It was not gorgeous at all. However, looking from afar, there were still many people entering one after another. Obviously, in a place like the prairie, this restaurant was considered to be very good. After a while, Lin Ling brought Xiaoluan into the restaurant. However, just as they passed through the door, a few figures walked over while drinking wine. They seemed to be chatting casually, but one of them accidentally bumped into Lin Ling. An expert. Sir, are you courting death? However, Lin Ling also spoke. His words caused those people to stop in their tracks, and the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. Hand it over. Otherwise, I don't mind breaking one of your arms. Lin Ling didn't look at them, but he spoke indifferently, and his voice was filled with killing intent. As for those people, they were still holding on to their wine jugs, and a murderous look appeared in their eyes. However, the golden-white evil spirit slowly turned around, revealing a strange face under the brim of its hat. A strange atmosphere enveloped those people, making it difficult for them to breathe. Return it to him. Seeing this, one of them finally spoke up. Then, a man who didn't look very tall appeared in his hand and handed a palm-sized bag to Lin Ling. This brocade pouch belonged to Lin Ling. This person had casually bumped into it and stolen it. However, there weren't many emperor crystals inside because Lin Ling had hidden all the precious treasures inside his ring, and this group of people were obviously used to robbing. If they encountered a martial artist who didn't react in time, they would leave after stealing. Of course, most martial artists were sensitive and could easily detect it. However, they had many people and were strong, so even if many martial artists detected it, they didn't want to cause trouble, so they chose to swallow their anger, unless the thief was very strong, such as the platinum evil spirit. Sorry. After handing over the brocade pouch, the man said respectfully. Lin Ling ignored him. He opened his palm, and a wisp of green smoke floated in his palm. When he grasped it, the green smoke instantly disappeared without a trace. The expression of one of them changed, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he forcefully suppressed it. This was because that wisp of green smoke was his innate skill. It could be hidden outside a martial artist's body, allowing them to easily follow the martial artist and find a deserted place to kill them and steal their treasures. However, he didn't expect that this invisible and colorless tracking smoke would actually be detected by this person, an expert, a true expert. Sir, I'm sorry. This time, the leader also bowed and gave a signal to the people inside the restaurant. He then said, Your Excellency's meals and drinks in the Tian Feng restaurant will be on us. Obviously, they were also regular customers. If they encountered a problem that they couldn't solve, they would treat the other party to a meal and drink to appease their anger. Under normal circumstances, in a place like Plentiful City, no matter how strong a martial artist was, they would not want to cause trouble, so they chose to keep the peace. Scram. Lin Ling was the same. Thank you, Your Excellency. Those people bowed again and walked away with their heads lowered. This made them even more terrified. Not only was this mysterious man powerful, but he also knew the rules of the Tao. This meant that this mysterious man was definitely not a newcomer to the prairie. Lin Ling turned around, held Xiaoluan's hand, and entered the restaurant. The restaurant was still bustling with noise, and all kinds of voices drifted out. It was as if no one had seen what had happened at the door. In reality, many people had seen it and were even more accustomed to it. However, through the previous incident, they also knew that the man in the cloak was not simple. He was not someone to be trifled with. As for this kind of person, they would usually choose to ignore him and not provoke him. After entering the restaurant, Lin Ling looked around and found a clean table and chair to sit down. Soon, someone placed wine and meat on the table. That was because Lin Ling's expenses were all paid for by the local tyrants. In order to satisfy Lin Ling, the restaurant sent a lot of food and wine. As for Lin Ling, he was still wearing his hat, giving off an unfathomable feeling. However, his soul force was also quietly spreading out. Because the restaurant was very big, there were hundreds of people. It was obviously not easy to find the elder of the immortal temple. However, when his soul force spread out, he immediately sensed that in the air above the restaurant, all kinds of energy were sweeping. Many were spying, some were alerting, and most were defending against others spying. This was really a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. Moreover, the strength of the people present was not weak at all. It made Lin Ling feel that the entire restaurant was like a world of its own, filled with chaotic battles. However, this kind of battle was a battle of vigor and sensitivity. All the guests were still drinking and eating, looking exactly the same as usual. Guest, please enjoy your meal. At this time, the waiter beside him left with a smile after putting down the food and wine. Slap. However, at this time, Lin Ling gently put down a small brocade bag on the table. The waiter was still smiling, but he quietly put away the small brocade bag and checked it carefully. Suddenly, his heart exploded. There were actually 300 million royal crystals in it. This was a huge sum of money for him. "Ancestor, what can I do for you?" The waiter almost knelt down to lick Lin Ling's shoes. "Do you know about the immortal temple?" Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and then looked at the wine cup in his hand and said. The waiter was stunned and suddenly smiled. Then, he dipped his finger in the water and drew an arrow on the table. Lin Ling was stunned because he was just trying his luck. He didn't expect the waiter to know. "Hee, ancestor, that old guy has been here for a month." It's hard not to know after a long time. As if he knew Lin Ling was surprised, the waiter bowed and said. Lin Ling nodded with satisfaction and put another 100 million royal crystals on the table. He said lightly, "I have something to ask you." "Let's go." "Thank you, ancestor." The waiter's mouth was almost crooked from smiling. He knew he had met a rich customer. After taking the money, he hurriedly left. Lin Ling didn't care about the small tip. His eyes followed the arrow formed by the waiter and filtered them one by one. Finally, it fell on an old man wearing a bamboo hat and a Buddhist robe. That old man was very thin, and he was drinking wine alone. Lin Ling immediately spread out his soul power across the hall and finally approached the old man. After a while, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile quietly. That was because he sensed an evil Buddha energy from the old man's body. It must be him. Standing up, Lin Ling led the golden white evil spirit and walked over step by step. At this moment, in the corner, the old man was drinking alone. On his thin face, there was a pair of cold eyes. His head seemed to be lowered, but he glanced around the hall from time to time. When he saw some good-looking women, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. His eyes seemed to be lustful. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly came and sat down at his table without waiting for him to speak. "Old master, it's a bit lonely to be drinking alone." The voice floated out with a faint smile. The old man frowned and turned his head to see a mysterious man in a wide cloak. He was just about to shout, "Get lost." However, at this moment, a palm suddenly fell on his shoulder. A powerful force pinched his collarbone, making it difficult for him to move. Translator, Transin editor, Transin genie had arrived, an expert. The old man instantly knew that there was an expert behind him. Even if he was not a half-step martial god, he was at least a martial god. "Sir, may I know what's the matter?" Finally, the old man spoke solemnly. However, the cloaked man beside him did not speak. Instead, he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, making him look even more mysterious. This also caused the oppressive atmosphere to quietly fill the air. Cold sweat trickled down the old man's forehead. He had a feeling that if this person wanted to harm him, he was afraid that no one present could help him. The oppressive atmosphere gradually reached its peak. At a certain moment, the old man almost wanted to fight to the death and rush out of the restaurant. However, at this moment, the voice finally rang out, "Why is the immortal temple going to the ancient dragon wasteland?" "For the divine fetus." The old man was relieved. He did not dare to hide anything and immediately spoke. His sweat had already fallen like rain. He knew that the immortal temple had offended many experts in Jiuzhou. If this person was here for revenge, with the mysterious expert behind him, he would definitely die here. Fortunately, this mysterious person did not seem to be here for revenge. Which direction did they go? The mysterious person was still tapping his fingers on the table. "I don't know about that. To be honest, I came too late. When I was planning to enter the ancient dragon wasteland, that place had already been sealed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been drinking in Plentiful City." The old man said honestly. "So, you are also looking for a way to enter the ancient dragon wasteland?" "Senior, that is indeed the case. However, the ancient dragon wasteland has been sealed by the deity's people. Unless the deity agrees, no one can enter. You may leave." After a while, Lin Ling finally spoke. The old man did not dare to stay any longer. Without saying a word, he bowed and strode away. When he stood up, his legs were trembling. However, Lin Ling was still drinking. Currently, he had already determined the whereabouts of the immortal temple and knew their purpose. However, the ancient dragon wasteland had been sealed. He had to find a way to enter. "Sir, there will definitely be a way to enter." At this moment, Xiaoluan beside him seemed to know Lin Ling's worries and comforted him. "Thank you, Xiaoluan." Lin Ling immediately replied with a smile, but his heart was still heavy. Because the person who sealed the ancient dragon wasteland was a god. Not to mention a mere Lin Ling, even a martial god would not be able to get close, unless he had Lei Gong's help. However, Lin Ling had no idea who Lei Gong was and where he was. While Lin Ling was deep in thought, a few more figures walked in through the entrance of the restaurant. These people had a noble aura and had long blonde hair. After entering, they looked around the hall with disdain. Then, they found a table and sat down. However, there were many people in the hall, so Lin Ling did not notice them. In contrast, after they sat down, they looked around casually. Suddenly, one of their faces flickered. "Exalted Genie, look." He pointed at Lin Ling's table and chair, indicating for the others to look over as well. In the end, all of them frowned, and a strong killing intent appeared in their eyes. That was because they recognized the girl. Wasn't she the one they had met in the ancient lake mine? This group of people was Priest Genie from the Golden God tribe. The Golden God tribe was extremely famous in the ancient Origin mountain range. They had a large number of people and were powerful. As long as there was a mine, they could use the mysterious mine to explode with several times their strength. Therefore, even human powerhouses did not dare to provoke them casually. "Exalted Genie, look. That martial god expert is also here." Someone suddenly sneered. He was pointing at the Platinum Evil Spirit in the cloak. Genie was very familiar with the Platinum Evil Spirit. In the past, it was because of this expert that he had been completely defeated. If that expert is here, it means that the cloaked man who was drinking wine is the despicable person from last time. Genie said coldly. Moreover, his name is Lin Ling. His voice became much colder when he said the last sentence. After leaving the ancient lake mine, he had asked around and finally found out who Lin Ling was. He had never expected that Lin Ling was also somewhat famous in the human world. However, the students from the various academies were very disdainful of this person and did not take him seriously. Moreover, what surprised him was that Lin Ling had many enemies. "Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road." Genie sneered. He exchanged glances with the others and waved his hand. A wine glass shot out like a cannonball. Moreover, the target of the wine glass was Xiaoluan. At this moment, Lin Ling was still drinking wine. However, when he sensed the unforeseen event, his expression changed instantly. Then, he pulled Xiaoluan over with one hand. As soon as he moved, the wine glass arrived and exploded. The entire table also exploded. Wine splattered everywhere, causing everyone in the hall to look over. "Drink, drink, drink. Sooner or later, you'll die from drinking. Lowly peasant, you didn't expect to meet us here, did you?" At this moment, Genie and the others all stood up with cold smiles on their faces. Their attitude could be said to be extremely arrogant. Not only Lin Ling and Xiaoluan, but even many people in the hall frowned. After all, everyone was eating peacefully, but these people suddenly attacked and destroyed other people's tables and chairs. Who wouldn't be angry? However, when they saw clearly who it was, many people swallowed their anger and swallowed their anger. The Golden God clan was obviously not someone they could provoke. "Are you very angry?" "Haha, this is just the beginning." Genie ignored the crowd and waved his right hand again. The wine and meat on his table all flew toward Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling's expression to darken. He waved his right hand and a surge of realm essence gushed out, blocking all the wine and meat. Lin Ling did not expect to meet Genie and the others here. Moreover, he guessed that Genie and the others must have recognized Xiaoluan and guessed that it was him. If he had known that these people were so despicable, he would have killed them in the ancient lake cave. Of course, Genie and the others were not weak. If he had really wanted to kill them, Lin Ling would have had to use his full strength. This was also the reason why Lin Ling did not attack back then. After all, Lin Ling was not at his peak at that time. "Are you very angry? Get over here." Genie had been humiliated by Lin Ling last time. Naturally, he vented all his grievances now. He knew that he was no match for the martial god. He might not even be a match for Lin Ling. However, this was their territory. In Plentiful City, the Golden God clan had more elites. "Get over here." The others shouted angrily, their auras overbearing. Lin Ling remained silent. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he quietly asked the golden white evil spirit to protect Xiaoluan. If there was a chance, they would immediately leave Plentiful City. After all, he knew that this was not a suitable place to fight. Genie and the others were even more elated when they saw Linling's silence. Don't dare to speak? Trash. Exposed, he naturally guessed Linling's fear. Due to the war of the martial gods, many strong people had gathered in Plentiful City, and many of them seemed to be Linling's enemies. How can you talk about martial arts when you're so sneaky? However, the more you want to hide, the more I want to say it. Genie sneered. If you want to die, you can try. Hearing Genie's words, Linling's eyes turned even colder. Hee, I'm so scared, I'm so scared. However, the more you don't let me say it, the more I want to say it. If you can't accept it, come and kill me. Hearing this, Genie's face was full of ridicule. She even used her palm to slap her cheeks, indicating Linling to come and kill her. You keep hiding your identity because you don't want others to know your name. Then I'll tell everyone that you're Linling from Snowwind Academy. In the end, Genie did not hide anymore and said Linling's name. That's the enemy of the Duan clan, the enemy of the New Heavenly Court, and the person that the E-Garden of the 36 Academies wants to teach the most. Oh, right, I seem to have heard that you even killed the son of a big shot of the 9 states' 10 evils. Ha ha ha, these people all want to harm you. Genie's voice was like thunder. Not only did the people in the restaurant hear it, even the people outside heard it. Linling, who is this? He seems to be very famous. I remember, the person who wants to challenge martial god seeking heaven's disciple. It's this guy? The crowd began to whisper among themselves. However, many people's eyes lit up instantly. That mysterious person was actually Linling? Bastard! Linling's heart was boiling with anger. He knew that this guy was doing it on purpose. Plentiful City had so many enemies. If Linling was exposed, the result could be imagined. Haha, carefree, carefree. On Genie's side, those people all laughed loudly. They could sense that Linling must hate them to the bone. He might even be crying now. Humph, this was the consequence of offending the Golden God clan. However, their guess was right. Linling was indeed furious, but since his identity had been exposed, what else was there to hide? Clearly, there was no need for that. Boom, his talents fused together, and his aura surged. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Linling's hand. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of a gold god tribe expert. That powerhouse was still laughing, but he couldn't laugh anymore, because a sword had already appeared in front of him. The person holding the sword was wearing a cloak, and the face under the hood was actually smiling. Furthermore, it was a sneer. Very happy, aren't you? Linling's voice also floated out from his mouth, causing that person's body to inexplicably tremble. Only now did he remember that framing Linling was indeed satisfying, but they also had to bear the brunt of Linling's anger. I am. That person quickly shouted angrily. Boom, mercury poured out, and the tyrant song sword slashed down like a heavenly blessing. That Golden God clan elite was directly slashed apart. He couldn't be more dead. That's right, I'm Linling. How about it? Linling's sword did not stop. With surging killing intent, he pounced on the others. Seeing this, Genie and the others' pupils constricted. At this moment, they seemed to have realized something. Previously, Linling was enduring. At that time, they should have stopped while they were ahead. However, they had shed all pretense of cordiality and even touched the taboo. This was equivalent to releasing a killing god. What did the current Linling have to fear? Oh no, everyone, be careful. A gold god tribe expert roared, but with a swoosh, a sword appeared in his chest. It was a sword that had pierced through his back. He lowered his head in disbelief. Am I going to die? Obviously, he had not expected that just drinking here would result in his soul returning to the underworld. What do you think? Linling pulled out the sword, and blood immediately gushed out. That expert couldn't be more dead, and he collapsed. This caused everyone in the restaurant to be in a state of panic. No one thought that Linling would dare to start a massacre here. One had to know that this was Plentiful City, where countless experts had gathered. Genie also knew of Linling's strength, so she immediately planned to leave the restaurant. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The people around Genie all rushed out of the restaurant crazily. One of them was slower, running and shouting at the same time. However, the Grim Reaper had already caught up to him. In front of him, a figure appeared and stopped him. "Don't kill me, I was wrong, I was wrong." The golden-haired expert directly knelt down. "The noble gold god tribe?" Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. The sword that was hanging on the ground rose up, swoosh, this person was split into two. Then, Lin Ling's cold eyes fell outside the restaurant, and more fell on Genie. These people did not let Lin Ling off easily, so Lin Ling would kill them all. Let's see who is more ruthless. "Your Excellency, they are from the Gold God tribe. Leave them some leeway in the future. Why do you have to be so aggressive?" However, at that moment, a half-step martial god realm old man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the restaurant and blocked Lin Ling's way. He had a kind face and a gentle smile on his face. "Just because he said your name, you want to kill all of them? That's too ruthless." This old man was obviously much more powerful than an ordinary half-step martial god. "It's none of your business, get lost." Lin Ling's face became even colder. "Your Excellency, I saw that it was not easy for you to cultivate, so I didn't attack you. If you forced me to attack you, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, you should leave. I won't attack you, but I can't let you kill the innocent." The old man was still smiling. Kill the innocent? It was easy for this expert to talk while standing there, wasn't it? His identity had been exposed by Genie and the others, which meant that Genie and the others had pushed him off the cliff. At that time, would this expert come to save him? Obviously, it was impossible. "Stop being merciful. If you don't get lost, don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Ling's voice was filled with murderous intent. His cloak danced in the wind as he moved. The old man sighed and shook his head. Why bother? Die. Lin Ling did not waste any more time. With a thought, the platinum malevolent spirit beside Xiao Luan lunged forward and grabbed at him. This caused the old man's expression to change. Because he'd noticed that Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't high. That was why he dared to step forward and help Lin Ling. However, he hadn't expected that Lin Ling actually had another martial god. Bang! The two of them collided with one another, causing the restaurant to collapse immediately. The old man's face turned pale when he sensed the strength of the platinum malevolent spirit. At this moment, he finally realized that this matter wasn't something he could comment on. "Your Excellency, I won't interfere in this matter." The old man finally yelled at Lin Ling. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling smirked. Without saying a word, he charged out of the restaurant and chased after Genie and the others, not interfering now. It was too late. Translator, Transin editor, Transin plentiful city was in turmoil. Moreover, if Lin Ling did not have the golden white evil spirit, Lin Ling would definitely be stopped by the old man. At that time, Genie and the rest would have run away. At that time, the old man could also leave as if it had nothing to do with him. "You." Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring him, the old man's face changed drastically. "That's enough. Hurry up and save me." However, what greeted him was the golden white evil spirit. Save him. The golden white evil spirit had already treated him as a spicy strip. At this moment, the street was quiet at first, but soon, anxious shouts could be heard. "Lin Ling is here, Lin Ling is here." The people who were shouting were obviously Genie and the rest. Swoosh. However, Lin Ling had already caught up from behind, and a sword slashed down from the sky. One of the people behind Genie and the rest was immediately killed. "Shout, shout, let the whole city know, but before I, Lin Ling, die, all of you will be buried with me." Then, Genie and the rest heard the crazy voice. As for where the gaze was, it was densely packed shadows. Evil ghost jellyfish, endless evil ghost jellyfish flew out. Moreover, the true inheritance dark sword also rushed out, mixed with rolling ancestral power, and went to wreak havoc on Genie and the rest. Genie and the rest used the powerful techniques of the Golden God clan, but it was useless. They were instantly killed by the true inheritance dark sword. At present, the true inheritance dark sword's ancestral power had reached 90%. Moreover, it was still increasing. The few people who were killed were immediately devoured by the evil ghost jellyfish, and finally turned into dried corpses. This person is so arrogant, he actually dares to kill people in Plentiful City. Because he is Lin Ling. I didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to come here. Is he crazy? Looks like there will be a good show to watch, but this Lin Ling is really bold. Hearing Lin Ling's name, some people were confused, but some people's eyes lit up, and the news spread like a snowball. Rumble. Then, the street shook and a figure flew backward. Then, he crawled on the ground, his face full of fear. So strong. Why is he even stronger than last time? This person was Jinyi's subordinate. Previously, he had followed Jinyi to the ancient lake mine, so he had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. However, he had never expected that Lin Ling would be even stronger than before. He did not know that at that time, Lin Ling had just fought the realm scorpion and his strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, they would not have had the chance to leave alive. Wait, this matter can be discussed. What happened before was just a misunderstanding. Seeing that Lin Ling was coming for him, the man immediately shouted. Misunderstanding? Lin Ling didn't even look at him. With a twitch of his brows, the true inheritance dark sword shot out and pierced through him. Almost at the same time, the ancestral power of the true inheritance dark sword touched upon the 100% threshold. Looking at Jinyi's group, there were only 2 people left. All of you, die. Lin Ling activated the true inheritance nether sword and the evil ghost jellyfish, attacking one of them. Instead, he pounced towards Jinyi. Rumble. All of a sudden, the battle here became even more intense. At the same time, in every corner of Fengdu City, news spread out like a rolling snowball. On the street, a large number of people with blue hair were slowly moving forward. They raised their heads and puffed out their chests, full of arrogance. However, when the news came from afar, their eyes instantly lit up. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling, kill him. The woman in the lead shouted ferociously. She was Princess Xue Wan. On the other side, a restaurant was booked by countless experts. They were all very old and had monstrous strength. In Jiuzhou, any one of them was an existence that surpassed the Emperor God, because they were people from the final world's Duan family. Sir, Lin Ling has come to Fengdu City. Someone suddenly reported. Lin Ling, the trash that defeated our Duan family's Duan Wuhan? Kill him. The murderous aura in the restaurant was monstrous. The Duan family was also on the move. However, this was not the end of it. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. An ancient bronze coffin appeared on a high platform in the mine. The ancient coffin was silent as it looked at the entire Fengdu City. Mr. Wanyan, can I sell you a piece of information? Suddenly, a voice quietly sounded. It was very strange, as if it was hidden in the wind. It was the Headhunter clan. If you have something to say, then say it. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The bronze coffin suddenly swayed and emitted a strong corpse aura. The Headhunter clan was obviously afraid, so he said anxiously, the Lin Ling you're looking for has appeared in Fengdu City. Bang! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the lid of the bronze coffin suddenly swayed violently, and the corpse aura became stronger. Kill him. The bronze coffin finally let out a hoarse voice. Then, the person carrying the coffin jumped down from the high platform. Moreover, a large number of imperial crystals were scattered on the platform. This made the Headhunter clan ecstatic. He quickly showed himself and collected the imperial crystals. However, halfway through, he suddenly let out a painful cry. Then, his whole body began to rot. Obviously, these imperial crystals had been poisoned, and he had been poisoned. Although he was hoping for a fluke and sold the information to Wanyan, the money of the strong was not so easy to take. Therefore, the money was given to him, but he had to die. This was also the fate of the Headhunter clan. For money, they could sell everything, but they could also be killed at any time. Young master, Lin Ling has appeared. As for the grassland outside Fengdu City, several white horses were slowly moving forward. These horses were very beautiful. They were pure white and their pupils were colorful. This was the dream horse, a remnant of the deity era. In front of the horses, a person knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Lin Ling. On the leading horse, a handsome man's pupils constricted. He was Duan Wuhan. He didn't expect to meet Lin Ling as soon as he arrived at Kaiyuan River, even though he wanted to participate in the Advanced Academy's training. Let's go and meet him. The entire Fengdu City was in an uproar because of Lin Ling's appearance. The commotion was comparable to the battle between the martial gods. In addition to those strong people, the experts of the Wentian Alliance had also received the news and were frantically looking for Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling and Wendian martial god had agreed to fight, and they did not dare to kill Lin Ling, they definitely wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Look, the smoke is billowing. I did not expect this small Lin Ling to cause such a commotion in Fengdu City. Yes, it seems like this is also an appetizer before the battle between the martial gods. However, I am curious. How can a small Lin Ling block the attacks of the experts from all sides? When the strong people heard the news, they became more and more curious. Die. On the street, the last person brought by Genie was also killed. Now, only Genie was left. At this moment, Genie's face was ugly. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and kill all of his people in such a short period of time. Noble Golden God clan, it's your turn now. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Madness. Are you surprised? You thought that I would run away or even be afraid after exposing me. You didn't expect that I would kill all of you. Lin Ling's voice drifted out. I underestimated you. Genie gritted his teeth and said word by word. Thank you for the compliment, but it's about time. Your death is here. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. The True Inheritance dark sword and the Wraith jellyfish flew back, and he pounced forward. Genie's heart instantly became serious. He clasped his hands together and the ground shook. A large amount of Emperor crystals appeared and merged into his hands, causing his arms to shine brilliantly. So many people want to kill you. Who knows, I might be the first one to kill you. Boom, a terrifying power erupted. Genie also turned into a ray of golden light and shot forward. Rumble, the two powerhouses clashed, and a storm swept out. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. A moment later, two figures also floated in the air. 80% of the ancestral power. Genie's hands clashed with Lin Ling's dominating sword, but his expression was serious. Because, after clashing with Lin Ling, he realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. Last time, Lin Ling had obviously hidden some of his strength. But, is it enough to kill you? Lin Ling sneered. After clashing with Genie, he realized that his opponent had a mysterious power that seemed to be able to use the endless Emperor crystals to increase his strength. This was similar to the Wood God clan, but one borrowed the power of the forest while the other borrowed the power of the Emperor. Crystals. It's not enough. On the contrary, it's enough for me to kill you. At this moment, Genie shouted fiercely. Suddenly, the light on his arm flowed like liquid metal, and when it came into contact with the tyrannical Song sword, it actually dyed the sword gold, and the ancestral power was immediately sealed. Moreover, this didn't stop there, and it actually dyed Lin Ling's arm gold as well. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Haha. Realizing this, Genie sneered and said, I'm the priest of the gold god. I have the means to connect with the gods. You, a mere human, have no right to be proud in front of me. The golden liquid began to appear on Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling seemed to have turned into a golden monster. However, Lin Ling, all of his power was sealed. Lin Ling's god clan's god. Of course, this was also because Lin Ling had been a little careless. He hadn't even figured out the Golden God clan's methods before casually attacking. Although Lin Ling's though, was sealed. Lin Ling, was that all? Whoosh whoosh. This caused Genie's expression to change, but he couldn't retreat at this moment. Otherwise, Lin Ling's seal would be crippled by half a step. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh Gene whoosh, Genie shouted, and a golden light appeared behind him. The surface of his body was enveloped by the golden light, and his entire being turned into a golden man. Treasure light soared into the sky. Ding ding dang dang, the True Inheritance dark sword shot behind him, but it seemed to have hit a metal wall. It didn't penetrate Genie's body. However, Genie's efforts were strenuous and unrewarding. Golden blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Of course, he also roared madly, you can't hurt me with less than 100% of your ancestral power. After I seal you, I'll turn your sword into scrap metal. His voice was filled with hysterical madness. What a strange method. In the distance of this street, people were watching the battle. Then, they exclaimed in surprise at the power of the Golden God clan, but at this time, the True Inheritance dark swords that were wildly attacking Genie began to quietly change. It was as if they were being incessantly attacked by the dark swords until they began to burn. Water-like flames appeared on those swords. Moreover, it was getting sharper and crazier. Whoosh, when it passed by Genie, it cut through the golden light on his body, causing his expression to change drastically. How could this be? This sword could actually grow by itself. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, even more swords arrived and pierced through his body, causing his chest to be riddled with holes. When he lowered his head, he was filled with disbelief and panic. Was he going to die? Looking at Lin Ling in front of him, he saw that Lin Ling had already recovered. The golden liquid had disappeared like a receding tide. At this moment, Lin Ling was coldly looking at him. Genie also sensed Lin Ling's cold gaze. He gritted his teeth and was about to say something. Whoosh! However, Lin Ling's dragon claw waved and directly blew his head apart. If I die, you won't be able to escape from Plentiful City. Genie's voice floated out, and he was only halfway through shouting when his head was separated from his body. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the martial artists trembled fiercely. This Lin Ling was really crazy. Before he died, he actually dragged Genie down with him. Poor Genie. He thought that by exposing Lin Ling's identity, he would be able to see Lin Ling die. In the end, he was just making a wedding dress for someone else. At the very least, he would not be able to see Lin Ling's death. On the contrary, Lin Ling was accompanied by Genie on the road to the underworld. You killed my tribe's priest. Go to hell. However, as soon as Genie died, a furious roar came from the sky. Along with it, an endless number of mineral veins rose and floated in the sky. They were densely packed. Lin Ling's eyes instantly narrowed. He knew that the person who had come was very powerful. If he had to give an example, he would be a top power at the half-step to martial god realm, the Grand Priest. Instantly, this phrase appeared in his mind: the Golden God tribe could move about freely in the human's mineral veins. This meant that this tribe had many top powers. The top power who had come out now must have a high position in the Golden God tribe. In fact, the Wood God tribe also had many top powers. However, they could not leave the forest. Boom! In the sky, a giant who was 100 meters tall came crashing down. His entire body was dazzling with golden light. At a closer look, it was an old man with long flowing hair. He was mighty like a King Kong descending to the mortal world. His golden hair was like the sun. Lin Ling, you're dead meat. Upon seeing the rich power from the person's body, many people on the distant street sneered. These people were from the Duan family. They had finally arrived. However, they did not attack at this moment. They were watching the show from afar. Of course, many people had the same thoughts as the Duan family. In comparison, there were strong and weak half-step to martial gods. For example, an ultimate desolate body below the 7th grade was considered inferior. A 7th grade ultimate desolate body was considered mediocre. An 8th grade ultimate desolate body was considered superior. Those above the 8th grade were considered superior. The Golden God tribe's Grand Priest was clearly one of the top emperors. Bang! The tall golden giant took a step on the ground. Countless houses floated up and tumbled along with the imperial crystals. Following that, the golden giant brought a large number of houses and imperial crystals over in a mighty manner. In mid-air, a golden palm the size of a small mountain appeared. It shook the heavens and earth. More and more top powers are coming. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He knew that this battle would be very intense. Furthermore, he knew that there were many people who were eyeing him covetously. However, since things had come to this point, he could only fight on. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Fight the High Priest. Bang! Lin Ling clenched the tyrannical song sword tightly, and the power of 15,000 worlds erupted. His 6 stanchions merged, and Lin Ling stabbed out. The sword was like a shooting star, and like a flying immortal, it reached the huge palm in an instant. Clang! A deafening sound rang out, and Lin Ling's sword was blocked. Moreover, a terrifying storm engulfed his body, and when he rushed into the sky, it actually caused a rainstorm to fall. Whoosh! The entire grassland seemed to have been broken. Strong winds blew, and the rain flowed backward. It felt as if the water of the Kaiyuan River was flowing down. However, the various experts ignored the rain. Instead, they watched the battle seriously, as if they were unwilling to miss anything. Boom! At this moment, the huge palm suddenly clenched, and an unprecedented power surged out. Lin Ling could not block it anymore, and he flew backward, smashing countless houses on the ground. This also shocked Lin Ling. His physical body was invincible, and in addition to his 6 stanchions and 80% of the ancestral power of the tyrannical Song sword, such a sword could not block the high priest's palm. Strong, he was indeed very strong. Lin Ling could also sense that the high priest's power seemed to be limitless in the area of the mine. The high priest could obviously borrow the power of the mines. Gold represented metal. Bang! Lin Ling forcibly stopped the momentum of flying backward, and then stomped his foot on the ground, causing all the houses around him to shatter. Then, he floated up. "Whoever comes to kill me, die." A crazy voice also floated out. With a wave of his hand, all the broken houses rushed forward, including the huge rocks on the ground, and after those houses, more than 9,000 immortal swords also moved. Finally, it was Lin Ling. His speed was not slow. And he caught up with all the broken houses in one step, and he stabbed out again. Rumble. The elder in front waved his right arm, and those houses immediately turned into dust. His outstretched palm suddenly clenched into a fist, and then he punched out. Half-golden frame fist. Layers upon layers of golden light bloomed, and with the fist as the center, it swept forward. Lin Ling's sword arrived at the same time, but it was blocked by the golden light wave. He was in a dilemma. Ding ding dang dang. On the other hand, the true inheritance nether sword shot out like a fish. Currently, it had reached 100% ancestral power. It was as if he had returned to the glory days of Li Xiaoyao. However, when it landed on the giant golden fist, it only left a few sword marks. Activate. At this time, the old man finally let out a low growl, and his fists were like cannons. Boom! A terrifying golden wave of light brewed to the limit and suddenly burst out. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling, who was in front of the fist, was sent flying backwards as if he had been torn apart by a gale. He smashed through a large number of houses, and a huge ditch appeared on the ground, extending into the distance. What terrifying power! The people in the distance all had solemn expressions. This battle between experts was truly intense. This Lin Ling is also powerful. I heard that he's from Snow Wind Academy. Damn, are all the experts of Snow Wind Academy so sharp? Don't underestimate Lin Ling. Although he's from Snow Wind Academy, his rise is beyond imagination. It's just that he's a little anxious. If he cultivates for a while more, he might be able to fight with the high priest. Yeah, he's going to be beaten to death. Everyone started whispering. In this world of the strong, there was no strongest, only stronger. Bang! At this moment, Lin Ling was sent flying into a wooden house, causing the entire wooden house to shatter. Heavy rain fell from the sky, forming bumpy puddles on the floor of the wooden house. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression was solemn. That guy's strength was beyond Lin Ling's imagination. Lin Ling could only use the God Steps and calamity-destroying Sun Bao. However, he knew that there were more enemies coming, and it was not suitable for him to use his trump cards. Go. He did not attack, but took a short break because he had already fought several people. Under his low roar, the true inheritance dark sword in front of him was like a swarm of locusts, constantly attacking the old man in the distance. However, the old man was like a giant, walking towards Lin Ling, completely ignoring the harassment of the flying swords. The true inheritance dark sword, after all, has not reached its limit. That trace of divine power has not been stimulated. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. After his rebirth, although he could easily control the true inheritance dark sword, it still could not reach its peak. He also tried to use Li Xiaoyao's method, but found that it was useless. It was as if it was a different person, and the way to control it was different. The 9,999 swords, after all, are not enough. If they can resonate, then they can form a terrifying sword. Lin Ling muttered to himself, and continued to meditate. However, those swords were still fighting on their own, and he could not find the feeling of resonance. If Lin Ling were to be compared to a general, then he couldn't have his troops work together in battle. He could only fight alone. The method is different from before, and the world is also different. However, I will definitely find that opportunity. Lin Ling did not give up, and he continued to control the flying swords, and continued to attack. Of course, the effect was weak. On the contrary, the golden giant was getting closer and closer. His feet stepped on the ground, and the earth continued to tremble. It was terrifying. Lin Ling's wooden house was constantly smashed by broken rocks and wood, causing the puddles on the ground to emit circles of ripples. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes focused, and he frowned at those ripples. Resonance. Every sword had its own personality, and they lacked resonance. The method to make them resonate was not from the outside world, but from the calm puddles. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have touched something, and his eyes focused. Go! Lin Ling shouted from his mouth, shoo! Shoo, shoo! Shoo! Flying swords flew out crazily, and it was as though a god had arrived, filling the sky with flying swords. Clang! Clang! This time, the golden giant was sent flying. The golden giant used his hands to block in front of him, and his huge wrists were riddled with holes. This made the high priest frown. That darn human brat seemed to have gained some insight? Scram! He roared, and a terrifying force exploded out like a gust of wind, sending all the flying swords flying. Following that, the high priest also lost his patience. He quickened his pace, and walked towards Lin Ling's house. At first, he walked quickly, but it gradually turned into a slow jog, and finally, a gallop. He was like the giant who chased after the sun in the ancient era of gods. Dong! Dong, dong! His feet stepped on the ground, and it was as though he was stepping on everyone's hearts. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. Lin Ling could not hold on any longer. At the same time, this thought arose in their minds. Die! Before he reached Lin Ling's wooden house, a huge golden fist the size of a small mountain glided across the ground. Wherever it passed, all the houses were blown apart like paper. At this moment, many people sneered, and some sighed softly. A strand of divine power. Milord. On the other side of the street, the golden white evil spirit carried Xiaoluan on its back. Xiaoluan looked at Lin Ling worriedly, his eyes moist. No one saw that her eyes had become pitch black and deep, and a strange invisible wave of air was also rolling. This was the power of the world will. Unfortunately, ordinary people couldn't detect this power at all. Boom! Almost at the same time, a deafening explosion sounded out. Lin Ling's wooden house exploded, and the buildings behind the wooden house were all swept away by the wild winds. This made everyone think that Lin Ling was dead for sure. However, the situation had changed because the fist that had been suppressing boundless power had been blocked, and it was unable to move forward even an inch. Under the heavy rain, the ground was hazy, but one could vaguely see the young man's long hair fluttering in the wind. His legs were wide open, and in each of his palms, which resembled dragon claws, was a sword. They were crossed in front of him, a sword, the Tyrant Song sword, a sword, the True Legacy Dark sword. The two swords crossed and actually blocked the punch from Yashitomo Masaru. This scene caused the hearts of the people of Fengdu City to explode. Lin Ling was a dual swordsman. The eyes of the burly golden god giant flashed. He could feel a divine and dignified power from his fist. This also let him know that this was the power of a god. His heart instantly exploded, rumbling non-stop. A junior of the intermediate martial progenitor realm possessed the force of a god. After all, the energy of the gods was even more magnificent and ferocious than the energy of the ancestors. Because this energy came from the era of the gods, and it was even more so because the energy of the gods represented a strand of the laws of the universe. If one had to describe it, it would be the ability to incinerate mountains and boil seas, the ability to summon wind and rain, and in the 9 prefectures, those who possessed the power of the gods were undoubtedly the outstanding talents of the 9 prefectures, the ultimate pillars of the world. Moreover, he knew that such a person would only appear in the realm of gods. It's that sword. Suddenly, the old man's eyes narrowed, and his gaze fell onto the 2 m-long sword that was enveloped in green light. He instantly guessed that the young man before him had not comprehended the godly force, but was relying on the power of the godly sword. That being said, even though the godly sword was sharp, it still required the strength of the wielder. At the very least, he had never seen a martial progenitor being able to control a godly weapon with the godly force. Brat, relying on external items won't last long. The old man let out a low roar. His huge fist absorbed the power of the mineral veins and smashed out again, and in front of the giant fist, Lin Ling crossed his swords. From the body of the True Inheritance Dark Sword, he could feel a raging fighting spirit. The True Inheritance Dark Sword, everything had returned to its peak. Right now, the 18 swords had merged into one and were resonating with each other. Moreover, because the True Inheritance Dark Sword in his left hand was emitting a sharp aura, it caused the tyrannical Song sword in his right hand to hum continuously, as if it was unwilling to fall into a disadvantageous position. Therefore, the huge sword was emitting killing intent and demonic aura, which lingered around the huge sword, causing the tyrannical song sword to seem as if it was burning. The tyrannical song sword was powerful and decisive. It was a demonic sword. The true inheritance dark sword was unstoppable and as elegant as an immortal. It was a divine sword. Dual sword style? The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a smile. The realm essence in his body flowed into the true inheritance dark sword, and the godly and demonic force flowed into the tyrannical song sword. He held the two swords tightly, and like Hoi shooting the sun, he fiercely swung them toward the sky. Rumble, two bottomless sword marks appeared on the huge fist that was smashing toward him. Moreover, a huge amount of power surged out and slashed the fist that was flat on the ground toward the sky. Under the fist, Lin Ling's two swords glided along the ground at an incomparably fast speed. What? Seeing this ferocious scene, everyone's eyeballs seemed as if they were about to fall out. Previously, Lin Ling was clearly struggling on the verge of death. How did he suddenly erupt with such terrifying power? When they looked at the high priest of the Golden God race, his pupils trembled violently. Then, he roared, "Die, cockroach!" He suddenly retracted the fist that Lin Ling had swung into the air. Then, he crazily smashed the ground like a meteor, causing the ground to explode, creating crater-like holes. Moreover, his other fist did not stop. Both fists bombarded the ground in turn. From afar, it was as if a giant was constantly punching below him, and the young man holding the two swords was like an agile squirrel, constantly dodging those meteorite fists. Moreover, the young man was getting closer and closer to the giant. Such an intense battle had undoubtedly broadened everyone's horizons. Or crystals. When the old man saw that he could not catch Lin Ling's figure, he sneered. Countless or crystals shot out, chasing after Lin Ling like locusts. Then, he suddenly retracted his right fist and once again swept along the horizon like a siege chariot, with the giant fist in front and the ore crystals behind. Lin Ling was clearly fighting like a cornered beast. Rumble, when the giant fist swept across, everything on the ground exploded, but at the same time, Lin Ling disappeared. Is he dead? I don't know. His speed is too fast. It's definitely 1,500 world speed. It's beyond my pursuit speed. The high priest of the Golden God race's punches are also very fast. Coupled with those mysterious ore crystals, it would be fine if Lin Ling was far away, but if he was close to the high priest, the result would be, many people were talking excitedly. Look. However, at this moment, someone pointed in front of them in disbelief. Above the giant fist sweeping across the ground, a figure appeared strangely. Then, it landed on the fist's arm and started running along the arm, and their target was the high priest of the Golden God. Chi. This scene was earth-shattering, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, you're really agile. The Golden God high priest's eyes narrowed. He stared at the cockroach running on his arm, and his eyes turned red with anger. However, it was difficult for him to retract his ferocious fists in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only watch as the cockroach got closer and closer to him. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also jumped up and appeared above the Golden God high priest's head. His long hair danced wildly, and his dark skin looked even more strange. Coupled with the endless jellyfish tentacles behind him, Lin Ling looked like a demon king at this moment. Of course, the most dazzling thing was the two swords in his hands. When he raised them high, they were like the light of the sun and moon. True. Transmission. Hades. A cold voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth. Then, everyone saw Lin Ling holding the two swords and slashing down from the sky. The two swords seemed to be opening an ancient door to the gods. Clang, two straight and blinding sword lights appeared, hundreds of meters long. They fell from the sky and landed clearly on the Golden God high priest's body. Bang. Translator, Trans and editor, Trans and the Duan family attacked. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. You destroyed my body of the god of mines. Finally, a hoarse voice drifted out. It was the high priest of the golden deity. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling in disbelief. However, Lin Ling was indifferent and said nothing. The sneer on his lips deepened. Destroy. Destroy. Rumble, a terrifying thing happened. The sword light on the body of the high priest of the golden deity became even more dazzling. Then, cracking sounds could be heard. Under countless gazes, the huge giant was cut in half. His body was separated. After the separation, a ferocious and ancient power erupted. Then, the body that was cut in half exploded. Rumble, endless royal crystals rained down like rain. It was extremely beautiful. The high priest of the golden deity's technique obviously came from the royal crystals in the mine. However, after being killed by Lin Ling, all the royal crystals disintegrated. Therefore, the royal crystals were scattered all over the ground. In the rain of royal crystals, the young man stood with his sword in hand. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The true inheritance dark sword at its peak was indeed terrifying, because, to be able to kill this tough royal crystal giant, he had relied on that strand of divine power. Of course, Lin Ling could also sense that the true inheritance nether sword in his hand was nearing the stage of dissipating. Clearly, there was a limit to the power of divinity in this sword. Once this power was exhausted, the sword would return to its original state. It would need a certain amount of time to gather that powerful power of divinity again. What sharp swords! At this moment, everyone on the ground was looking at Lin Ling. They never thought that Lin Ling would be able to kill the high priest of the Golden Deity clan. He's really powerful. Compared to when he defeated young Master Duan, his strength seems to have increased again. On a high platform in the distance, the experts of the Duan family stood there. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. It's all because of that sword. However, a thin and weak old man also spoke. When these words came out, many people nodded. Currently, Lin Ling's strength was indeed terrifying, but it did not shock them. The main thing was that they knew that Lin Ling had defeated Lin Ling before. Therefore, they were a little familiar with Lin Ling's strength. What shocked them was that sword. Currently, Lin Ling is a minor celebrity in the final world. He is 9 states, continents, 9 prefectures. He is undying. This time, it was a short and fat old man, but his words caused many people's eyes lit up. Although, the Duan family, and Lin Ling, martial god of the heavens, of the Duan family martial god. Of course, Duan family's is heavenly god. Was heaven's Duan family. Ling's to heavens. Of God nations Renan ice of God moon. Is. On origin blood Jiang Transin. Ted to the Duan family. As soon as these words were spoken, 2 streams of light shot forward. This also caused the Duan family alliance's experts to narrow their eyes. They looked to their sides in disbelief and saw that there were 2 empty seats beside them. It turned out that the black and white elders had already made their move. Bastard! Many people cursed out of jealousy. Without a doubt, the Duan family had already issued a huge reward for Lin Ling daring to humiliate the Duan family martial god. Those who killed Lin Ling would be heavily rewarded. As for the black and white elders, they had made the first move. They were very unhappy that they had snatched the lead from them. Lin Ling seems to be a little weak. Look, more and more experts from the Golden God clan are coming. However, their high priest is dead, so they don't dare to make a move for the time being. They are waiting for an opportunity. Lin Ling is now like a wolf. Anyone who dares to kill him will be bitten in the back. Unless they have absolute confidence in themselves, they shouldn't dare to act recklessly. The onlookers stared ahead with excitement in their eyes. That's nothing. Look over there. That's an expert from the Water God clan. Their general is also here. I heard that he's also here to kill Lin Ling. F***ck, how many people did this Lin Ling offend? Both clans want to kill Lin Ling? I heard that there are many people who want to kill Lin Ling. There's also a real big shot. He's the leader of the place of eternal rest. Unfortunately, it's not that leader's turn because someone has already made a move. It looks like it's someone from the Duan family. On the high platforms in the distant mine, many people were discussing animatedly. They did not expect that Lin Ling's situation would not only not improve, but become even worse. The Duan family and the Water God clan were existences that could not be underestimated. Hehe, Lin Ling, I'm from the Duan family. My name is Duan He. I'm the one who will take your life. Black celestial chi churned like a demonic cloud. An old man's ferocious face appeared within it, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. I'm Duan Bai. Beside him were white clouds floating in the air. They were as ethereal as immortals, the Duan family's 2 elders, black and white. Although the 2 of them were not very talented, they were half-step martial gods. Moreover, they had cultivated for more than 10,000 years. Their ancestral power had long reached the peak level. Perhaps if Lin Ling had not fought the high priest of the golden deity, he would still have a glimmer of hope, but now, this hope was clearly only 40%, of course, in the eyes of the two elders, the hope was only 10%, in fact, they were a little embarrassed to join forces. After all, it was a little unreasonable for the two of them to suppress an ant that was about to die. It was like killing a dog. Clearly, one sword could kill it. Why did they need two swords? Therefore, the two of them looked at each other. In the end, Elder He made the first move. On the other hand, Elder He chuckled and sped up a little. Surging ancestral energy slapped out with overwhelming force. This was the first time he had seen Lin Ling. However, he had heard of him for a long time. This was because the pride of the Duan family, Duan Wuhan, had suffered at Lin Ling's hands time and time again. The Tower of the Gods, the E-Garden, therefore, to the Duan family, Lin Ling was a detestable cockroach. However, now, he wanted to see how detestable Lin Ling was and how arrogant he could be. As he thought of this, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. There was even a hint of playfulness in his eyes. However, in reality, Lin Ling was still standing on the ground. He seemed to be recovering something. He also seemed to know that he could not hold on any longer. Therefore, he simply allowed Elder He to attack. In the eyes of the others, Lin Ling was indeed like an ant that could be crushed by anyone. This was because Lin Ling had already defeated several experts in a row. Even a ferocious tiger would tire him out. Cripple him first. The dense black aura was like a blade that cut open the sky above the mine. This also caused the experts of the gold gods and wood gods to finally curl their lips. Then, they laughed loudly. However, they did not see the cold smile on Lin Ling's face as he stood on the ground. Indeed, he was currently resting and recovering the strength he had expended. However, this did not mean that he was an existence that could be trampled on. Because the two swords in his hands were still sharp, moreover, he saw that more and more enemies were coming. Therefore, he did not intend to use his full strength immediately. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations fight against the heavens seeking alliance again, rumble, the dark clouds were heading straight for Lin Ling's head. However, at that moment, there was a loud explosion and the terrifying dark clouds were blocked. Then, the dark clouds exploded and a burly figure appeared before everyone's eyes. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Elder He's head. Elder He felt a splitting headache and he lost all his strength in an instant. The big hand that was holding his head was too terrifying. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, there was a bang, and his head was forcefully squeezed until it exploded. Brain juice and blood flowed out. It was a shocking scene. A half-step martial god had died just like that. Moreover, his head had exploded. What? What happened? The people from the Duan family were dumbfounded. Not long ago, they were jealous of Elder He and Elder He. They were envious that they had made the first move. Brother He. Elder He, who was in the sky, was stunned. He screamed in pain and then charged toward Lin Ling desperately. I want your life. I want your life. Apparently, he was so angry that he had lost his mind. However, before the rolling clouds could get close to Lin Ling, another big hand grabbed at him. There was a loud bang and Elder He's head was also grabbed in midair. He struggled with all his might and his eyes were bloodshot. Who are you? Why are you helping him? He roared angrily. However, what greeted him was a head explosion. Bang, brain juice and blood fell from the sky and Fengdu City became even quieter. The people looked at the burly figure in midair and licked their lips. The mysterious figure was grabbing Elder He and Elder He with both hands. He looked like a puppet of the god of slaughter. Since he could easily kill Elder He and Elder He, he must be a martial god. At that moment, an unknown danger spread like the wind and many people became serious. They looked at Lin Ling again and immediately realized that the smile on Lin Ling's face had become wider. It was a sneer. It was as if he was saying, if you want to kill me, then come. A bodyguard at the martial god realm is really powerful. No wonder you dare to fight with senior sister Long. However, don't tell me you want to rely on your bodyguard for the fight in 3 years? However, at this moment, a sneer suddenly sounded. In the distance, a large number of people wearing neat armor walked out step by step. Their auras were extremely extraordinary, like an army. and even more so, like the proud sons of the heavens. Furthermore, their armors were exactly the same. On the chest of their armors, 2 words were engraved, Wendian. Although these 2 words were inscribed in an ordinary manner, they represented supreme honor. Because of this, they walked with their chests puffed out, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't be able to see their armor. This was the heaven-seeking alliance. The alliance formed by the elites of the new heavenly court could only be joined by true experts who had passed the test of the new heavenly court. It was under the control of Martial God Tian, and they would only listen to his orders. Looking at this group of people, everyone's hearts beat wildly. Could it be that they were here for Lin Ling again? Speaking of which, could it be that Lin Ling had offended all the powerhouses in the world? Martial God Tian's men? At this moment, Lin Ling looked at them and realized that they were not weak. They were all at the half-step to Martial God realm. In terms of talent, they were all grade 7, and a few of them were grade 8. Martial God Tian was indeed powerful. After the fall of the heavenly court, he had rebuilt the new heavenly court and gathered such a group of experts in such a short period of time. Looking at the God Slayer alliance, the most powerful people were young Beast Master, Sakura, and a few others. No wonder no one thought highly of him. Lin Ling, I am Lan Nai. Yes. A man with blue hair walked out and said as he spread his hands. This man was one of the grade 8 talent desolate body, and he seemed to be one of the leaders. Moreover, he was also an expert from the academy, ranked 300 on the divine list. Do you dare to take your bodyguard away? That man said. Because of the agreement, I will not kill you. I do not want to be scolded by Lord Wendian. However, Lord Wendian has no objection to defeating you. That man said. Moreover, you want to fight Senior Sister Long. Let me tell you, Senior Sister Long is 10 times stronger than me. If we fight, I will be defeated in 3 moves. That man said. If you can't even defeat me, then there is no need for 3 years. You should go to Lord Wendian and kneel down to admit defeat. That man said. His voice was filled with contempt and disdain. If he was an impulsive person, he would not be able to swallow his anger. Lin Ling could naturally hear the provocation in his voice. He shook his head and said with a smile, you really know how to pick a time. You are not weak. Even if you can't defeat me, you can exhaust a lot of my energy. At that time, it will be easier for others to kill me. Therefore, although you don't seem to want to kill me, in fact, you want to push me into the abyss. That man said. You can think of it that way. However, I also think that you are afraid. That man said. Lan Nai shrugged his shoulders and smiled harmlessly. However, his smile was somewhat repulsive. At present, there were indeed many people eyeing Lin Ling covetously. If Lin Ling and Lan Nai expended too much energy, then how would Lin Ling face the experts from all sides? Seeing this, those who wanted to harm Lin Ling sneered at this moment, especially the Golden God clan and the Wood God clan. They had been eyeing Lin Ling covetously, waiting for the time when the crippled wolf was exhausted. I don't believe that he can escape today. Princess Shui Wan said malevolently. Your Highness, this lowly slave will definitely die today. Moreover, he will not be able to escape from Fengdu City. Next to her, a man with long blue hair said indifferently. He was not afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had a martial god realm bodyguard, so it was better to be careful. So, do you dare? If you don't, then kneel down. At this moment, Lan Nai suddenly shouted angrily, you dare to fight Senior Sister Long? You don't know your limits. Bang, however, as soon as he finished speaking, the ground in front of him exploded and countless royal crystals floated up. Among them, a figure shot out like a shooting star. It was Lin Ling. He had finally made his move. Seeing this, Lan Nai could not help but smile. The people behind him also smiled. They had not expected Lin Ling to really dare to fight. Senior brother Lan, be careful. I heard that this person has a strange power that can seal people. Moreover, his talent can be stacked. Although he has fought many people before, we have to be careful when cornered. Although someone was laughing, he still reminded Lan Nai. Don't worry. Although I can't kill him, he can only dream of defeating me. Lan Nai seemed arrogant and unruly, but he was actually very scheming. What he had said before was actually just to lure Lin Ling into a trap. He could also let the new heavenly court see Lin Ling's strength through the battle with Lin Ling. He could also let Longyang know the limits of her opponent's current strength in the battle 3 years later. Boom. I'll torture you like I'm torturing dogs. As for Lin Ling, who was shooting over, his figure suddenly changed. His black skin disappeared like a receding tide, and his dragon claws also disappeared. This stunned Lan Nai. He was very familiar with Lin Ling and knew that when the latter's talents were stacked, he could transform into a monster. But now, Lin Ling seemed to have retracted the stacking of talents. Is this guy stupid? Lan Nai frowned and looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at an idiot. Without the enhancement of his talents, Lin Ling's strength was at most an ordinary intermediate martial progenitor. In terms of talent alone, he could easily defeat his opponent. However, Lin Ling did not stop there. He even put away the tyrannical song sword. Have you given up on yourself? Lan Nai almost laughed out loud. Without the big sword, Lin Ling could only rely on the sword in his hand. At this moment, Lan Nai almost wanted to retract his aura and even let go of one hand. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even the spectators were shocked. In the end, the doubts in their hearts could only be expressed in one sentence: he had given up on himself. However, this was also normal. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, being surrounded by so many experts, it was inevitable that he would feel dispirited. After all, the experts that had appeared so far were only the tip of the iceberg. The martial god realm experts had yet to show themselves. Ha ha ha. Princess Shui Wan let out a charming laugh. It seemed that there was no need for the Water God clan to make a move, and at this time, Lin Ling had finally arrived in front of Nan Nai. The true inheritance dark sword that was on the verge of collapsing was firmly grasped by him. With this sword, he would defeat Nan Nai. However, Lan Nai was flabbergasted. He turned his head and said to the people behind him, "This guy is holding a sword that is about to shatter to fight me. Brothers, is he giving up or does he think I'm too weak?" Ha ha ha. Laughter could be heard from the Heaven-Seek Alliance because only they knew how strong Lan Nai was. Although Lin Ling's sword was powerful, everyone could see that it was on the verge of collapse. It might not be difficult to use it to kill a martial progenitor, but it was obviously impossible to use it to kill a half-step martial god. Behind them, a few people riding on white horses appeared. They calmly looked at the scene and a handsome young man in the lead smiled disdainfully. Trash Lin Ling is so lucky. If the experts of the Heaven-Seek Alliance, I would have trampled him under my feet. Brother Wuhan, are you confident that you can defeat him? At this moment, Duan was Duan. However, when the young girl mentioned Lin Ling, Duan Wuhan's face turned ugly. Although he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling, he had always been humiliated by Lin Ling Shaoli. To tell you the truth, I've been defeated by him before. However, my life has never been smooth sailing. My charm doesn't lie in how strong I am, it lies in where I fall and where I stand up. After the battle at the Yi Garden, I'm no longer the same person I used to be. Duan Wuhan did not hide the past shameful days and spoke lightly. However, his words were full of confidence in his own martial arts. Brother Wuhan, I believe in you. Next to him, the beautiful girl's eyes immediately emitted a scorching light. She came from a duke's mansion in the final world. Because of her father's arrangement, she had been training with Duan Wuhan. During their time together, Duan Wuhan had taken a liking to her, so he wanted to use his own ability to win her heart. Now, Duan Wuhan noticed that this beautiful girl was moved by him. Lin Ling is no match for me. However, if he can't even defeat Lan Nai, then he doesn't have the right to fight with me. After all, I am now ranked in the top 300 of the gods list. Duan Wuhan said word by word. The conversation between the two seemed to be slow, but in fact, it was not long. Looking at Lin Ling's side, his sword had already slashed down. As for Lan Nai, after a disdainful smile, he put his hands together and a huge blue lotus bloomed. It was beautiful and sacred. Clang, the sword slashed on the blue lotus and passed through it. Then, the whole sword burst open, turning into 18 long swords and scattered on the ground. The sword had completely collapsed. This scene finally caused everyone to laugh. Lan Nai also had a smile on his face. However, at this time, his pupils suddenly trembled and he could not believe what he saw. This was because at this moment, the blue lotus covering his body was starting to crack. Boom. Then, it exploded. Crack. Cracks also appeared on Lan Nai's body. It was as if someone was grabbing his arms and violently pulling them apart. No. Lan Nai screamed in horror, but he could not stop the mysterious force. He could not help but look at Lin Ling, only to find that Lin Ling had a disdainful smile on his face. Long Yang defeated you in 3 moves. I only need 1 move to torture you. After saying this, Lin Ling picked up the True Inheritance dark sword on the ground as if there was no one around. This was because he had used the last wisp of divine power of the True Inheritance dark sword on Lan Nai. Although this divine power was much weaker, it was not something that Lan Nai could block. The reason why he did this was to tell Martial God Wen Tian, the new heavenly court, and the final world, it was too early to determine the outcome of the battle. 3 years later, boom, as Lin Ling continued to pick up the sword, Lan Nai finally exploded. He died in the same way as the Grand Priest of the Golden Deity. The experts of the Wentian Alliance could only laugh, but their eyes were trembling, the eyes of the surrounding experts shuddered. Lin Ling's sword was too powerful. It had killed the Grand Priest of the Golden Deity and a half-martial god realm expert. The funny thing was, Lan Nai had thought that Lin Ling had given up on himself. It turned out that was not the case. Lan Nai was not strong enough for Lin Ling to use his full strength. He was only strong enough for Lin Ling to use 1 move. Long Yang defeated Lan Nai in 3 moves, but Lin Ling defeated him in 1 move. Someone suddenly said in a serious tone. He only relied on that sword. However, someone insisted. However, the others ignored him. After all, they were not against using artifacts in the battle. 3 years later, taking a step back, to be able to use such a terrifying artifact, this also showed Lin Ling's ability. Brother Duan Wuhan, he is so powerful. Can you beat him? On the other side, the girl riding the white horse looked at Lin Ling in shock. She did not expect Lin Ling to win. However, beside her, Duan Wuhan gritted his teeth and remained silent. During this period, his strength had greatly improved. He had defeated many experts and stepped into the top 300 of the divine list. He believed that if he saw Lin Ling again, he could easily defeat Lin Ling. However, now, the confidence in his heart seemed to have been struck by lightning and was quietly disintegrating. He knew that he still needed to work harder. Blue veins appeared on his forehead. It was caused by anger because he was already so strong. However, Lin Ling was stronger than him. How could he accept this? Lin Ling was risking his life. Seeing that Lan Nai had been killed, the crowd's expression turned grave. They finally realized how terrifying Qin Haodong was. He had already killed a few half-martial gods. It was as if he was undefeatable among the half-martial gods. Of course, this had also aroused the crowd's desire to kill him. The Golden God Tribe, the Water God Tribe, the Duan Clan Alliance, the Wentian Alliance, and Duan Wuhan. Then, let me have a taste of your strength. At that instant, a stronger expert finally made his move. As soon as he made his move, the river trembled and the ocean boiled. The person who had made his move was a martial god realm expert, the great general of the Water God Tribe. I'll kill him. You guys stop the martial god realm expert. The man had long blue hair and an awe-inspiring aura. The moment he flew up, countless waves surged from the grassland in the distance like thousands of horses galloping. Hearing his words, many experts of the Water God Tribe charged out. They did not attack Lin Ling, but the Golden White Evil Spirit. Furthermore, the experts of the Golden God Tribe seized the opportunity to suppress the Golden White Evil Spirit. The people of the Duan Clan Alliance realized that as long as the martial god realm expert was alive, Lin Ling would not die either. Therefore, they had made their move. The entire Fengdu city was in chaos. The experts from various factions had finally run out of patience. When Lin Ling was exhausted, they planned to join forces to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes also turned red as he looked at the gangsters who were laughing coldly and with bloodshot eyes. Although he knew that this would happen sooner or later, he did not expect these people to join forces so shamelessly and plan to kill him with a sea of people. Hee, lowly commoner, do you know pain now? As the crowd was laughing coldly, Princess Shui Wan's sharp voice could be heard. That great general is one of my men. She pointed at the blue-haired man floating in the air with a smug look on her face. As a matter of fact, as the princess of the Water God Tribe, she was extremely beautiful. However, due to her hatred, her face was twisted. You and Genie are both scum. If there's a chance, I'll send you to see Genie. Seeing the princess, Lin Ling also smiled and said with a grin on his face. Back in the ancient lake cave, it was Princess Shui Wan who scolded little Luan and wanted to seize Lin Ling's treasures. However, Lin Ling only defeated them. Even though part of the reason was that Lin Ling wasn't strong enough back then, at the very least, Lin Ling spared their lives. However, not only was this Princess Shui Wan not grateful to Lin Ling, she was aggressive and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Idiot, no one has ever been able to be arrogant in front of me. Humans have never been arrogant, let alone us Protoss. Princess Shui Wan shouted and mocked. Now, you should think about the consequences because that martial god won't be able to save you, ha ha ha. At the end of her sentence, she threw her head back and laughed out loud. Behind her, the Water God clan's members also burst into laughter. Next were the Gold God clan, the Duan Family Alliance, and the Heaven Seeker Alliance. Their laughter reached the horizon. Lin Ling's face was as cold as ice. He had killed many people in his life and he had also killed many despicable people. However, Princess Shui Wan was one of the people he wanted to kill the most. I've already found out that you have many relatives and friends in the human world. They're in Qingzhou and I'll kill them all. Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, Princess Shui Wan felt even more carefree. The ferocious expression on her face turned into a vicious one. Lin Ling was indeed silent at the moment. As he watched the bandits besieging the golden white evil spirit, more and more veins crawled up his eyes. Eat, eat, eat. Although the golden white evil spirit was powerful, it was besieged by too many experts. The weakest of these experts was at the half-step martial god realm and there were even a few martial god realm experts among them. As for the golden white evil spirit, it kept exploding. However, despite having no spiritual intelligence, it was loyal and devoted. It kept recovering and tried to protect Lin Ling. This caused the experts who were attacking it to laugh out loud. They took turns attacking it as if they were teasing a dog. Lin Ling, you have to end this quickly because an even more powerful martial god is coming. The giant ghost beside Lin Ling said with a serious expression. Fight my ass. If you want to kill, then kill them all. At worst, we'll die together. As Lin Ling looked at the golden white evil spirit with bloodshot eyes, a strong killing intent bloomed in his heart. It surged into his limbs and bones like a tide and even reached his mind. Since he had gone to the final world, Lin Ling had been restraining his killing intent because he was under the watchful eyes of the gods. The years of fighting in Jiuzhou had also been sealed in the depths of his mind. However, now, this strong killing intent had begun to explode as if it wanted to devour its master. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Behind Lin Ling, the tyrannical song sword that had been sheathed began to vibrate even more violently. All of you, die. Lin Ling's eyes seemed to be shrouded in demonic aura as they turned pitch black. He raised his hands and the dragon pearl appeared. Two golden white evil spirits appeared. Then, a mighty group of dragon demons rushed out as if they had opened the gates of the demonic world. Moreover, he stretched out his left hand and a vine shot out, covering the entire sky of Plentiful City. Then, it turned into a huge primeval forest that suppressed down. The saw-like vines spun wildly as if they were trying to strangle every villainous person. Today, Lin Ling was just passing by. He only wanted to find news of Anuer. However, these enemies came to him one after another and took the opportunity to surround and kill Lin Ling, making it impossible for Lin Ling to escape. Since it was like this, Lin Ling could kill one, but killing two would be a gain. Rumble. When all the dragon demons appeared, killing intent filled the air and shook the heavens and earth. Those dragon demons had reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm. When they rushed out, their dense dragon chi swept across the area. What? Where did these demonic beasts come from? No, save me. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. In an instant, countless people were killed and injured. The ancient city was dyed red with blood. The sky of the ancient city was filled with killing intent. At this moment, these people obviously could not laugh, especially those who were besieging the golden white evil spirit. At this moment, fear was written all over their faces. With the help of the dragon demons, the golden white evil spirit had been revived and was eating people crazily. The people in the distance were all shocked. They had not expected Lin Ling to be able to fight back like this when he was on the verge of death. Kill him, kill him. Princess Shui Wan's body shook and her face turned red. Suddenly, a strong sense of anger rose in her heart. That was because Lin Ling could still fight back. Whoosh, along with her voice, the water god general finally made his move. He raised his hands to the sky and then pushed fiercely in Lin Ling's direction. Outside Plentiful City, the water raged lions roar, the grassland was submerged and the rolling sea was surging toward Plentiful City. At a closer look, among the rolling waves, countless lions formed by water opened their mouths and drowned everything. This water came from the Kaiyuan River. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. Even a martial god was killed. Is this the method of the water god race? All the powerhouses in the city looked into the distance with grave expressions. The water god race? How dare they be so arrogant as to cause such a bloodbath in my territory? At this moment, in a room in Plentiful City, a man slowly raised his head. His eyes were calm, but there was a sharp glint in them. This person was the unrestrained sword martial god. He was one of the top 10 martial gods in Jiuzhou and came from the Sky Sword Academy, one of the 36 academies. His unrestrained sword had dominated the final world. However, just as he was about to react, his eyes suddenly changed slightly. He slowly looked into the distance, because he saw a huge continent slowly flying over in the distant sky. At this moment, the sharp glint on his body became even more intense. He opened his palm and a palm-sized sword slowly rotated. A Yuan venerate martial god has finally arrived. He also muttered to himself. At this moment, no one knew that a battle between martial gods was about to begin. Instead, everyone was staring at their surroundings, because Plentiful City was about to turn into a city of water. Countless powerhouses were panicking. Some of the martialists outside the city had even been swallowed up by the water fury lion. Lin Ling, who was in the center of attention, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the destructive sea had yet to reach him, the huge pressure had already made him feel as if he was being crushed by 1,000 tons. A martial god powerhouse was indeed terrifying. Based on the evaluation of his strength, this person's strength was probably comparable to the queen of the wood god race. Of course, compared to the queen, the great general was still a little weaker. However, he was still not someone Lin Ling could fight against right now. Many people were also looking at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was at the end of his rope in this battle. However, Lin Ling was also very crazy. Before he died, he had actually dragged so many people down with him. However, at this moment, a ray of light shot into the sky. A mysterious power suddenly blossomed and formed a huge ripple that enveloped the water god great general. What's going on? The blue-haired man instantly frowned. He realized that he had lost all contact with the outside world. Looking at the raging sea around Plentiful City, it had all stopped. Although it was still rolling violently, it did not drown the entire Plentiful City, nor did it tear apart Lin Ling. If this scene was seen from the sky, it would undoubtedly be a magnificent sight. The flood drowned the city, but the water stopped. However, the shocking event did not end there. Lin Ling leaped into the air. In midair, Buddhist chants were faintly discernible as auspicious light bloomed, a huge dragon bow appeared, and a powerful aura emanated from it, as if it could suppress the entire world. At this moment, Lin Ling had clearly used the Stare of Wisdom to seal the water god general, causing the latter to be unable to use his methods. Next, Lin Ling used his trump card, the calamity-destroying sun bow. The moment this bow appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. The black and white arrows soared through the sky and intertwined with each other. Then, they shot toward the water god great general. At this moment, Sanskrit sounded in everyone's ears. It was sacred and majestic. Rumble, the water god great general who was in. The Stare of Wisdom was shocked, and the Sanskrit Buddhist chants rang in his heart. What was 5? 1. Suffering day and night, to the point of calamity. 2. One person is full, many people are full. 3. Sin weapon, trident, eagle, snake, wolf, and dog. 4. Either dragon, god, sky, or ghost. 5. If one falls into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6. Because of this continuous, it is called seamless Tao. In his eyes, the black and white seamless Tao kept expanding. Rumble. Finally, the arrow passed by, killing him and purifying him. Moreover, the arrow pierced through a corner of Plentiful City. The huge city collapsed, and the sea of lions outside the city was forcefully opened up. A huge ravine was also shot out of the prairie. Finally, the arrow disappeared into the distance. Looking at Plentiful City again, there was no doubt that it was dead silent. Because Lin Ling had actually killed a martial god expert, the unrestrained sword martial god floating in the sky frowned and looked down in disbelief. On a continent in the distance, the man standing on top of it also frowned and looked into the distance. However, a woman appeared beside him and said something to him, causing the man to wear a cold smile. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's arrow had startled the Guyuan mountain range. Rumble! At that instant, the huge ancient sea surrounding plentiful city poured down from the sky as if it had lost its master's control, revealing the grassland and gradually disappearing. Dead. After a long period of silence, someone finally spoke. However, that voice was trembling intensely. He had even killed a martial god. Could it be that Lin Ling was omnipotent? Such a terrifying arrow. Following this, more and more voices were heard. The crowd suddenly shifted their attention to the blue-robed young man. They were panicking at this moment, even though the blue-robed young man's face had turned pale, even though the blue-robed young man's lips were bleeding. The song of the hero had left a heavy shadow in their hearts. Whoever tries to kill me, I'll drag him down with me. They also fully understood the meaning of this sentence. Princess Shui Wan, what other trump cards do you have? Show them all. At this time, the arrogant blue-robed hero walked out step by step, walking towards Princess Shui Wan. Princess Shui Wan's eyes widened. She did not expect the lowly peasant to be so courageous. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him. Thump, her legs gave out as she fell to the ground. It was obvious that she was intimidated by Lin Ling's courage and ferocity. The reason for that was because they were unable to kill a mere martial progenitor of the younger generation. Instead, many of them had died. This caused her to recall the legend of the human world. The son of the demon, Lin Ling, possessed an undying body. She had initially thought the legend to be a joke, thus she was disdainful of it, but now, she finally understood that there was a reason why legends could become legends. Bang! 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 Lin Ling quickened his pace and approached Princess Shui Wan like a giant. Even the Water God clan experts behind Princess Shui Wan turned pale with fright. Was the young man still human in their eyes? He was simply a monster. Surging killing intent erupted from Lin Ling's body as the demonic sword roared. He had finally arrived in front of Princess Shui Wan. He glared at her fiercely. It was as if he was telling her, provoking me, Lin Ling, will not end well. Princess Shui Wan raised her head and looked at Lin Ling, not daring to say a word. Unfortunately, it was useless even if she said anything because Lin Ling would not listen. He only wanted to kill. He slashed down with his sword, not slashing, but smashing. The huge sword, which was mixed with a terrifying killing intent and demonic chi, fell from the sky. Boom! Princess Shui Wan was annihilated, torn apart by the killing intent. She had been smiling so proudly before, but she had never expected that she would be killed by Lin Ling with a single slash. It was ironic. Behind Princess Shui Wan, all the Water God clan experts had their mouths agape. The princess had died in front of them? A sudden battle between martial gods. Ah! However, after Lin Ling killed, he also let out a low voice as if a god demon was roaring, because the ancestral power of the Tyrant Song sword had already been activated by Lin Ling to 90%, more so because Lin Ling's mind was already filled with killing intent. His eyes were like blood as he glared at the people not far away. This glance actually made everyone's heart jump violently. No one dared to look directly at him, even martial gods did not dare. That was because they had surrounded Lin Ling like a great army. However, Lin Ling had opened the gates of the demonic world, released the dragon demon, and fought back. It was also because the Water God General moved out to suppress Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's arrow killed the martial god. Now, they did not know if Lin Ling had reached his limit or if he was still so difficult to deal with. They did not dare to gamble. No one expected that after Genie exposed Lin Ling's identity, the result would be like this. In everyone's expectations, Lin Ling should have been killed like a rat on the street, instead of being hysterical and fighting with his life on the line like a madman. Junior. However, at this moment, a terrifying corpse aura descended from the sky like a huge ring, enveloping Lin Ling. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. Another powerhouse had arrived. Everyone raised their heads and immediately saw a huge bronze coffin above Lin Ling's head. 8 people were carrying the coffin, but their bodies seemed to be rotting and gradually turned into dragon bone demons. Wan Yen Shishir. Everyone's heart trembled, knowing that this was a leader of the place of eternal rest. He had finally arrived. Rumble. Terrifying corpse aura surged over, causing Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. His mind that was attacked by killing intent immediately sobered up a little. Lin Ling, Wanyan sure is here. Beside him, the giant ghost also let out a low voice. This caused Lin Ling to raise his head. His face immediately showed a split, a crazy split. He had long known that Wanyan sure would come. Today could be said to be a battle with his back to the river. Whoosh. Whoosh. At this time, all of the dragon demons and evil spirits flew back and appeared beside Lin Ling, using their powerful auras to resist the ancient bronze coffin in the sky. Crash, little Kunlun also turned into a primeval forest that surrounded Lin Ling. All of his companions had returned, planning to fight Wanyan Bupo to the death. Dong dong dong, the ancient bronze coffin in the sky continued to vibrate. The lid of the coffin shook up and down, and every time it shook, a terrifying corpse aura spread out. It was so terrifying, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, it was impossible for him to be a match for Wanyan Shiji. Wanyan Shur would definitely avenge his son's death. Junior, let's see where you can hide. Finally, a low and deep voice drifted out. It came from that bronze coffin. It actually made everyone's heart tremble. They were deeply afraid that they had been poisoned. According to the legends, this million-old corpse was extremely powerful. His goo was invisible, and even martial gods could not stop his death goo. This meant that Lin Ling's life and death battle was about to begin. Noisy. However, at this moment, an angry roar suddenly rang out. A sword came from the horizon and slashed at the bronze coffin. It actually cut off countless corpse aura and even cut open one side of the bronze coffin. Following that, a leg could not help but be exposed. This was the leg of a corpse. Of course, it quickly retracted. However, through the bronze coffin that was cut open, people could faintly see an old corpse. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't Lin Ling about to be killed? Why did a sword suddenly appear and cut open one side of the coffin, even revealing Wanyan Shiji's leg? Although Wanyan Shiji quickly retracted it, it still gave people a funny feeling, because Wanyan Shiji seemed to have his pants cut off by someone. His pants suddenly fell down, although he quickly pulled them back up. While everyone was stunned, a voice slowly drifted out from the sky. This person was wearing a green robe, his long hair tied behind his head. His hands were behind his back, and his right hand was holding an extremely ordinary-looking sword. He was just standing in the sky, but he looked like a god. I am in the sword martial god? Someone suddenly let out a nervous voice, which immediately made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Without a doubt, at this moment, Wanyan Meisher became gloomy and didn't dare to say a word. However, the unrestrained sword martial god didn't care about the people below him. He looked into the distance. It was obvious that he had interrupted Wanyan Shiji because Wanyan Shiji was being impudent. He didn't know what was going on. This was also because the battle between the martial gods was about to begin. How could a battle between mere ants interrupt the battle between the martial gods? How could mere ants be qualified to compete with the sun and moon? Plentiful City was silent. No one dared to move. Only now did they remember that the martial god battle was about to begin. They couldn't help but look up at the sky. Lin Ling breathed heavily as he looked at the sky. He felt lucky in his heart. If this martial god battle came a little later, he, Lin Ling, would have died in Plentiful City. However, this was also a chance to leave. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, Lin Ling shook his head again. He knew very well that if he left Plentiful City now, he might die even faster because Wanyan Shiji would definitely catch up and kill him immediately. Although staying in Plentiful City was also very dangerous, it could at least buy him some time. After all, Lin Ling had already fought several battles. His strength and realm essence were almost exhausted. He also needed time to recover. Little bastard, consider yourself lucky. The bronze coffin in the sky had already fallen and appeared in the distance. Wanyan Shiji walked out of the coffin and glared fiercely at Lin Ling. Although he also wanted to kill Lin Ling immediately, he didn't dare to. Even if he believed that he had the means to kill Lin Ling secretly, he didn't dare to guarantee that this wouldn't anger the unrestrained sword martial god. The latter was one of the top 10 martial gods in Jiuzhou. He wasn't someone he could fight against. Therefore, instead of killing Lin Ling now, he might as well give Lin Ling some time. In any case, Lin Ling's fate was certain. However, just because he didn't dare to gamble, it didn't mean that Lin Ling didn't dare to. Wanyan Shiji didn't dare to secretly attack, it didn't mean that Lin Ling wouldn't. Dragon demon, all of you come back. Giant ghost, stay away from me. Lin Ling sneered and said to Giant Ghost and the others. Then, he took out the wooden box and opened it. What kind of aura is this? It's so uncomfortable. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists who were more evil than good all felt uncomfortable, especially those who had done many evil things. That kind of discomfort was the most intense. Although it wasn't fatal, it seemed to make them sick, vomit. It was so exaggerated that some people directly vomited and their faces turned pale. Wan Yanshiji was stunned. Then, he also felt very uncomfortable. He instantly knew that Lin Ling had taken out the fruit of good. Moreover, compared to the last time, the discomfort this time was actually twice as much. Little bastard. The battle between the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. There was no doubt that a ball of fury was burning in his heart. Of course, he was not the only one. Many other experts were the same. They glared fiercely at Lin Ling, but they did not dare to act recklessly. After all, if they disturbed the unrestrained sword martial god, he might be able to kill them with a single slash. As for the reason why Lin Ling dared to do so, they assumed that Lin Ling knew he was going to die, thus he was not afraid that the unrestrained sword martial god would attack him. On the contrary, Lin Ling was more than willing to be killed by the unrestrained sword martial god, so he would be able to leave some good words for the martial god. Bastard! Is that brat holding a pile of shit? Why is it so smelly? He's purposely disgusting us. At the thought of this, many experts began to curse. They were so angry that they coughed up blood. Some couldn't hold it in any longer and walked away while vomiting. They knew that if they stayed any longer, they would go mad, and these people were obviously people who killed people like scything flax and had no bottom line. Hee hee. Lin Ling also smiled. Holding the wooden box, he sat down cross-legged. Fortunately, the unfettered sword martial god in the sky didn't pay any attention to him because an enormous continent had arrived in the distance. This boundless continent seemed like an island, but it was 10 times larger than an ordinary island. Actually, the island had just entered the ancient Origin mountain range, but it was too enormous, so it gave others the feeling that it had already appeared before them. The light in the sky was completely blocked by the continent. The howling astral winds blew Fengdu City into pieces. On the prairie, countless grasses were blown up and moved along with the continent like butterflies. Rumble. Finally, when the continent covered the heavens and the earth, it stopped moving, and then a figure floated down slowly. Compared to the continent in the sky, this person was undoubtedly very small, but when he appeared below the continent, he gave off a grand and majestic feeling. It was as if the heavens and earth respected this person. Yuan venerate martial god. He was one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, an expert ranked first below the gods. This person didn't look very tall. He wore a brown robe and his hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He gave off a scholarly feeling. He had his hands behind his back as he looked into the distance. The unfettered sword martial god was standing there. His eyes were empty, neither happy nor sad. The strong wind blew, and his long hair danced in the wind. There's no room for discussion on that matter? The two powerhouses stared at each other for a long time before a voice broke the silence. It was a Yuan venerate martial god. The easygoing sword martial deity did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Do you think I'm an easygoing person?" "I'm not an easy person to talk to either." The Yuan venerate martial god also spoke. "Then, let's see who's stronger." At this moment, the unrestrained sword martial god was like a huge dragon that was slowly awakening from its slumber. An indescribable might erupted, causing countless people on the ground to find it difficult to breathe. Everyone hid in the mines, but they didn't want to miss a single scene. Only a few people were standing on the shattered street, and they were watching the rare battle between the martial gods. That's exactly what I was thinking. The Yuan venerate martial god stood tall in the sky and shouted coldly, "Whoosh!" The carefree sword martial god's sword finally arrived. It was as if it had torn apart the entire Kaiyuan River. From the bottom to the top, it slashed into the huge continent in the sky. Rumble, countless boulders came crashing down like rain. It was like a great calamity. Yuan Yu Lu Gong. The Yuan venerate martial god roared and his body disappeared in an instant. This speed had probably reached the speed of 10,000 boundaries. The Yuan venerate martial god appeared in front of the easygoing sword martial god instantly. He looked like a scholar, but a gorgeous light appeared in his palm. Then, he smashed the easygoing sword martial god viciously. Upon closer inspection, it was a 1-meter-tall mound. No, it looked more like a famed mountain. The easygoing sword martial god knew that this mountain was extraordinary. Thus, he immediately drifted back. After drifting thousands of miles, he stomped his feet and the sky collapsed. Then, with his sword in front of him, he shot toward the Yuan venerate martial god. 3 Mountain Supremacy. Upon seeing this, the Yuan venerate martial god instantly shouted. He clapped his hands together and 3 ancient mountains stood tall in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a sword arrived like lightning and actually shattered the 3 towering mountains. Ambush from 10 sides. The Yuan venerate martial god shouted as he saw the sword coming. However, he still had a calm expression on his face. A monstrous domineering aura swept out wantonly from his body. Godly mountains suddenly appeared from 10 different directions and surrounded the unfettered sword martial god at a terrifying speed. Upon seeing this, the unfettered sword martial god held one hand behind his back as if he was holding a brush, and he displayed an elegant sword art in a dazzling manner. Go, go, come, 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 come. Spiritual emptiness. Everything is round and bright. There is no distinction between inside and outside. Radiant complete world of sand. Selfless. The bright moon hangs high in the sky during the autumn night. Ancient nomological laws pervaded the air. The broken prairie bloomed with green grass and lush greenery. However, the scorching sun hung high in the sky and roasted the earth like a furnace. Then, the autumn air attacked and the green grass withered and turned yellow. In the end, heavy snow swirled and froze thousands of miles. That powerful might was like 100 flowers blooming and displayed from various angles, causing the eyes of the martialists on the ground to freeze and stop breathing. A battle between martial gods, the power of a god. This was the true power of a god. It could reverse the universe, burn mountains, boil seas, and destroy everything. Rumble. The battle in the sky became dazzling. In the distant sky, a great river flooded down. Obviously, the origin opening river had been broken and the river water was flowing down. Terrifying, everyone's heart trembled and they didn't dare to miss a single scene. Their auras were very calm and they didn't even dare to utter a word. They were like immature youths who were learning martial arts in a school and were watching their teacher display the true path of the martial Tao. Among the students, a young man was sitting cross-legged. He ignored his long hair that was being blown by the strong wind and looked at the sky with burning eyes. This is the power of a martial god. Inauspicious innate talent. Inauspicious boundary. The power of a god is terrifying. Unlike the others, this young man seemed to be able to see more clearly. In his mind, he even imitated the actions of those experts. He faintly knew that the seemingly casual sword attacks of those martial gods were actually tempered for 100,000 years, causing the sword attacks to carry the universal laws. At this moment, the young man's soul energy was increasing madly. 2,500 steps, 2,600 steps, 21,000 steps, 22,000 steps. The young man's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He knew that if he hadn't died in his last life, he would have reached this level a long time ago and even surpassed it. However, the heavens had made him miss this opportunity. Perhaps it was tempering him and opening up a path in his heart that could allow him to go even further, allowing him to possess the qualifications to surpass the 10 great martial gods, and he was Lin Ling. At the same time, the murderous aura that had been on the verge of erupting gradually calmed down like an obedient child. The Tyrant Song sword was originally 80% ancestral energy, but it had silently reached 90% and calmed down, allowing Lin Ling to easily control it. A battle of the pinnacle. 23,000 levels of soul energy. Lin Ling felt as if he had entered the endless river of time. His gaze was fixed on the battle in the sky as his soul energy slowly increased. It finally reached 23,000 levels. Furthermore, Lin Ling sensed that the progenitor's force in the tyrannical Song sword had reached 90%. The murderous aura and demonic aura seemed ferocious, but at this moment, they were as calm as the ocean, not moving at all. They no longer had the feeling of wanting to devour their master. Even my cultivation is nearing the boundary of a breakthrough. After taking a deep breath, Lin Ling finally withdrew his gaze. This was because he sensed that he had entered the fullness stage. Even if he were to continue watching the battle between the martial gods, he would not gain much from it. Rumble. the battle in the sky became even more intense. However, there were very, very few people who were still watching the great battle. There were only martial god realm experts. Obviously, not everyone could watch the battle between the top martial gods. If one did not have enough martial arts foundation, they would definitely suffer from chi deviation. Bastard, is that Lin Ling only withdrawing his consciousness now? In the distance, Duan Wuhan finally opened his eyes. At this moment, he happened to see Lin Ling withdrawing his gaze. This caused his heart to burn with rage. This was because he could not bear it any longer. He could only withdraw his consciousness and digest the martial arts foundation that he had seen. However, when he had rested enough and opened his eyes, he realized that Lin Ling had only just reached the fullness stage. For example, the two of them were like a bottle. It was obvious how much water was in it. From this point of view, he was no match for Lin Ling. Most importantly, he was at the peak of the martial progenitor realm, while Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the martial progenitor realm. Why is he stronger than me? He is stronger than me in every field. If I really want to kill him, there is only one man like me in the 9 continents. Duan Wuhan's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, but he suppressed it. Rumble. Meanwhile, a zigzagging ray of light slashed down from the sky, and it actually caused cracks to appear on the ancient continent. However, after that sword strike, the endless ancient mountains from 108,000 li away surged over like steeds, drowning the unfettered sword martial god. After the experts from both sides clashed, the world fell silent. The two of them stood 100 meters apart from each other. Their terrifying auras collided with each other like mountains and seas. The sky kept collapsing and recovering. How is it? Finally, many people opened their eyes. They all wanted to know the final result of this battle. However, the two experts in the sky only stood there quietly without saying anything. This silence continued for an entire hour. After a long time, a voice finally drifted out. Do you still want to play? If you continue to fight, you will definitely be injured by 80%. Haha, is that so? Why don't we try again? Suddenly, a domineering aura began to emit from the two of them. This aura was so strong that it could seal any creature in the prairie, including the experts under the plentiful city. Everyone opened their mouths wide and found it difficult to breathe. However, Lin Ling squinted his eyes. He had seen this aura before. It was when he faced Wendian martial god in the past. Of course, Wendian martial god had scruples at that time, so he did not use his full strength against Lin Ling. Therefore, although Lin Ling's body was also under immense pressure, his full strength was not sealed. Wendian martial god is also this powerful? Lin Ling had a feeling that these two people were stronger than Wendian martial god. As for the two people standing in the sky, they were like cold stone statues. A blue light appeared in the unfettered sword martial god's hand, and it became brighter and brighter. It was as if he was holding a world in his hand. This was clearly the state of the divine energy that had reached its peak. It was obviously 100 times stronger than Lin Ling's true inheritance, the dark sword. After all, one was the divine energy from a divine weapon, and the other was the divine energy that one had comprehended. The two were incomparable. This also made Lin Ling have a feeling that perhaps only the Tyrant Singer sword's godly power could compare to it. He looked at the Yuan venerate martial god, who was standing straight with an indifferent look in his eyes. He raised his palm and a frightening brown light blossomed on his palm. Could it be that move? Someone gulped and said with difficulty. It's Yuan Feng. An old man nodded solemnly. Clearly, some people had heard of the move of the Yuan venerate martial god. This was a terrifying move that could destroy the world. 30,000 years ago, someone had found the continent of the Yuan venerate martial god and wanted to take it for himself. He had done whatever he wanted on the continent and killed countless people. In the end, the Yuan venerate martial god had returned. He only stared coldly at this group of people without saying a word. This group of powerhouses had naturally sensed the presence of the Yuan venerate martial god and were afraid. However, they would not allow themselves to be trampled on. Most importantly, this group of powerhouses were the sacred knights of the 10 talisman gods. They had dazzling divine auras and were the people of the 4 great gods. Their strength was also at the level of the martial gods. It was no wonder that they did not fear the Yuan venerate martial god when they had a backer and strength. They even took the initiative to speak to the Yuan venerate martial god, hoping that the latter would give them some face. However, the Yuan venerate martial god still did not say anything. Yuan Feng had annihilated everything. That move had shocked the final realm. That move had killed all the sacred knights of the 10 talisman gods. That move had made the Yuan Venerate martial god famous in the final realm and become one of the 10 great martial gods. In the hearts of many powerhouses in the final realm, the Yuan Venerate martial god was also a representative of turning a mortal into a god. He was also the pillar of support in the hearts of countless martialists without a backer or background. Yuan Feng. As everyone was thinking about this in shock, the move that had shaken the world 30,000 years ago appeared. The sky split open and countless ancient rocks flew over like locusts. A vortex had appeared on the palm of the Yuan Venerate martial god. It kept expanding and actually started to envelop the entire ancient Yuan mountain range. The rocks that came from the horizon actually revolved along with the vortex and rumbled non-stop. It was as if the sky and earth were being reversed. How terrifying! As the vortex continued to revolve, all the power frantically attacked the unfettered sword martial god. However, at that moment, the unfettered sword martial god drew his sword. However, there was a terrifying wind force that sealed his sword, making it very difficult for him to pull it out. It felt as if the unfettered sword martial god's wrist had been pressed down by someone. The unfettered sword martial god can't draw his sword. Many people widened their eyes in shock under the violent wind vortex. They were all sprawled on the ground, but the weaker ones were still swept up by the strong winds and revolved along with the vortex in the sky. When they looked at the ancient Yuan mountain range again, countless veins had been uprooted and merged into the vortex. From afar, it looked like a great cosmos. Shaoluan. Lin Ling had already put away the wooden box. The platinum evil spirit was standing behind him, protecting Shaoluan. I'm fine. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The 3 races had arrived. Rumble. However, within the great cosmos whirlpool, the unrestrained sword martial deity's eyes were like blazing flames. The sword in his hand did not stop. Just as everyone thought that he wouldn't be able to draw his sword, an indifferent voice quietly floated in the air. Illuminate the mountains and rivers. It was as if a taboo had been opened. The sword in his hand was pulled out and the blade lit up, illuminating the surroundings. Then, he gradually drew his sword and finally drew it. The sword was unleashed. The speed of this sword seemed extremely slow, as if it was thousands of times slower than an ordinary person's sword. However, it carried a mysterious path. Clang. The moment the sword was unleashed, the universe seemed to collapse. The large rotating vortex suddenly froze before reversing and collapsing. All of the rotating ancient rocks suddenly seemed to have lost their power as they crashed down from the sky like rain. Oh! Almost at the same time, the Yuan Venerate martial god felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The Yuan Venerate martial god is injured. Raising his head, everyone stared fixedly, their eyes trembling. Clang. However, the unrestrained sword martial god's sword shook a little and a gap appeared on that seemingly ordinary sword. The unrestrained sword martial god held his sword and looked on indifferently with a hint of heartache. As expected of a Yuan Venerate who became a martial god from a mortal. Finally, he looked up and muttered. The descendant of a prestigious sect, the unrestrained sword martial god, is really impressive. The Yuan Venerate martial god also spoke up. This terrifying confrontation had clearly ended with both of them evenly matched. One sword had been broken and the other had been injured. This was the final outcome. The crowd immediately sighed. As expected of one of the top martial gods in the 9 prefectures. His strength was really too strong. In their eyes, any martial god realm expert was like a firefly. Those 10 people stood at the top of the clouds. Their radiance could only be looked up at. Glory for thousands of years. Because of this, countless people advanced dauntlessly to catch up with those 10 people and see the glory of the top of the clouds. The unrestrained sword comes from the top of the 36 academies, the Sky Sword Academy. This academy has 2 branches in the final realm. One is in the Sky Sword City, while the other is on the other side. The descendant of a prestigious sect really lives up to his reputation. However, this matter isn't over. Let's fight again in 100 years. At that moment, the Yuan Venerate martial god issued a challenge. That's exactly what I was thinking. The unfettered sword martial god nodded. A Yuan Venerate is the master of a continent floating in the void of the universe. No one knows where he came from or where he came from. However, becoming a god in one step is seen by the 9 continents as a representation of becoming a god from a mortal. The corners of the Yuan venerate martial god's mouth curled up when he heard this. It was his pride to be evaluated by the unfettered sword martial god. One was a commoner, while the other was from a prestigious clan. These two people could be considered as the representatives of the two factions of the 9 prefectures' cultivators. Rumble. At the same time, the continent in the sky began to move and slowly left the ancient Yuan mountain range. Obviously, the two of them were tied in this battle, so they decided to settle their grudges 100 years later. Heaven and earth began to fall silent, and everything returned to its original state. In Fengdu City, everyone had recovered and was reminiscing about the intense battle from before. However, at this moment, a stern voice suddenly rang out, "Lin Ling, it's time to settle our old scores." A terrifying corpse aura finally spread out and enveloped the entire Fengdu City. It was the Wanyan epic. Everyone's hearts trembled as they subconsciously looked at the sky. However, they saw that after the battle between the martial gods ended, the unfettered sword martial god no longer paid attention to the battle in Fengdu City. This also made many people sneer. In the originally empty Fengdu City, those people who were hiding in the mines slowly appeared, causing more and more people to appear in Fengdu City. They strode forward, forming a terrifying pressure as they walked towards Lin Ling. There were too many students from the Water God clan, the Golden God clan, the Duan clan, the Heaven-Seeking Alliance, and the various academies. After experiencing Lin Ling's tenacious resistance, they only wanted to kill Lin Ling now. This was because the strength that Lin Ling had displayed previously made them very fearful. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would grow again and become difficult to control. "Lin Ling, have you ever regretted it? Have you ever thought that you would die here in the future?" An expert from the Duan clan said indifferently. He was an old monster in the martial god realm. Previously, they did not make a move because they had underestimated Lin Ling. But now, they did not intend to hide their strength. "Lin Ling, the Golden God clan will not let you leave." A member of the Golden God clan said coldly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the blue-robed youth. They seemed to hear a sad song in their minds. Because of Lin Ling's tenacity and Lin Ling's madness, they could be considered to have some understanding. Although they did not admit it, they also admitted in their hearts that Lin Ling was worthy of being called a hero. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling slowly stood up. He glanced at the golden white evil spirit and instructed the latter to protect Xiaoluan. Only then did he turn his gaze to everyone. Around him, there were many people. On the broken mine platform, in the streets and alleys, there were too many. Many of them wanted him to die. Even if they did not, they were gloating. With a smile, Lin Ling said indifferently, "I have so many pasts. Why should I be afraid of the future?" As soon as this sentence fell, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Feng City was silent. Everyone knew that Lin Ling was also saying that he would fight to the end. If he died, although he died, it would be a glorious death, because there was already so much glory in the past. What was the future? What was death? Kill. The expert from the Duan clan finally shouted in a low voice. He was also afraid that if he delayed for too long, things would change. The first to move was obviously Wanyan Shiji. This giant was the #1 person below the martial god realm. The million-year-old corpse descended. Corpse chi filled the sky and surged. "Lord Messenger, your future does not lie here." However, at this moment, there was a roar in the distance. Then, a mighty aura surged over. A large number of ancient tree giants, stone golems, and lava giants walked over. The 3 people in the lead flew over at a terrifying speed. Judging from their auras, they were all martial gods. When they arrived in the sky above Feng City, everyone was stunned, especially the Golden God tribe and the Water God tribe. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This was because they were the Wood God tribe, the Stone God tribe, and the Fire God tribe. They had come today for Lin Ling? Huh? Lin Ling's eyes widened. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He did not expect the Wood God tribe and the others to come from afar to help him. He did not know that the battle between the 2 martial gods had spread to the demonic forest. In addition, although the demonic forest was isolated from the rest of the world, they had been keeping an eye on the Golden God tribe and the others. When they learned that the Golden God tribe and the others were going to harm Lin Ling, they immediately rushed over. Of course, they were also afraid that they would be too late. Fortunately, the battle between the martial gods had stopped them from killing Lin Ling. which gave them some time to rush over. It's you. End of chapter 3854. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.